it is pretty alarming to see.
Yeah, it certainly is. Wow.
Oh, this is the video we were talking about earlier over in Galliano. That is a hospital, the Lady of the Sea Hospital. And you can actively see the wind just blow the roof off, just peel it back.
Look at that.
That shows you how powerful the winds are there over in Galliano, Louisiana. I mean, that has to be scary.
Galliano was really close to the eye wall a little while ago. So I think that's probably some of those extreme winds that we were seeing, that we are seeing, I should say, centered right around that eye wall in the storm that Chris has been talking about all day.
Katie, what's the distance between Galliano and Grand Isle?
That's
close
a great
by?
question.
Yeah,
are
they close by?
Somewhat, yes.
I wonder if they are.
But I'm not sure the exact distance but
it's worth noting too, we haven't heard from this hospital. We have no idea if this roof being ripped off affected any. Okay, our producer Tori says it's about 35 miles between Grand Isle and Galliano.
So probably relatively within, like you said, those really powerful winds in the eye wall.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but we don't know if this affected any patients. So hopefully everyone there is okay.
I hope not. I hope not.
Hopefully.
All right. This is over in Marrero. The winds are picking up there. And this is typically what we're seeing right now. Outside of our bayou parishes, getting a lot of floodwaters and rising waters, which was to be expected. A lot of people who are within Orleans Parish and some ports of incorporated JP, they're seeing heavy, heavy winds.
Yeah. You know, that's what's so different about this storm. I think, at least for me, from my perspective, normally I'm concerned about flooding. Wow.
Yeah, same thing.
Normally I'm concerned about flooding. I'm concerned about water coming up from the ground. And look at this damage that we're starting to see as we start to get reports.
We don't know exactly where this is located.
Yeah, we don't know where this one is.
No.
It just says a home has been flipped. And look at that.
Wow.
Those are some
that to me looks like on the way to Port Fourchon.
Yeah.
If I had to guess.
Or Homa, or one of those areas where
definitely
they're along the bayous.
Which is why they issued those and when you look at this video, it tells you why they needed to issue those mandatory evacuations.
That's scary.
My goodness. I hope that everyone is okay in these situations.
Absolutely. You know, this is President Biden. Obviously, it's top of mind for a lot of people, as this is, of course, making national news around the country. He tweeted out to the people of the Gulf Coast, please follow the instructions of local officials during this dangerous time. As soon as Hurricane Ida passes, we will put this country's full might behind your rescue and recovery. And that's what we heard from Senator Cassidy just a few moments ago, too, that he really is working with federal partners to make sure that we do have the resources to rebuild, to get people pre-positioned so that we can get our recovery moving as fast as we can, you know, hopefully after we start to be able to assess the damage tomorrow.
I mean, Chris, we're going to our chief meteorologist, Chris Franklin, right now. Chris, I had a quick question. Did you see the video? Oh, actually, you know what? Chris is not available right now. Whenever he is available, of course, we'll get back to him. Hopefully, we can get someone to speak to us.
Well, I'm keeping an eye on the power outages right now. And one of the members of our web team, Chris McCrory, just tweeted something really interesting. He said at the height of Zeta, there were 480,000 outages reported throughout the whole state. And so far, what we are looking at now is almost 423,000. And again, we've said this multiple times, like the big parts of this storm, this is look at the outage map now, just in the New Orleans area. The biggest, most powerful part of this storm hasn't really reached us quite yet.
When we say what a difference a day makes, yesterday we talked about how we saw so much green and how this will look so different today. Take a look at the power outages. I know power outages is out at my home, my parents' home as well. We know several people who are reporting that their power is out. Some people reporting that they have backup generators. If you do, we keep saying this, and you have to repeat this because we keep seeing tragic situations. Make sure you use it safely. Make sure it's away from your home. Don't use it inside of the garage because you have that carbon monoxide poisoning and it's odorless, so you don't know it's happening. So make sure you're careful if you did decide to pick up one of those backup generators.
And we know that there are tens of thousands of linemen who are kind of waiting in the wings to come in, but they cannot start repairs and getting the lights back on for people until the wind part of this is over. So it is likely going to be a while. If your power is out now, it is probably not going to come back until all of this is over.
Winds have to get below 40 miles an hour apparently before crews can move in and get those cherry pickers up and start, you know, really taking care of the power lines.
I think we have Chris. Are you with us right now?
Chris is
I think
back.
he's
Oh, what?
back.
Chris
Yeah.
is back.
Yes.
A quick question. We showed a video earlier. What was supposedly New Orleans East,
Okay.
and there were homes that were severely damaged. I mean, was there anything particular in that area that we should be concerned of?
Do we know precisely where in New Orleans East? We can kind of pull up a radar and just to see
Okay.
what's been moving in that area.
No.
Okay, so we're gonna look into that video a little
Okay.
bit later to figure out exactly if there was something in particular that happened there. But we're just gonna take a look. But I mean, right now, I just saw a tweet earlier that someone said, even looking at the eye wall of Hurricane Ida, even after landfall, and I'm still amazed by this.
Yeah, there's something I'm actually kind of working on to kind of explain what's happening, why it's not rapidly weakening, why it is still a Category 4 storm, and it's actually something that's called the brown ocean effect. What that means is, and I've seen a couple of tweets from the folks at the national level that, when we talk about these storms, you need to trust more of the local guys, because something that they've said, incredible, it made landfall, but it's not weakening rapidly. Well, that's because landfall in South Louisiana is a very loose term, as we all know. But it's funny, folks at the national level, I don't think really understand that. Where it made landfall and where it has continued to move inland is still very much more open marsh. It is still able to gain energy from that warm marsh water. It really is not soil. It is the warm waters in the marshland. But also the fact that there are some instances where storms make landfall in an area that is really saturated, just solid land, but a very saturated area. The storm is still able to actually draw that moisture and allow for a strengthening to occur, or not strengthening as we've seen here, but almost a steady strength to continue to be maintained. So I was working on a graphic and got sidetracked with a few other things here. We've got a lot going on with this, but unfortunately, this is the 4 o'clock advisory. And unfortunately, though, the winds have come down again at 130. Pressure has been really slow to rise, and we have seen that the storm has slowed down again. It's now down to 10 miles per hour. So that just increases the duration of the core of those strong winds. If you were with us the last hour, I was showing you on the velocities where the core of the strong winds all around the outer and inner eye wall. You've got kind of a pocket of that around the northwestern side, as well as the southeastern side. We have found kind of the core of those strong winds. And you kind of watch the track here. It almost looks like I'm just saying, it does almost look like it has moved a little bit more once it's gotten inland, almost more north. Now, the Hurricane Center is saying northwest at 10, but certainly as we've kind of watched the satellite and radar composite, it looks like more of a north trend, which again, if that is the case, it could put a little bit more of the stronger winds into Orleans or the metro area. We are going to avoid, the way it looks right now, unless this were to take a more dramatic turn, the city and the metro area will avoid the core of these stronger winds. It looks like that is going to stay more to the west. Not that we wish that upon anyone, but it does look like the city would likely avoid that. However, as those winds maintain themselves, or depending upon how much they do, that would likely continue up towards the Baton Rouge area. But as I also said, this may be kind of one of those little wobbles. It may be jogging to the north and then it jogs to the west, and we'll just kind of see how that goes as we continue through the next few hours. Again, I'm going to kind of tighten in on our radar site to show you precisely what is going on with the storm, because really at this point, we're done with computer models. We're done with all of the projections of the storm. Now it is the more observations that we're finding with the storm. And as I said, you've got the strongest of the winds. It also looks like it is still fairly healthy in terms of that outer eye wall and the inner eye wall. We would like to see that start to collapse. In fact, let me jump over to our satellite loop here that I've colorized, and it kind of gives you a better idea of where the more intense thunderstorms are. And, they still continue around the center. So yes, as we've said, it is not yet collapsed, but also with that said, this is not exactly solid ground in Western Lafourche and Eastern Terrebonne Parish. This is still basically open water. So that's why we have not seen it rapidly weakening. Now, as you do get more of the storm and more of the eye wall on land, and it starts picking up that friction, there's a lack of friction, obviously, over the water. And once it starts to interact with land, that will start to help the disruption of that circulation, and we'll start to see the weakening process begin. It's just at the moment has been a very slow go, which is why we are still now beginning in the city, starting to see some of the strongest winds that we are anticipating. And boy, I tell you what, it's just an ominous look when you see New Orleans, South Louisiana, and you see that eye that is coming so close to the metro area, and the fact that you have an eye moving over parts of our area. That is just devastating. And to see what is going to be left down along the coastline is going to be very sobering, and really to see what this swath of damage will look like as it continues along that track up toward almost more of a northwesterly direction. At this point, it looks like it's not as much northwest as it is now more northwest. And as that winds are really picking up here, as we said, about 4 o'clock, we would likely start to see the winds really increasing here in the city, and that will continue over the next few hours. Let's take a look at some of the wind speeds that we have now across the area. And I apologize for kind of jumping around here, but at this point, it's hard to just follow our normal weather show, as we really need to kind of highlight things as they seem to be a little bit more important. Winds have been gusting at Lakefront Airport up to 83 miles an hour. They're gusting at Kenner to 64 miles an hour. Now, at the moment, it looks like the winds have, or at least Galliano is still reporting, and maybe winds of 96 miles an hour gust that's sustained at 64 miles an hour. Winds have been picking up along the North Shore as well, but they are very violent around the city. Now, obviously not in comparison to what the folks along the coastline and then areas out to the west will see, but the winds have turned a little bit more violent to where this is not the time to try and go sightseeing. And a friend of mine, meteorologist, found a video of some guy posting along the lakefront. This is not the time, again, to go sightseeing and trying to do any making your own observations. And people will criticize this, saying, well, you're out in it, but you're telling us to not go out in it. Well, we're trying to provide information and keep people safe. And for those especially that are outside, want to know what is going on back home, we are trying to provide that information, as well as the folks that have decided to stay. We can kind of tell them where the danger seems to be moving, and if they sometimes need to get to higher ground. Thankfully, it doesn't appear as though that really has been too much of an issue so far, but we are really just in the early stages, unfortunately, of the impacts from Ida. We are now getting in on some of the heaviest of the rainfall here in the city. That's not quite up to the North Shore, though the North Shore is getting some very heavy rainfall. The worst of it, you do see new flash flood warnings being issued here and there. I mean, really, you could just put a flash flood warning across almost all of South Louisiana and be done with it. But it does look like we are seeing flooding here in the metro area, and that includes the river parishes. Obviously, you're going to get the flooding down across parts of Terrebonne and Lafourche. Now, these bands that keep moving in, as we have seen earlier, also produce some tornadoes, and there is going to be the risk of tornadoes that will continue through the night and going into even early tomorrow, as this overall circulation, even once it moves inland, will be moving up to our north and east. And so by midday on Monday, it should then start to take some of the heaviest of the rainfall away from us and finally start to see improving conditions. And it really may not be until about midday on Monday that we can truly begin the kind of the recovery process, start cleaning up and start trying to get things back to normal. Again, I know my house is out of power. A lot of our folks here, they've learned that their houses are out of power. Remember how long it took for Zeta? It's probably going to be even longer than that. So this is going to be one of those, you need to, kind of figure things out with no power for a while. And unfortunately, this is unlike Zeta, because during Zeta, at least it was cool outside. Next week is not going to be cool. I know we really haven't been looking ahead to next week's forecast, but it ain't turning cool in early September, unfortunately. No cold fronts on the horizon. So let's take a look as the storm continues moving in the direction almost a little bit more north of northwest, I would say. It just looks like that may be the trend as we saw on radar, and maybe that is what continues, as that's what the Hurricane Center is thinking. It looks like a little more north of northwest. And again, that does put some even stronger winds in metro New Orleans, which we're already experiencing. But that does keep the core of those strong winds over the river parishes, and will continue up toward the Florida parishes and perhaps even Tangier Hope Parish as we get more into later tonight and into the overnight. Now, also notice there may start to be some more breaks in the heavy rainfall around the metro area as more of the heavy rain then starts to move away from the city, or I should say south of the metro area, but then starts to move away from the city and then start to focus a little bit more on the North Shore. Again, we're still going to have those bands of heavy rainfall on the western or on the eastern side, and then that begins to push a little bit more toward lower Alabama and the Florida coast. So if folks that evacuated to the Florida beaches, you're not totally out of the woods. You're going to get the rainfall. You're going to get some strong gusty winds. Obviously, nothing like what we're seeing here in the city and across South Louisiana, but you're still going to see the impacts from Ida as it starts to take a trajectory toward the north and east and moving out of here. So even by early tomorrow morning, we will still likely have some bands of heavy rainfall. And there is even still a risk, usually a bit lower, of some tornadic storms. The greatest risk of tornadoes is more so in the northeastern quadrant, but always on the eastern side of the storm. As you get more of these feeder bands as they continue moving in, now these could potentially lead to flooding if they just sit. If the storm is moving and the kind of path that these bands of rain starts to change, then the flooding risk does seem to drop a bit. But certainly within wherever those bands set up, even going into early tomorrow morning, flooding is still going to be very much a risk. But the timing has been about the same, even from the models yesterday, that by tomorrow afternoon, we should begin to see improving conditions with those winds having subsided quite a bit, as well as we will start to dry out. So there is some light at the end of the tunnel. There is some light at the end of the tunnel. We're right now, at least in the city, coming now into the worst of the winds and the heaviest of the rain. This is going to continue until after sunset. This is going to take us into the nighttime hours, and then through the overnight period, that will start to shift a little bit more toward the North Shore and more the Florida parishes. So right now, what we're seeing in the city is the worsening of the winds, and they will continue to increase through the next several hours.
Chris, thanks so much. Before we go to break, we want to make a quick announcement here. We showed you a little bit of video earlier out of New Orleans East that possibly showed, or actually that did show a tornado that happened not this year. This was about 4 years ago. We all know there was an EF3 tornado that hit New Orleans East 4 years ago. We showed you that video mistakenly with the other weather video that we have, so we want to issue an apology to you. That video is not the correct video. That is not happening right now in New Orleans East.
It's difficult in situations like this because a lot of people tend to share things that happened in the past and tag it like it's something that's happening right now. I don't know why they do it, but it really doesn't help anyone to do that, to make people believe that damage is worse than it actually is, or to make people think that things are happening on the ground that aren't. But we, do our best to try and make sure that we don't show those things. But when we do, we want to let you know about it.
Good reminder for all of us, though, to watch what we're tweeting too. There's videos all over the place, and I'm really hesitant because I don't know what is.
What's real and what's
not.
Real,
what's from New Orleans, what's from somewhere else, who knows. So
if it's from one of our crews, you know it's real.
Yes.
So we want to issue that apology, and that video will not be shown here on Eyewitness News anymore. We continue our coverage tracking Hurricane Ida after this.
all quiet in the French Quarter, at least in terms of the people. The wind is another story, however.
Erica Ferrando, excuse me, I'm sorry. We're going to talk to Erica Ferrando in the St. Tammany Parish because a curfew just went into effect for that area. That is at noon.
And Erica's in Covington right now. She's been following this for us up there in St. Tammany Parish. Hi, Erica. What are you seeing right now?
Well, early this morning when we got out here to Covington, it was pretty quiet. We didn't have any wind, didn't have any rain, and we're definitely starting to feel that pickup. It's not very strong, but every now and then you'll feel one of those heavy gusts kind of pull through. Now that curfew has been in effect since noon, and since then we really haven't seen a lot of people out on the streets. It seems like most of the people listened to that warning that the parish president put out there and are staying home and are ready to ride the storm out from home. We are in Covington right next to the Southern Hotel. We're outside of the St. Tammany Parish Emergency Operations Center, and we've been hearing from people across St. Tammany Parish, especially in the Covington and Mandeville area, and mostly what people are seeing right now is just some wind. Now, we checked in with some people over near the lakefront. Now, right along the Mandeville lakefront, they're starting to see that water build up. You can't drive down Lakeshore Drive anymore, but check out this video. This is just about a block from the lakefront. We have a close family friend that lives over there. She said she's not actually seeing the water up on her street yet, but she said she is seeing a lot of wind. If you can see in that video, the trees are just blowing, and that's what a lot of people are saying out here. I spoke with my mom as well just about 30 minutes ago, and she said they are seeing a lot of wind. They have a lot of oak trees out in the backyard, and she said they are just swaying. And of course, that's a big concern that a lot of people have out here with just a lot of trees that, you know, they could potentially fall. We haven't really heard a lot of reports of that, thankfully. My parents do still have power, so that is good news. Some people are starting to lose power. CLECO is the biggest power provider out in St. Tammany Parish, and I just checked about 10 minutes ago. There are about 17,000 people without power in St. Tammany Parish. That's just with CLECO. Most of those are in the Slidell area. I believe it was about 10,000 out in Slidell and about 6,600 closer to Mandeville. Now, again, that curfew is in place. Right now, there's no expiration time. It's just going to continue until they know that it is safe for people to get out once again. And we know that we are still just in the very beginning of this, as the wind and rain is going to continue picking up out here in St. Tammany Parish. They really don't want people driving around or even going outside. They say there is, of course, the possibility that we could get some tornadoes out here because we are on the east side of this storm. So they're asking everyone to make sure they know the safest place in their home if that were to happen, or if they feel the wind start to get really heavy. Just make sure you know the safest place in your home, whether it's a bathtub or a closet, and have that place ready so that your family can gather there if it does get to be too dangerous. We also just want to give a quick thank you to the St. Tammany Parish Emergency Operations Center, the parish government there, allowing us to stay here because we are advising people not to be out, and we are not being out as well. We are right under one of the awnings right now, and we are staying inside and staying sheltered throughout the storm. And that is, of course, what they are asking everyone else to do as well. We will keep you updated from Covington. Follow us on Twitter. We're going to continue providing updates in the Mandeville area, the Covington area, but really the biggest thing is that we're just seeing the wind and the rain start to pick up out here. Guys, back to you.
All right, Erica, thank you. And we do want to mention too that, you know, we really do want to see your pictures and videos of the weather that's happening, but we want you to send them to us when it's safe. There are lots of ways that you can send them to us. You know, you can always text them to 504-529-4444. Or you can just, you know, upload them through our app. If you have our mobile app, it's pretty easy to upload pictures and videos there. So we do want to see what's going on around your neighborhood and at your house or wherever you might be.
All right. In the meantime, we're getting some breaking news in right now. Parts of Terrebonne Parish have a boil water notice in effect. I'm taking a look at this breaking news now. It says that the boil water notice is immediately for those areas of the parish east and south of the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway. So that's east and south of the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway in parts of Terrebonne Parish. It's been issued in light, of course, of problems with Hurricane Ida and to ensure safe drinking water until system repairs can be made. So we assume that something is going on with the system, or the system might be down, to ensure that good drinking water. So again, that is happening right now in Terrebonne Parish, and it's in effect immediately.
Yeah, Terrebonne's getting pummeled. I keep saying that, but that really is what's happening by the winds and the rain by Hurricane Ida. Many parts of that parish are really experiencing the worst of it as we're speaking on the air right now. So it's not surprising that they're starting to have impacts on their utilities, the water being the first one. Well, second, power obviously has been an issue already for several hours.
Now, this storm obviously has national eyes on it. Everybody around the country is watching the path of this storm. President Biden gave a briefing to FEMA just a short time ago. We do have a quick soundbite from that. We'll take a listen.
Planning prepared for the worst. As soon as the storm passes, we're going to put the country's full might behind the rescue and recovery. And I mean that. I've been around for a lot of hurricanes. I'm no expert, but I've been around for a lot of hurricanes, and I don't think we've ever had as much preparation, long-term preparation with the levee system and preparation here. Thanks to the administrators' leadership and the hard work of the FEMA team, all of whom are gathered behind me, many of whom are gathered behind me. We've already pre-positioned resources that we know are going to be needed and equipment and response teams in the region. This includes 2.5 million meals and 3 million liters of water. We've got generators in place, and we're in close touch with the power providers to get and restore power as soon as possible, because a lot of it's going to go out, and we should be prepared that it can take a long time, no matter how much we pre-position, which we have, that it's going to take a long time for a lot of it to get back up. It could take a matter of weeks for some places. We've got 13 urban search and rescue teams. For those of you who aren't familiar with that, these teams make up about 70 people and experts, each of these teams, and they can do real serious recovery work. More than 100 ambulances and emergency medical teams have been activated, and we're working with the Red Cross and local partners to open dozens and dozens of shelters with cots and blankets and meals to support those we need to evacuate. That'll happen mostly in the northern part of the state and maybe parts of Mississippi. And I've already signed an emergency declaration for both Louisiana as well as Mississippi. And I want to make sure that we're ready to surge all the response capability that we have to deal with whatever comes next. And a lot's going to be coming. I've been in touch with the governors of Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. And my team at the White House has been in touch with other state, local, and federal officials in the region. And they know,
I'm Zach Tawatari. Here are a few recent updates from around the area you need to know right now. We're seeing just how severe conditions have been in Port Fourchon. Look at this. Ida made landfall there a little before noon today as a Category 4 hurricane. Max wind speed was recorded at 150 miles per hour. There's street flooding in the Slidell area. These are photos sent in by a viewer. A reminder, there's a curfew in place in St. Tammany Parish right now. You are not allowed to be out on the roads. Entergy is reporting more than 450,000 customers are without power. If you're one of them, be sure to conserve the battery in your devices. Entergy previously said it could take weeks for power to be restored in the hardest hit areas. Remember, you can get more updates along with live interactive radar on our WWL-TV app. Just search WWL-TV in your app store. It's free to download.
It's also a great place to send us pictures and videos. Thanks so much, Zach. We are really starting to feel the effects of this hurricane here in the city, for lack of a better term.
Well, it seems like things are getting closer and closer to us.
Yeah.
The damage, at least.
Yeah, it's definitely marching in. One of the places where people are feeling the strong winds and seeing some damage already is Metairie in Jefferson Parish. Look at this.
Wow.
Yeah, our town trunk is there right now. This is at the corner, if I'm not mistaken, if my producer could correct me, is it Kewanee and Cleveland? This is a tree that is uprooted on a house. And this is what we're seeing more and more of. And we are feeling the winds inside of the building right now. We are feeling just how powerful these winds are. And it's uprooting trees. And we're uprooting trees right now all across the city. Let's take a listen in. Ton is out there right now in that area.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay, we're good. Okay, sorry, I apologize for all of this, everybody. We are in the mobile forecast center right now, and we're trying to juggle multiple broadcasts. We are streaming on certain platforms and different platforms on YouTube, but we are near a property right now just off of Kewanee and near the intersection of Cleveland and Metairie. This is a property right now. You can see that the tree is precariously and dangerously leaning on or near that house. Jeff Hackett, our photographer and our navigator here in the mobile forecast center, tells me that there is a cypress tree right now that is preventing that larger tree from collapsing onto the house. But take a look here. Unfortunately, that tree is leaning towards that area, but also, as you can kind of see the direction of the wind and rain, it is pushing that tree closer to that area of the house. And as long as we are in this cycle of persistent wind and rain and it's pushing onto that direction here, I'm going to zoom in because this is one of the features of the mobile forecast center for us. Take a look at what Hurricane Ida forced that tree right off and kind of pulled that sidewalk work to pushing that tree towards the house. Again, we have been traveling in and around the metro area, and we've seen certain areas that have had large trees and certainly the tree-lined streets. There's a good amount of debris when we're in those areas, but we also just came off a Clearview Parkway as well, and it was relatively smooth sailing in terms of just the amount of debris there. But again, the storm is unpredictable. In our travels here, we left the uptown area, came up US 90 on Claiborne Avenue, and as we were traveling there, headed towards the Harahan area, there was a transformer that was down, and then as we were leaving that area, there was a loud explosion, which we assumed was another transformer that exploded. But we did encounter one down transformer and down power line as we traveled here. But again, if you're joining us right now, we are looking at a dangerously leaning tree in the area of Metairie here near Cleveland and Kewanee. Again, I'm told that there is a cypress tree preventing this tree from fully collapsing onto the roof. This is one of the more dramatic and significant pieces of images or video that we've seen so far today in our travels. Earlier, we did see a large awning near Toulouse and Decatur in an area going towards Jackson Square that was significant. But in terms of down trees and trees being uprooted at this point, this is one of the more dramatic images that we've seen so far.
You know, the areas in Metairie and further west toward Kenner and Laplace, Destrehan, areas in St. Charles and St. John parishes, they are also seeing their winds significantly increase, and having people who have stayed in those areas sending videos and some pictures in, just showing the wind really whipping. I mean, that really is the story of this storm so far, is how strong those winds are so far away from the center of the storm, from that eye wall where we all anticipate that that's going to be the strongest part of the storm. I guess most of us, myself included, didn't really think that we would be seeing winds this strong causing this much damage so far out.
So this morning, as I made my way to the station, the first thing that I noticed, you could hear the winds howling, and that was around 8 o'clock in the morning. Weren't as strong at that time, at least where I was uptown, but 8 o'clock in the morning, the winds were howling, and now the winds are just kind of beating up the building, and luckily we're in a very good building right now, but it's kind of frightful to listen to. We've jumped a few times, all of us sitting here on set, after we heard things clashing down, so we don't know necessarily what it looks like in our parking lot right now, but there is a reason why we're telling everyone to stay inside and why local officials are telling everyone not to go out sightseeing. Right now is just not the time.
Absolutely. And that eye wall is making its way through Terrebonne Parish as we speak. And Mike McDaniel has been covering that area for us so well. He's joining us now with the latest on what's happening at the Emergency Operations Center in Terrebonne.
Here in Terrebonne Parish, this storm is really starting to make its presence known, especially when it comes to the wind roaring through here with that eye wall quickly getting upon us. Of course, all emergency services, or most rather, have been suspended in this parish because it's just too dangerous for crews to get out and about. We do know that there are a lot of folks who decided to stay behind and did not heed those warnings for a mandatory evacuation. They were told to shelter in place because right now it's too dangerous to leave, also too dangerous for those emergency services to get out and help people. At last check, the Entergy is reporting outages. Most of their customers in LaRouche and Terrebonne are without power right now, and that's going to be that way for a little while. See how rapidly that wind is blowing right there behind me. We have gotten reports that there is some structural damage that in and around downtown Houma. Of course, crews will be out trying to get bucket trucks whenever they can to fix the power lines. They'll be trying to fix everything they can, but it's going to take a minute once the storm kind of resides. Here at the Emergency Operations Center on the inside, crews are monitoring all of this. They're watching, they're seeing what's going on, and just hoping everything turns out for the best. Reporting from Terrebonne, Mike McDaniel, Eyewitness News.
Or anything?
All right.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. He's obviously in the thick of it, and Terrebonne Parish has really gotten a lot of this storm as we've seen the wall in that area.
All right. Right now, we're going to get a check back in with our local chief meteorologist, Chris Franklin. Chris, I don't know if he's available right now.
He's ready.
He's ready. Look, with Chris lately, we've had to figure out if he's here or not. And it's understandable. You guys have to understand behind the scenes, he has been giving updates not only for us 24 hours here on Eyewitness News, but he's been doing radio interviews, tweeting. He's a man of many talents.
Many hats.
I would love to know how many steps you've walked in the last 3 days back and forth.
They got a big head. All right, this is something I want to point. Actually, speaking of radio updates, I will say this to folks. There is a lot of interest in this storm. Yesterday, I did 2 radio shows with a group in the United Kingdom. It was a radio network in London. And this evening, I'll be doing a radio show in Ireland. So the British Isles are very interested in what is going on with this storm. There is a lot of fascination, and we were talking about the national interest. There's an international interest. Now, one thing that I wanted to talk about, something that a lot of folks are really questioning, that the storm has moved inland. We said it made landfall earlier today. Why is it not really weakening? And it almost looks like it's holding its strength. Well, it's something I touched on. It is something that is called the brown ocean effect. It is when tropical storms or hurricanes actually maintain their strength or will actually intensify over land. Now, thankfully, we have not seen that as a trend, but that is something that has occurred. And this can occur over saturated ground or marshland. Our landfall in South Louisiana is a very loose term. And a perfect example of that was recently this season. Remember Tropical Storm Claudette? We had been tracking an invest and really talking about I know what it was. It was a potential tropical cyclone. Remember that? Right up to the point of landfall. After landfall is when they said that the storm actually formed, and it was over coastal Louisiana. our coastline is not really much of a coastline for most of our parishes. So once it does move on land, it is still very much over very warm water, which it can maintain its strength being over that warm of a water source. And over the marshes of Lafourche and Terrebonne, it might as well be the open Gulf of Mexico. So here is the storm right now, and something that even folks at the National Weather Service are pointing out, and something I'd mentioned earlier, it certainly doesn't look like the storm is moving a whole lot. Now, this is only a 1 hour radar loop. It basically is almost stalled. It is almost gone. I mean, we have said that the National Hurricane Center had said it was moving northwest at 10. Well, one thing, I didn't see a northwesterly motion at all. It's really more north of northwest of anything. And really, speaking of any kind of a movement, there really isn't none, really isn't any. And that motion to the north, if there is any kind of a motion, it is very slow. And one of the reasons why it looks like it might have either stalled or really slowed down is that it's really not moving to the northwest anymore. It is now trying to move north around the outer periphery of that upper high. So we were expecting kind of a more north and then northwesterly track, but I will point out, if it does move more north, a couple of things. One, that would put New Orleans a little bit more under where we've seen some of the core of the strongest winds. So we would have a bit more of a chance to see some of those 100 plus mile per hour sustained winds. That is more of a possibility now if the storm does just move due north. Also, we would likely not see the impacts in Baton Rouge that we were at one time expecting, because if the storm does, in fact, as it kind of looks again, this is just a 1 hour loop. What I can actually do is we'll go and look at a 2 hour loop just to get a better idea of what the storm has done or hasn't done in just the last couple of hours. So what I'm going to do here is go to the animation control, switch it to 2 hours. And let's see the last 2 hours, if there's much of any kind of movement in the last 2 hours. So it went from right near Galliano, and that's about where it is right now. So that's about the center of the storm right now, and that's about where it was 2 hours ago. So it didn't move a whole lot, did it? Again, if there's any kind of a movement in the last 2 hours, it has been very slow, and certainly in the last hour, it doesn't look like it has moved at all. So we were kind of picking up on a little more of a northerly trend, but now looking at radar in the last several images here, it really looks like it might have stalled, maybe not completely or gone completely stationary, but I would say that the movement is maybe at about 3 miles an hour or something like that. So that's not good news for anyone, because that just means more inundation of rainfall. That means a longer duration of these stronger winds, the stronger winds that we have over the city, and certainly the core of those strong winds from Thibodaux now into Houma and Galliano. And so our coastal parishes are going to continue to get battered by those strong winds. Let's get an estimate of what those winds are doing on the velocities. You can still see where the core of those strong winds are. And I do want to point out again, these are the core of the strong winds. So just to the west of Des Allemands and around Thibodaux. So folks in Thibodaux are getting in some very nasty and very strong winds, and also around the Galliano area, south of Jean Lafitte. So if you if this is in fact just moving very slowly to the north, then we could very much see the core of those strong winds move across more St. Charles and maybe northern, or actually all of Jefferson Parish from the west bank to the east bank. So that does put maybe the threat of those strong winds into the Kenner, River Ridge, parts of Metairie. Maybe not as much the city, although these are certainly strong winds here. So let's get an estimate of what those winds actually are. And again, this is looking at the velocities. This is looking at a radar estimate of the winds. So just north of Galliano, you're looking at 100 mile per hour winds. What is just south of the city is 90 miles per hour. What they're looking at over the Houma, north of Houma and Thibodaux, 120 miles per hour. This storm is just not weakening very quickly at all. And that is certainly not good news, because that puts a longer duration of these strong winds. It puts a longer duration of the storm surge. It's a longer duration of those heavy rains that are right now really battering the city. And we can hear all of our doors creaking. We can hear the rain kind of battering some of the exterior doors of our building, on the roof as well. And this is just not good news. We've already seen pictures of quite a bit of damage from all over the place. Speaking with neighbors of mine in our neighborhood in Jefferson Parish, and they're already showing pictures of some of the tree damage and hopefully no home damage, but certainly some damage that is now going to be likely even worse because of the duration of these strong winds and a likely or higher likelihood, I should say, of the 90 to 100 mile per hour winds moving northward. So it is very possible that we could see these 90 mile an hour winds moving up toward the city. And it's very possible that we could see these 100 mile per hour winds. Now, that is also assuming that the wind speeds would maintain themselves that far to the north. I would guess to say that this will be a weakening storm as it does slowly move northward. But regardless, we are likely or more likely to see the hurricane force winds now across parts of the city and really parts of the entire metropolitan area. And then these 122 mile an hour does look like that may be a little bit where we find some of the stronger winds actually on the northwestern side of the eye. That will be moving up toward the Laplace area, so St. John, St. James, Ascension, Assumption. And that may, again, if it does move more due north, that would also mean that the strongest of the winds would, let's kind of move this here, would likely spare Baton Rouge, because if these move due north, you may be looking at more of those strong winds across Livingston, St. Helena, and Tangier Hope Parish as opposed to East and West Baton Rouge Parish. So it may be that we do see more of those strong winds into more of our viewing area as opposed to having it gotten a little bit more pushed off. And again, we don't wish this upon anyone. We're just kind of watching the trend as it is now. We were kind of thinking it would take more of that northwesterly track, but it looks like that northwesterly motion has stopped. It's trying to start getting pulled toward the north, and it looks like it may be kind of struggling to do that, or it may be just as the storm is trying to make any kind of a turn, it has slowed down a bit. And hopefully it has just slowed down and not stalled altogether. But when you look at the radar imagery from from the last hour, it certainly is not moving much at all, which again is just battering the folks in Thibodaux and Homer right now down to Galliano with the strongest winds of this storm, and it is just sitting. So this is not good news. And again, it is now a little bit more over solid land. I was talking about the brown ocean effect. We do find that it is a little bit more on land. So that should also help with creating some friction, also helping to kind of weaken the storm. But that process seems to have been very, very slow in the last several hours since landfall, guys.
It really is crazy how much this thing has just maintained its strength. And if it does end up, in the metro area with those winds that you just talked about, I think, it's going to be a very dangerous and damaging situation. I mean, Chris, I'm hearing reports in Metairie, as you saw from Ton just a little while ago, that tree was down. And then I'm hearing reports of roofs getting ripped off, significant damage already. And like you just said, we could see the worst of it later on in the evening. I'm in shock. Yeah,
very much. And, it's, I mean, really no part of this is positive news for our area, because one, it's slowing down and kind of maintaining that strength is certainly bad news for everyone. It does put a greater threat for more significant flooding over the city of New Orleans, which we know it doesn't take much to get flooding, and widespread flooding at that. And we may be looking at, and again, we're just looking at what has been really occurring in the last hour or 2 hours. There are still changes that could occur. It may finally start to move toward the north, and we start to get out of that rainfall. Now, the models had always been hinting at the storm slowing down at this point at landfall. They never picked up on a stalling storm, but this will be something we'll have to very closely track over the next couple of hours, because again, that just keeps this inundation of incredibly heavy rainfall moving over the metro area, but also anywhere that you find yourself underneath these bands of storms. Mississippi coast, the North Shore, a little bit more intense in the city and obviously down toward the coastline, but this does put a greater threat at more significant flooding really across almost all of South Louisiana or Southeast Louisiana.
What are we seeing with those rainfall totals, Chris?
Let's take a look at what the rainfall totals are saying right now. And again, when we were looking at this a few hours ago, they were relatively insignificant. Most that we could find was in the range of, now some of these, I will say, some of these observing stations will kind of supply us with incorrect data, because you can clearly see the swath of some of the heaviest rainfall here. But the ones that are maintained by the National Weather Service are a far more reliable source. So we're approaching 3 inches of rain at Slidell, 2 1/4 at Lakefront, about 2 and 2/10 of an inch downtown at the heliport, 2 inches and about a tenth, and then about 1.5 inches at Kenner. So we're so far okay, but we're going to continue to add to these, and these rainfall rates are high with any kind of a tropical rainfall, and so we're going to continue to add to these totals. And what we do is we can also use computer modeling to kind of colorize the contour where the radar has estimated some of the highest totals. And obviously those have been down along the coastline. And with a more stationary storm, those bands will just continue to pound those same areas.
Well, fortunately, so far, it's taken a while for us to accumulate that much rain. But
right,
like you
said,
that's changing.
That is changing. And with the storm, and I kind of want to look at some of the rainfall rates associated with some of these storms, not necessarily the accumulation estimates right now, but some of the rainfall rates with these storms, and we can get a better idea of, if I can find it, here we go. And we can kind of take a look at what some of the rainfall rates are doing. You're looking at here, found my little query tool, just south of Jean Lafitte. Some of them aren't detrimental. You're looking at about 1.5 inches per hour south of the city, 1 inch per hour.
Yeah.
But you're also looking at the potential of another 5 hours or so of this heavy rainfall or more if the storm doesn't move. So then you're adding a quick 5+ inches of rainfall before midnight tonight.
I'm wondering how it went from moving as fast as it was before, and then it just
we kind of get an idea. Let me take a look at this, and I apologize. This is something that I would be doing off camera and kind of in preparation for our weathercast, is just kind of analyzing what is going on.
Yeah.
This question's also in the same vein, but how often does this happen where you see a storm slow down this much, maybe for people who have not been through many storms like this?
We've started to see in more recent years a little bit of a shift in some of the upper air patterns that have sometimes led to these storms almost slowing down or stalling right at the point of landfall. One thing that had been helping our storm move quickly over the last several days was a big ridge of high pressure that was kind of anchored over the East Coast and even had built in a little bit more to the east. Well, you kind of see that upper high, there's a little bit of the motion here. It's really starting to leave. So that upper support is gone. So with that leaving, that kind of prevents the storm from having any kind of upper steering. What was going to really start helping the storm get pulled to the north was an upper trough. And we're kind of waiting on that to start deepening, meaning moving farther south, which would then help to pick up the storm. And that's why we were expecting more of that faster motion toward the north and northeast. So we're almost kind of in the in-between period as our steering currents from earlier in the week is moving away, and the steering currents we're waiting on is still up to the north. Unfortunately, Ida kind of finds itself in between those and almost stuck. And really, until this trough can deepen a little bit, will we see the storm finally get lifted off toward the north. And I'm going to show you a graphic here, and it's not going to be completely correct because obviously I didn't have time to edit this, but you can see there's the upper high. That is not the placement of the upper high because I'm kind of showing you this before I was able to edit anything. And then you see the upper troughing that we're kind of waiting on isn't really as distinct. This is the upper trough itself. It's not a really well-defined, it's not a very deep upper trough, but that's what should start helping to really pull the storm northward. It may not really start to deepen enough farther south until we get more into Monday and Tuesday. So in the near future, it may be that the storm remains moving very, very slow.
Well, we need that high or that low to tell Ida
it's not the high again. Discount that. That's not real. What we're looking at is a deepening trough that should start helping pull the storm northward. But we may not really see that more fast motion until we get into the day tomorrow.
Well, that low needs to tell Ida that they're an unwanted house guest and they've outstayed their welcome.
Yeah. Forgive me, Chris, did you get a flash flood warning that we just seen here?
Yes, we do have a flash flood warning over the city. We also got in the new information as of the 5 o'clock advisory, and even in the last hour, hasn't changed. The winds are still at, now you see, they're saying north-northwest. So the Hurricane Center is indicating, they're being very optimistic by saying 10 miles an hour, but they are all noting that more northerly track in the storm's direction over the last couple of hours. but the winds remain the same at 130 miles an hour. And I cannot remember the pressure at the last 4 o'clock advisory, but it certainly hasn't changed all that much. Now, again, it is still very close to having been just over the more marshier areas of Terrebonne and Lafourche. So it has really just started to interact the center of the storm with land, and I'm talking more substantial land.
That does.
It was the same. Okay, so the pressure was the same. So it really has not changed in the last hour. And again, with it having remaining so close to the Gulf waters and to the marshes of Terrebonne and Lafourche, you know, this isn't the scenario we want to see. Hopefully in the next couple of hours, we'll begin to see a little bit of emotion to the north a bit. But in the short term, this is certainly not what we wanted to see.
Two quick things.
Yes.
So it looks to me like it is definitely to the east of where we thought it was going to be, the eye wall in particular.
Looks like quite a bit, yeah, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, which is not good for the city of New Orleans and Jefferson Parish, St. John, St. Charles. That means they'll get a greater impact, right?
Yes, very much so. And again, it may not be that we find the strongest of those winds, the 90 to 100 miles per hour in the city proper, but certainly in the metro area in Jefferson Parish, that is going to put those folks a little bit closer. And notice, I'm going to pan a little bit south.
I want to mention something really quickly.
Yes.
I just saw, we were just talking about these rain totals. Plaquemines Parish government has just posted that the levee is overtopping at White Ditch. And they are warning people, if you live in that area between the parish line and White Ditch on the East Bank, you need to seek higher ground immediately because the levee has been overtopped. So if you are in that area, it is wise to get out now.
You know,
I think that's probably storm surge that's causing that,
Likely.
not necessarily the
That's a good point.
the
Yeah,
rainfall.
yeah,
But,
yeah.
Right,
that was
Either
my next
way, it
question,
is
Chris.
Yeah.
yeah, and that's the thing.
Where's the storm surge? Is it
Here we get water coming from several different directions. We get it coming from above and we get it coming from below. And unfortunately, for those areas, they are still getting inundated with the surge. Now, what's been interesting is I was talking about this a couple of hours ago, and I was looking at some of the tide gauges for along the Louisiana coastline, and most of them were not really indicating a significant surge. And I keep questioning, am I reading this right? You know, at earlier reports in, let's see, this is in Grand Isle, the surge had gotten up to about 5 feet. And then in Port Fourchon, it had gotten up to about 3 feet. That doesn't seem right to me. I'm looking at the stations that are maintained by NOAA, and it just doesn't seem right to me. But again, that's just sometimes we have to take the information and then try and decipher it a little bit. We'll also see that you know, the center of the storm has not really moved a great deal, and note that the track has been a little bit more to the east of Baton Rouge as well. Might need to be tilted a little bit more, because if this trend does continue, and hopefully it is a trend that does indeed continue, it's more like the storm is moving more due north. So that would put it more toward Tangier Parish, Hammond, Ponchatoula, and then points north from there, because it does not really look as though it's heading toward Baton Rouge. It looks like it's moving more north, and that just keeps some of this more intense rain and the higher likelihood, more of a, I would say, certainty that we'll see the strongest of the winds moving into the city of New Orleans. Now, again, the winds have been diminishing, albeit slightly, and you will not find 130 mile per hour winds all across the eye wall. It's just not how it works, but you are going to find 100 and 110 mile per hour winds across the area. And we did see a change in that extreme wind warning to now continue and really more isolated right around where the storm is making landfall or moving inland at this point, and then on the eastern side of the storm. And so that does include almost kind of much of Jefferson Parish. At the moment, that extreme wind warning does not include the city of New Orleans, but this is where winds gusting up to over 115 miles an hour are expected. And that likelihood across parts of Jefferson Parish is looking greater at this time, unfortunately.
Now, isn't there a lag time in when that surge actually hits, though? I mean, I remember from Hurricane Katrina, I know that we don't want to compare the storms, but just it kind of taught me, and unfortunately, the whole metropolitan area about storm surge. And there was a significant lag time. So the storm moved through, everybody thought everything was fine. And that's when the levees started to break because they couldn't take the water. So is there a chance that it's just not there yet?
And it might be the preliminary numbers are just kind of coming in and they are on the low side, but they will kind of surge up as well. But usually it's kind of as the storm is moving in, that's where you get that wall of water, that dramatic rise in water levels coming in. So it's just to me, it's kind of confusing. I'm trying to decipher this, live on television as I'm looking at the numbers as to why they weren't a bit higher along our coast. And certainly some of the video we've seen seems to be a bit higher than what the readings are saying.
Well, how about we give you a second to decipher that, and we can go over to Paul Dudley and Alexander Cranford.
I like every part of that.
At LPB in Baton Rouge. They're standing by for us right now.
Yeah, Sharice, we are here at our backup studio at Louisiana Public Broadcasting. The whole idea as to why we're here is in case anything happens in the French Quarter, at our studios in the French Quarter, and we're forced to go off the air. That way we're still on the air here and we can still bring you the latest information and forecasts as well. And so we've got some viewer questions here that, Alexandra, I want you to kind of answer and walk us through. These are just, people on Twitter just asking a lot of questions. The first one we got has to do with the eye and how big it is.
Yeah, someone was asking that, and it was interesting. When it came on shore at Port Fourchon, the eye was about 17 miles across, and interesting to see it's tightened up a little bit to 13 miles. You can see on my graphic here. And I also wanted to point out, if we can switch to that very quickly, that little white arrow that I drew there that is measuring the actual miles, the 13 miles across the eye. Notice that it's no longer matching with where the eye is. Notice it's a little bit starting below.
Yeah.
Right. So I drew this several minutes ago, might have been closer to maybe 20 minutes or so now. And I was just kind of noticing, just putting a landmark there and seeing the storm. As Chris said, it has slowed down, and it is, as of the 5 p.m. update, the National Hurricane Center officially still puts it at a 10-mile-per-hour movement. But notice that it has changed at least a little bit. But we've certainly noticed in the past couple of hours, it has been slowing down from that higher winds, higher speed moving forward now to about roughly 10 or so. And we'll see what happens.
And Alexandra, I've been getting a lot of questions about the timeline of this storm. Can you walk us through maybe through the hour-by-hour forecast here?
Yes, I know. And we are looking at everything that's happening right now, and then it's like, well, what's it going to be like in 4 hours? And how about 12 hours? And how about tomorrow morning? So I did want to show you that. Let me pull up our model here, and we're going to go through it. And keep in mind, this is not perfect, but this is our high-resolution model. And just to give you an idea, for example, at 5 p.m., you can see it's not in exactly the right position, but we're just going to kind of speed through to 8 p.m. One thing you'll notice is that there's still a lot of rain in the area. So it hasn't been quite as heavy for some spots, particularly the parts of the North Shore and some parts of the metro area, even just some kind of on and off sort of rain here and there. And some people have been telling me that, especially from the North Shore, it's been kind of on the quieter side so far. But notice that as we're on the eastern side of the center, this could take us to about 11 p.m. And notice that there's just a lot of rain still ongoing with some of those bands. Fast forward to about 2 a.m. and notice that, first of all, we can see that the eye is closer to Baton Rouge or maybe even north. And again, this is not perfect. I'm not saying this is exactly what it will look like at 2 a.m., but still some rain in the area, and maybe even by 4 a.m., a couple of bands. But as we've been pointing out, 7 a.m. tomorrow, while the rain is still here, it kind of starts to ease as we get a little bit past that. So tomorrow morning, like we've been saying, kind of late morning, midday, we will probably see some of this coming to an end as far as the real threat and the worst of it.
Yeah, and Alexandra, we've seen the storm sort of stall right now, and we're getting questions about the trajectory and if this stalling has changed the trajectory at all. Specifically, one woman asking about the North Shore. As you mentioned, it's been relatively quiet over there.
Right, and we will see, the forecast path, I can show you that. And there is a new track. I know if a hurricane's over you, you don't really need to see the track anymore. But for folks who are a little bit farther to the north, let me pull that up for you really quickly. That was the 4 p.m. track, of course. And just to kind of point out, it is kind of looking like it's, I'll pull it up right here. It is going to be going, you can see, to the northwest. So you can see close to maybe really toward the Mississippi-Louisiana state line eventually by late tonight. That's still the official forecast. And by then, it might still just barely barely be hanging on to Category 1 storm strength. But yes, as we've been pointing out, if it does move just a little bit more northward as opposed to that north-northwest movement, then that could bring some of those winds possibly later this evening towards some of those spots like Tangipahoa Parish, where I've heard so far it has not been very active really at all as far as the rain goes.
And Alexander, we're here in Baton Rouge where it has been pretty quiet so far. We've had a little bit of rain, a little bit of wind, but nothing substantial. But we saw an earlier forecast that the storm could be moving right over Baton Rouge. Is that still the case, 7, 8 o'clock?
I think it's still going to be close, and it might be pushed back a little bit just because we've seen the timing change a little bit too. And then, Paul, we've been talking about, is there anything else going on in the tropics, which no one really wants to talk about right now, right? But there is actually, I just wanted to update you really quickly, there's another named storm out there. Thank goodness, though, it is not coming to us. So I just kind of wanted to calm your fears about this. There's officially Tropical Storm Julian, so you may have seen that on social media or heard about that. There's also Tropical Depression 10, which if it gets named would be Kate. But I just wanted to point out, Ida's our big thing right now, of course. Julian not coming anywhere near us. And what might be Kate, also thankfully not coming near us.
Very positive news. Also, the saying, "This too shall pass," is also a good saying to know right now. Alexander Cranford, thank you so much. We'll throw it back to the New Orleans studio right now.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. We don't have to talk about Julian or Kate or whoever they are. They can go away.
Right. It's like Voldemort. They will not be named.
We shall not be named
during this coverage.
Thank you guys so much.
We want to go out and start taking a look, though, at some of the damage that we're seeing from this storm. The more reports that we get, the more we know that there is going to be significant damage to the entire area, really.
I know that you have some people, you just saw another video too, some people saying that they're doing pretty good right now. And then you have others. This is over, apparently, according to this Twitter user, Clarence Silver, in Gretna. And it looks like kind of, I don't know what the correct terminology of that is. I don't know.
The roof blowing off?
Well, no, I don't think
that
it's
would be the technical
off.
term, I think.
The roof blowing off.
The roof blowing off.
The roof flapping.
Yeah.
So this is an issue that we're seeing mostly. We haven't seen any reports, even though there's a flash flood warning in certain parts. We haven't seen any reports or any videos really showing outside of within Orleans Parish, of serious damage and serious flooding. Like this is in Delacroix.
Wow.
And of course, this is someone who was a storm surge pushed in over a back levee from our own Paul Murphy in St. Bernard Parish, 8 to 12 feet of tidal surge. Like this is over at the Delacroix Yacht Club. Wow.
We're going to go over now to William Joy. He is in St. Charles Parish for us. William, what are you seeing right now?
Hey guys, I talked to you just 15 minutes or so ago, and the winds have totally changed since then. Now we are still protected by a building a little bit, believe it or not, and we're right near a shelter, so we are safe. But you can just see how dramatic. Now, right now the camera is looking due south, right? That's basically where this storm is coming from. About 15 miles, I believe, is how far the eye is from us. I want you to look at these trees over there. I've been watching those closely because earlier in the day, this wind was just kind of gusting at times, but really not bad at all. Then we got to the point where there was this stronger wind, but it wasn't an issue until you got the gusts. And now it is just this steady driving wind that is pushing sheets of rain across the marsh here. And these trees are bending on top of power lines. Now, right now, more than 21,000 customers in St. Charles Parish are without power. I was just speaking to a parish spokesperson. They told me that they're continuing to get reports of damage. They've had a lot of calls about downed trees here in just the past 45 minutes, which is really when the winds have changed here. They've also had some issues with water lines that have been pulled up out of the ground by large trees that have been uprooted. So we're not just talking about small things here. In fact, we saw something blow off the roof of this building. Obviously didn't venture out to go see what it was, but it is carried across the marsh at this point. There's a warehouse in the distance that you can't even see anymore because the amount of rain has just totally reduced the visibility to about a quarter of what it was earlier. Another thing that the EOC was saying is that they still are firmly believing that the worst of this is yet to come. The way this storm is trending right now, they really need people to be in a safe space. They really need people to hunker down. And if you have any reports of damage, don't go out and look at that. Just report your damage to the EOC. Another question that they're getting a lot right now is, when will I be able to go out and inspect my own home, see what sort of damage there is? They said it's way too early to even start to think about something like that because they're going to have to figure out just how much damage there is to make sure that the roads are safe, to make that the roads are passable. Right now, you can see the storm is really picking up big time. Their first responders have been off the road, and they're not coming back on until tropical storm force winds go away, which could be a long time from now. Again, we are at a safe place. We are at a shelter. About 30 people are here with us, sheltering in place, trying to ride out this storm. But again, it's really picking up intensely right now. Not going to guess what the wind speeds are, but it has totally changed here in the past 15 minutes. Guys.
All right, William Joy, thank you so much for that report. We hope you do stay safe, and so do the people inside that shelter. That is a precarious situation, and as he mentioned, it's only getting worse. And, you know, as Chris Franklin mentioned just a little while ago in his forecast, we are seeing this storm continue to sort of jog to the east, and that is not good for areas like St. Charles Parish, where William is.
And Jefferson Parish as well. We talked about that earlier and with Cynthia Lee Sheng. And I know that as it moves to the east and as it slows down, I feel like we've been talking about it going fast and moving at it and intensifying for days. So to have it get on land and to slow down is something that's really catching us all off guard.
Certainly. And I know that we have much more to come in our coverage, but I believe that we want to take a short break. Welcome back, everybody. You know, the wind has been whipping, and we expected the metro area to get the worst of it around 8 o'clock tonight. It seems that this storm really wants to take its time.
Yeah, it is slowing down over our area and pushing a little bit more east, which is obviously not a good situation for us here.
Yeah, this is bad news for a lot of people, the river parishes and where it's sitting right now, right around that Thibodaux, Galliano area, Helma area.
Right. And, you know, it's important to let people know what to expect in the coming hours, even minutes. When you're sitting with some of those wind gusts as strong as they are, it's scary and you want to know what's happening. And Chief Meteorologist Chris Franklin has been keeping us informed all afternoon long. Chris, when is the worst of it going to hit the metro area?
Well, you know, kind of based on our new forecast of looking like it's one, slowing down, and two, maybe more or less very, very slowly moving northward and not much of a westerly component to that motion. we're kind of now looking at maybe some of the stronger winds starting to move in shortly. It's like just trying to see what seems to be coming in from the National Weather Service. Okay. Okay, so I apologize. It's just the information comes in very rapidly sometime. What we've been looking at is this is an animation of the last 2 hours of Hurricane Ida as it has meant inland, just inland, and it really in 2 hours has gone from here, here to there. It just is not moving. It is moving. It does look like it is moving. It does not look like it has gone stationary. It is just moving at a much slower pace, and that just means a longer duration of those winds that have been in excess of 120 to 130 miles per hour from Houma and Thibodeau and down toward Galliano. And if again it does move more north, it looks like it may be trying to trend a little bit west or northwest. Again, that just does put more of an emphasis on the strongest of the winds and likely in excess of 90 to 100 miles per hour coming across parts of the metro area. Now, that may be more isolated to northern Jefferson Parish, where Metairie, Kenner, River Ridge, Harahan, maybe out toward Old Jefferson does look to be, and also on the West Bank. So Avondale, Marrero, Westwego would put a little bit more of an emphasis in the threat of those strong winds just moving almost due north from the Des Allemands area and then continuing into parts of the metro area. It does look like maybe in the city of New Orleans itself, we might again, we have been talking about this threat or this potential really for the last several days, that we were going to be on a very fine line as to whether or not we see the hurricane force to tropical storm force. Well, now we seem to be a little bit more on the fine line of hurricane force to near major hurricane force winds. Now, the winds have been abating. Now, that's been a very slow process, but it has been a bit of a process. I'm hoping that now as we find the center of the storm a little bit more on land, the fact that it is no longer over that deep, warm water, and the fact that we find that it has lost that source of its energy and the friction over land, that we will begin to see further weakening. What we'd like to see is that the weakening were to occur a little bit faster than it's actually happening. And something I want to show, and I'm actually going to look at our graphic a little bit differently and edit this so I can show you the colorized. What we do is we can colorize the satellite in such a way that we really get a better idea of where those more intense storms. That's not the one I wanted. Is it this one? That's not the one I wanted. Is it this one? I guess it is the one. Where we can actually really get a better idea of where these more intense storms are in the center. And even as the storm moves inland, and as it has been for the last several hours, but as I'd also mentioned, a landfall in South Louisiana is a very loose term. What just is incredible is the structure of the storm as it still appears on satellite. And you definitely see that this is an animation over the last, let's see, this is going, what, about 3 hours? No, this is going back to 11 o'clock. So there is definitely motion of the storm, albeit in the last hour it has slowed down a bit and does look to be moving a little bit more toward the north. But even the track that it seems to be taking right now doesn't really seem to be in line with the forecasted centerline track from the National Hurricane Center. It looks like it may be trending a little bit more east of that. Well, we'll see in the next few hours. But again, it does place the core of this storm much closer to the New Orleans metropolitan area. And I'm also referring to Jefferson and areas of the West Bank. It just puts us a little bit closer to the core of the storm and a distance of really not that much. You think about driving from the city out toward the river parishes, and that is where the center of the storm looks to be moving over. So it does not look like the center is going to be moving over the city of New Orleans, but it is certainly going to be coming very close to moving over to the city of New Orleans, which means we will likely see some of those strongest of the winds. And I was talking about kind of the core winds of the storm, where you find the area around the center that you really want to avoid at all costs. And it's just not looking as likely as that's going to be a possibility in the metro area. And I'm not referring to just the city of New Orleans, but kind of the entire metro area. So let's take a look at some of these wind velocities. Again, what we have found are some of the strongest, 124 still appearing around the Des Allemands to Thibodeau. You can kind of see where it gets to a more dark yellow is the strongest of the winds, and that looks to be moving more toward the Laplace area. So for folks in St. John's, St. James, this is all moving in your direction, as the storm does seem to be taking more of a due north motion. But then you also find another core of those strong winds. And again, it kind of depends on exactly where you query. What's actually been very interesting, and I'm just kind of shooting a bunch of these little query options to get an idea of what the storm winds are doing here. So interesting is it seems like on the more western side of the eye, you actually find winds of, it'll appear for me. It's not appearing. No, it's not appearing. But anyway, we saw about, 120 mile per hour winds here. We're finding about 90 mile per hour winds right here. And if that does hold together, this kind of swath of some of those strong 90 mile per hour winds. Now, by the time it gets a little bit more north, those winds could have diminished to about 80 miles per hour. That's what we'd be hoping for. But it certainly looks like that will be affecting more of Jefferson Parish as this were to move just almost due north. So it would affect parts of eastern St. Charles Parish and then over northern Jefferson Parish. And it certainly could clip parts of the city. So we may be looking at 80 mile per hour winds sustained moving into the metro area. And then the folks are asking, well, when that is. Well, at this moment, I'm not going to try and track this out because it just is not moving very rapidly. So it may be another couple of hours before we see the peak of the winds actually move into the metro area. So believe it or not, the winds that we're experiencing right now are only going to get stronger over the next couple of hours. And that may not be for another few hours, just depending upon exactly when it starts to pick up a little bit of forward speed, if that even happens today. And then also when we begin to see that more northerly or northwesterly track of the storm, that would start to take these winds more north and out of our viewing area, which may not happen until well after midnight tonight, guys.
All right,
Wow.
Chris, thank you.
This is like a never-ending storm, it feels like, especially since we saw Zeta. You can also see how high the water is there. And I know that one area that is something that we're going to be watching, not necessarily on I-55, this is actually on I-10, but it's the area near Laplace. And typically whenever you get a storm surge coming in the direction that it's coming this time, they can get some water over I-10, which can block travel, to the west. So that's an area that I'm sure that we will keep a close eye on as the situation continues to unfold. But you can see the amount of water there at Manchac. That's getting close to the interstate. So I wouldn't say close. It looks like it's over the road though, and getting deeper as the hours go on.
It also looks we've got some damage in Metairie. This is an uprooted tree down on Cleveland Avenue. You can see there we had Ton Trung was there in our weather vehicle, and he said that this was not quite laying on the house. There were some other, there was another tree there that was kind of holding it up, but there's definitely some danger there. And we are seeing a lot of trees that did just this, where they tipped over and uprooted all the grass around them and everything right onto homes. So
yeah, it also makes you wonder how much more of that we're going to see as this storm continues to just sit and dump water over the metro area. Water means trees can easily be uprooted, and with those high winds, you would think that the damage would be significant. Let's check out this video from Florissant in St. Bernard Parish. The water has been coming up strong in many parts of St. Bernard, especially those coastal communities that are outside the levee protection. Paul Murphy even showed us a community that was inside the levee protection that was seeing significant water. Wow, look at that. That is some high water.
wow, and we've seen a lot of images like this from St. Bernard of water that either rose really quickly or is just high now and looks pretty dangerous. Our Paul Murphy has been out there and has been tweeting out some videos and pictures and things like that that are just amazing.
Yeah, apparently St. Bernard Councilman Fred Everhart sent this in to us. to let us know what the conditions are like there. And that area has been taking a beating since before noon today. Paul has been out in it. He has been bringing us just some incredible reports from that area. I believe he is safe inside at this point, though.
But St. Bernard expected this before the storm. All leading up to this, they were saying that they were trying to minimize flooding. They were cleaning out whatever they could, trying to make sure that things would drain properly. But there's really only so much you can do besides brace for what you know is coming.
Governor Edwards has just tweeted out, and this could have been mentioned earlier, so forgive me if I'm responding or if I'm repeating this, that he's requested a presidential major disaster declaration for Hurricane Ida. He just tweeted that out about 5 minutes ago, which is usually typically the steps that you take, and hopefully that declaration is granted and we can move forward. But he just said that the declaration will help us better respond to Ida so we can begin getting additional aid and assistance to our people. So he just did that maybe about 5 minutes ago, or just put that release out about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, all of that's important. Those are important steps in order to get that FEMA funding that's going to be so integral in our rebuilding and recovery process. Unfortunately, we saw it so many times last year that it almost seems like old hat. But this storm is different, as we've been saying throughout our coverage.
Yeah, it's different. It's definitely powerful and definitely on the minds of a lot of people who spent several years, 16 years ago, going through something similar during Hurricane Katrina. 2 different storms, though. And this one, actually, if I didn't hear earlier, was actually a little stronger than Katrina was.
When it made landfall, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Now, Katrina was a Category 5 storm when it was over the Gulf, but it actually made landfall as a Category 3. But this is a live look right now at Bourbon Street. And
nobody out there.
No, thank goodness.
Yeah. That would look a lot different on a Sunday evening, I think, during normal circumstances. But yeah, glad to see no one really out there. And there were very few people out there last night. You guys saw there were a couple people wandering around, but not too many people, and hardly anything open in the French Quarter right now.
Yeah, you can see the rain is coming down, though, and we can hear it even here at the studio in the French Quarter. The winds have calmed down just a little bit. It was getting a little scary. I know we were all commenting on it earlier about the fact that it sounded like this place was coming down.
Well, Eric Paulson at noon was saying, oh, it feels like the roof's going to rip off. I'm like, maybe we should just, we should pump the brakes on talking like that for a while.
Yeah, don't say it. We don't want it to happen.
Yeah, no thanks.
But, something that did strike me when we saw Tan's report with that overhang that was down on Decatur Street was how delicate the architecture is in the French Quarter. And you think about how many of these storms that our buildings, our historic buildings, have withstood. And it just makes you wonder what the tipping point is for some of them and whether or not we're going to lose some of that history in this storm.
And that's always a risk. And it's something that every single storm, you just hope that that's not the case. And I don't even think we know yet what building that big piece came from, whether it was a roof or I saw some tweets that it was a facade of a building. So, who knows what we're going to see in a few hours after this is all over.
Yeah. Well, we're starting to see the weather pick up. I know I was looking at our I-55 camera that we showed you a while ago. It's really starting to pick up over in areas on and toward the North Shore.
All right. Erica Ferrando is live for us in Covington with how that area is looking now. Erica.
So we've been in Covington all morning, and the wind and rain started picking up a couple hours ago, and we see it getting a little bit stronger. Every now and then we'll get one of those heavy gusts of wind. We've been staying in touch with people in the Covington area and in the Mandeville area. I was speaking with people in Mandeville just a little bit earlier. We have some friends over block off the lakefront. They say that Lakeshore Drive is completely flooded, and that water is now starting to kind of creep up into those side streets. Of course, that area was under a voluntary evacuation, but we know a lot of people did stay in that area. There is a parish-wide curfew, and it seems like a lot of people have been actually listening to that and staying home, listening to Parish President Mike Cooper's suggestion to just kind of stay where you are and stay out of the streets. We did see one tree fall on a home in Mandeville. I think we do have some pictures of that if we can show those. This was around 5 o'clock, and it was near the Mandeville Police Department off Laura Drive South. And we do have Fire Prevention Officer Jeremy Wyndham to just tell us a little bit more. So first of all, talk about this situation. We know that no one was hurt, correct?
Correct. No one was hurt. We received the call as a tree on the house. There were 5 people, 2 adults, 3 children in the house at the time. Tree fell on the house. Our fire units got there, saw what was going on, and then we made sure the house was safe enough that we could get on it and essentially tried to tarp the roof the best we could to minimize damage. I mean, the storm's just starting to blow in.
Are we hearing other reports like that yet?
Not yet. Unfortunately, I do anticipate those coming just because of the nature of the storm and where we live. So yeah, I think it's gonna happen.
Is there any point where the winds might get strong enough to where y'all may not be able to respond, or how does that decision get made?
So above the speed of 39 miles per hour sustained winds, it will become a case-by-case basis in Mandeville. At that point, you know, we're gonna kind of gauge it and see what we can do safely. The safety of the people of Fire District 4 is very important. The safety of our responders is important as well. So we're just trying to balance it out.
But y'all are ready.
We're ready. We're 100% ready to do whatever we can to help out.
Thank you so much. I also want to ask Parish President Mike Cooper to join us. I know, so we're not really seeing the full effects here yet. President Cooper, I know y'all have been hearing from people as well that, you know, are saying, some people are saying they're getting those winds and they're starting to see the water rise up, but others really aren't seeing too much. So what are you hearing from residents?
Well, I'm seeing that the weather is continuing to deteriorate. We haven't seen the brunt of the storm yet. We've got a lot of rainfall in the east side of the parish as well as over here. We're seeing the wind gusts gusting at maybe not strong gusts yet, but we're seeing wind gusts. And we've got, according to CLECO, 28,000 customers without power at this time.
And do you expect more power outages as we continue into the evening?
I believe so. With the expected winds, I think we can expect trees down and power outages as the night goes on.
What is your biggest message to everyone right now as they're kind of just watching this start to come into St. Tammany Parish?
Well, again, we're at the beginning of the storm with regard to St. Tammany Parish. We haven't seen the full brunt of the storm. As we get into nightfall, I know our citizens are going to be anxious to see, looking out the window, what's happening, but it's going to be difficult to do so. So I ask for them to remain at home, continue to be vigilant about the weather, and stay at home and just be safe.
And so I know we're expecting, of course, we're already seeing trees down, power lines down, and so we know that can be very dangerous. That's part of the reason people need to stay home. You know, they might start to think as the wind gets calmer later tonight, once this kind of passes through, that they can get out. But I know y'all are asking them to please just stay in until everyone knows it's safe.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe we're going to see wind and rain throughout the night, early morning hours until even daylight tomorrow. So I ask our citizens to continue to stay at home until law enforcement and to others that are doing the assessments have the opportunity to do so before our citizens get out and about.
And so one final thing that I think is so important to talk about is generator safety, because we are seeing all of these power outages, and we know a lot of people have generators. And this is one thing that, you know, we saw in Southwest Louisiana during Hurricane Laura, is that there were deaths afterwards because of their generator. So what is your biggest message there?
The biggest message is, if you're using a generator, a portable generator, please use it outside. It's the weather's inclement. We know that that's not convenient, but please do not use a portable generator inside your home, inside a garage, or an area where there's a little ventilation. So please be safe with regards to that. There's carbon monoxide poisoning that is odorless. So we ask our citizens to be safe with that, as well as down power lines. If it's down in your yard, please be careful and stay away from down power lines.
Thank you so much. And also thank you for allowing us to stay here. They're asking, of course, everyone to stay in shelter. And we are doing that same thing. We are not driving around in this storm. And so the St. Tammany Parish government has been kind enough to allow us to stay at the Emergency Operations Center. So that's we're kind of riding out this storm and just kind of stepping outside to check out conditions every now and then. It's Still, winds starting to pick up, but we know that that will continue into the evening and into the night, and hopefully start to calm down early tomorrow morning. But again, even when that happens, stay home, do not get out. We are still under a curfew, and we know that the sheriff said they will be out and about, just patrolling, making sure people are listening to that. So we are going to continue bringing you updates here in Covington, and we will send it back to y'all in the studio for now.
Right. Erica, thank you so much. That's some really valuable information. Thank you. Right now, we are going to go to the St. John Parish President, Jacqueline Hotard. She is joining us right now. President Hotard, how are you? Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Can you hear me okay? I think we're having some trouble here.
I apologize about that. I apologize.
That's
we had a
okay.
little bit of a technical difficulty.
No.
Doing well. We're in the Emergency Operations Center right now in St. John, and the conditions are beginning to pick up. If it's okay, I'll move over just a little bit. Just to give a view outside, what our conditions are currently outside in St. John. For those, we are now experiencing the worst of what Hurricane Ida is going to bring this way. We have our winds right now at about 80, 90 miles an hour. And so we're just bracing for this storm.
This has turned out to be a really slow moving storm. So does that change anything that you guys are expecting throughout tonight, this evening?
We're expecting the same thing that we could expect with a storm like this, with storm surge and rain. Obviously, we're concerned about our low-lying areas that typically take water. And we're getting reports from our neighborhoods, just by the minute on where we're seeing water. Right now, we're doing okay, but we know that we're not out of the clear with this storm, and we're just preparing for the worst and praying for the best.
What kind of things are you hearing? Are you hearing about any major areas of power outages or major flooding or any big damage or trees down?
We have about 15,000 customers without power right now. There are some power lines down that we can see on Airline Highway and in other areas of the parish. There are some trees right now that are blocking roadways. I will still want to impress upon our residents, please don't try and get on the road right now. This is an extremely strong storm, an extremely dangerous situation, and a tree could fall at any time, and we just want to make sure residents stay off the road. But we do have about 15,000 customers without power, and we do have some down trees that are impeding roadways.
What's the status of EMS, emergency response, right now? And is there at any point that you guys will pull the plug on that?
We do have our emergency medical responders in our EOC with us right now. However, with winds as high as they are, we're not able to send out emergency assistance at this point. From what we're told from Acadian Ambulance, who's here in the EOC, that any over 40 miles an hour, they're not able to go out and provide any assistance. So until these winds get down, we won't even be able to assess any damage that may potentially have occurred.
Are you guys getting calls for people who need help right now and they're not, you guys aren't able to get to them?
We haven't received many calls like we typically would. I believe many of our residents have either evacuated, they're in a shelter, they're hunkering down. The calls just haven't been as many as what we would normally see.
Okay. I guess before we let you go, I want to know, is there anything that you would like residents to know at this point? And also, are there anything after the storm, shelters after the storm that you guys are providing, or any assistance that people should know about?
What I would like to tell our residents now, especially, is don't get on the road, hunker down. We are seeing the worst of Hurricane Ida right now, and these rough conditions are expected to stay with us until about 9 o'clock tonight, and then they'll begin to lessen. We will keep our shelters open for as long as we have to, and any other measures that we have to do after the storm, obviously we will be on the ground running and provide any assistance that our residents need in the aftermath of Ida.
All right, St. John Parish President Jacqueline Hotard, thank you so much. We wish you guys all the best and hope that you guys are safe throughout the rest of this storm. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it seems winds are whipping in that area as well. And it's a consistent story that we're hearing as this storm makes its way through Terrebonne Parish and then up to St. Charles, St. John, and even Jefferson and Orleans parishes now that we're seeing this track shift a little bit.
All right. Right now, we're going to go over to Plaquemines Parish. That's where Candace Charles is live. And earlier, we heard from Plaquemines Parish government who mentioned that they needed people to seek higher ground because of overtopping at White Ditch. So Candace Charles live in that area right now. There are some flooding concerns, a flood advisory in that area as well.
And there were obviously some questions about the line along St. Bernard and the parish here. Now, I know folks have been wondering, are they supposed to evacuate? Are they not? We got the president here. He's going to tell you guys right now.
We did order mandatory evacuation on Friday at 3 p.m. of the whole East Bank. And what we see now from my sheriff's deputies is it's pretty desolate over there. But we have seen some overtopping in the Scarsdale area where our pumping station is, and some overtopping down toward the area of south of White Ditch, as we call White Ditch, between White Ditch and Phoenix. That always gives us trouble because there's no back levee there. That is already underwater. But we have sent out a robocall to our residents. If they're still there, we hope they're not there. The sheriff's office was going door to door if there was anyone left. They feel pretty confident that a lot of people are out. So it is approaching our road, but it's not on our road yet.
Okay, so you did mention that you guys have had concern about this in the past. Did you guys go today? It was mentioned as well to put sandbags there. What has been the process in ensuring that the area will be safe?
Well, we put sandbags at the St. Bernard Parish line where the flood wall is. There's a section of the levee that we connect with flood bags. Some water has gotten around those flood bags, but it's starting to seep out. But it's getting close to the Braithwaite area in that subdivision, but it's not there yet. But we just want to hope and that those residents have evacuated. And like I said, I'm being updated by the sheriff deputies who are on that side that will keep us posted of if there's anyone still there.
Folks are still there. Is it safe for them to drive on the road? Is water on the road and the highways over there?
Well, I think right now is the time, if they're still there, they are notifying them to get to higher ground. They are able to do it now. But again, I think they're pretty confident that a good bit or nobody is left over there.
Okay, as far as getting to higher ground, where would you guys suggest that they go, direction or anything in that sense?
On that side, they would have to go to St. Bernard. They would have to go through St. Bernard, even to New Orleans, or find the safer ground through St. Bernard, out in New Orleans East somewhere.
Okay, do you know how long the sheriffs will be out there, how they will be looking for people? What should they look for if somebody needs assistance in that area?
They will be out there for the duration of the storm, and they look from house to house that if they see occupation or some people there. They have not found, like I said, a good deal. They have seen some residents. We have not received any 911 emergency calls for help. So we feel pretty confident that we got a good bit of our East Bank residents out.
Is there a wall there? Are they going to be putting up another wall there? Are you guys going to be going back today or maybe tomorrow morning to put sandbags in the area?
We will assess the situation as soon as the weather allows us to. The problem with is that east wind is pushing the water in for our East Bank residents. As soon as the storm moves up, it alleviates the East Bank, but it makes a problem on our West Bank. So we're hoping that, again, the storm moves very quickly, is able to get that water out of our East Bank or slow it down, but then we will have to concentrate on the West Bank.
All right, Resident Pena, appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time. And you're busy. We'll let you get back to it for sure. So if you are in that area, folks, you do want to just go ahead and head towards St. Bernard Parish as well. Just try to stay in the high ground. It sounds like the sheriff deputies will be out there looking as well. So just be on alert if you're in that area so you can go ahead and get some assistance. For now, in Plaquemine, I'm Candace Charles, Eyewitness News.
Candace, thank you so much. Really important information for people who are in that area.
Yeah, for sure. Things are really starting to come to light as this storm keeps moving through. We're starting to see more damage reports and situations with water in a lot of the parishes that are closer to the city. Take a look at this. This is sustained winds, 40 to 60 miles an hour. The gazebo is creaking and snapping, this person says. tree is sort of listing to the side. I'm not sure where that is.
I think they might have moved the video around.
Do we know where that is?
No. I don't know where it is.
Okay.
Okay. If you guys share your videos with us, help us out safely, of course. Let us know where you took this video and when this video was taken so we can give an accurate depiction of what we're seeing on our screen right now. It looks like this video might be frozen, actually.
Wow. Okay.
And here's more video when everybody's sharing the winds that are blowing in their area.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, we can hear it here, so I imagine that people are hearing it all over the metro area.
Of the WWL studios
And this is
right
why
now.
the water's blowing right into the station.
That's right.
Smith,
Shane
speaking of that,
Henson just shared that.
Shane, thank you. Our meteorologist from here
KVU.
in Austin, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
and to be honest with you, if you step outside the studios, I wish that I don't know if you can hear this over our mics, just the
Yes.
sound.
Well, I know sometimes if it's loud enough, it'll catch me off guard.
Yeah,
and
it's
I have to
startling.
pause.
Yeah.
It's very startling, the sounds that we're hearing from the wind. And look at this. I don't know if this tree is falling or if it's just the wind blowing that hard. This is from Erica Ferrando in Mandeville. She said this is about a block from the lakefront. I know that's an area where I believe that I don't know, has their curfew gone into effect in that area?
I believe it was at noon today.
Okay, so
if I'm not, I could be wrong. But I believe it was at noon.
Yes, in St. Tammany Parish. Yes.
Yeah, their curfew has gone into effect. So obviously you don't want to be out to experience that. I know some people are curious, but it could be a very dangerous situation from you. But this one is from our Erica Ferrando, just showing how powerful those winds are over in Mandeville.
You know, we're seeing not in Mandeville, but in some other areas. Terrebonne Parish is where really they're taking the brunt of this storm so far. And that storm is not moving quickly. It's not moving out of there very quickly, but we're getting some reports about 911 being down in Terrebonne. That's coming from the Emergency Operations Center from Mike McDaniel. They're trying to reroute 911 through the sheriff's office right now, but they haven't done it yet. They haven't achieved that yet. So if you are trying to call 911 and you are in Terrebonne Parish, unfortunately, it's a situation where you're going to have to wait. But again, apparently they are trying to get it back up and make sure that they have emergency services available. They have paused a lot of their operations, however, because the storm has been so severe in that area. So it's difficult, but what you're looking at right now is obviously not Terrebonne Parish, that's Mandeville, that's some trees blowing on the lakefront, and things are going to start picking up there as the afternoon progresses as well.
We checked in with Mike McDaniel earlier today. He was he was probably the first one of our crews to really see all of the wind and the heavy rain here. So
yeah, this is Galliano. This is where that roof just gets absolutely ripped off. Wow. Look at that.
That video almost looks like CG.
Yeah. It looks like a movie.
Yeah, it does look like a movie.
But it's certainly not. And, that just gives you a tiny glimpse of the strength of Hurricane Ida and how strongly it's moving through our area. It is just a devastating situation for a lot of people. And I imagine that we're going to see a lot of similar damage whenever the sun rises tomorrow. This is in Marrero.
Yeah, video that they have from Marrero right now, where the winds again are continuing to pick up. Okay, so I'm starting to get some more video. Erica Ferrando actually tweeted out an amazing video from the Mandeville Fire Department, and I believe that video is also on the Mandeville Lakefront, confirming why people should stay away from that area because the water is rising quickly. This is a tweet earlier from the president saying to everyone on the Gulf Coast, follow the instructions of local officials during this dangerous time. As Hurricane Ida passes, we will put this country's full might behind your rescue and your recovery. And I did mention to you guys earlier that just not long ago, Governor Edwards did request to President Biden a presidential major disaster declaration for Hurricane Ida. So this is going to assist, of course, with any cleanup that's needed or with any resources that we may need, which, given the wind strength, the strength that we're seeing of the winds in the storm and the rising water, we definitely will need the resources to recover from Hurricane Ida.
Yeah, this is such a precarious situation in so many areas. And I know that recovery is going to be welcomed and welcomed quickly as they can get it. We heard Governor Edwards say earlier today that we had a number of people in shelters, and he fully expects that number to continue to rise as people not only experience what they're experiencing right now with Hurricane Ida, but once they go back and try to assess the damage in their homes, that he feels like those numbers are definitely going to go up.
Well, look at this one over in Venetian Isle. And I was going to ask if we've seen some video from Venetian Isle, because that was one of the areas, if I'm not mistaken, was under a mandatory evacuation and is not protected. And I'm seeing video on Twitter, hopefully that we can find it and add to our tag board to show you here, but video on Twitter showing just how high that water has risen over in the Venetian Isle area. But this is why you have the governor who mentioned earlier that he has more than 4,900 Louisiana Guardsmen that have been activated. There have been 195 high water vehicles, 73 boats, 34 helicopters. So they're standing by ready to help people, and they're stationed across 14 different parishes. And also, you have people who are basically standing by, waiting to assist us with that presidential presidential declaration that he's asking for, if I can get my words out here. Hopefully, I'm hoping that we don't have to put all of that to use. I'm hoping that everyone had an opportunity to get out, and I'm hoping that everyone is safe and that we don't have a situation where people need to be rescued. But we also know that situations are different here. I think this is the most that we've gone without mentioning COVID-19 and the pandemic, but we still are in the midst of a pandemic.
Yeah.
And so the situation is vastly different for a lot of us here. So we've even seen some reports of transformers that are blowing and down power lines. We know that many parishes are announcing curfews, or already in curfews. It varies from parish to parish. And if you just really kind of be careful, everyone, as you're out there, don't go outside, because there's so many factors that are seen and unseen that could impact you and that could potentially be harmful or deadly to you here.
Right, absolutely. One of the areas, again, that has just been getting a lot of water is St. Bernard Parish. And Paul Murphy has been covering that area for us very well today. He's done this a lot of times, but I think even Paul will tell you that this hurricane is different. Paul?
Katie, it is. It really, as our other reporters have been saying, just in the last couple of hours, things have really gotten a lot more intense. I'm standing with the protection of the St. Bernard Parish government building, but if I take a couple steps this way, you can see them in the rain, the sideways rain with a lot of wind. We're being told from the parish emergency operation manager, John Ram, that he's clocked winds here at this building, gusts of up to 75 miles per hour with now sustained winds over 40 miles an hour. And the area that they've really been keeping their eyes on here in St. Bernard is the area outside the levee protection, the area in Delacroix. We have some real dramatic video that was sent to us from the Delacroix Yacht Club, where you see the water coming over, rushing in over that back levee there. We were telling you all day that the ring levees were probably going to be overtopped. This came from the back levee, and then it sent a rush of water across the Delacroix Highway towards the Bayou Le Terre. So that is certainly of concern. We've also talked to the parish councilman who lives actually in eastern St. Bernard. Fred Everhart also sent us a video as well of the Forest St. area. And he tells us that right now, here off the coast of St. Bernard, the storm surge is now at 12 foot and rising. So we were expecting 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. That's where we're at right now. And you can hear that wind howling back behind me and watching those trees. Let me step out so you can take a look at what we're seeing here. I mean, you can really see these trees starting to bend. You can really see these trees starting to bend here along Judge Perez in front of the parish government building. And we are starting to see more and more small branches falling off of trees. We're starting to see even leaves being stripped from some trees, which is typical in a storm of this size. But it is here, and we are expecting, initially we were expecting the storm to be out of here, possibly to where we could get out and start taking a look at some of the damage at along with the parish government at around 6 this evening. But obviously with the rate that storm is just moving, almost stalled, as Chris Franklin was saying, it is going to take a longer to be able to get out there safely to see the true damage from this storm. And we probably won't know that until the overnight hours. And that is something that the parish government wants to get out there and see where the downed trees are, where the down power lines are, where the problem spots are. So that will happen as soon as it's safe enough to do so. But again, all eyes on the eastern end of this parish right now as we see that storm surge come rushing in now, as Fred Everhard said, at 12 foot and rising. And that's the story here in St. Bernard at this hour. Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
Paul, I have a question.
Stay in a safe space.
Oh, I'm sorry, Therese. I have a quick question for you before we let you go. I just got some new video on Twitter that indicates that there were 2 ferries that broke loose. Have you heard anything new about the ferry situation on the river?
No, I think that there was some confusion early on, unless another boat has gotten loose since around 1:30 today. We initially thought that it was the Chalmette ferry, but it's actually RTA-2, one of the new RTA pedestrian boats that is docked across from the Chalmette ferry landing that actually got detached from the ferry where it docks and was heading upriver. And according to the RTA, that it had run aground, and they had tugboats, emergency tugboats, ready to go retrieve it as soon as the conditions were safe enough. So I had not heard if there were in fact 2 ferries, but that may be a reason why some people are saying that.
Yeah, it appears that it may have been the Chalmette Algiers car ferry and then the Canal Street Algiers passenger ferry, which would be the RTA ferry, correct?
Yes, but we can certainly double check that, Katie. I can double check it and get an answer for you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Paul. Amazing reports from him. And we're going to continue to check back in with him throughout the night.
All right. I think we have Doug Mouton standing by. He's over in Tangipahoa Parish. Where at are you, Doug?
Well, we're in Hammond, Charisse, and look, I want to say this. We're seeing deteriorating conditions, more consistent rain, and some wind gusts, but nothing like what Paul Murphy is seeing in St. Bernard Parish. Now, Ida is heading our way. We do expect to see effects from the punch of Ida coming later. But I do want to talk about this problem, which is sort of the long-range problem, or at least the problem that's going to be here for the next several days. We're on the Tangipahoa River. That is the Tangipahoa River right now, which at the moment is not problematic. It's at around 9 feet, which is just fine. But what's going to happen in the next few days, it is forecast for now on Tuesday night to get to around 22 feet, which is a flood stage. Now, that's not as bad as it got in May of 2016, but that would be a flood stage. I think if they could keep it at 22 feet, it would cause some flooding in homes, but would not be a major problem in Tangipahoa Parish. It would certainly be a problem. The hope is that those river levels don't go higher than 22 feet. The simple hydrology of it is that as Lake Pontchartrain fills up, all these rivers, including the Tangipahoa River and, for instance, the Chifuncto River, which runs low, empty into Lake Pontchartrain, and when they can't empty into Lake Pontchartrain, obviously they fill up and overflow. So this is a problem that we're going to be watching for at least the next 2.5 days or so. For now, again, Tangipahoa River is not an issue, but they're certainly watching it because it could be an issue by Tuesday night. Again, conditions getting consistently worse here in Tangipahoa Parish. We don't expect the storm to arrive here for several hours, but it's coming this way. For now, reporting live in the Hammond area, Doug Mouton, Eyewitness News. Charisse, Katie.
All right, thank you so much, Doug. And I know that Chris Franklin said earlier that the track may be shifting enough to where that area, Tangipahoa Parish, Hammond, other areas on the North Shore there, they may be seeing more of that eye wall as the storm makes its way north. We're going to check in with Chris now to see what the latest track looks like.
Yeah, we do have a new, new coordinates, new information. And again, as far as the track goes, really, we can only at this point follow along with where the storm is going and try and get an idea of where it will continue to go. And clearly we have seen that the storm is trending more north than northwest. So officially north-northwest. And it does look like it is moving, albeit slow. Again, there was a moment, even the folks at the National Weather Service office said, oh, please don't tell me it looks like it's stalling. But it may be that because it was starting to more go to the north, and that it was sometimes will slow down as they try and make that turn. Still moving, slow, but moving at 10 miles an hour. And a little bit of good news, if there is any in all of this, that the winds have come down. We're at 125, and the pressure is also rising at 941. It is still a very dangerous storm. But when we colorize satellite, you still see those intense thunderstorms that develop and continue around the center. Now, it does look like, and I know our icon for the hurricane is kind of covering it up, it does look like the eye is beginning to collapse. I'm going to switch back over here and we're going to look at radar once again, because it does look like that maybe the eye is starting to kind of close in a little bit. And this is something that Alexandra Cranford had mentioned as he was kind of measuring the distance of the eye, that it does look like it's contracting a little bit. And so if this was over the open water, it might mean that it was intensifying. But now that it is over land, that is certainly a good sign that it does look like it is weakening. And as we've mentioned, in terms of the impacts, it does look to be a little bit greater now for Metro New Orleans, as well as where we saw Doug up in Tangipahoa Parish, because it does look like it is moving more almost due north. So for folks in Baton Rouge, it does look like it is going to stay to your east, and you will remain in Baton Rouge on the drier side. Again, this little wobble one way or another, even by just what seems to be a very minor 20, 30 miles, can be huge in the eventual impacts. As we had been saying for several days, the impacts for the coast were not really going to change by any means, whether it made landfall in lower Terrebonne or lower Lafourche or even lower Jefferson Parish. The impacts of the coast were going to be catastrophic. And I can only imagine what it's going to look like once this is all done. Okay, we're going back to Paul. Okay.
Yes, Chris.
Yes.
We're going to pause you for 1 second because we have an update on that ferry situation.
Yes.
Obviously, anytime any boats break loose on the river, it's an issue, especially during a hurricane. So Paul got some new information that he's going to share with us about it.
Katie, your sources are impeccable. Yes, there were 2 ferry boats that got loose around the same time, around 1:30 this afternoon. One was RTA 2, which is the RTA's passenger ferry, which takes passengers between Canal Street and Algiers Point. And then the other boat that got loose was the Chalmette ferry. That is a boat that carries both pedestrians and vehicles across the river from Algiers to Chalmette. So 2 boats got loose. The Chalmette ferry was secured not too far from actually the other boat. They both made it upriver to about Arabi, almost the parish line. And the Chalmette ferry has been secured. And I believe at last report, RTA 2, the passenger ferry, was in the process of being secured. So they didn't get far. But what was interesting, both of these boats, you would think the river, it goes towards the Gulf of Mexico, but both of these boats ended up drifting upriver because of the wind, which is kind of an interesting phenomenon. But Katie Moore, I just want to tell you, your sources are impeccable. Yes, 2 ferries did get loose, both now under control.
Well, I am so grateful that we were able to confirm that, Paul. Thank you. And that they are both secured. Always, the question is one of those boats going to hit a levee or a flood wall if it is loose in the river and bumping around? So that's very good news tonight. And thank you for that update, Paul.
Well, that could be terrifying. I'm glad that seems to be that seems to be under control now. As we're taking a look at radar, and again, just kind of looking at the trend, I'm not as much into the forecasted track in the near future, only because we're really going to have to more or less watch where the center of the storm continues to track. And again, the way it has looked, it does appear as though it is going to be moving more due north, which does put more of the New Orleans metro area underneath the potential of some of the strongest winds. Now, something I should have really pointed out, and I'm going to get to that graphic in just a second, with regards to estimating the wind totals and the wind speeds, and something I really should have pointed out with that. We'll get to that in just a second. But again, the intensity of the storms is still very much healthy. However, as I've said, it does look like the center of the storm, the core, the eye, is beginning to fill in and shrink. So this is all a good sign that the storm is in fact weakening. In the near future, I really think the storm is moving a little bit more even east of this line from the National Hurricane Center. So I do think it's a little bit more on the eastern side of their margin of error as it continues up to the north. So it does appear as though right now Baton Rouge may be spared the worst. Now they're going to get some strong winds as they are on the western side, but they're also going to be on the drier side. So the rainfall totals there are not going to be nearly as extensive as what most of southeast Louisiana will see. In terms of the heaviest of the rain, that's what we have moving over the city right now. As a matter of fact, a few of us just walked and stepped outside on North Rampart just to watch the water coming in. And it is still an intense rain, but it is such wind driven that it's almost hard to get an idea of those rainfall rates, because it's not just falling straight down, as we've heard from so many of our reporters. It is coming at them sideways, which is why we're starting to get rain and water into some of the parts of the building here, because as that wind-driven rain, it, believe me, finds a way to get in. And something I wanted to also point out with the motion of the storm, as it does continue moving north for folks on the North Shore, and we try and point out each and every area of our viewing area, and it is kind of extensive and very diverse, especially with the impact from the storm. With a northerly track, as we heard from Doug Mouton, it does look like more of Tangipahoa Hope Parish would see some of those strong winds. Now, with regards to those winds, something I really should have pointed out, the radar in Slidell is sending a beam straight from the source. When it gets to areas this far away from the beam, it is not looking at the surface because, and I don't know if this is a controversial comment or not, the Earth is round. And so because the Earth is round, as the beam goes straight out, it actually is no longer near the surface. It's actually in the higher parts of the atmosphere, and sometimes by several thousand feet. So with that said, when we're estimating the wind speeds, and this is really something, again, I apologize, I should have kind of pointed out and highlighted. When we look at the wind speeds on the estimates from radar, you're actually looking at wind speeds not directly at the surface. You're actually looking at wind speeds a little bit more aloft, especially when you're talking about, when you're talking about that far of a distance away from the radar. So in fact, what we're looking at 122 miles an hour is probably a few thousand feet up. They're going to be far less as you get down toward the surface. So it is not, well, they just changed. It's not at 116. It is a bit lower than that. And even this is just a rough estimate. That 100-mile-per-hour wind that we see north of Galliano, it is definitely a bit less as you get down toward the surface. I kind of forgot that the Earth is round. But this is what we're looking at now. As you're closer to the radar beam, you're looking at more activity, winds, rain, whatever it is, a little bit closer to the surface. But as you get farther away, you're actually looking a little bit higher into the atmosphere. And so we're looking at more elevated wind speeds. That's not necessarily what is down at the ground level. And there is kind of an equation to almost determine what those wind speeds would be, but you do kind of reduce them a bit. So as a matter of fact, somebody at the discussion at the National Weather Service office is saying they're looking at right now in the Slidell area about 50 to 60 mile per hour winds across the Slidell area. Mandeville just had a wind gust of about 75 miles an hour. So folks on the North Shore are starting to now get into some of these really strong winds. Folks in Livingston have also been asking about the winds there, a little out of our viewing area, but for Livingston, the radar has been showing, let's see. so it's still fairly strong. So, approaching 70 to 80 mile per hour. And again, it does look like those are the winds. And again, this is aloft. This is not down at the surface. So you kind of take that into consideration that it is going to be a little bit less, but very strong nonetheless. And this is what is moving directly and almost due north. So we are looking at kind of a core of some of the strong winds that will likely spread more across parts of the metro area. It would likely be more or less around the Jefferson Parish area as opposed to the metro the city of New Orleans. And then as far as some of the strongest winds, it looks really to be in more of the northwestern quadrant. That's what's continuing to push across the river parishes and will move toward the Florida parishes, but also could move across Tangier-Hope Parish within the next. Timing this out has been a little bit more difficult, but let's see if we can kind of get a better idea to time this out for folks. Just looking at the center of the storm and when we could see some of these bands move your way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause this animation and go to the latest image, and then we'll just get a very, very rough idea of where, let's say this band that's kind of moving across the metro area right now. So assuming it is moving to the almost due north, and I can make sure that we're looking at I'm going to change this. I'm going to redo it. And I'm going to get a more accurate estimate of when those rain bands that I'm talking about, what we're seeing over the city right now. So what I did was I told the computer to estimate a movement of about 10 miles an hour and kind of looking at this curvature of the storms. Let me get that, drawing it there. Moving it north. Am I drawing it at all? Let's see here. Draw it like this. Okay. And then, oop, that's not what I wanted to do. This is all real time, folks. Isn't this exciting? I'm also trying to look at a tinier computer screen. Okay, here we go. Now I got it. All right. Let's see that and kind of pan that up. So the band of heavy rainfall that we have over the metro area, and kind of giving a very, very rough idea, assuming it will continue moving almost due north at around 10 miles an hour. This is when we could see some of the more intense rain moving across, say, Lake Maurepas at about 7:20. So in roughly about an hour, you're looking at Slidell. Now, you've already got heavy rainfall in the Slidell area, but I'm looking at kind of some of the storms that are down on the South Shore and when they would arrive into the Slidell area about 8:30, 9 o'clock in Hammond. This is also getting an idea of when some of those stronger winds will start making their way a little bit farther to the north. In Amite may not really get there until about 10:30 tonight. Tangier-Hope, as you go farther north, about 11. Now, Bogalusa, you're going to stay away from some of the strongest of the winds. That's going to be more so into Tangier-Hope Parish as you go up toward into Mississippi. And speaking of Mississippi, really may not reach Macomb until after 2 a.m. So this is, again, just kind of a rough idea of this leading edge of the heavy rainfall that is right now over the metro area that will continue pushing up to the north. And this is where we're also finding some of these stronger winds, not the strongest, but some of the stronger winds as they continue moving in that direction. Something we wanted to talk about, we were discussing a little bit ago, and I did tweak some of the graphics here, was the reason that the storm did kind of slow down a bit. Here's what's going on in the upper atmosphere. This is the upper high that had been parked a little bit more right over the East Coast, and that had been moving the storm at about 16 miles an hour, right? Remember, for the last couple of days, right toward the Louisiana coastline. Well, that high is starting to leave. It's weakening and pushing away from the coast. And what we're waiting on is an upper trough that is deepening from the north. As the upper high leaves, it loses that motion to turn the storm to the north. And actually, we're kind of on now the more western periphery of this high, which is why the storm is beginning that turn toward the north. But we're waiting for this upper trough. That will be deepening overnight tonight, but as it arrives early tomorrow, that's when we really should start to see a bit more of a fast motion or a faster motion up toward the north and east, because this upper trough is going to pick up Ida and move it finally away from us. So we are still looking at during the midday and afternoon hours tomorrow to begin those improving conditions. It's just we will likely have another few hours of some more of the rough weather to continue. And a lot of that, especially for most of the area, and I'm not talking about down along the coastline, most of that is from the extreme wind. And that extreme wind warning, as we discussed, it's almost to consider it a large tornado warning. You would not want to go out and walk around during a tornado warning. And obviously, I don't think you'd be wanting to walk around in any of this. But the area that you see highlighted in purple is basically just to the east of the storm center and where we're likely to see some of the strongest winds gusting, and the possibility of them reaching over 115 miles an hour. So this is where you need to use extreme caution, and we will continue to see very strong winds over, unfortunately, the next few hours because the storm itself is just not moving. Here's what some of the winds are doing around the city. Now, again, these are not officially National Weather Service office stations, so they're not always the most reliable. Downtown is saying, and some of the data is it looks like resetting or something, 30 miles per hour, gusting up to about 60 miles an hour. Mid-city, Metairie, there's no way you only have 14 mile an hour winds, but certainly 20 to 46. I don't know about Lakefront. They're saying gusting up to 46, but the airport is certainly looking at about 71 mile per hour wind gusts. So it is still ripping outside right now, and that unfortunately is going to continue. Notice we've just about lost all of our data south of the city. Sustained winds right now at Kenner are 56, 46, and gusting up to 71 at Lakefront Airport. They've been gusting to 60 miles per hour at Slidell, and this may be another. Okay, they're about to issue a tornado warning for St. Tammany, St. Bernard, and Hancock. So let's take a look at that on radar right now. So this is for St. Tammany, Hancock, and St. Bernard. Again, sometimes it's almost impossible to find it on radar. So we have shear markers that will allow us to see where the storm is. And I'm going to switch over to velocities, and this will give us an idea of where this rotation may be within the storm. So if this is for, wait for the warning to actually come out, see if we can find it. If it's for St. Bernard, maybe right in through here. If it's for St. Bernard, and then for Hancock, and then St. Tammany Parish, I'm wondering if maybe they're looking at this little feature right in through here. It doesn't really jump out at me, but I'm kind of waiting for the warning to actually be issued. The folks at the National Weather Service office are incredible. They usually will give us kind of a heads up as to what their thinking is. Right now, they're saying a new tornado warning will be coming out. And again, these are a little more populated areas. As a matter of fact, we did have confirmation of a weak tornado with some debris on the ground from the Biloxi news station. WLOX had reported that they were seeing some debris. So we have at least confirmed one of the tornadoes that were warned along southern Mississippi. Oh goodness. They're actually saying in the National Weather Service office in Slidell, this band of where the warning is about to be issued could come close to our office, and they may have to take cover. It is a second circulation that they're a little more concerned about. So let's see if the warning actually comes out, and then it'll appear on our graphic. But it kind of looks like it's in either here, I'm trying to figure out exactly where, and then kind of moving in this direction, that it might, in that trajectory, take it over the Slidell office. We certainly hope that is not the case. Okay, so there's the warning, and the warning was just issued. So, okay, yeah, so it's that little rotation that we've seen here, and kind of tracking that along. It would take it maybe not as much into Hancock County, but certainly into the Slidell, Pearlington area, and moving in the direction. So right now we do find the folks in the National Weather Service office in Slidell under a tornado warning. And as they've said, it looks like there may be actually two little circulations that they're highlighting and discussing. And I'm just going to read what their text says. It's for Eastern St. Bernard, Northeastern, it actually does include part of Orleans Parish, Southeastern St. Tammany, and Southwestern Hancock. Get this, the storm itself is a storm capable of producing a tornado, located, it's kind of along that whole line from near Lake Catherine to about 10 miles northeast of Shell Beach, and it is moving at 70 miles per hour. It is booking it. So that is a very fast moving storm. And again, what they're saying is it's kind of within this entire rain band. So I'm going to switch back over to the reflectivity and show you it's kind of within this whole band of rain that they're kind of seeing several little areas of rotation. And so they're warning for this part of St. Bernard. Again, you're kind of more in the Biloxi marsh, so it doesn't affect too many folks. It does include a small portion of New Orleans East, all outside the levee system. So I'm hoping that there are no folks that are left there, but then also into St. Tammany Parish. And as I just said, it does include the National Weather Service office. So if we do see some rotation and indeed a tornado, it could potentially go right past the airport in Slidell and the National Weather Service office at Slidell. So let's switch back over to the velocities. And again, what we're looking at on velocities are the winds. And these are the winds that move toward and away from the radar. And what you're looking at is kind of the greens, the blues to greens. And this is, again, why I was saying it's a little more difficult to find those in a tropical system, because overall, these winds are all moving toward the radar. It's where you have to find they're a little bit weaker and stronger. And that usually is indicating where there is enough of a rotation that would warrant a warning to be issued. And also looks like there may be a little something right here too. So it might be this and this, and they had mentioned that there were two little circulations. So this may actually develop a water spout that would be more possibly, if it kind of follows that trajectory, possibly over toward the Weather Service office. And then this one, again, kind of following that same trajectory, also up toward the National Weather Service office. And they even mentioned that if it does look indeed that it is something that holds together for the duration, that they may have to take shelter in their own building. I know most National Weather Service offices will have a safe room that they can get to. So timing this out, again, it's moving at 70 miles an hour. Not often do you see a tornado warning that the storm is moving at 70 miles an hour. Be nice if we could get Ida to move out here at about 70 miles an hour. So the storms, and they're calling them dangerous, will be Lake Catherine around now, 6:30, the Slidell area about 5 minutes later. And then if it does hold together, you're looking at Pearl River around 6:50 and then 6:55 for Pearlington. So the Slidell Airport and the National Weather Service office are within this warned area. This is where we're talking. This is a little rotation here. And I even mentioned it almost looked like there was a little rotation here. And they're mentioning the fact that this entire line almost seems to show several little areas of rotation that could easily produce and spawn a water spout. So those are the areas that we're going to be watching very closely. So for folks in Slidell, Pearlington, Pearl River, this is when you need to get to a safe place immediately. And I'm guessing a lot of folks may have decided to stay there as you were a little more out of the woods. I know as we kind of went into Mississippi, if you were away from the coastline, it looked like this was never going to be a real detrimental storm for you. And so I think a lot of folks did stay along the Mississippi coast, and maybe even if you were maybe perhaps north of 12 in Slidell or north of 10, you might have had a better go at it. But definitely as we keep getting new images here, it kind of keeps changing a little bit, but they are still showing up. This little rotation is still showing up. And again, if this does hold, we may be looking at a tornado passing across parts of Slidell. As I mentioned, this is moving at 70 miles an hour. You just don't see a storm moving that fast. Remember the ones we were tracking earlier in the day around coastal Mississippi, it was at about 50 miles an hour. Well, now we're looking at one moving at 70 miles an hour. So the storm itself, or should say the line of storms themselves, extend from more the Biloxi Marsh. It does include, notice, a part of New Orleans, Orleans Parish. And then as you get toward Hancock County, if that storm does kind of follow that trajectory, might just kind of clip Jackson Landing and then move back into St. Tammany Parish. But we do find that the National Weather Service office is kind of under the gun with this warning, as they are kind of within the path of how these bands have been setting up and moving. So if this, again, does hold together, it would likely stay. So for areas that are okay at the moment, this looks like it would stay to the north of Lacombe. And if it did hold together, perhaps we would have to include Mandeville in a later warning. But right now it is for Slidell, then Pearlington, Pearl River, and Pearlington. And then pretty much for the Biloxi Marsh, and only just clips the eastern part of Orleans Parish. We're going to continue to watch this as, again, a lot of folks in Slidell really under this warning at the moment. So again, for folks in Slidell, you need to seek shelter immediately. It looks like there may be a broad rotation near Pearlington, but it looked more like this is the one that they are talking about as far as the main rotation that they're keeping an eye on. It looks like it's this one right here. So at the moment, it may be more or less a water spout as it's over the Biloxi Marsh. But if this rotation does hold together, then we could see it moving on land into southeastern St. Tammany Parish very shortly, because again, this is moving at about 70 miles an hour. So we'll keep a close watch of this. Switching back over to the reflectivity, you really don't find. Now, it is actually kind of within a more intense storm at the moment, and just about getting ready to move more over Lake Bourne. And then that will continue up toward Jackson Landing if it does indeed clip Hancock County, and then back into into Louisiana and into St. Tammany Parish. So the rotation that we're looking at is right there, and you kind of see that the colors kind of intensify. So it does look like that is a very well-defined circulation and a very well-defined likely water spout. Again, it's over the marshes, and then it's about to move over Lake Bourne. So if that does hold together, we could see it moving into St. Tammany Parish, but it's moving at a very fast clip. In terms of the timing of this, it looked to be at around the Slidell area in about 3 minutes or so. So it is moving very, very quickly. And then if it does hold together and continues on, that would pass right past or right over the Slidell Airport and the National Weather Service office in Slidell. Then you're looking at Pearl River at about 20 minutes, 18 minutes or so now, about 6:50, and then Pearlington about 5 minutes after that, because it is moving just so quickly up toward the northwest at 70 miles an hour, which you just do not see within these storms. As it's over the more marsh areas at the moment, we'll get back to it and just continue to watch that area closely. Again, for folks in Slidell, and if you're in kind of around the Pearlington area, more extreme western Hancock County, you need to seek shelter immediately, as it does look like there is a tornado coming your way. What is now a water spout then will become a tornado. So we'll look at that closely, as right now more over the marsh. We'll kind of focus on that a bit more in just a moment, but also want to show you again the satellite or the radar imagery. I'm gonna go to the last 2 hours to see what the trend has been on Hurricane Ida, and I'm going to put this into motion. And again, we like to see at least some motion, albeit slow, but we want to see some. And it is definitely moving now away from Houma. So for folks in Houma, they stayed. It does look like conditions will soon begin to improve, because you are still, and notice the eye wall, the outer and inner eye wall, they're almost kind of merged at this point. So the storm is weakening. They're not as well defined. It is not as well defined of those very distinct eye walls that we had when it made landfall, and even several hours after that. So it does look like the storm is finally starting to weaken a bit. We're going to continue to see that very well-defined center as the circulation came on shore with very strong, well-developed structure. So that's going to take a while to actually disappear. But as far as the intensity goes, the winds, the maximum winds, the pressure, maximum winds will be coming down, the pressure will be coming up. So all good news. And actually the heavy rain that we're undergoing right now, at least as you kind of watch this, there is definitely a motion. So the good news is it is not stalled. It did slow down, yes, but it did not stall. It has been a little bit slower to go north and almost due north at this point. Notice that we have the heaviest of the rainfall still moving over the city. Even at this trajectory, that moisture is still being surged and fed in from the Gulf of Mexico. So we are not going to be done with the rain, unfortunately, anytime soon. Now, we've been looking at the rainfall totals, and thankfully they have not been very substantial, but at least what we have seen so far has been manageable. Now, this is just from rain. We, again, during a tropical system, we kind of get flooding from various directions. And unfortunately for us, it's going to be surge for much of the coast. That will be an issue going through the later nighttime hours. So let's get back to that tornado warning and looking at the velocities, jumping back over to the velocities to kind of find that area where we were seeing a little bit more of the rotation. I'm not sure why the color table kind of jumped like that. Let's see here. It looks like it's kind of now more over the, let's see. So a little bit more over Lake Bourne at the moment. So it is starting to move over water away from the marsh. So still not quite, at least it looks to me. I'm not sure why the velocities change color like that, but it does look like it's kind of right within here, right about in here. So it is nearing St. Tammany Parish at the moment. And if that does again hold together, we could see this as a little bit more of an issue for folks in Slidell, again, folks at the National Weather Service office have actually placed themselves under a tornado warning and mentioned the fact that based on the trajectory of this, it could be moving directly over them. So something that they'll have to watch closely coming up here. Now, as we continue to monitor this, again, it still looks like it's more over the water. So I'll get back to that as we continue. I don't know why the colors here just all of a sudden changed. We've been having some kind of kooky stuff going on with our radar over the last couple of hours. We'll have to kind of revisit that a little bit later. Switching back over to our radar reflectivity again, just want to point out that the storm is in fact moving. We do have the kind of overall broad rotation of the storm that has produced several warnings. As I've mentioned, it does look like one that was around the Gulfport area earlier was a confirmed tornado. So at least one of the warnings that we had seen on the Mississippi coast has indeed been confirmed. Haven't had any reports of any of the other warnings having been confirmed or not. They're continuing the warning. Let's see what they're saying is, as they update it, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, producing tornadoes were located along a line extending from near Lake Catherine about 14 miles northeast of Shell Beach and moving northwest at about 60 miles per hour now. The impacted areas does include a portion of eastern New Orleans, Slidell, Pearl River, Lake Catherine, Pearlington, even Lacombe, as I'd mentioned. It looked like it'd be a little more north of Lacombe, but they're mentioning Lacombe in this one, and the Slidell Airport. So that does also place it over the National Weather Service office. So still looks like it's more or less near the Lake Catherine, just to the east of Lake Catherine, and moving to the northwest at about 60 miles per hour. And it is to the northeast of about 14 miles of Shell Beach. So these are the storms that we're watching and keeping a close watch of as they continue to rotate around. And really, you can kind of follow the trajectory. If anything that were to develop in this band, you can kind of follow exactly where it would go and where it would continue. And this is also the training bands that we watch for heavy rainfall accumulations. We are getting that in and around the city. We're getting that around the center of the storm. And at the moment, there really haven't been too many big breaks in those rain bands. As we've seen in past storms, even as they make landfall and start moving inland, we sometimes will get dry air. Boy, that would have been great to get some dry air around us. And that would usually kind of help us out to spread a lot of the heavier rainfall away from the center and kind of get it displaced. That was never really the case. Notice how there aren't too many significant breaks. You might find some lighter rain between Bay St. Louis and Biloxi. You might find some lighter rain between say Ocean Springs and out toward Alabama, where the rainfall is a bit less, but the breaks are really few and far between with regards to no rain or heavy rain. That really hasn't been the case. It's either lighter rain or heavy rain all the way up to the center of the storm. And what we're seeing in New Orleans is some of the heaviest. And thankfully, so far, the accumulations of rainfall have not been terrible. And it is so far something that we can handle. I know just stepping out of North Rampart Street a little while ago, a little bit of puddling here and there, but really it's almost hard to get a judge to judge just how bad the rainfall accumulation is, because it really isn't accumulating in too many folks, because we have such a wind-driven rain event over the area that it has not really accumulated a great deal in the city. So good or bad, we haven't so far had any reports of significant street flooding or anything like that. So we're going to continue to monitor this tornado warning. There we go. Now our color scheme is back. You can kind of get a better idea. It does look like this is what the National Weather Service has been discussing. So it's still not quite into St. Tammany Parish, but it is moving in that direction. So looks like for maybe around Jackson Landing in Hancock County, but then if this does move inland, it would probably stay north of the Wrigley's or northeast of the Wrigley's, Eden Isles, as that would continue on towards Slidell. But Pearlington and Pearl River are all under the trajectory of this line or of this band of storms as it moves generally toward the northwest. And as I mentioned, moving northwest at about 60 miles per hour. So at the moment, it looks like this is sitting over water. So this could indeed be a water spout. And if it is a water spout, sometimes they do weaken on the interaction with land. But in a tropical situation, with the fact that it's moving at 60 miles an hour, it may hold together and produce some damage. Now, as we've also been discussing, we're going to see several of these warnings continue through the overnight and into the early morning hours. We're going to have several warnings, many of which may not verify. In other words, it was certainly some rotation within the storm. It might have lowered, but we never actually had a tornado touchdown. Because again, one of the main ways that we determine and verify tornadoes is by going out and assessing the damage. Well, that's going to be really difficult to do when you've got winds gusting up over 80 miles an hour and heavy rainfall. At that point, damage is damage, whether it was a tornado or not. So sometimes it's a little bit more difficult to actually confirm that if it was indeed a tornado. But also, with that being said, damage is damage. But what we're looking at right now is the likelihood, again, folks in Slidell, even in Lacombe, Pearlington, and Pearl River. For those that stayed, those that are listening to us, you need to go to a safe room immediately, because it looks like there is something that is right now nearing the coast that would continue taking it along a path right towards Slidell, and then eventually. Okay. Marcelito, can you hear me?
In the Slidell Police Department headquarters right now, doing exactly what you are telling us to do. And I can tell you, we've been here for several hours, and just the noises we're hearing inside this building is unlike anything we've heard the entire day. The rain is falling harder, the winds beating up against that door behind me, incredibly loud. We were set to go live just 5-10 minutes ago out front. When we got that tornado warning, we heard the warnings that you were giving from the station, and we decided to come on in. So right now we're in a windowless hallway here, again, at police headquarters. We're going to come on into this room. This is where we've sort of been hunkered down anytime we've had these types of warnings. No windows. You see a safe spot for us to be as we wait to see what this possible tornado might do and if it comes towards this area. I can also tell you anecdotally, we about half an hour ago, we actually ventured out before things got too bad, 3 or 4 blocks away from here, because we got word from Slidell Police that there had been some damage. A massive tree had fallen on top of a home. Fortunately, no one was inside that home. I'm not sure if we fed the video back. I'm not sure if you guys have it to roll it. If not, I'll sort of describe it. It was a rather large tree that came crashing down because of the winds that have consistently been picking up throughout this day, the last few hours of this storm. But as I was talking to police officers earlier today, they're getting to the point, they warned us all day that at some point they'd get to the point where they can't respond, where they would be hunkered down as well. I'm going out on a limb here to assume that now is one of those times, especially during this tornado warning. We saw a couple police officers shortly before our phones buzzed with that warning, pull up real quick and run into the adjacent building here at police headquarters. So everyone right now, at least for the time being, hunkered down, including ourselves in this building, safety first, to see what this does. But again, I want to reiterate, it's really important for anyone out there watching in their homes. If you're in the Slidell area like we are, take this seriously, do the right thing, do the safe thing, and just hunker down in a room in a building that has no windows, so you can be as safe as possible until this threat passes. Guys.
I appreciate the report. Thank you so much. And yes, stay safe. And just kind of going back in time a little bit to this rotation that still keeps showing up. What we usually do when we find these little couplets, and again, the color table kind of changes on you, so it's a little bit more difficult to follow. You can kind of watch as it moved away from the Biloxi Marsh across St. Catherine, Lake Bourne, and then moving right now. It looks like it's just moving onshore. So this could have easily been a water spout, but moving at about 60 miles an hour. And again, it's fairly easy to follow the trajectory, as you just have to look at the bands of rain and put this into motion, and then you really get a clear idea of where those individual storms are moving, widening out a little bit. So again, the storm itself is probably within some of this little pocket of heavier rainfall near Pearlington right now. These are moving at a very decent clip, so we can just kind of, follow the trajectory. It may pass. This is the Slidell radar. It may pass almost directly over the Slidell radar, which would be incredible if this does indeed hold on the ground. So that's the folks in the National Weather Service office and the Slidell Airport right now, and also a highly populated area in Slidell, as it would kind of pass north of the 10, 12, 59 split, and then continue on toward the airport and into the National Weather Service office itself. switching back over the velocities, again, what we're looking at is, and the color table changed on me again. Well, it's, this little couplet right here where it says Jackson Landing. It looks like it, for the most part, stayed in St. Tammany Parish. Doesn't look like it went into Mississippi. So it looks like the path of it is keeping it more in Louisiana as that continues into St. Tammany Parish. And again, if you just follow that trajectory, it does look like it would eventually move toward the Slidell radar. So this is a dangerous situation. This is one of the healthier couplets, as we call them. This is one of the healthier ones that we've seen so far with this storm, as it is really approaching the Slidell radar, and praying, of course, as always, that this is not a tornado, but certainly more than anything, we do not want to see any kind of damage to the Slidell radar from a tornado or from anything, as that's what is providing us with so much of this data to analyze and better analyze Ida as it continues moving along toward the north, very slow at about 10 miles an hour. What is not moving slow are these storms as they wrap around the center of Ida. They've been clocked at about 70, 60 miles per hour. And that's the individual storms. I'm not talking about the winds, but the individual storms around the center have been along the Mississippi coast. Most of the warnings that were issued, the storms were moving at about 50 miles per hour. This one is moving at one time 70 miles per hour. It's now at 60 miles per hour. And, I tell you what, looking at it now as it kind of interacts a little bit more with land, if it was indeed, well, it's still showing up. So again, we're looking right here. And one of the ways that the National Weather Service will kind of determine a tornado, if it's verifiable or viable or not, we'll kind of wait for several passes. And if you continue to see this little couplet close together like this after several passes, that usually indicates that there is certainly rotation, might have reached the ground, and so why not go and warn for it? Something else to point out, as I was talking about the curvature of the Earth, now that we see this much closer to the National Weather Service Office radar, this is being sampled much closer to the ground. Sometimes for those storms that are far away from the Weather Service Office radar, you may be seeing rotation in more of the mid part of the storm. So it may overall be a rotating thunderstorm. That doesn't necessarily mean it has actually developed a tornado. But in this case, we're seeing rotation that is much lower and much closer to the surface. This isn't several thousand feet up in the air. This is actually a little bit closer to the surface. So a little bit more of a reason that it is probably a tornado that is now to the south of Pearlington and moving in the direction of the Slidell Airport and National Weather Service Office radar. Folks in Slidell probably know exactly where the Weather Service Office is at, that big soccer ball looking dome over the radar at the airport. And so it's easy to spot. And it does look like this little couplet is indeed holding together. So I would venture to say it is likely a tornado and unfortunately moving toward the airport. So for folks within that path in Slidell, and I'll kind of zoom in here. So not quite to Highway 90 just yet in Slidell, but it is getting awfully close. And again, moving at 60 miles an hour, it won't take too much longer for that tornado to reach 90, and then it may kind of almost parallel 190 up toward Highway 11, and then eventually crossing into the I-10-12 split, and then right at again, there's the radar site, north of 12 at the National Weather Service Office. So it'll be moving directly in that path. So here's a little couplet I'm talking about, and where we likely have a tornado on the ground. So this is nearing, and again, it's still showing up, maybe not quite as defined, certainly not as well defined as it had been, but this is again what we're kind of looking at, the motion of the winds strongly toward and then away. But what makes it difficult to find these is the fact that the entire storm is moving very quickly toward the National Weather Service Office radar. So you have to find where it's a little bit stronger toward and away to indicate where there is some rotation within the storm. This may just be an update from the okay, they're continuing it, moving 65 miles an hour. Let's see. Okay, so the portion of the warning has been canceled that included St. Bernard and northeastern Orleans Parish. So that has been canceled. They're also issuing now a tornado watch. Let's see, this is they're sending all kinds of information all at once. Let me see if we can get through to this. We still have the warning for St. Tammany Parish. That little couplet keeps showing up there almost now to the west of Pearlington. So right in through here. And the fact that it keeps showing up in several passes and scans of the radar, and the fact that it is very much sampling this storm closer to the surface, we would likely with a little bit more confidence, I should say, with a bit more confidence, we will say that this is indeed a tornado. But we also have some changes in warnings, or excuse me, in watches that had been issued earlier, and where some of the watches are being canceled. Let's see. They're also issuing some new, okay, well, it looks like they're kind of canceling an earlier tornado watch and reissuing some tornado watches. Again, the entire area that finds themselves on the eastern side of this storm is going to be at threat for a tornado. The one that we are in an immediate threat of is right here. So there's that rotation as it continues along. Let me switch or kind of pan over a little bit and get an idea of just about where this is. So again, kind of following that trajectory, it may continue along that path that takes it more toward the Weather Service office radar, or it might even be a little bit more north of the radar. But this does look to be getting ready to pass. It's already north of Highway 90. So this would be getting ready to pass over I-10 and then continue up toward 1090 and I-59 within the next several minutes or so. Again, now it looks like it's moving at about 65 miles per hour. So within its path, you need to seek shelter immediately, because this does look, again, most of these tornadoes within hurricanes or tropical storms tend to be weaker, but even a weak tornado can do some damage. This is something that you need to be sheltered in for until this passes over. However, even after this passes over, you're still looking at hurricane force wind gusts, so you need to be inside anyway. So at this point, no one is out and about that would be at risk. So if you are indeed home, then hopefully you are already in a safe place. But as we kind of watch this storm continue, and it does look like there is definitely rotation. Again, as I had mentioned, due to the curvature of the Earth, the radar beam, as it moves away from the radar, starts going higher and higher into the sky. So usually when you're much farther away from the radar site, you may be in essence several thousand feet that the radar is actually sampling. This close, though, this is much nearer the surface. And that was why, even in the discussion that came out before the National Weather Service issued their warning, it was almost a little bit of they were kind of on the edge of their seat, because they could see this coming and they knew that they could be within its path. And they certainly still are, just kind of looking at the trend of where this has been going. And there's a new image as you see it kind of change. That little couplet is still there, just about over I-10 at the moment. So this will be something we watch for. And again, if you are in this path, you need to have seek shelter already, as this is moving very, very quickly. And that's always been kind of the problem with tornado warnings in tropical systems. The warnings usually come out very quickly, and they tend to be, at least in South Louisiana and Southern Mississippi, they tend to develop a little bit right along the Mississippi Sound, sometimes a little farther offshore, and might start to see a little bit of a spin up. As we've talked about, over the water, there is a lack of friction. So it's easy to get that little rotation. Not always as easy to keep that rotation going once it moves over land, but usually the fact that the overall circulation of a tropical storm or hurricane, and the fact that these are moving so quick, it usually means that that warning or that tornado is able to kind of maintain itself and okay, and we're also getting the, this is something we'll be, thank you so much. Appreciate it, Tasha. Just a bottle of water. We've also gotten the new information in, so there will something we'll be watching. It's a giant Alexandra. Yeah, yes, we do have Alexander Cranford. Scared me to death. It was a giant Alexandra. Okay, they've issued a new tornado warning. So yeah, if we do have Alexander that can maybe take over here for a second and start discussing, we also have a new warning, because again, it looks like that little couplet is definitely holding together. So what the Weather Service did, I'll toss things over to Alex. It looks like they've extended and added to this to now include Hancock, Pearl River, St. Tammany, as this little storm may continue moving up toward the north and west. What I also wanted to point out is that we do have new information, the 7 o'clock advisory in on Ida, and the, catastrophic storm surge. The extreme winds will continue, but it has weakened a little bit more. It's now down at 120 miles per hour. pressure is at 944. So again, all good things. The forward motion continues northwest at 10 miles an hour. So that's the 7 o'clock advisor, on Ida. But I'm going to let Alex take over talking about this tornado warning in St. Tammany.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I know Chris needs a drink of water. Let him have a sip of water. As we get into what's happening now, of course, like Chris said, the storm thankfully is weakening a bit, but still, of course, all the same stuff is happening just about with the rain bands and the tornado warning. So yes, just to get into a little more closer look at what's happening now with the tornado warnings, really, it's still the same general area. And as we zoom in here, you can see the red blinking boxes. This is a new spot. You can see expanded a little bit beyond where it was first initially located for the tornado warning. So Chris has been showing that couplet, and it's not just this one now, it's been expanded more. And that kind of makes sense. As we were tracking it, we were saying it's going so fast, 65 miles per hour within this rain band. So this is really fast moving, and it looks like we may have it possibly even extending toward Picayune, Mississippi. So that's kind of the big thing with this latest warning, is that it's including a bigger area, not just Slidell, but if you're just a little bit to the north of Slidell, if you're toward Picayune and really outside of Slidell off to the east as well, just kind of on the fringes here of Hancock County in Mississippi, all of this area now included under a tornado warning. So as Chris has said, at least one good thing is that hopefully everyone's already inside in a safe spot, because there's a hurricane passing by. But just to reiterate, we are looking at that tornado warned segment of the rain band really passing over really close to the Slidell area right now. So let me change it to our velocity product too, so we can take a look at what's happening here. And look at this. It is just so close to the radar site that we can just see it, the rotation here. And again, it's not a confirmed tornado at this point, but we've just been seeing it with all these different scans showing up. So it's really close now. Here's the radar site. As you in Slidell know, it's over on the kind of the side of the town with the mall and so forth, I guess the old mall. And then off to the north, we have this new warning. And that's because we have a couple more areas where we are seeing that little notching or that little coupling. And the velocity, again, when we show this, usually it's sometimes it can be very clear cut. You can see sometimes even that kind of typical hook echo shape, but that really comes more with big supercell storms where you're seeing powerful tornadoes. As we've been pointing out, these are small little spin-ups of tornadoes. They tend to be brief. They may touch down and then go back up again. So we are seeing the potential for that. But again, it's a little harder to spot. It's not so overt like it can be with some of these tornado warnings that you get with powerful storms that are kind of just by themselves. Often those supercell storms, when they're out by themselves, produce big tornadoes, and you can see it more clearly. But we are seeing a couple of spots here. And again, the big spots, the Slidell area, including the National Weather Service office, which is over there, again, kind of on the eastern side of town, western side of town. And then we have off to the north, we are now including parts of Hancock County and into
Oh, that break was short-lived for me. All right, let's take a look. We lost the signal there from Alex. We'll get it back in just a moment. But as she was also mentioning, this broad band of storms almost has several little areas of kind of a rotation, a broad rotation, one of which does look like it may be closing in. Looks as though it's probably going to stay to the northeast of the Slidell radar. So that is certainly some good news there for the folks in the National Weather Service office, but bad news for Pearl River, as it looks like it may be.
Meteorologist Jesse Hawila. Celebrity Family Feud begins here in just a minute, but we'll give you a quick update before we get to that. Hurricane Ida made landfall in southern Louisiana around 11:55 this morning, and it was a Category 4 with winds up to 150. The worst of it right now going through New Orleans. There's New Orleans there. The heaviest rain, the strongest winds pushing through. We've seen gusts push 100 miles per hour in the city of New Orleans over the last hour. The center of this, the strongest winds are sustained at 120 with gusts in excess of 140. There's your landfall information down there. Made landfall as a Category 4 with winds of 150 near Port Fourchon, in Louisiana earlier this morning. So there are the winds right now. So we're seeing wind gusts in excess of 50 to 60 miles per hour. Gusts will be higher than that in New Orleans. This will weaken to a Category 1 overnight, so still some damaging winds and flooding rain for Baton Rouge over to New Orleans. Then into Mississippi overnight into tomorrow as well. Tropical storm Ida expected by tomorrow morning into the afternoon. Then it becomes a depression after that. Let me show you some of these live shots of what's happening in New Orleans, because we have a couple of pictures here. Winds picking up in the area. That's a live shot of downtown New Orleans. See the winds still rather strong, gusts in excess of 60 to 70 right now. Those will pick up over the next hour. We have another shot too. You can actually see some of the damage in the area. Looks like we lost that shot, but nonetheless, you can see some of the damage that we've had earlier there. Now, on the backside of this, real quick, the North Texas weather, all it means for us, it's going to be hot. There will be minimal rain chances over the next several days. So high temperatures are back close to 100 degrees by Wednesday because we're on the backside of Ida, and they're expecting tons of rain down there, up to 10 inches additional. There's the latest Category 3 winds of 120. We'll have the latest for you tonight on News 8 at 10.
There's apparently damage to a senior living facility in Metairie, serious storm damage, and Karen Swenson is joining us now with the details on that. Karen?
Katie, thank you so much. I'm here in New York City. I came here to drop off my daughter for college and essentially got stuck here because the flights were canceled. My heart is in Louisiana, so I have been making calls, and there is a very precarious, tenuous situation that is unfolding in Metairie right now at the Metairie Towers condominium complex. For those of you familiar with Old Metairie, that is right across the street from St. Francis Church. I am hearing from the Jefferson Parish Fire Department. Sources in there have confirmed that at least part of the roof has blown off, and there are 30 or 40 residents, most if not all of whom are elderly, who are there. And this is part of the tragedy, that they cannot get to them. Only one firefighter, one district chief was able to brave this weather and get there, but he's only one man. The priest across the street at St. Francis has said, you can bring those people over here, but the winds are so bad, they cannot subject the residents to the weather. So you've got 30 to 40 people that are trapped in the Metairie Towers. That is a building, according to their website, that houses 219 individual condos. There are 7 stories tall. And again, part of that roof has blown off. The wind, the rain is going in there. I talked to one firefighter who said, these are people that have pre-existing conditions. These are the vulnerable among us. Some of them are on dialysis. So this is an unfolding situation. I talked to our colleague, Tan Trung. He's in Metairie. He said he cannot get there. The winds are that bad. Tan weathered Katrina. He knows what is safe and what is not safe. And the fire chief, who was in position in Katrina, said these are the worst storm conditions he has ever witnessed. We are also understanding that there is some damage in the 3500 block of Jeff Highway, which I believe is a fire station or a gas station. And forgive me, but that's in the 3500 block of Jeff Highway. And it is actually a fire station, and we understand that is just west of Oxnard Hospital, and that part of the roof of the fire station has blown off. We mentioned Oxnard Hospital. This was really remarkable. Those of you familiar with the main campus, that is an enormous complex. I was talking to one of the doctors who's in there, again, who has braved storm after storm after storm. And he said, his quote was, quote, "There are lots of leaks. The building is swaying, but our spirits are up." And I asked him, is the building literally swaying? And he said, yes. So Oxnard, Maine, feeling the brunt of those winds. And these are the heroes that are just living up to their heroic reputation. They are at capacity. They were the ones who took in the sick, so many of them, you know, who have COVID, from St. Charles Parish when that hospital had to evacuate. That is the latest on the East Bank. I was talking to some relatives. Most of my relatives live on the West Bank, and one of my relatives lives in Barataria Estates, right off Barataria in Marrero, said this is the worst storm she's ever seen. And, you know, she's been around since the mid 60s. So again, perspective, lots of wind damage, said not water damage in the homes, but lots of trees down, lots of fences that have been destroyed, and debris is everywhere, is what she said. River Ridge, I'm told by firefighters that there is extensive tree damage. So that is going to impede efforts to help people. At this point, it is my understanding that they are not going out and doing any rescues. Obviously, they cannot get to the people on Metairie Road, and it is killing them that they can't respond at this point. Let me also tell you, I've talked to some folks in St. Tammany Parish, and what I've been told is that the trees are down all over at this point. And I would say this was about 20 minutes ago. Most roads were passable. There were no reports of necessary water rescues, but they are not going to be doing that until the damaging winds have passed them either. But the good news is they have no reports at this point of people needing to be rescued. However, the Tchefuncte, I am told, is rising steadily, and it has already spilled its banks in Madisonville, and it has started, and this was 20, 30 minutes ago, to flood the streets of Madisonville. Also, and that's not that unusual. Those of us who have been around a while know that that area is prone to street flooding. Also, the Mandeville lakefront. So from Madisonville over to the Madisonville flooding is due to the rising waters of the Tchefuncte. The lake and the lake surge is flooding the Mandeville lakefront area. No reports of house flooding there. So it is a very, very fluid situation all the way across from, you know, the East Bank of Jefferson Parish to the West Bank, and then St. Tammany. And the thing that really struck me the most was perspective, because, you know, we don't like to make comparisons to other previous storms. But when you tell me that you have been covering storms and responding as a first responder for 40 years, and this is the worst you've ever seen it, that's pretty remarkable. So you have a really dire situation unfolding on Metairie Road, and we can only hope and pray for those folks who are there. If you're just joining us, you know this area. It's right before the train tracks. It's, you know, it's right there across the street from St. Xavier Catholic Church, a very large church. And the priest there is trying to help the residents who are stuck in the Metairie Towers. The wind and the rain, presumably, hopefully, some of those residents were able to get to lower floors. But you only had, as of maybe 30 minutes ago, one district fire chief who was able to make it over there. And they said they could not subject those residents to the, you know, just the, it looks on the map like it's farther than it is. It's really crossing the street. So we are monitoring the situation, and we'll give you any updates. I will tell you that the country is watching New Orleans, and there are New Orleanians everywhere. When I took my daughter to NYU, two gentlemen walked up, a gentleman named Kenneth and a gentleman named John, and they are professors at NYU, both of whom are from New Orleans. One taught at Tulane, the other was in the French Quarter for years. All they wanted to know was how the people of New Orleans are doing and that their hearts are with them. They had been through Katrina. I am so sorry that I'm here, but I'm with you in spirit, and I know that the city will rebound. I know, having talked to a couple of council members in Orleans Parish, that their plan is to ride out the storm in City Hall and then go street by street, as soon as it is safe to do so, videotaping and relaying to the people who have evacuated all over and are watching us on any means of media, what their own neighborhoods look like. I will also say this, communication is an issue. When I was speaking with the Jefferson Parish firefighter, what he told me was, it's not that the cell phones are going down, that the coverage is going down as it did during Katrina. Individual phones are getting soaking wet and they are becoming inoperable. So in some isolated instances, communication has been impeded by malfunctioning cell phones that have gotten wet. So they have to actually physically come back and report what they've seen, which is something reminiscent of Katrina, not to make too many comparisons. So Katie, that is the latest. Again, checking in on St. Tammany, just checking to see if a pine tree, just getting this in from St. Tammany, a pine tree is down across I-12 near Covington. So that is significant because it's going across the interstate. Again, that could potentially impede any kind of rescues. A pine tree down across I-12 near Covington. The fire station, the Jefferson Parish Fire Station at 3500 Highway has lost its roof. And that is just west of Oxnard. And again, Oxnard, the patients are okay. Everyone is in good spirits, but the building, that mammoth building, they're saying, is swaying and they do have multiple leaks. Katie, any questions? I just want to give, that's the latest I'm hearing.
I know. Well, I can definitely say that we miss you in the studio, Karen, and it's great to hear from you. And it's great to know that you're still working your sources like you always do. And we really appreciate the report. It still is a very tenuous situation, and it's all unfolding very quickly. And hopefully they can get to those seniors on Metairie Road very, very soon, because it does sound like that is a very serious situation.
It is. And if anyone can get there before them, it'll be Tom Trung, because he desperately wants to get out there. He too weathered Katrina and said this is just, the current conditions are such that it is life-threatening. So they have to wait before they can get over there and investigate and presumably help. Of course.
It certainly is. Chris said that the outer part of the eye wall is actually skirting the metro area more than initially was anticipated, and that's what's happening right now. So the wind is howling here in the studio. It's a sound that you know well, but it is something like have never, quite frankly, heard at this magnitude. So right now, power's going out in a lot of places around the area. In fact, it's been out for several hours now, and unfortunately, it's not over yet.
You are doing an incredible job and just keeping everybody calm. And you know that this city and the state will prevail. As the governor said, it's always darkest before dawn.
That's right. And we look forward to seeing you back here soon as you can get here safely. Thank you, Karen.
Indeed.
Okay.
All right.
And there are some other events, of course, unfolding. There is a house fire that broke out in Metairie.
This video was sent to us by Lisa Malone. It shows that fire allegedly caused by power lines. The electrical pole fell on the house, causing it to catch fire. This is Full Street by Cleveland and Metairie. This is just some of the video that we have. If you have any video or things that you're experiencing and you can safely take video, you can definitely send that to us. And just wanted to share an update that Jefferson Parish government just shared on their Twitter page. They say the Kerner Swing Bridge in Lafitte was hit by a barge. And any residents that might be still in Lafitte are advised to not attempt to drive on this bridge. That's the Kerner Swing Bridge. They don't believe that it's structurally safe. Barges getting loose is something that we've been talking about with Paul Murphy.
Yeah, Paul actually just reported that there are 22 barges loose on the Mississippi River right now. That is an unfolding situation. The water out in the river is unlike I've ever seen it. There are white caps on the river and waves, and for the people who are working out on the river, because there are still people out there. That's a dangerous situation. So we're going to continue to keep tabs on what's happening out there.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. We have a situation here in St. Bernard Parish that the parish leaders are watching very closely. We understand that there are 22 barges that have broken loose and are now in the Mississippi River near mile marker 86. Earlier in the day, we were talking about 2 ferry boats that got loose. Now we're talking about 22 barges that got loose. And just a little while ago, we spoke with the parish emergency operation manager, John Ram, about this situation. John, what can you tell us about the 22 barges in the Mississippi?
Okay, well, this afternoon, President McGinnis asked me about 22 barges that broke loose. Someone contacted him. So I called the Coast Guard, the operations desk, and it was confirmed that 22 barges broke loose in the river this afternoon, approximately a half hour or so ago, at mile marker 87, which is downriver from PBF and right near Valero refineries. They're currently still in the river. They cannot go out to try and secure them with this weather. Don't know what's in them or where they came from or just what the circumstances were that led to them breaking loose.
What are your concerns about these barges in the river?
Well, the major concern is maybe hitting a levee somewhere. That would be the biggest issue right now. Don't have any idea what's in the barges. But like I said, the biggest concern is whether or not they're going to strike a levee. But at this point, I don't think it's going to happen with the way the river's not moving that fast. I think we just got to get them secured as soon as possible.
And your municipal water intake system is also along that side of the river.
It's on the east bank, but it's further up. This is further down by the refineries.
What is the plan now to
Well, I don't know who's going to do that. The Coast Guard used to get a hold of somebody to go out there and try and get them together. But as far as we're concerned, we want to keep eyes on and make sure we know what's going on the whole way, try and speed it up as soon as possible.
What do you make of this? We have those 22 barges, and then we also have the 2 ferry boats that got loose as well around 1:30 this afternoon.
Right. Well, with this constant wind, it's been gusting up probably 90 miles an hour or so. With the moored, if it wasn't moored properly, it'd break away fairly easy. I don't know how the barges broke loose. They should have been lashed all together properly. But with this wind and rain coming down, anything's possible.
I'll tell you, it is going to be a while before they can go wrangle those barges. I can tell you, just we are experiencing the heaviest rain and the highest winds that we have so far of the storm. It's even hard to stand up here, and I'm being protected by the parish government building here. I want you to take a look at one thing. If I could get you to zoom in down here, there's this tree that I'm watching at the end of this walkway that is bending over. That it looks like the wind is about ready to catch it. We've seen pieces of trees out here that are ripped off the trees. We've seen leaves as well. And you can only imagine what areas in eastern St. Bernard are going through right now with not only the wind and rain, but also the storm surge. We saw some dramatic video a little while ago from down in the Delacroix area that are already experiencing 12-foot storm surge. And I tell you, listening to Karen's report is just very frightening. And unfortunately, this storm was supposed to be out of here by now, according to the St. Bernard Parish leaders. And it's going to be probably morning before we really can tell the true damage from Ida. That's the story here in St. Bernard. Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. I mean, that is a dangerous situation, so make sure you are safe. And I know that you know to go inside whenever it's time. But there's so much going on right now. We're starting to get major damage reports and reports of significant wind events all over Orleans Parish and Jefferson Parish here closer to the city. But in the meantime,
yeah, there are some things that we need to know from around the area before we check in there. So we're going to hear from Zach now with some things we need to know.
Good evening, I'm Zach Tawatari. Here are some of the most recent updates from around the area. As you just heard from Paul Murphy, St. Bernard Parish officials have confirmed that 22 barges have gotten loose on the Mississippi River and are now drifting. They told us they're worried about the parish water intake system and oil refineries. Governor Edwards has requested a presidential major disaster declaration. It could open up different kinds of aid and help with a federal response. A generator evening at Thibodaux Regional Medical Center. It's back up now. This comes from our partners at the Times-Picayune New Orleans Advocate. Doctors and nurses had to manually pump air in and out of patients' lungs who couldn't breathe on their own as they took them to another part of the hospital. We're seeing the damage Ida is doing. The Slidell Police Department posting this picture. Look at this tree that fell on this house on Teddy Avenue. Just another reminder of how dangerous these winds are. Remember, you can get more updates along with live interactive radar on our WWL-TV app. Just search WWL-TV in your app store. It's free to download.
All right, Zach, thank you. We are going to head now to Tan Trung. He's been driving around all afternoon, right, guys?
Yeah.
Oh, sounds like we're having some audio issues with Tan there. He's in Metairie.
It looks like he may be turning on his mic if I didn't hear anyone say. While we wait for him to turn that on, and we'll jump back in with him. It looks like another huge uprooted tree. We're not exaggerating when we're talking about the winds and the way that they're impacting all of our community here.
Absolutely. I mean, that's another massive tree that's been uprooted from the wind and from the water. And, this is a shot from downtown. A billboard flying across Canal Street in the French Quarter. The French Quarter really is feeling some of those severe winds that other people are seeing across the metro area, including Tan Trung. You could tell from that shot that he was getting blown around quite a bit. As he was trying to bring us reports, we're seeing all these reports, as Karen Swenson just mentioned, about the area around Oxnard Hospital on Jefferson Highway. And this is another one, this video right here. Conditions starting to deteriorate rapidly, it says.
All right. So I also just got a press release right now. This is from New Orleans Public Schools announcing today that the closure of schools and its central office will be extended through Tuesday, August 31st. Of course, this is due to Hurricane Ida. So New Orleans Public Schools will also be closed on Tuesday as well. So we're getting a number, and I'm not joking with you when I say we are getting a number of huge reports right now that are coming to us and breaking updates that are coming, and hopefully we'll continue to gather those for you and break that out to you.
Yeah, please keep us posted. If you're out there and you are seeing things, you are our eyes and ears in locations that we can't be, because we can't be everywhere. So please, if it's safe to do so, send us your pictures and videos to 529-4444. You can text them there. That's the easiest way to do it, or through our app. Again, only if it is safe to do so. But one of the major issues that we have here in New Orleans is the power situation.
Yeah.
And we're getting reports that Orleans Parish is in a critical situation when it comes to energy power. We're lucky here in our studio because we still have massive generators that can power our operations. But we are getting consistent reports that power is down in the entire swath of Orleans Parish.
Yeah, a lot of people are sending me messages right now on Twitter saying they received the same message, saying that due to catastrophic transmission damage, all of Orleans Parish is currently without power. They'll have more information shared when it's available. And hopefully we can get our David Hammer, who just confirmed some of that information and can go a little bit more into detail to talk about that with us in just a second. But again, that message is just coming through. So obviously this is causing issues, not only for those who don't have generators, but for those who are trying to operate and continue to operate throughout the city. I know that the Superdome apparently is also without power. And if I'm not mistaken, I was told that the energy employees are sent over there to work out of there as well.
Well, this is extremely critical for them to get some sort of power source back up, because those energy sources are what are the backup for the Sewerage and Water Board.
Right.
So if there is no energy power available for the Sewerage and Water Board, their fragile power generation system on its own is, quite frankly, a critical state, especially since they're relying on those big generators to generate power to run the drainage system. And of course, we heard about the sewage pumps that were down because of a lack of power earlier in the storm.
Yeah.
So that's something that we are keeping a very close eye on, especially as we continue to see some of the roughest weather that we've had from Hurricane Ida. We're seeing that now, and it is getting rough in Orleans Parish and in Jefferson Parish. And David Hammer is actually joining us here in the studio with the latest on that situation. David.
Yeah, Katie and Teresa, just moments ago, I was able to confirm that the Sewerage and Water Board Carrollton Power Plant has lost all of its power from Entergy. There are 3 feeder lines that go into that power plant. They're all out. Now, that's not necessarily surprising to anybody in the city who has lost power to their home, but there is special attention paid to those feeder lines that go into the Sewerage and Water Board power plant. Those are all out. That means that about half of the power of this new type of power, or regular type of power, 60 cycle power. It's not the older type that runs the half of the drainage pumps. Half of the pumps are run by this newer type of power that Entergy provides. That means that half of that power, about 30 megawatts or so, has been lost. So that means that only one in-house turbine is available to make that type of power. It's turbine 6, and hopefully it keeps going because that is the only source of that type of power that they have. Courtney Barnes, the spokesperson at the Sewerage and Water Board, says they are running an extremely lean operation right now. They're trying to continue to assess the situation. They are able to run the pumps as best they can with the power that's remaining. Again, that leaves them only 15 megawatts. That's about half the amount that they need. And Entergy is trying to assess the situation as well. We will try to get updates as best we can from Entergy about restoring that power.
Well, David, what happens if that does go down, if this does fail us?
Well, that means that the newer pumps, it's hard to say because there's a scattering of pumps of different types. The pumps that are newer run on this newer type of power. All of the focus has really been on the ability to transfer or change the frequency to the older type of power that's not made anywhere outside of New Orleans. That appears to be going well. The problem now is whether they're going to have enough of the new type of power because they lost all of Entergy's supply. This is the thing that they're trying to get a dedicated substation from Entergy built that won't be ready until 2023. So for now, they just have to do the best they can to run on a very lean system, get as much of the drainage pumps going as they can. The good news is that we haven't seen the kind of street flooding that we feared. So if the street flooding remains not as big a problem in the city of New Orleans as we've seen so far, then we should be able to pull through it.
So we need a big assist from Mother Nature is what you're saying.
At this point, right, because they are not running even close to ideal. They're running at essentially half power for half the system.
Right. And David, as you and I both know from all the work that we've done on this, they basically have to ration power when they're in this situation, which means that they may not be able to turn on all of the pumps that they need to at the same time. So they have to say, well, we're going to turn on the pumps in Uptown right now. And then after we pump them down a little bit, we'll change over to Lakeview, or we'll change over to New Orleans East, or, it's kind of a balancing act.
Exactly, yes. And in the places where they have those newer pumps, that's where they're going to need more of that 60 cycle power that Entergy usually provides. They expect Entergy to go out at some point, but this was something that they were focusing on, that, like you said, they rationed the power. They were going to be focusing on getting Entergy continuing to operate and feed power into the power plant. But that's no longer possible at this point, at least until they can restore those lines.
Charisse, that text message that people received, it said it was at a critical failure.
Mm-hmm. They said it was a catastrophic failure.
Catastrophic failure in the power system in the city of New Orleans. So
catastrophic damage.
Catastrophic damage. Earlier, David, we heard reports that there were a lot of transformers and things popping, especially uptown. Gordon Russell with the Times-Picayune New Orleans Advocate was tweeting out that he was hearing those transformers popping at his house. I don't know if this is just typical storm damage when the winds get this high. I guess we're gonna have to wait and find out.
Well, I've seen reports as well, and I've seen on social media people posting videos where they happen to catch it when there was a pop of one of those transformers, and somebody says, "Oh, did you hear that transformer pop just now?" So people are seeing that, but they're not seeing the street flooding in some of those key areas. Lakeview, the 7th Ward, Broadmoor, that we've seen in the past with much smaller storms.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're trying to keep track of, because that's where that system is going to be taxed. We've already seen the problem now with the sewage pump stations, the ones that actually have to go down a line and get the sewage out from and up and out of the city from the west to the east. They've said that, they've lost about a quarter to a half of those so far.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're seeing it where if there is more street flooding, then it's going to begin to become a problem with drainage.
David, earlier you mentioned the number of sewer lift pump stations without power. It's now up to 24 out of 84. Is it still at that number?
I don't have a more recent update. That was as of, I believe, about an hour and a half ago that number went up from 9 to 24. I do not have a more recent update than that. But.
And how does that correlate to what we saw Nola Reddy talking about? There were questions about regarding the drinking water in regards to the sewer pump outages?
I'm glad you brought that up, Sharice, because that's very important to point out. They are completely unconnected. Okay, drinking water is fine. That was what Nola Reddy was making sure that everybody was clear about, because there was some confusion when people are talking about the sewer pumps not working. That has nothing to do with your drinking water. Essentially, what's going out of your house, going out of your office building, whatever, that's where there may be backups because of the loss of power to the pump stations that pump that up and out of the city. The issue with pumping water out to drink, there's no loss of power with that has been reported at this point. So there's been no issue, no boil water advisories, anything like that. People can drink the water. It's safe to drink. That's what Nola Reddy was making sure that everybody was clear about.
Okay.
Okay, well, we're gonna, if anybody out there is getting reports of street flooding in their neighborhoods, we want to know about it. David wants to know about it so that we can keep tabs on this situation. That obviously is a critical issue to not have any power available in Orleans Parish. So that's an issue for the Sewage and Water Board. It's an issue for the residents, obviously, and for businesses who are trying to keep the lights on. So this storm is still making its way through, and it is having literally catastrophic consequences.
It certainly is.
Let me point out real quick that the turbine that's now providing all of that 60 cycle power to run what's left of those, half those pumps, is a new turbine that was provided after Katrina. It was installed by the Corps of Engineers in 2016. So if we didn't have that, we would have absolutely no power to run half the pumps. So they're rationing that power right now. They're able to make it work so far, but we do want to hear about it if you've got street flooding.
Okay, David, thank you so much. And another area that's experiencing problems is Metairie. Tan Trung is joining us live out there where the wind is blowing, and they are certainly feeling Ida's impact.
Well, Katie, just to kind of give you a situational awareness of where we are right now, we're on Veterans Boulevard between Transcontinental and I-10. We made our way from Kenner, and as we were traveling here, we just felt that the conditions, and this was about an hour ago, that the conditions were getting to a point and worsening to a point that we had to seek shelter. And just to kind of give you a better sense, we are in reporting with the Mobile Forecast Center, but we have located that forecast center, the news unit, in between a secure area, and it's basically in a tunnel. So you'll probably start seeing a good amount of wind and rain coming at me because there's going to be a tunneling effect. But I want to assure you that we are in a safe position. But we have spent a good portion of the afternoon going through New Orleans, making our way west into Jefferson Parish and now into Metairie. And as we were traveling from Orleans into Jefferson Parish from Claiborne Avenue going west on 90, we did start seeing a significant amount and a good amount of downed trees, but also we also encountered a downed transformer as well. And as you probably have been getting reports from other people too, just hearing these popping noises, we were on YouTube broadcasting that stream live when we came across a transformer on Claiborne Avenue going into the JP area. And as we were crossing it, avoiding that area, there was a transformer that exploded behind us. That was several hours ago. And as we've made our way from Orleans into Jefferson Parish, as you can imagine, those areas that had trees on both sides of the street, you're seeing a good amount of damage and also debris on those streets at this point, a lot of downed trees and limbs as well. Traveling into Metairie and then going across into Kenner as well, we start seeing a lot of fences in people's properties that are being blown off. And again, the situation right now, it's difficult to tell. And as I heard Karen with her earlier on, it is very difficult to get a sense of where the level of damage is right now, because as we're losing light, as you can imagine, we don't have much power out here. It's hard to tell the level of damage and the amount of damage that Ida is now unleashing onto JP. But there was a significant amount of damage in kind of street signs and trees and also fences that were coming down as we were reporting about an hour and a half ago. Keep in mind, we've been situated here in this bank area in a secure spot for the last hour and a half just because the conditions are just far too dangerous for anybody to get out. And as Karen had mentioned about that situation with the residents trapped in that tower on Metairie Road, we can fully understand why firefighters can't get out there. It's just very dark, and with the amount of debris that's likely on the street right now, you'd be risking a lot of lives and a lot of safety trying to get into that situation to pull people out. It's just very difficult, and this is why first responders were pleading with people just to stay inside at this point. It's understandable, and knowing the conditions that we're experiencing right now, it's just far too dangerous for people. Again, we are secure in a very secure place. We're secured by two walls of concrete right now. So you might see a tunneling effect in some of the wind and rain coming at me, but we are safe. But this is by far some of the strongest conditions and some of the worst conditions that we've seen all day today. And as soon as we can get out and start moving around again, we will. We were streaming live on YouTube and other streaming platforms a little bit earlier, because we understand that as we go through the night and many people are now outside of town, they're evacuated. They just want to know how their homes are doing. They want to see those familiar streets and their neighborhoods. That's what we were trying to do earlier on. Earlier on, we didn't see a major amount of debris or wind damage and tree damage. But as it's now progressing through, and as the hurricane kind of made its way further inland, and now we're starting to feel the stronger effects of it, we did start seeing more significant damage in some of those tree limbs, the fences, and some of the power lines were just kind of flagging in and around the Power Boulevard area in Kenner. Right now, we have made our way, and we've been kind of staying put in memory between Transcontinental and I-10. All the veterans right now is dark, at least from where I see. There is a good amount of wind that's coming in, and you might not be able to see it, but some of the water is starting to pool, but because there's so much wind, it's just being blown away and blown around here, so there's not a big amount of water that's pooling in the areas. We did see a tree, and we probably showed you, and you saw that video earlier, of a house near Kewanee in Cleveland, where the tree was kind of very dangerously almost crashing on top of a home. There's only a cypress tree that's preventing it from collapsing onto that house. We understand that that house fire that you'd mentioned is not too far from that area too. So it is right now a very dangerous situation in Jefferson Parish. This was forecasted that the areas west of Orleans Parish, Jefferson, Kenner, River Ridge, those areas would see significant wind and rain, and that's what we've been experiencing the last hour and a half. And again, we do want to reiterate that we are safe, but as soon as we can and the conditions will allow us to get back and start roaming around to show you what level of damage, we will. But that's going to be very difficult right now, and certainly going into the night because of the lack of light that we have. We have limited light on this forecast center right now, which is mobile. But because there's very little electricity right now, we don't want to risk going around with all the debris that's likely floating around. We're staying in this position to stay safe. But rest assured, we started seeing a good amount of debris about an hour and a half ago. It's been that amount of time that we've stayed put in this area, so we can only imagine the amount of debris and damage that's been caused since then. Guys?
All right, Ton, some of the worst damage that we've seen in Jefferson Parish so far has been trees. And of course, they're in a difficult power situation too, as Ton just mentioned. A lot of Jefferson Parish is in the dark.
Yes, certainly. And we also want to talk about, I want to mention the auctioneer stuff that we are hearing. Karen went on and said that that she was hearing that that auctioneer was swaying and was shaking. And we've also seen some tweets about people saying that windows are bursting in and there are several leaks, and that those buildings are not in good shape right now. We have been in contact with the people over at auctioneer. They say that they have seen the tweets. They know that this information is out there, but they have not yet heard that from the hospital team. They're working to figure out exactly what's going on there. And it sounds like at 9 p.m. we will have an update from auctioneer on the facilities and what's going on there. So there should be some information coming within the next hour and a half on what exactly is going on with those facilities.
Okay, as we gather all of that information, and as I'm getting more information, just the further and further we get into Hurricane Ida, this is getting more catastrophic for the surrounding areas and for the city of New Orleans. We're going to go to Paul Dudley and Alexandra Cranford. They're at the LPB station in Baton Rouge. That is our backup station, to give us an update on what's going on with Ida and, how are conditions there as well.
Hey guys, yeah, we are not seeing quite as much in Baton Rouge. We're getting a little bit of kind of breezy winds, but we're not seeing really anything like what we're seeing over toward where you guys are in the New Orleans area now, especially just off to the west of New Orleans. In fact, it's really something when I show you the radar in a bit to see an eye of a hurricane about 20 miles away from the city of New Orleans, and of course, right over some populated areas. One thing that I wanted to touch on really quickly is the rainfall totals that we are seeing right now. And so you can see that Slidell has registered about 4 inches. And actually, we're just hearing from the National Hurricane Center. They have put up our chat that we've been looking at. As we tell you, we kind of contact them, they contact us, and they do a great job of keeping everyone informed as far as the meteorologists go during hurricanes and other weather events too. But they have updated us that around Hickory and Pearl River, we've gotten a rain total of about 4.5 inches. And it does look like this will be an issue as we get into the next several hours. We're going to be watching for these higher rainfall totals to start coming in. However, we are seeing that kind of on the southern edge of the storm, it is starting to decrease a little bit. So around Houma and Thibodaux, we've been seeing some of the rain calming down just a bit. Now, some of these, of course, off to the south, we've been saying you can disregard those. There have been more rain totals, higher rain totals than what you're actually seeing here. But you've seen this big cluster. And this, of course, is partially higher because we did see, of course, that cluster with the tornado warnings that we were getting just a little while ago. So also spinning up those tornadoes. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up my radar here because it went down just for a second. And we are going to be seeing, again, that kind of area with the less rain starting to move a little bit farther north. Although the models still have very high rain totals, and we know that these sort of storms can really bring a lot of rain in just one band in a short amount of time. So that's something we're going to have to kind of transition and start watching. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to pull it up here. And we will see that as we get into the next several hours. But it's kind of interesting also to see that it is a little bit lighter on the southern edge. So here we go. Let me pull it up and I'll show you our radar right now. And this is where we're seeing our rain totals. And I'm going to register some of them here so you can see the rainfall rates. As you know, in New Orleans, rainfall rates are a big deal. We talk about that sometimes with just afternoon thunderstorms. But look at this, the eye of the storm just off, just by a few miles. In fact, we can measure it here. I just did. It's near Boutie right now. So you can see that that's about 20 miles roughly from the city of New Orleans, and even less if you look at parts of Jefferson Parish like Kenner and Metairie, considered kind of right there in the metro area. So right now you can see where the heaviest bands are. A lot of heavy rain right here around Laplace, and in fact anything in the green blinking boxes, if you look closely, all of that's flash flood warnings. So we have these going all across the metro area and other spots, but I did want to just sample some of these areas to give you an idea of how fast the rain is coming down. And again, it's a good thing. Now, radar registers tropical rains a little bit differently, so it could be a bit heavier than this, but even going to some of the thickest parts and the darkest parts of the reds here on the radar, you can see it's about 1 to 2 or so inches per hour. But that is something we're going to have to kind of transition into seeing with these heavier bands getting into the next few hours. And now I'm going to zoom out a little bit and we'll start to see where else the rain is going on. Of course, if you're on the North Shore, some of those have been some of the highest totals that we're actually seeing, as I showed you on that map. And so here around Slidell and some of our Lacombe spots right along the North Shore of Lake Pontchartrain, getting some heavy rain bands right now too. Looking again at those wind gusts, I just wanted to show you that everyone's talking about the winds in New Orleans, different things happening with windows and so forth. I mean, it's a steady, sustained 56 mile per hour winds at the Kenner air front. And right now the lakefront's saying less, but could easily be higher than that. Look at Shell Beach, all these areas on the North Shore now starting to feel the winds pick up a little bit, gusting up to 50 to 60 miles per hour for some of our North Shore spots. And again, just kind of looking at the update on Ida, it is weakening. It is happening, and we are expecting it to continue to weaken, but it's just taking time. So 120 mile per hour winds, kind of crazy to think that that's an improvement from earlier this morning, of course, but we did have 150 mile per hour winds at landfall. That's come down. Still officially a Category 3 major hurricane, but we're going to see those winds continuing to decrease and pressure coming up, thankfully. Still officially moving northwest, although as we've been seeing it move back and forth just a little bit as we got into maybe the past couple of hours, really, when it started moving just a little bit more northerly instead of northwesterly. So again, just to look at those radar trends, we've been saying one of the, I guess, good things that you could start talking about now is that some of these southern areas like around Houma, parts of Terrebonne and Lafourche are finally seeing much less rain. I mean, this is not very much. You're getting some sprinkles. These bands would be pretty light stuff, so not adding on to where we've already had flash flood warnings issued and flooding concerns there. And another thing is that with these storms right now, really, it's the wind that's the issue that a lot of people are noticing. But we do have these rain bands, and with a somewhat fast-moving storm, at least as it approached us, now it's moving a little more slowly, but we're going to see this kind of continue to move in. So by tonight and early tomorrow, we will still have the threat of some of these bands, but also the center is going to be tracking eventually off to the north and northeast overnight and into early tomorrow. So that may bring the rain bands a little bit farther off to the east as well. So really for us, obviously it's tonight and into tomorrow that we're seeing this happen as far as the really heavy rain threat and of course the wind threat. But that is forecast, of course, to continue to decrease a little bit as we get into tonight. So this is our current radar scene. I just wanted to zoom in to show different areas what they're seeing as far as the radar goes. New Orleans obviously getting some rain bands, but look at this. It looks like a little bit of lighter kind of rain here around some parts of New Orleans right now. In fact, if you go just out toward Kenner, a little bit heavier out toward New Orleans East, same thing, but kind of right over the city, a little avenue where it's not quite as heavy. Here we are looking at the North Shore, and this has been, just a second, this has been where we've been, of course, seeing some of those heavier bands. And look at that. Yeah, around Mandeville and over toward really right along the lake on St. Tammany Parish. And if you are around I-12, kind of around this area, we're seeing this move off to the north. So if you're around Lacombe and parts of Slidell, this is going to be some heavier rain. In fact, let's see how heavy those rainfall rates are or how high those are. Just sampling it there. Oh, not very high. Clicked at different spots. About an inch per hour, could be 2 inches per hour. But again, rainfall totals so far have been up to about 4 to 5 inches. And then one other thing that we're watching, especially around the Mandeville and Covington areas, are the river levels. And so we have talked about that a little bit, and we're seeing, of course, those of you, again, as Karen was mentioning, around Mandeville and Covington know that some of those rivers rise fairly rapidly and then decrease and fall pretty fast too. But I did want to get you just the latest on what we're expecting with those. And I will say that going into this event, the hydrologists and the forecast for those spots was expected to be, you know, there was an increase expected. In fact, quite a big increase in those river levels expected from the rains that we're getting. And also, of course, from the Mississippi River. I tweeted out, if you hadn't seen my Twitter, Facebook post, that the Mississippi River at New Orleans at the Carrollton gauge spiked to 11 feet. It's been sitting around 3 or 4 feet lately. So it got a big, with the storm surge from Ida, it kind of had a moment where there was so much water kind of surging up the river that it kind of almost stopped flowing. In fact, it was almost steady as far as the river's movement around New Orleans. And now we are anticipating it to continue going down. But interesting to see it spike more than double its level at the Carrollton gauge. Now, thankfully, this year we don't have those really high river levels like last year. Do you remember during the summer, we had a very high Mississippi River, and every tropical system that came near us, the concern was always what's going to happen with the river. Thankfully, that wasn't an issue for New Orleans this year, but we are seeing the river levels in some other spots. So just to give you an idea, those are going to be rising, and you know that this happens for these North Shore rivers with big events like this. The Bogafalaya is going to be looking at probably moderate flooding, but we know that that happens drastically. So it has actually increased a good bit, a few feet just in the past couple of hours. The Chifuncta is actually looking at major flooding near 22 feet upriver on Tuesday. And it, by the way, has been hovering downriver around 9 feet or so, but it has jumped to 15 feet. So if you're seeing the rivers come up, that is expected, and it has been part of the forecast. But with this heavy rain that we're seeing, and also these winds, because if they're coming in, as you know, from this kind of general direction, they're kind of pushing it up, the water's up as much as well as, of course, the rain coming down, and the effect of that would be more so tonight and maybe into the next day or so. The Pearl over in Slidell and parts of St. Tammany Parish over on the eastern side is looking for moderate flooding. the Tangipahoa Parish, Tangipahoa River is looking for major flooding Tuesday to Wednesday. So just to give you an idea, though, these are not forecast to be at the record levels that we have seen. And then the Tikva, too, moderate flooding expected. So pretty much all the North Shore rivers, either moderate or major flooding, but again, not forecast to reach those record levels that we have seen there in the past. And again, it is interesting to see the rain not so heavy around places like Homa and Cocodrie, some of these spots that have gotten really the worst of some of the eye wall as it moved ashore while it was still a Category 4 storm. Some of those areas are finally seeing the rain, slacking off. So that's at least a good thing there. But we've also been monitoring the eye, and I was telling you I was going to show you how far away it is right now from the New Orleans area and where it's located. And the eye has also been shrinking a little bit as well. So I'll show you that in just a second. Let me pull up my tool here. But these are kind of indications that it's taking a while, but slowly weakening. So if we look at the eye right now, it's about, 10 or so miles across. Earlier, when it was coming in as a slightly more powerful storm, even than it is now, it was more like 17 miles across. Sorry if I said feet, I meant miles. And then as we look at how far away it is, let me just measure because it just really is something. We were expecting this to be a little bit farther off to the west, but yeah, about 25, 30 miles for the very center of the eye from the city of New Orleans. And then we'll track the eye wall right now. And look at that, just barely 20 miles away from the city. And I don't mean to cross over areas that are closer to it. Of course, we're watching that as well. Areas right there near Luling, near Laplace, getting some really heavy rain right now. But if we see this continue to track to the north a little bit more, about 10 miles per hour, so it's going to take a little while. But eventually, places, if you're around Laplace, you're going to be either right on the eye wall. Actually, you probably will be dealing with that. But if you're a little bit farther to the west, this would be, the eye passing off to the north. And we've been seeing the motion mostly to the north-northwest, although we have not seen it quite as far to the west as anticipated earlier. We're kind of thinking maybe this sort of track, and actually we're coming to you here from our Louisiana Public Broadcasting have been nice enough to give us this area that we can broadcast from just in case anything happens in New Orleans. And we were saying, well, this might end up being the spot with heavier rain and more winds eventually when the storm comes up toward Baton Rouge. But now we're kind of seeing the eye actually staying just a little bit farther to the east. So that's why we're seeing these very high winds that we've been talking about in New Orleans and some of these different situations, roofs damaged and blowing off and things like that in different areas. Again, these little jogs to the left and to the right or to the west and east do make a big difference when you're talking about a lot of the kind of the bulk of the winds and rain really clustered, of course, right around the eye wall, but the winds are extending farther out. In fact, when it was coming ashore, it was almost 150-mile wind field out to the northeast of the storm that we were seeing, tropical storm force winds. So we are tracking it as it moves to the north. We have also been talking about the rain total. So we talked a little bit about that. We talked about what else is happening with the rivers, and we will keep you updated on that. We're tracking those really closely and looking at them coming in hour by hour, almost in real time. And now let's just get you the latest on Ida's current stats. We are seeing the winds right now at 120 miles per hour. So again, on the Saffir-Simpson wind scale, 120 still puts it as a Category 3, but soon it will drop off, I think, to a Category 2. And then eventually, if it does make it to this general area, it could be a Category 1. In fact, a low-end Category 1 tonight, potentially by about 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. So only really a few more hours. I know we're kind of in the thick of it right now for the New Orleans area and southeast Louisiana. But if we can just hang in there for a few more hours, we're going to see this pass to the north and weaken as it does so. So getting farther away and then weakening as well. And then tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon, it should be moving up into Mississippi, farther toward Jackson, Mississippi. And eventually by tomorrow night, dropping from a tropical storm to a depression. Hard to think about when you're in the middle of it and it's happening right now. But it does look like it's going to be eventually getting to that point where Ida's past us. So kind of just have to make it through that time. But we are still seeing, of course, the rain bands moving in. Let's check on those winds, by the way, because we have been talking a lot about, well, we've covered the rain a little bit. And then here we have the winds. And look at this. We're seeing the winds gusting even at Baton Rouge, where we are here at Louisiana Public Broadcasting, gusting to 44 miles per hour. And we've been noticing a little bit of a difference here. Actually, earlier today, we've been seeing the wind just kind of light on and off and maybe just a little bit of a light breeze. But we're starting to see, look at this, 49 mile per hour wind gusts. Over toward Biloxi, Mississippi, you can see breezy as well with near 50 mile per hour wind gusts. And we are still going to be looking for the winds, again, gradually decreasing, but also moving away from the city of New Orleans. So really, this is most of what we're seeing right now for the New Orleans area. And zooming in a bit more to spots on the North Shore and South Shore, again, wish we had these winds farther south, but we don't have information coming in from those spots where Ida came ashore, of course, a few hours ago, just around noon. But you can see that, look at this, Slidell, 63 mile per hour wind gust and sustained winds above 30 miles per hour. So you've been seeing the winds, I'm sure, increasing if you're around the Slidell area, and then over toward Hammond to 35 mile per hour winds and gusting to 56. And we have been seeing some of those winds as well. Look at the lakefront, not quite as high there. Not sure why that is, but Kenner looks like it has still some high winds happening there. And we have seen some gusts in the metro area up to about 60, 70 miles per hour. And again, as we say, that's a wind gust that would prompt a severe thunderstorm warning. So we would be littered with those, of course, had we not had already our extreme wind warning that was issued earlier today, if you do remember. We're also watching the hour by hour forecast. I just wanted to give you a little look at that if you're wondering how things are going to be changing. So let's update it. We're now at almost 8 o'clock, kind of forgetting what time it is here. But if we do update it, you can see that this model actually not doing a poor job of what's happening. We do have these heavy rain bands, and the eye is pretty close to this. So kind of interesting to see. This is not a hurricane model. This is just a high resolution model that updates frequently, but we've actually seen, even in past storms, I remember this model doing a pretty good job. So this is not set in stone, but just to give you an idea of what you might expect over the next several hours. Again, not as much rain farther south. So if you're joining us from there, if you're maybe listening to us or finding us online or on your phone or app or however you're watching us right now from some of these spots without power south of Houma, we may not see another resurgence of a whole lot of heavy rain, but off to the east, you can see that's where it's going to be happening. So even at 2 a.m. overnight, that might be a point where we see the eye. Now this model still has it skirting toward Baton Rouge. It might be perhaps a little bit farther to the east of Baton Rouge by that point, but you can see this might become a concern as we move into the overnight, these rain bands that we can see. And in fact, you can see it has some pretty heavy rain even over
Good evening, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jesse Hawila. We want to give you the latest update on Ida, still a Category 3 hurricane with winds of 115. So it's on the cusp of being downgraded to a Category 2 very soon, doing some serious damage and some serious issues to New Orleans. In fact, we're going to get to a power outage map here in just a second. The entire city of New Orleans reported without power. The only thing that is providing power to some are generators. So really the bulk of the worst of what's come for New Orleans is happening right now. There's Hurricane Ida's center just west of the city. Boy, I got awfully close, and this is the dangerous side of the storm. So winds have been in excess of 100 miles per hour at times in New Orleans. Flooding rain also taking place in this area as Ida starts to lift to the north. So we're going to continue to watch this. The latest information, winds again 115 as it's moving to the northwest around 9 miles per hour. Winds, again, it's 45 miles to the southeast of Baton Rouge. Let me show you this. Let me show you this power outage map across that area. So all of that red, essentially, again, the entire city of New Orleans has no power. The only thing providing would be some generators in some areas. And we have some live shots to show you of dark New Orleans now. So you can see a couple of lights here and there, but really the entire city powerless as those 100+ mile per hour winds move through New Orleans and continue to do so. Wind gust right now around 80 miles per hour. There's kind of a view that shows you how breezy it is in New Orleans right now. Again, gust around 80. This is still a Category 3 storm. This is expected to be downgraded to a 2 by the next hour, then a 1 overnight, 75 mile per hour winds by 1 o'clock, then a tropical storm tomorrow morning. North Texas, we're on the back side of this. It's just going to be hot and dry over the next few days. The very latest on Ida and our 10-day forecast, all of that's coming up on News 8 at 10 o'clock. We'll see you then.
The storm track has shifted to where now we're going to catch the right side of the eye wall here, where previously we were just expecting the sort of dirty side rain that New Orleans and East would be getting with some heavy winds. That little shift, just a couple of degrees, when you stretch that out over a great distance, can be a great distance in terms of we're not talking about a Baton Rouge eye wall, but we're talking about a Tangipahoa eye wall, which is something they really didn't expect here until, by the way, I think this is fascinating. The parish president and some other officials here at the Emergency Operations Center told us that they came out and said, we just got a personal briefing from the National Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center. There are meteorologists with the federal government talking directly to these parish officials that are in the sort of path of the storm. And they said, hey, we're hearing a slight track to the east. That was hours ago, before we saw it on the satellite and on the radar return, which was fascinating because then you saw it happen. Instead of that sort of northwest trajectory, you saw it start going sort of due north. And that's why now we're sort of in the path of that right eye wall. But it's going to take so long to get here because the storm slowed down, as you know, not the sort of speed going around the eye, but the speed going north and coming this direction. And so at 10 miles per hour, if you were driving all the way up here from New Orleans or from Houma at 10 miles per hour, it would take you all day to get here. And that's exactly what's happening. We're expecting around here really sometime between 11 and midnight for it to really deteriorate. Here's one of those calm moments. Now, here's one more thing I want to point out. Have a veteran of so many hurricanes, including so many here, even way back to the 1990s. If you remember, George was here for that one, Katrina, you name it. I think this is my 15th hurricane. It is true. You can never project what happened in a previous hurricane if they're all the same. If you've seen one hurricane, you've seen one hurricane. You can't say you've seen them all. But here's what's interesting about this one. So many storms that I've covered have hit overnight, and the effects of them have hit overnight. And even though we saw, farther south, we saw this to be mainly a daytime storm where you could see the damage, you could see the trees blowing. Now this is happening in darkness, and darkness has fallen here. I can hear the trees whipping in the wind, but I can't see them. And so I also can't see them falling. which is why we're undercover right now. We're actually on the north side of the government building. And based on the wind direction, the other side really and the east side of the building is far more violent in terms of the amount of wind and rain getting here. So we're kind of protected where I'm standing right here, but we can't see it. So we wouldn't want to venture out any further because we couldn't see things flying in the wind. That's an important point. So all of this is happening really in the dark, and it's something we're considering here. One more thing, we did check. There were some anecdotal reports that the Tchefuncte River in St. Tammany Parish was out of its banks, and there were some current concerns there. We went directly to the Emergency Operations Center here in Tangipahoa, and they went and actually called St. Tammany Parish's Emergency Operations Center in the adjacent parish, and they found out no, they have no reports of that, at least at the Emergency Operations Center. So that's an important point if you're concerned about people living along the Tchefuncte, although of course it's rising with all of this rain. There's one more thing we heard when we pulled up here. We said, my first question as a hurricane veteran, you want to know, all right, does it ever flood here? Well, the problem is, yeah, it didn't flood last time, but it could flood this time. We're already seeing water rising here in the parking lot. You can't see it from this perspective because of the lighting and through the driving rain, but they said, no, it's never flooded here before. But they've never had this particular storm before. And so that's why we always have to be careful. We always have to reposition. I was in what was just a tropical storm, Allison, in 2001 in Houston. 37 inches of rain came out of the blue, and our live truck was surrounded by 4 feet of water, and we were stranded. Same thing with Harvey in Houston, where you had 60 inches of rain from a single storm. And even though that was predicted, it still obviously was devastating. Every storm brings something different, but it also brings something different to every community. And that is why what we saw in Houma earlier, and I got to tell you, we're going to be down there tomorrow and seeing really some devastating damage, obviously. But what happened there, with 128, 135 mile per hour winds, according to the radar, the Doppler returns, devastating. But then other areas had storm surge, not as bad as expected at this point, at least according to the gauges. We're obviously, we've seen some video that shows there was a significant storm surge. And then now here, we're going to see a wind event that doesn't normally get this far up. That is because the hurricane essentially stayed together, that eye wall stayed together, the strength of the hurricane over that sort of land, sort of marsh area. And we usually don't see that. I have in-laws in Acadia Parish. My wife's a Raging Cajun, USL, ULL, and up there, Lafayette and North, Opelousas, they don't usually get, and this far north, you don't usually get the brunt of the hurricane. This is different. This is going to hit here, essentially like a strong Cat 2 into a Cat 3 on the coast, but here, all the way up here. Near Hammond and Tangipahoa, here in Amite, in the north end of the parish. So that's what we're facing here, and it's just getting started for us. Even so many people out there so weary from this storm already. And of course, the problem is when it's over here, this is your home. This is where you live. You're worried about your family and your friends. I'm worried about my family, just west of Baton Rouge. So we'll keep an eye on all of this for you. That's the story here from Amite. I'm Brendan Keefe for Eyewitness News.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida.
And welcome back as we continue to track Hurricane Ida, some of the worst of the storm really hitting in New Orleans and a lot of major developments. I'm Sharice Gibson.
I'm Devin Bartolotta. We're just starting to see some of the impacts of this storm, right?
Yeah, and I'm Katie Moore, and we are in hour number 8 of our part of the coverage today. It has been a long day,
Yes,
and it's going to be a long night.
We have a lot of new updates coming up. I mean, honestly, so many things are going on throughout the city that we're having a hard time trying to keep up. So as we get that together, we want to make sure that you have everything that you need to know.
And I'm Zach Tawatari. Here are some updates from around the area. Entergy is reporting, quote, catastrophic transmission damage and says all of Orleans Parish is without power right now. This is the outage map. There are more than 175,000 customers in the dark just in the parish, 620,000 in the entire state. A loose barge has hit the Kerner Swing Bridge in Lafitte. Jefferson Parish authorities are telling everyone to stay off the bridge. They do not think it is structurally sound. All evening long, we've been seeing photos and videos showing how destructive Ida is. This is a house on Full Street in Metairie. A downed electrical pole fell on top of it and it caught on fire. You can follow our coverage of Hurricane Ida on our website and free WWL-TV app.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, we continue our coverage right now with Councilman Joe Giarrusso joining us on the phone right now. Councilman Giarrusso, are you with us?
I'm here.
Okay, so I know that we've broken the big news. I'm sure that you have heard the big news about what is happening with the Sewage and Water Board and with Entergy practically losing power across the city. Of course, a big question. A lot of people ask this question in my phone: what happens when it comes to the area of Lakeview? When it comes to the pumps in that area, how are we going to keep the water out?
Yeah, it's a great question. So there's two separate issues right now.
Mm-hmm.
Issue number one is what is going on with Entergy itself. All we know at this point is there's been some sort of transmission failure. And remember, everybody, the transmission is what gets to the distribution lines. Distribution lines are ultimately will come to our home. So if there is a slight mechanical problem with the transmission line, it may be just a small period of time before things are resumed with power. But if there is transmission line failure across the board, it is going to be a much longer period of time. That's on one side, and obviously that's something we all need to be thinking about after the storm passes and how long it's going to take power to be restored. On the separate part of the spectrum is Sewage and Water Board. So remember this, it takes about 52 megawatts of power, and I think David and maybe Katie were talking about this earlier. They're slightly above that based on my math right now. They've lost essentially the 12.5 megawatts that the feeders from Entergy would provide to them, but they have probably about 15 megawatts each at turbines 4 and 5. They have turbine 6, which is running at about 15 megawatts. That's 45 total. And then they have 4 out of 5 of the electromotor diesel engines running the EMDs. Those are essentially run together in basically one turbine, and that's 10.5. You put all that together, that's slightly more than the 52 megawatts that you need to run the system. I think the slight bit of good news at this moment is that based on what we've been told repeatedly about the winds, is that it would be at its worst till about 8 o'clock at night. I can tell you I've been at City Hall all day today, and it certainly picked up around noon. At least anecdotally, it sounds like it's starting to subside a little bit. That will be good for us. And now I think the big question, obviously, is how much rain or what any bands will do in the next several hours until about noon. So we'll keep an eye on everything, but two different issues. Obviously, wanting to figure out what happens with Entergy as soon as we can. We have another call with them at 8:30, and then separately, Sewage and Water Board, making sure it maintains as much of its power as possible.
Okay, and Councilman Giarrusso, just give me a second. I want to bring in my co-anchor, Katie Moore, just to, if we can open up her mic for a quick second. I know that she had a question she wanted to follow up with you.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about that transmission situation. Any idea what's going to go into figuring out if that is a transmission line problem? I had heard that it was a tower that fell into the river.
Yeah, we've heard multiple rumors, Katie. At this point, we don't have a definitive answer. I can tell you that when the council members talked to Entergy, probably around 7 o'clock, we asked the question every different way that we possibly could. Really, their singular response was, I don't know. So we have to circle back at 8:30. I think we're all preparing for it to be a bad answer, that it is transmission line or lines, plural, and that is going to take a period of time to get back up. And it's compounded by the fact that everybody wants to know at this moment what it is and how long it's going to take. And we simply don't have those answers right now. But that's why we're going to go back at 8:30, and I'm happy to follow up when I have some more information to know whether it's something that's fallen to the river, whether it's other lines, other places that have become disconnected, whether it's a breaker issue, whether it's a combination of all the above. But at this point, we simply don't know.
In the Sewage and Water Board situation, you touched on it about, the fact that all of the lines are down. Your level of concern about that?
Well, my level of concern is high because you want to make sure that energy is a backup source and that provides an additional 12 and a half. You know, quite candidly, if turbine 4 can continue running through noon tomorrow, it's an act of God, I feel like, at this point, that Susan Water Board was able to get it up. I tried to walk through the math as best as I understood it. I went to law school to avoid doing any of that, but it's really important to get the numbers right because you always want to make sure you're above 52. And again, one of the things I talked to Susan Water Board about specifically after I learned the issue with energy is their plan. And I think for everybody who has covered Susan Water Board for a long time, the nameplate capacity or the ability to run T4 and 5 goes up to 20 megawatts. The reason why I gave the 15 number is because Susan Water Board has specifically told me they're going to try and throttle back a little bit. What they want to avoid at all costs is a small hiccup known as a trip, where the turbine goes offline for a period of time. That contributes to flooding. But the worst case scenario would be if the turbine breaks in the middle. So obviously making sure that you can withhold some of that power and then kind of parcel out how much power you have between the sources of T4, T5, T6, and the EMDs to get above that 52 megawatt number is important. And just based on using kind of the math that they constantly provide us, we're above that.
And we're obviously, Katie and I and Devin are in studio right now, and we have our reporters all over the city and outside of the city as well, outside of the levee protection. Are there any areas of the city that are of major concern when it comes to flooding? Or is there something that you're seeing right now or hearing?
Well, I got a report. Yeah, I mean, I got a report on WWL that there was some localized flooding in Lakewood North. That was a little bit of a surprise to me. I think the biggest area of concern is when you look at the radar and you see the bright yellow or red sitting over certain neighborhoods. It looked like Gentilly and parts of Littlewoods had gotten maybe as much as 6, 7, or 8 inches of rain. That's just a tremendous amount. And so my real hope is, the wind tends to bring the rain with it, is that rather than having these bands that fire or follow right behind it, as the wind starts to die down, hopefully now that the storm is further inland and starting to lose its power, that we don't have these massive rain bands that follow behind it. But it seems to be that where, at least I'm hearing of some more flooding issues, it tends to be in the areas where if you look at the map, it's pretty hot, yellow and red. And also, I feel like I'm hearing a little bit more in sort of Kenner and Jefferson Parish is where they may just be getting more localized rain at this point.
Okay, well, Councilman Giarrusso, we would love if you could give us a call back to talk a little bit more about your conversation with the Sewage and Water Board and with Entergy so that we can kind of nail down exactly what's happening here. Because there is some slight panic and some concern from several residents as far as what I'm seeing on social media and the messages that we're getting from people regarding that message that everyone received via text message from Entergy New Orleans.
The concern is completely legitimate, and that's why I appreciate the coverage you and the other outlets have been doing for such a long time and giving me the opportunity, hopefully, to explain the difference between the transmission and what's going on at Sewage and Water Board. And that we'll be in constant contact with both Energy and Sewage and Water Board to make sure what's going on with Energy so we have an answer there, and then fingers crossed that nothing changes at Sewage and Water Board. They lose any of their power capacity, because you do hear this frequently. People say, I don't see the pumps working. I don't see the pumps working. Remember, it's frequently not the pumps, it's the power. And so that's the thing that we want to keep our eye on right now.
All right, Councilman Giarrusso, thank you so much for joining us. We hope to talk with you a little bit later.
Thank you.
All right. He's always great to get some more information about the situation on the ground and to find out what we're looking at in terms of those two essential city services, power and, of course, water. We just don't know at this point. But as soon as we find out, we're going to let you know. Karen Swenson is in New York, but she is, of course, contributing to our coverage, and we wanted to join her again because she has an update for us. Karen, we heard from Oxnard that they are evaluating their facilities to find out about that swaying that you mentioned during your last update.
Okay, I did not realize they were doing that, but that would make sense. And that did come from a source. And I actually asked that source, that doctor, do you really mean swaying? And he said, yes. I have also reached out and asked him, there were reports that were spread, that aired on social media, that part of the Ochsner roof may have blown off. That same doctor said he had heard reports that part of the Brent House roof was either damaged or had blown off. If you're familiar with Ochsner Hospital, there is an adjacent hotel. They share the same wall. It is truly adjacent. It's called the Brent House, and you stay there for long term. You know, the relatives can stay there if their loved ones are there. Oftentimes, for many hurricanes, you know, I stayed there because my husband was in the hospital, and apparently it is that part of the hospital that may have sustained some damage. He did hear that part of that roof may have blown off, but all in all, they said, you know, this particular doctor said they were in good spirits, that the building was swaying a bit, but that again, that they were in good spirits. In Jefferson Parish, where the winds have been so bad, apparently so many trees are down. So many trees took down lines, broke water lines, that what I'm being told is that there is no water on the east bank of Jefferson Parish in Metairie. So Metairie, I am being told, is without water. What I was told by a member of the fire department was if they have any, there's no pressure to speak of. And that was due to trees falling and breaking lines. I also spoke with the fire chief, who said that at this point they are trying to get the equipment necessary to help the elderly who are at that place, Metairie Towers at 401 Metairie Road. And we talked about this earlier. The roof of Metairie Towers, a very popular condominium complex on Metairie Road across from St. Francis Church, blew off several hours ago. The circumstances were such that it was too dangerous for fire trucks to even get out there. We do understand that they are efforting at this point to get there to help those people. The priest who is at St. Francis Church right across the street said they can come here. The church is solid, but it was too precarious a situation to move those elderly residents, some of whom are on dialysis, we understand, almost all of whom, by the very nature of their age, have pre-existing conditions and are the most vulnerable of our population. So they are moving equipment there to try to help those folks. Thirdly, I am being told, you know, on the West Bank, there's a doctor I've been in contact with. She lives in Old Gretna. I have been told that the Contech warehouse has lost part of its roof. This would be in Old Gretna. And that on Lafayette Street, the Gretna Historic Museum has lost some of its windows. The wind, the rain blowing it in. If you are familiar with Old Gretna, it's just a quaint area that is just, you know, kind of represents the West Bank charm of Gretna, and that particular museum has sustained damage that she can see from across the street. So we also had reports of various fires, and this was sent to me, and we're going to show it to you in just a moment. This was a house fire, a tremendous house fire that was 4916, forgive my pronunciation, Mayo in Metairie. And we understand that nobody was home. There are no reports that anyone was hurt, but that they do believe that that was caused by the winds. So that's what's going on in Jefferson Parish. Let's turn it over to Orleans Parish. And this is another big update. We understand, and this will have long-term consequences in the justice system. We understand that the roof of Traffic and Municipal Court has been blown off. That is right next to police headquarters. If you're familiar with Broad Street, it's the 700 block of Broad Street, right next to police headquarters. And we understand that the roof has blown off of it. Spoke with multiple sources, just got off the phone with Sean Early, who is the Chief Justice there, and he said it is true, it happened. Rain has come through the roof from the 3rd floor, seeped onto the 2nd, down to the 1st. He said after Katrina, they went all computerized, and he said, I believe his quote was, "We're not going to be open anytime soon." And, they are assuming that they have sustained major damage to their computer system. And again, that is at Traffic and Municipal Court. We understand, obviously the entire city is without power. So that also extends to police headquarters. I was talking to some police officers who are working out of their cars right now in the garage. On the North Shore, I'm being told that, I'm just getting some texts right now that the water from the Chifuncta has definitely risen to a point where it is overflowing the riverbanks in Madisonville on Water Street, aptly named. That area, so that is rising waters from the Chifuncta flooding Water Street. That is an area that would flood. But at this point, there are no reports of that water getting into the homes. Same with, the lakefront in Mandeville. That water is coming from the storm surge of Lake Pontchartrain spilling over into the area that really floods. That's a consequence of living there. You live with it, but that is happening right now. The difference in the North Shore is at least what they were telling me from an hour ago, is the number of trees that are down. So an hour ago, we had that tree that crossed I-12 near Covington. That was like the big deal at that time. Now what I'm being told is there are so many trees that are down that it's hard to catch. It's hard to keep up. So that is the situation on the North Shore. Let me just see if there's anything else. Homes are elevated along the Chifuncta River, so that should be good. So we'll see power outages all over the North Shore, the entire city of New Orleans, as you have reported. The West Bank getting reports of lots of trees down and like fence damage and debris. Also, I should mention that in addition to Traffic and Municipal Court, where the roof has blown off, potentially destroying the contents of that building, Traffic and Municipal Court. Imagine the amount of information that was stored there and the length of time it may take to recover. Again, the Chief Judge Sean Early was saying it's going to be some time, and he is on his way to try to assess the situation himself. But next to that, or in that same vicinity, they are building a new crime lab, and that would be right at Gravier and White. And I understand that while that is under construction, there's so much debris, and that is just projectiles being spewed all over the area. So extensive damage. You don't like to repeat what we're hearing because it harkens back to Katrina, but it does speak to perspective. And the fire chief in Jefferson Parish worked through every catastrophe that I can think of over the last 30 years, including Katrina, and said this is the worst storm he's ever been through. Hung up the phone with him, talked to a police officer who's been on the force for decades and was here throughout every moment of Katrina, and said, this is the worst storm he's ever lived through. So, and they're saying that, speaking of the current circumstances and the current conditions under which they're working, they're not speaking from of the perspective of the damage it will have left. So that's an important distinction. It's what they're going through right now. If you remember during Katrina, that first night, it was the levees that caused the devastation that changed and altered the course of New Orleans. We are strictly speaking about the conditions right now and the difficulty that these first responders are having trying to help folks. And they just said because the wind is such a big issue, that's just hampering their efforts. So that's the latest. Again, Katie, just to get back to your question about Ochsner, the doctor said they are doing fine. The patients are okay. That's really all that matters. But he had heard reports that potentially the Brent House next door, that hotel, had sustained some damage.
Okay, well, we will.
But again, don't forget the water. The water on the east bank of Jefferson Parish. I understand there is none because there was so many trees that hit the water lines that the water in Metairie is down there, and I don't know when that will be restored.
Right. Yes. We were just about to say that, I think. So you're on it. Thank you so much, Karen, for that update kind of a sweeping one. You have such great sources everywhere, so it's so nice to be able to even just get you from New York.
Oh my gosh, my heart goes out to all of you. You're doing such a beautiful job, and to the people at home. And just know that we are there for you, and we will get through this. And you are just a source of comfort to so many people, because you know, a lot of people are watching on YouTube. I'm watching you from YouTube. I wonder if I can turn this. Hold on. See if I can show you. There you go. I'm watching on YouTube.
Hi, YouTube.
A moment of levity watching. So we send our love, and we're going to continue to monitor the situation. And of course, Daybreak will bring perspective. But I'll be here with you throughout the night.
Absolutely. We are here for the long haul, and it's nice to have you even from a distance. Thank you, Karen. And as Karen just mentioned, we do want to say that there is a boil advisory in place for the East Bank of Jefferson Parish. That's something that came out a little while ago, and I did have some people texting me saying, do we need to boil our water? The pressure is non-existent in Jefferson. And so we're going to have to talk to some parish leaders to find out why that is. Karen just hinted that it might be because trees have fallen on so many water lines. And so there's too much water leaking from the system. And so now they're having to force people to boil the water.
Well, and I was just talking with Scott Walker, and he said that he's going to try and get on and talk with us shortly. He said that Karen is spot on, and that he is hoping that he can get on and elaborate with us on a lot of that. But my husband said the same thing. You try to turn on the faucet, there is no water in Metairie right now. So there's probably a lot of people dealing with that same thing.
Right. And think about that, flushing the toilet as well. So that is another situation that you have to think about, because the two are related.
Yes, they are. All right, we'll continue our coverage. Adriana de Alba is near the Ritz-Carlton in New Orleans right now. If we can go out to her live, if she's still there.
Hi, yes, well, it's been hours, and Hurricane Ida just continues to batter New Orleans. Right now, the entire area is without power, the entire city of New Orleans without power. We're seeing some desperation here from people. We're outside of a hotel. There are people sitting outside, kind of impatient. You see that sort of feeling start to kick in where they kind of feel unsettled. But it got to the point earlier, we were driving around, and it's just now at the point where we really can't take that risk. It wasn't safe anymore. We were driving down Rampart, and there was a shop called Italian Pie. We saw the building collapse, building next to it collapsed. There were bricks everywhere. There was a car rammed into the restaurant. It looked like it had been a car that was parked there, but we were getting ready to shoot some video there and possibly bring you a live hit from there, and it just got way too dangerous and quickly. I mean, these gusts are coming in and out. The wind is still really strong. You can probably hear the popping in the background. Things are sort of flying around, but we came here to get to safety. We're underneath an awning. We're okay. But I kind of want to just show you, we're at Canal Street, and the entire street, I mean, it is just crazy to see an entire street just blacked out tonight. And there are energy trucks lined up in the middle of the road. I don't know if you could see the ground there, but the wind is just whipping water everywhere. That's what the conditions look like here tonight. It just continues to worsen as the night goes on, and really, truly just urging people to get to safety. You don't want to be out in that as the wind starts to blow things around. The big issue too downtown that we've seen is debris. Lots of down trees, down limbs, signs, aluminum, big chunks of brick and wood, just things flying everywhere. It's not what you want to be in the middle of, and that's why we got to safety. I'm glad we did, but that's what it looks like here tonight. A dark New Orleans, no light, and conditions that continue to just worsen, it seems. I'm live in New Orleans, sending it back to you, Adriana de Alba.
I'm Zach Tawatari. Here's some recent updates from around the area. A piece of history in the French Quarter is gone. We've confirmed that building on South Rampart that used to house the Karnofsky shop has collapsed. Louis Armstrong used to work there in the 1910s, becoming friends with the family who ran it. A boil advisory has been issued for the entire East Bank of Jefferson Parish. Officials say there was a loss of pressure in the distribution system. If you are there, boil your water for at least a full minute before drinking it. preparing food with it, or brushing your teeth. We're seeing more and more viewer photos of trees down across southeast Louisiana. This one is in Slidell. We have another we got recently from Marrero. Remember, if a down power line is tangled up in a tree, do not try to untangle it. You can follow our coverage of Hurricane Ida on our website and free WWL-TV app.
Take a look at what's going on. And one thing that a lot of folks on Twitter, Facebook have been asking is, when is it all going to end? I think that is probably top on everyone's mind, including us here in the studio. So let us take a look, and we're going to kind of break down what's going on right now and kind of get an idea of the timing. And again, it very much is a more fluid situation, as the models have not necessarily been doing a fantastic job of just how fast or how slow, really, at this point, that the storm is moving northward. Now, this is the 8 o'clock advisory. Winds are down to 150 miles an hour. It is still a Category 3 hurricane. What is really fascinating is the fact that as you measure the center point of the storm from what is normally kind of the accepted position of New Orleans at 30 degrees north, 90 degrees west, the storm center is only 36 miles away from that point. But even closer, if you go to the western part of Orleans Parish, it's about 20 miles away. So you have a Category 3 hurricane only 20 miles away from the city of New Orleans. And that is incredible. As a matter of fact, I did kind of a historic hurricane search to see when was the last time we had a Category 3, 4, or 5 hurricane move right over the city of New Orleans. And it's interesting, it was just last year, Zeta, as it passed right over the city of New Orleans. At that point, it was a weaker storm, but this is a very rare event to still have a major hurricane that has moved that far inland. Now, usually what you end up seeing is that when a storm is still that strong pretty far inland, it's because it has been moving so fast it just doesn't have time to weaken. Ida has had plenty of time to weaken. It just is taking its sweet time to do it. But there is light at the end of the tunnel. This is a wider look at radar. Notice, as we were showing you earlier, there are finally starting to show up some breaks in that heavy rainfall. Now, obviously, we are not done and far from it. The bands of heavy rainfall continue, but at least we do see some breaks. And there do appear to be, at times, at least in the later images, radar images here, there are some breaks in terms of the intensity of the rain. Will start to subside as we continue through the overnight period and going into early tomorrow morning. Now, keep in mind, this heavier rainfall is still going to be pushing onto the North Shore and areas farther north and then west. So we're not totally done in terms of our entire area. I also want to point out, and really something that we're going to have to deal with as we go through the rest of the evening, there's a new tornado warning that was issued for parts of St. Tammany and Hancock County. Once again, it is just to the east of Slidell. Let's switch over to the velocities to give you an idea of where that rotation may be. And here we go. Kind of hard to find. It might be a little bit of a broad circulation right here. Really what we have seen so far from the National Weather Service, and they have to err on the side of caution, and they issue a tornado warning. And then usually almost before the warning itself expires, they expire because it just doesn't look like there is that broad rotation. And something that, again, point out when you're dealing with an isolated area that may be affected by a tornado warning, we also have far stronger winds across a much wider spread of area in our viewing area. So we really kind of need to focus more on that. We will, of course, and mention every one of these tornado warnings as they are issued. But the big picture story here is we have the massive wide swath of winds that are really dominating much of the viewing area this evening. Now look at the rainfall totals, and these are rainfall estimates. And we were showing you some of the official totals from the observing stations. I'm going to switch over. I wanted to show you some of the totals that we are picking up on. These are actual observed rainfall totals. You look at 3.15 inches of rain at Kenner, over 3.5 inches downtown, 2.70 at Lakefront. Obviously, we're not getting accurate data from a lot of our sites down south of the city. Over 4 inches of rain, approaching 5 inches of rain right now in Slidell, and then more than 5 inches of rainfall in Reserve so far. But keep in mind, Reserve is closer to the center of the storm, and there had been a swath of that banding that's set up more over Slidell. So we're all going to see significant rainfall totals. Some areas are going to see more than others, depending upon exactly where those training bands set up. So switching back over to the radar estimate, you can find the areas that have seen the most of the rainfall through the course of this event. The areas that you see in the greens to yellows, that's 1 to 3 and 3 to 6 inches of rainfall. That was to be expected. And keep in mind, we're going to add to that through the overnight and into early tomorrow morning. Where you see the oranges, that's been 6 to 8 inches of rainfall. And note, there are some pockets of even 8 to 10 inches of rainfall. As we zoom into where some of those totals have fallen, again, river parishes, looks like there may be a little bullseye just to the north of north and east of the Lakefront Airport. But there is kind of a swath from Lake Laplace toward Des Allemands of 8 to 10 inches of rainfall. Again, it really depends upon where those heavier bands set up. So much of the city has already seen an estimated 6 to 8 inches of rainfall and still ongoing, which is why a flash flood warning had been issued for this area. So let's kind of break down the computer models, and I'll show you two models, one showing the rain and one showing the wind. So when does the rain finally start to wrap up? As we go through the next couple of hours, again, this is kind of be improving conditions from south to north. And I want to pause this here. I thought there was another pause built in there. I just want to kind of show as we get toward the overnight hours. So for the next few hours, pushing onto the North Shore. So not really improving just yet north of the lake after midnight, 1, almost 2 a.m. Again, this is going to be kind of improving conditions from south to north. Let's kind of put this back into motion as we continue through the overnight and going into early tomorrow morning. The bulk of the heavy rain associated with the main circulation of Ida is now lifting to the north. However, this model, and it does usually overestimate the intensity of the rain, we may still have some of those bands over us. So we'll expect to see some rainfall as we get the day started early tomorrow. And they're kind of putting this into motion. Notice, though, it doesn't look as though the bands that set up over us tomorrow morning are going to stay there all morning long. We have another bit of rainfall and even a couple of inches of rain over the course of a few hours. We can handle that. And it does look like by about noon, most of those bands then start to shift more to the east, and we will begin to see a drier period. And notice you might have a couple of little bands kind of setting up on the backside, but these showers would be far less in intensity and accumulation by the time we get to more tomorrow afternoon and evening. So again, here we are, 8, almost 9 o'clock on a Sunday. It does look like we will see improving conditions throughout the course of the night and more so into the overnight. And by early tomorrow morning, probably still some bands of rainfall, but doesn't look as though those bands would be as intense, and then continuing to improve through the rest of the morning and into the midday hours. So let's take a look at the wind forecast. Here is the wind field, and it is still pretty extensive. And a lot of folks have been asking me from all over. It is still pretty scary sounding outside. When does that start to subside? Now, a very unscientific observation, we're not hearing the creaks and groans of our building here. So already we are beginning to see improving conditions in the city. There's no question about that. The tropical storm force of 60 to almost 75 mile per hour winds is in orange. This is still covering a good portion of the area. The hurricane force winds, metro area toward Baton Rouge, but certainly southern Tangipahoa Hope Parish, but also parts of St. Tammany and maybe almost up to Washington, and then certainly near the center of the storm. So that's how big that wind field is right now. As we put this into motion, going into late tonight and early in the morning, we'll finally start to see that wind field shrinking. Still likely around certainly the Florida parishes and out toward Hammond, parts of Tangi, will likely still have some hurricane or near hurricane force winds. Look at the forecast, 11:30 tonight. It still is forecasted to be a 3. Hopefully that will change. And really the storm at the moment is right on the cusp of weakening down to a 2. The 1, it continues to weaken, but notice, even as it moves up toward Macomb, Brookhaven, and almost to Natchez, there is still a small swath of hurricane force winds. But what about us? Notice we finally start to see reduced winds in the city. May still have some stronger winds and stronger wind gusts on the North Shore. As I said, the improvement will come from south to north as the storm moves northward. After about 7, 8 a.m., we are all finally out of the tropical storm force wind. So as I said, we will see improving conditions through the overnight period and going into early tomorrow. At the moment, what it looks like, just based on some of the observations we have made, that the rain has not been as much of an issue as the wind certainly has been, especially in areas that have found themselves kind of within the path. Well, I shouldn't even go that far to the west, have found themselves within the path of some of the core of the storm, which is weakening, which is falling apart. And so we will continue to see improving weather through the overnight period. And hopefully for folks that have stayed, and hopefully if you have a generator, you're able to sleep comfortably. If you don't, again, it's going to be a little bit more uncomfortable tonight just because it's still very hot and it's still humid. It will, temperature-wise at least, isn't too bad. It's still very humid outside. It is almost early September, August 29th, as a matter of fact. But it does look like we will be seeing those winds dying down through the overnight period, and a much quieter day is on the way for tomorrow. So thankfully, though it is a slow-moving storm, this is not going to be days of having to deal with the weather. Now comes the more unfortunate part of the cleanup, the restoration, and the aftermath that always follows these very powerful storms. Something else we were talking about in terms of the storm itself, and I keep getting dinged here from the National Weather Service just to see, let's see, sent an update to their flood. Okay, and something that we heard Alexandra talking a little bit about that we'll have to be focused on as well for folks on the North Shore, and we actually heard Karen mention it, is the North Shore flooding, and that was a graphic that I wanted to jump over to. I've also heard kind of a somewhat unconfirmed reports from the National Weather Service that they have been talking about getting reports of storm surge flooding in the river parishes around Laplace because of the water that was piled up into the lake that flows into the western part of the lake and then southwestern part of the lake and flows over the spillway. So we are getting kind of some unconfirmed reports of maybe storm surge flooding in the Laplace area from that high water. But also we're looking at the flooding from the North Shore rivers. As we have said, as that surge kind of gets pushed, let me see if this graphic updates here for us. There we go. As that surge pushes in Lake Pontchartrain, it forces that water. Most of the water actually ends up in the western part of the lake and tends to find its way into the southwestern part of the lake. But as that water starts piling up along the northern shore, all of those rivers that drain into the Lake Pontchartrain cannot. And kind of like what we saw up the mouth of the Mississippi River, there is a little bit of a surge up those rivers. So notice, we are expecting more major flooding on the North Shore than we were expecting yesterday because the storm did strengthen and the surge was a little bit greater that moved into Lake Pontchartrain. So even along the Pearl, Bogalusa, Bush down toward Pearl River, all expecting minor flooding. The areas that you see highlighted in red and purple is either moderate or major flooding. So in Robert, the Bogafly at Folsom, in Camp Covington, and at Covington, you're looking at moderate to then major flooding. Boston Street, you're expecting moderate flooding. So the flooding risk has certainly increased over the next couple of days for the North Shore rivers. Does look like we're getting some storm surge flooding in Laplace. The storm surge, we haven't had any of the official reports yet from down along the coastline, but that will continue through the overnight period as well. Again, the only issue with the storm surge is that we've got that southerly wind that is going to continue into the overnight period and really won't change direction until more late tomorrow and on into Tuesday, once the storm moves in a direction that would allow for the winds to change direction and then start pushing any of the high water that we do have in the lake or along the coastline more away from us. So we will start to see some improving conditions as we get into the overnight period and early. Okay, as we continue into the overnight period. Okay, well, let's just see. We're going to continue to look at the storm itself. And again, we are still dealing with is the winds, but as I mentioned, kind of an unscientific reading here. The building here in the city, in the French Quarter, we're not hearing the creaks and groans like we were earlier. So the winds have no question, no doubt, have started to settle down. Let's take a look at what some of the wind speeds are doing just based on the actual observations, at least the observations from sites that are still reporting. And we're going to look at kind of the winds from across the entire area. Let's take a look at that. All right, here we go. Look at this. The winds are gusting at Kenner. They're sustained at 62 miles an hour, and they are gusting up to 90 miles per hour. This is also because the center of the storm, as I had said, it's just about 20 or so miles from Orleans Parish. It's a whole lot closer to Kenner. So Kenner sustained winds, though while not at hurricane force, are certainly very, very close, and we are getting hurricane force wind gusts. As I said, though, the winds will start to diminish and have been doing so for the last hour, maybe almost 2 hours or so. And they will continue to diminish as we go through the rest of the night and overnight. So for folks maybe just hoping to get a little bit of a more settled sleep during the overnight period, the winds will be diminishing and our rainfall will be moving out as well. So there is a positive, and again, there is that light at the end of the tunnel. Rainfall has thankfully not been, at least according to the actual observed totals, has been manageable for a landfalling Category 4 hurricane. The official observed rainfall totals is over 3 inches of rain at Kenner. We're at 3.5 right now at downtown. Thankfully, a lot of the rainfall rates that we have seen have not been excessive. Now, we're getting obviously a constant deluge of this tropical rainfall. Thankfully, most of our observing sites are not reporting astronomical numbers. And I'm talking astronomical numbers that we have seen, such as tropical systems that tend to move into the Houston and parts of southeastern Texas, that you get just 20 plus inches. Thankfully, we really have not seen any of that. Even when we use the radar estimate of some of the rainfall totals, the estimates that we can find, and again, this is not necessarily verified by actual surface observations, but as we go through the next couple of days, the folks at the National Hurricane Center and the folks at the National Weather Service office in Slidell will be collecting all kinds of data to then put in a report that will get all the official totals, how much rain we actually saw, some of the strongest winds. A lot of times that information is difficult to get in real time. It usually gets analyzed post-storm, as well as trying to get some of the official rainfall totals that we have seen across the area. Again, sometimes these are totals that we don't necessarily get from sources in real time. Remember, the worst case scenario, now we're not done with the rainfall, but at the worst case scenario, there were estimates of some spots seeing more than 20 inches of rainfall. Thankfully, we're nowhere near that. Now, as I said, we still have more rain to go through the overnight, but the intensity of the rain is beginning to wane, and the coverage of the rain is beginning to wane slightly. But some of the highest totals that I could find just now are between Laplace and Destrehan. You kind of see a bullseye of 8 to 10 and an even smaller bullseye of 10 to 12 inches. Now, that is approaching a foot of rain in parts of St. Charles Parish. That is very, very significant, but it's also what is the issue that we're also looking at in St. Charles and St. John is not only have you seen some of the heaviest of the rainfall, we're also getting reports of that storm surge inundation into the Laplace area, which is always an issue in these storms. When they take a track that brings that surge and that southeasterly onshore flow for a long duration, that water finds its way from Lake Bourne into Chef Pass and all flows into the lake. That usually ends up moving toward. Okay, we're going to wrap things up here and go over to our site at LPB in Baton Rouge.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, can you hear? So pretty much there was a situation at Channel 4. They're going to have to shut things off for a little while to try to get things working over there. But that's why we're here at Louisiana Public Broadcasting, to make sure we have a backup plan. So we are now on the air here from Louisiana Public Broadcasting. And I believe we have Cynthia Lee Shang with us, Jefferson Parish President. Cynthia, are you there?
Yes, I am. How are you?
Hey, we're going through issues at Channel 4 just like you are in Jefferson Parish. So let me just ask you, can we talk a little bit? We're hearing reports that a transmission tower has gone down. Can you give us the latest information on that?
Yeah, transmission tower went down. This is near the Avondale area. This tower served, my understanding is it served a large portion of New Orleans, the East Bank. This is a major tower, and I heard New Orleans is completely out of electricity, and we're probably 97% out of electricity in Jefferson Parish as well.
And can you just fill us in on when this happened and when you heard reports of this, and if there's any dangers that are associated with this transmission tower going on? Obviously, you want people to stay as far away from that as they can, to continue to stay inside their homes right now.
Yeah, time gets strange on me. I'm probably got reports of this an hour and a half ago, maybe 2 hours ago, something like that. So a lot of things are going on in Jefferson Parish. I mean, it's just fast moving here at the Emergency Operations Center. We're getting a lot of calls. We have very, very strong concerns about Lafitte, water rising in Lafitte. We're getting many calls for rescue, even up in the area up here where we are. So we lost contact with Grand Isle several hours ago. So really a lot going on up here. So I want to update too, is we did a boil water advisory for the East Bank of Jefferson Parish. We have a lot of down trees in the area. A lot of the root systems of those trees damage the water, many water mains. So we're losing about 250,000 gallons an hour. So our pressure is not where it needs to be. So we had to call for a boil water advisory on the East Bank, and our pressure is dropping as well for the water system on the West Bank.
And so when did the boil water advisory go into effect, and what exactly happened there? So you're losing, is it 250,000 gallons? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, 250,000 gallons of water per hour. So the boil water advisory probably went into effect about an hour ago. We had some initial reports that we had about 5 or 6 water main breaks. So the trees are falling down everywhere. The root system is underground, and when the tree falls over, the root system comes up and it's breaking water mains. And so we had notice of about 6 of them, but our water director feels like the water pressure is dropping so quickly. We just probably have more water breaks than we're realizing, or more water breaks that are being reported. So we had to issue a boil water advisory for the East Bank of Jefferson Parish.
And Cynthia, I want to circle back and kind of ask you about some of those areas in Lower Jefferson Parish that are outside of that levee protection, Lower Lafitte, Crown Point, Grand Isle. What has your communication been like? I know that you said that you lost touch with the folks, with your representative in Grand Isle. What are you hearing from down there when you are able to get a hold of people?
Well, we lost touch with Grand Isle several hours ago, probably in the late afternoon. We had radio contact with them for some time, and then we lost contact with them. I was able to speak with Mayor Carmodel. I know he said the winds had died down a little bit down there. We're feeling the effects up here still, but I think the Galliano area, Grand Isle, Port Fourchon, they're finally getting some relief, and the winds are kind of going down. I know he is trying to get down there. He's trying to see if he even has a house anymore. We're having... The other update is in Lafitte. As I said, we're concerned about the water rising in Lower Lafitte, Barataria. I'm getting reports from Mayor Kerner that he is very concerned about his citizens with the water rising. And also the swing bridge, the Kerner swing bridge in Lafitte was hit by a barge or a vessel, we believe. That vessel, I'm told, has sunk. So the bridge, we want to make sure when this storm subsides, nobody goes on that Kerner swing bridge. That Kerner swing bridge does not have the integrity to be able to handle any kind of vehicle. So I know the first responders will get out there and close it, but if you happen to be one of the first ones out there, do not go on the Kerner swing bridge.
And Cynthia, I want to ask you about Metairie Towers I believe it's off of Metairie Road, a senior living facility that apparently had the roof ripped off of the building. Karen Swenson doing a fair bit of reporting on this, telling us that they were actually trying to move those senior citizens across the street to the church there. Do you have any more information about what's going on there?
So we got reports. Karen's reporting that the roof is completely ripped off. I'm getting conflicting reports if partial roof is off, but my understanding is that it started taking on some water. It is not a critical situation, that all the residents were safe. I think it's about 56 residents there. Of course, they're, nervous, and we want to get them out of there. We did have a fire chief go there and look at the situation. We want to move them across the street to St. Francis. But we couldn't do that at the time because the winds were too high. But my understanding in the report that I got is that all the residents were safe, although the building was taking on water. There was water on the first floor because there is some kind of water intrusion because of the roof leak. But again, I don't know if I don't have eyes on that situation. I don't know if the roof is completely off. My understanding was there was a partially removed.
Okay, well, that's at least some better news there.
Yes.
Can I ask you about what you're sort of telling your residents right now? Everybody is very concerned, especially those who have evacuated. They're concerned about their properties, but those who have stayed behind too are also very concerned. What are you telling the residents of Jefferson Parish right now, inside the levee protection, but also outside of the levee protection, if they did in fact stay?
Well, the winds are really high. I'm getting, texts from friends. You can't go outside still. It's bad in the Metairie Kenner River Ridge area right now. We want people to stay inside. There's so many dangers out there. We are dealing with a lot of things. It's dark outside. There is down power lines. The real risk of this hurricane now is the flash flooding. So we need people to stay inside. If you have gone through this unharmed and safe in your home, and the integrity of your home is safe, you are very lucky. You're very fortunate. I hope that's most people, but you have to stay inside, realize that you were fortunate, and let's give our first responders the access to the roads. We're going to have public works teams going out tomorrow, clearing roads. We're going to look at all that kind of stuff to get search and rescue efforts going underway, especially in the Lafitte and Grand Isle areas.
And when do you think that crews will be able to get out and start assessing the damage? Obviously, you're probably not going to be able to do that right now in the dark. Are you thinking as soon as day breaks?
Yeah, I think, probably some firefighters and police are going to go out starting assessing. We're going to send our public works teams with the equipment to start really clearing roads as soon as daylight happens. But it's going to take us some time to get a look on things and understand where to bring the equipment. But all the teams are going to be ready. If those that can go out in the dark safely and just look at where the damage is, will be doing so. But our public works teams are going to be ready to start clearing roads as soon as the sun comes up.
All right, Cynthia Lee Shang, Jefferson Parish President, thank you so much for this information. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got just an update that came in quite literally just seconds ago. It's from Entergy, and they say that as a result of Hurricane Ida's catastrophic intensity, that all 8 transmission lines that deliver power into the New Orleans area are currently out of service. When this occurred, it caused a loud imbalance in the area and resulted in a generation of the area coming offline, generators there coming offline. We are currently working to assess the damage according to Entergy and identify a path forward to restore power. They have provided a backup generation to the New Orleans Sewage and Water Board, so that is good news there. But power will not be restored this evening, and they say that they're just going to continuously be working to offer a remedy in this situation. That is the very latest. We are going to through a commercial break right now, but we will be right back.
And welcome back. I'm meteorologist Alexandra Cranford. We're coming to you at the moment from our LPB, Louisiana Public Broadcasting Studios, and we're just getting you a quick update before we send you back over to WWL-TV in New Orleans. Of course, the latest thing, we have a couple different weather things happening right as we've switched over to 9 p.m. First of all, we've gotten the new update from the National Hurricane Center, and thank goodness Ida is no longer a major hurricane, but just barely. Winds are 110 miles per hour. That's almost as high as you can get for a Category 2. So Ida is now a Category 2 storm, weakening, but it's just taking a while. Pressure is rising and it's moving north-northwest at 9 miles per hour. And for the past few hours, it's been a 10-mile-per-hour movement. And interestingly, the center of the storm, 30 miles west-northwest of New Orleans. So that puts it, as you can see, pretty close to outside the Lake Maurepas area. And as we look at what's going to happen, just giving you an update, we don't have a new track coming out until 10 p.m., but generally we're expecting it to continue to improve a little bit, especially for areas that are getting some of the heavier rain and wind right now on the South Shore and around the lake. And notice that it could be a Category 1 really in the next couple of hours or few hours. So this could be around midnight. It could only by then maybe even be a low-end Category 1 storm before it begins its turn to the north and then northeast. So tomorrow during the day, things will certainly improve. And as Chris has been mentioning, and we've been mentioning in the past couple of hours, things should begin to improve even just in the next, really pretty shortly if you're in the New Orleans area, wondering when it's going to start getting a little bit better. Other things that we have to talk about besides just the latest on Ida, which again is weakening a little bit, but we're also talking about two new warnings that we have out. One is a flash flood warning, and this is for most of the North Shore. So let me zoom in here and show you where this is. This is for the green shaded areas, and particularly around Hammond and into the Livingston Parish areas. This is a flash flood warning, and this is for the combination of heavy rain that's happening. We have some of our heaviest swaths of rain, in fact, that we've really seen for the North Shore in some spots around Covington and Lacombe and into Hammond, but also the combination of what we were talking about with the rivers. Some of these are coming up, and so with the winds kind of pushing those up and the surge in this part of the lake, we may see that too. So kind of a combination of the two. Either way, very smart to stay indoors and find a safe place. And then speaking of that, we also have a tornado warning, and we are looking at that over. Oh, okay. We have a tornado warning. Let me show you that really quickly. The bright box from Bay St. Louis to Picayune in this general area. We're going to be waiting for that. And I hear that we also have a live shot that we want to show of some flooding. Let me toss it over to that. And 610, there's water on the interstate that we're seeing. So this is a, hopefully no one's really out there at this point. I hope everyone's safe at home and staying dry and safe. But this is I-10 and 610, and you can see water on the interstate there. So very interesting to see that coming up. And again, hopefully everyone at this point, as we get especially toward tonight into the nighttime hours, and after we've had so much damage reported earlier today around the southeast Louisiana, our coastal spots, the metro area, and starting to see some heavier rain now north of the lake as well. Hopefully everyone's safe and sound, but just starting to see that with the water over the interstate there. Again, that's I-10 and 610. So just wanted to update you on that really quickly. And again, we do have a tornado warning. This is almost, interestingly, pretty much the same spot almost that we've been seeing it. So this has been around the fringes of St. Tammany and mostly into coastal Mississippi that we've seen these tornado warnings so far. And this is another tornado warning that we're going to be seeing. Now, this band is just circulating around and it's going so fast. So we've been saying it's a little hard to detect exactly where it is, but let me pop up our velocity product here. Essentially, if you can see this red blinking box, Bay St. Louis to Picayune, Mississippi, this is the time where you'd want to kind of get to a safe place, maybe turn up your TV or your device, probably, which you may be watching on us on now or listening to us on now. And let's turn on the velocity product so we can track it just a little bit more closely here. And again, this is our winds showing what's going toward and away from the radar site. And when we look at it, a lot of times we can see these little areas of rotation. And so in this case, you can see where that is. It's generally kind of not far from the Bay St. Louis and Diamond Head, Mississippi area, as we're going to be tracking that spot that you can see that little notch off to the north. So let me give you a little bit more information on that tornado warning. let me just kind of say what the National Weather Service is accompanying that as far as their text goes. Hancock, Harrison counties, and Pearl River County in Mississippi. And so this is a strong storm that's could be producing a tornado near Waveland. So again, general area kind of here in this part of the parish. If you're around Waveland, this is kind of where the tornado warning is starting. And then we've been talking about just how quickly it's moving, 65 miles per hour to the northwest. So this is going to take it pretty quickly, maybe within, in fact, this warning only officially goes until 9:30, but we've been saying they do expire them. The National Weather Service often does, because this is kind of for now, but it's moving so quickly. These tornadic storms kind of show the rotation. It spins up and then it calms down again. This is very common with these rain bands around a tropical storm, or in this case, of course, a hurricane. In fact, a major hurricane until just a few minutes ago, when it is now a Category 2 officially, but still a strong storm. So that's the spot that we're watching as far as the tornadic threat. And interestingly, it has all been clustered right around here. We've had several tornado warnings flaring up and then going down again in this general area. It was kind of around here, parts of Lake Bourne to Slidell. Now it's around Bay St. Louis to Picayune. But interestingly, we've been talking about the tornado threat a little farther removed from the center, and that's very common to see with a landfalling storm coming onshore. While, of course, some of the highest sustained winds and even just the wind gusts with the system, a little more, of course, clustered around the center. And this was kind of an interesting storm in that even when it was making landfall and bringing very high winds to parts of Terrebonne and Lafourche where it was coming in, some people north of the lake were just getting a couple sprinkles at that time. So this was a storm that now is picking up the winds, of course, in the metro area, bringing some higher winds and some pretty significant rain. Again, this is a flash flood warning all across the North Shore. So if you do see that water rising, you're going to get maybe 3 to 6 or so inches possible, on top of several inches that have already fallen. We said more than 4 inches in the general Slidell to Picayune sort of area to Pearl River. And then also, you know, adding a little bit more to that now. So even though we are seeing all of this, it was kind of an interesting storm in that most of the activity for a long time was clustered right around the center, while folks a little farther removed were fine. And now we're seeing it move off to the north with some of that wind and rain. And we'll send it back to you.
And Alexandra, if there's any bit of good news here, it's that the issue in New Orleans that forced them to go off the air has been resolved, so we can now throw it back to our friends in New Orleans. I'm happy to have been able to pinch hit a little bit for you guys.
We love having you, Paul Dudley. We miss Paul Dudley actually in New Orleans. So thank you, Paul. We're doing just fine here at the studio. You know, sometimes the weather does crazy things, and it did crazy things here in the studio for a little bit, but we are good. We still have power.
Yeah, back to normal. Running on generators right now, but
and we're dry.
Yeah.
So really, what more could we ask for?
Right. And I just wanted to mention real quick, you know, we talked about Entergy a little bit. Paul did, because we got an update from them talking about those transmission lines. Apparently, a tower for Entergy actually went down in Avondale. Councilman Joe Giarrusso had spoken with Entergy and gave me an update just a little while ago, talking about the fact that this tower went down. It's a major tower. It's a transmission tower. And then in addition to that, all the transmission lines are down in the city of New Orleans. And also those feed Jefferson Parish as well. So we're going to have more on that developing story coming up.
Oh, yeah, we definitely want to talk about that. That's a big story here. But Tan Trung right now on the road, showing us some amazing live video right now of water that is on the roadways. Tan, where are you now?
To give you guys perspective at this point, we were headed eastbound on I-10 area as you're coming down that curve into the Metairie Park, the Metairie Road City Park Avenue. That is completely underwater at this point. We checked on the car as I was trying to get out here. There were 2 other cars that were here. There was one man that was in that car. He's been able to get out, so there's no one in that car. You might be able to see the flashing lights in that car. But we're going to start backing up here because the water is starting to rise. For people that were here during Katrina and remember, this is an area that did go underwater during Katrina. That I-10, 610 split area went underwater. We don't know how deep the water is beyond that. We're not going to risk getting in there. Again, the man that was in that car that is ahead of us here was rescued from that car, and they had since driven away. but we are at this point going to turn around. We were trying to get to that situation at Metairie Towers, but the Metairie Road area, as we were coming in from Veterans, was blocked off by a lot of downed trees, but now we're starting to see water. So this is not a good indication and not a good sign for what's happening on the other side of this area of the interstate. It is underwater at this point, and we're going to turn around now and get out of here. But again, this is something that we didn't encounter earlier. So there is significant flooding happening as you head eastbound on Interstate 10, and we're unsure where the water is, but we're not going to stick around to find out at this point. Again, this is one of the treacherous situations and treacherous elements of being out in the dark. We did have some of the conditions subside enough that as we were leaving Metairie, we felt that the winds were dying down enough for us to try to get back to the station and also try to get to that area of Metairie Road where Metairie Towers, that situation where the roof was damaged, and we heard that there were people trapped inside. But again, that is not a good sign for Orleans or Jefferson Parish near that area right now because of the flooding that we're seeing. For the sake of safety, we're just going to get off right now to try to navigate and find a safer spot. We don't necessarily want to do this on live television. We will check in with you when we get to a safer spot. But again, not a good sign for what's happening right now in terms of the flooding, because this was, for the most part, a wind event. But now that we're starting to see that area flood, that doesn't bode well for what's happening for that area of Orleans and Jefferson Parish.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of us in here are wondering where that water's coming from. Is it whether or not it's just rainwater, if they're getting a huge downpour of rain right now. It doesn't look like it's raining that hard.
The winds are definitely pushing. I see that. Wow. Well, you guys be careful out there.
Please.
And there was, and I can say there was a bit of water as we were getting off from Bonneville near the Metairie Road area, and there was a significant amount of rain water that was pooling there. We don't necessarily know if that's just from the amount of rain that was coming down or if there's some rupture of water lines. We just don't know, just given the state of the emergency here, but also just because of the lack of light. Obviously, it is pitch black right now. Luckily, we are in the mobile forecast center that has a significant amount of light that can kind of guide us through here. But again, that is not a good situation nor a good signal of what's happening. I mean, to be fair and to understand that area, there is a dip there. So I'm not sure if that's necessarily a situation where all the rain is pooling, but that is a significant amount of water to be collecting on that area, especially just given that that was also an area that did see a significant amount of flooding during Katrina. Again, two different storms, but it's hard to kind of gauge what's happening there because that water just seems to be very out of the blue in terms of where we came as we were coming eastbound on I-10. It just came right up and we just saw the flashing lights of that car. But again, the person who was in that car apparently was rescued. We checked in with the person that had pulled him out, and that person was inside that car. But again, we're going to get to a safer spot. We're seeing some more flashing lights up here, and we're hopefully going to be able to get out of here. But again, we'll check in when we get to a safer spot.
Okay, we look forward to that. Please get to safety, and we'll try to reach out to you again later. I had reached out earlier because someone had mentioned on Twitter that there were power lines down on I-10 in some parts of the metro area. And so I reached out to DOTD to see whether or not that was the case. But what I was told then, and that was around 7 o'clock tonight, was that their crews couldn't even get out to assess any damage yet because the conditions on the roads were just not safe enough. They had lots of reports of trees and other debris down on the interstates and on the major highways in the state. So that's going to be one of their biggest jobs, you know, as soon as that sun comes up tomorrow.
All right. Of course, they're going to check in on that. And also, we wanted to question the pumps that were built in that area to stop that from happening. So hopefully we can get some more answers as to if they're properly working or not. But for right now, we wanted to get you updated with some things you need to know.
parish is without power right now. The company says it has provided backup generation.
All right, and good evening again. We are showing you kind of the latest. We do have the 9 o'clock information on Hurricane Ida. And, we're just trying to find that little bit of good news that we can. The winds have weakened. It is now a Category 2. Never thought I'd be excited to say that. Winds are down to 110 miles an hour, still gusting at times up to 160. And the pressure has come up a little bit at about 950. Motion, though, still remains very slow, but moving out of toward the north-northwest at 9 miles per hour. So it is moving, albeit slow, but whatever it takes to get this thing out of here. Let's take a look at the rainfall, though, that is still heavy across much of the area, but there are some improving signs. As you look down more south toward the coast, it does look like we're starting to see more breaks in that rainfall and still getting fed in from that deep tropical Gulf moisture, but at least we're starting to see the heaviest of the rainfall wane, and most of the more intense storms are now beginning to shift away from the city, those still over the metro area and more to the North Shore. As I had said earlier, this was going to be kind of an improving process from the south to the north. And because of the slow motion of the storm, it is just taking a little while. We do still have some areas of heavy rainfall across much of the metro area. We're looking at some of the rainfall estimates, and some of the greatest were from Laplace down toward Destrehan. And you'll also see from the center of the storm, which is right over Lutcher at the moment, it's not clearly there, still a very well-defined circulation, but it's not that well-defined eye. So the storm center is collapsing. It is a slow process, but at least it is happening. And now we are starting to see some of the heavier of the rain pushing onto the North Shore. And as we've also said, we're going to see several of these tornado warnings, many of which may not actually be verified. But if there's any kind of rotation, the National Hurricane Center or National Weather Service is going to issue a tornado warning. And they usually end up kind of spinning up with very short or little notice. And then they move through very quickly, sometimes 60, as we've seen earlier, 70 mile per hour is how fast the storm is moving. Here are some of the estimates from the radar totals and the rainfall that we have seen over a widespread area, 3 to 6 inches. Most everyone saw at least that. Now, in the areas under the orange, that has been 6 to 8 inches of rainfall. Now, remember, earlier estimates were calling for many of 10 to 15. We have not seen anything like that, and some areas in excess of 20 inches. Now, we're not done with the rainfall yet, but certainly those more intense storms are beginning to slacken, and most of the heavy rain is starting to lift up to the North Shore. And there are a couple of areas, and as I said, not too many. It's fairly isolated where so far, instead of 20 inches of localized heavy rainfall, as you kind of look at the color key up at the top, what we have is a small area around the Destrehan-Laplace that did, at least based on the radar estimates, of 10 to 12 inches of rainfall, so about a foot of rain in that area. Earlier model runs actually had more of a widespread threat of 10 to almost 12 inches of rainfall. Thankfully, that has not verified. It has been far of a more localized flooding event. If we're going to find any kind of positive from this entire storm, it's that the rainfall wasn't nearly as bad. Now, we have had reports of the storm surge down along the coastline, into the lake, and also moving, unfortunately, into the areas that were inundated by some of our heaviest rain in St. Charles, St. John Parish. But at least the rain wasn't nearly as bad. And most of that is going to begin shifting, or will continue to shift, toward the North Shore and then into Mississippi. This is going after midnight, closer to 1 or 1:30 in the morning. Notice we still have some bands, and this is our high resolution model, and it does tend to overestimate the intensity of the rain. But we are certainly still going to see some bands of rain setting up. But notice, they don't just sit over us all night long. They will be moving, and we should also see a few more breaks in those storms up to about 7 o'clock hour tomorrow morning. Then the majority of that rain starts shifting through the midday and afternoon. May still have one little tail end on the backside of a bit of rain going into later tomorrow night, but things will be settling as we go through the next 24 to 36 hours or so. But what I'm talking about now is in a 24-hour forecast, improving conditions, whereas yesterday we were talking about things deteriorating all night long. When do those winds start to diminish? That is still scaring a lot of folks. And I said the wind was going to be a long duration event, and it is going to sound pretty terrifying. And in some instances, we've seen pretty widespread damage. That was all expected. Really, everything from the storm, for the most part, other than the Entergy thing, has been fairly well forecasted. Everything that we have expected in terms of our impacts was pretty much what we anticipated from this storm. The wind field, though still great, we're not really seeing the hurricane force winds in the metro area. So this wind field should be a little bit smaller in terms of the hurricane force sustained winds. We are still, for the most part, all experiencing at least near tropical storm force, but that wind field is shrinking as the storm weakens, and that is also shifting up to the north. So as we go through the next couple of hours and after midnight tonight, we'll finally start to hear that wind settling. Still going to be windy during the overnight period, and may still have some areas on the North Shore with near tropical storm force winds by early tomorrow morning, but that will be that risk will be shrinking as well as the majority of that wind field moves out of Louisiana and then more so into Mississippi. Now, these are the actual rainfall totals from the observed stations. Look at this reserve. Now that we can confirm 8.85 inches of rain. That is incredible. And that is just since midnight. So all of this was during the day. And really a lot of that came in the last several hours as the storm started pushing more to the north. I say since midnight. We really had no rain around at that point. It was really starting as the storm center started to move that way. Obviously incorrect numbers coming into all of our stations south of the city, but almost over 3.5 inches of rainfall downtown, 3 1/15 of an inch at Kenner, approaching 2 3/4. Slidell has had 6 inches of rainfall. So you take a look at this. It just depends on where the heaviest of those bands set up. We knew we were all going to get rain. It just really was dependent upon where some of those bands set up of where we would see the greatest amounts of rainfall. The steering currents, the reason why the storms fact that we're kind of in between upper level systems. The upper high that had been guiding Ida along for the last couple of days started to weaken and is now retreating. And what we're waiting for is an upper trough. That is moving in from the plains. That upper trough, as it deepens south, will begin to pull the storm north and away. And conditions, as I said, will start to improve tomorrow and gradually will continue to improve as we go through the early part of next week as that storm system moves out. Good news, the extreme wind warning that we had been under, where winds could have been in excess of 115 miles an hour, has been lifted. So that warning is now gone. Some of the winds that we have seen across the area, a lot of these we can definitely verify. Harahan, 30-mile-an-hour sustained winds, gusting up to 54. Kenner, still seeing winds gusting up to, I wonder if their gauge may be broken because the winds have been diminishing. So I wonder if now they're having some issues with the weather sensor as part of the worst part of the storm. It definitely did move across the airport. Gonzales, winds gusting up to 64 miles an hour. They're still very strong up on the North Shore, gusting at Slidell up to 61. But keep in mind, as you get towards Slidell from the lake or Lake Bourne and across, there's not a whole lot of friction. So kind of similar to the lakefront, although lakefront right now not reporting any longer either. Wind forecast through the overnight period, we will see most of those maximum wind speeds continue to diminish. So improving conditions as we go through the next few hours with a much quieter day, certainly by tomorrow afternoon and through the evening hours. We'll continue to watch the situation on the North Shore. I wanted to jump to that graphic because we are still anticipating the river flooding on the North Shore over the next couple of days. As we all kind of know, as that water flows into Lake Pontchartrain and starts to flow up toward the North Shore, it then starts to block all those rivers from draining and actually starts pushing the water northward, kind of like what we saw in the Mississippi River. Similar condition. So that water is not able to drain. And we've seen some of the more substantial rainfall totals on the North Shore, such as in Slidell, but more rain is coming. So this forecast is built in to accommodate for the rainfall anticipated. And there is still more to come for the North Shore. And a lot of these rivers are at or will be above flood stage, and in some cases at moderate or major levels, such as at Folsom, Robert, and Covington. Camp Covington, Boston Street, up toward Franklinton and Kentwood, all will be at a moderate stage. And that will probably last for a couple of days. Once the once the wind changes direction and we start to see more of that westerly and northwesterly flow, that starts taking that water that's in the lake, pushing it back out into the Gulf waters, and we will see those water levels begin to drop. So that will be another couple of days before that starts to occur. But as we've seen, the storm surge, and again, the surge is still building along the coastline just due to the rotation of the storm. But notice the numbers have kind of changed. This graphic is updated by the Hurricane Center. And notice the heights that we were anticipating at one time along the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain are much lower than what we were initially anticipating yesterday, about a foot above ground level. Yellows to oranges, that's 3 to 6 feet. Looks like we might have another tornado warning that has been issued by the Weather Service. And yep, that's for Hancock and Pearl River. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to jump to that real quick. As we said, these are in such isolated areas, and to be perfectly honest, the winds are stronger at times associated with near the center of Ida than what we're even going to find in these tornadic cells. And we really keep seeing these cells developing over roughly the same area. It just seems as though these are more on the outer fringes of these bands that have been moving through. We really haven't seen those as you get a little bit closer to the center of the storm. These have really been, for the most part, centered out over the Mississippi coast, a little bit more inland, Pearl River, and then parts of St. Tammany. Now, thankfully, I've only had a report of one that was verified that was around Gulfport a little bit earlier. But this warning, let me just read the text for you real quick here. This was located near Kill, about 10 miles east of Picayune, and is moving toward the northwest. It's still a pretty good clip at about 40 miles per hour. So as it continues, it's going to be moving toward Picayune and then McNeil at around 9:45. So for the next 15 minutes or so, that is something that folks in Diamond Head and up toward Kill, Picayune need to take action now and get into a safe spot in the home, because this could be a tornadic storm. Let's switch over to the velocities and get an idea of a little more precisely where that storm may be. As we switch over to velocities, looks like maybe right about there or so, kind of a broad circulation here. Maybe this little spin that we're talking about that's moving very rapidly, miles an hour. So that's an area that we'll need to watch for. It really looks a little on the more broad side, but that may be something, if it does indeed hold together, would likely stay more to the north of Picayune, then cross I-59 and kind of head in the direction. Again, if it does hold together for that long toward Bogalusa, it'll be something that we keep an eye on over the course of the next few minutes. Again, these so far don't really last for very long. So we'll kind of wrap things up there with just showing you any bit of good news I can possibly find. Winds are at 110 miles an hour. It's still amazing that you have a storm that is now more to the northwest of the city of New Orleans, albeit only slightly because it's been moving so slow, with winds of 110 miles an hour. Pressure is coming up. It has been a slow process, but it is a process, and we will get there. Through the rest of the next several hours and going into the overnight period, conditions will begin to improve. We will see most of the heavy rain moving north and then out, and the winds will be dying down. They will continue to diminish. They already have been diminishing. Just here in our studios on Rampart Street, we don't hear that creaking and cracking of the building any longer. So conditions improving, and yes, it is slow, and we need to be patient with it. It's a slow-moving storm, and we knew this was going to be kind of a long-duration event throughout the entire day on Sunday. But no, Monday, things will be getting better. Then we'll have to begin the process of cleaning up.
I'm Zach Tawatari. Here are some of the latest updates from around the area. Entergy says all 8 transmission lines that deliver power to New Orleans were knocked out. And when that happened, it caused a load imbalance that resulted in power generation coming offline. They previously called it, quote, catastrophic damage. All of Orleans Parish is without power right now. The company says it has provided backup generation to the Sewerage and Water Board. They also gave an update. The board says it's working to get its turbines up to generate its own power. It called the loss of power significant, but says it is still able to pump drinking water and sewage. They're asking you to conserve water. A boil advisory has been issued for the entire east bank of Jefferson Parish. Officials say there was a loss of pressure in the distribution system. If you are there, boil your water for at least a full minute before drinking it, preparing food with it, or brushing your teeth. You can follow our coverage of Hurricane Ida on our website and free WWL-TV app.
All right, Zach, thank you so much. We are now, I think, going to head up to St. Tammany Parish, where Erica Ferrando is. She is up there in Covington and has been keeping tabs on the storm up there. Hi, Erica.
Hey, Devin, we are in Covington in the St. Tammany Parish Emergency Operations Center, just because it is not safe for us to be outside anymore. That wind is howling and the rain is just pounding down. There are trees down everywhere, power lines down everywhere. That's the reports we are hearing just from all across the parish. But we do have some breaking news here in St. Tammany Parish. Some residents are now under a boil water advisory. I have Parish President Mike Cooper here. They just made this decision. So just tell us who this affects and what these people need to know.
Well, we have determined that with the power outages that we've had, on and off power outages, we may have lost pressure in our water system. And out of an abundance of caution, we have issued a boil water advisory for our entire Tammany Utilities water system. That's on both east and west side of St. Tammany Parish. So it's out of an abundance of caution to do so. Go ahead.
The Tammany Utilities water system, does that affect everyone in St. Tammany Parish?
No, we have certain areas that we provide service to. There are other utility companies that provide other private utility companies that provide different developments. We're going to reach out to them as well and ask that they may do the same. Our municipalities have their own water systems as well, but this applies to Tammany Utilities. And those customers know who they are, and it's quite a few customers, and it's out of the abundance of caution. We have not detected anything wrong, but under the circumstances and during this public health emergency, we ask our citizens to do so.
President Cooper, tell us what else you're hearing just across the parish. I know I've been hearing from people who can't get in touch with their loved ones. I know I was having trouble calling or texting my family as well. So a lot of people are concerned. What are you hearing just across the parish?
Well, I've just gotten an update on the power outages for CLECO. There's over 90,000 customers out for CLECO, which is a large, if not most of our electric customers. Washington St. Tammany Parish has many customers out as well. So we've got power outages widespread across these down across major roadways throughout the parish. Water is inundating the low-lying areas along Lake Pontchartrain from Gust Island to Madisonville, Mandeville, Lacombe, and Slidell areas. So we are experiencing that. Our rivers are coming up due to the amount of rain and due to the winds. So we're just at the stage where the eye of the hurricane is west of us, but we still have a lot of rain training that we can expect in the late hours of tonight and early morning hours tomorrow.
And that's kind of a good point. It's getting late and people, I think, are getting exhausted, but we know we still have a little ways to go.
We do. And I ask our citizens to remain cautious and aware of their surroundings, stay at home. Trees are falling due to the wind, due to the soggy ground, and we can expect more throughout the night and early morning hours. And we're going to assess the damages first thing in the morning and make a determination of how we're going to move forward.
Any other messages that you would like to send out to the residents?
Well, with regards to tomorrow morning, I know we all have interest in getting out and seeing the damage that we may experience, but I ask our citizens to please hold back on that until we can do an assessment. We want our first responders and our utility companies to be able to get out without the general traffic being out on our highways. We have experienced a lot of damage and tree destruction in our parish.
President Cooper, thank you so much. I also want to speak with Fire Prevention Officer Jeremy Wyndham with St. Tammany Parish Fire, because I know they have been out. Obviously, these firefighters, EMS, they've all been very busy. I know they are only responding to catastrophic situations because it is too dangerous for them to get out as well. Thank you so much for updating us. I know y'all had a serious situation at one of the senior living facilities in Mandeville, the Roquette Lodge on Highway 22. Tell us the situation there.
So at the Roquette Lodge, we were called to the structure and the roof was missing on part of it. Apparently the wind had blown a portion of the roof off. When we got there, there were approximately 30 residents that were displaced. Management was able to get them relocated in the facility, and we were able to get the structure secure enough that we felt okay leaving it for the night.
And the best news is that there were no injuries reported.
That's correct. There were no injuries reported. There have been no injuries up to this point reported on any of our incidents. So we're doing good there, but we just have to continue to remain diligent. And as President Cooper said earlier, tomorrow when the weather starts calming down a little bit and people start wanting to go out and they're curious and they want to see the damage, just hold back a little while longer and let the first responders go out and utility companies so that we can do a good assessment and we can get to work on trying to clear these roads up.
I know y'all are hearing reports of just trees down all over the place, trees down on homes. The remarkable thing is that there have not been any injuries. That is great news. But what are you hearing just across the parish as far as trees down on homes and power lines down? I mean, what do you think the biggest message to people is right now?
We're getting a lot of trees on homes. We're getting a lot of trees on vehicles, on other structures, trees taking down power lines, trees laying on power lines. Just stay away from any of the trees that are on any of the lines. You might think they're not energized. They may be energized. You just don't know. So be cautious and just stay away from them.
We were talking about how a lot of people, I think in St. Tammany Parish, didn't expect this. I think they thought, it might not be as severe as we're seeing and as we're experiencing. A lot of people stayed. There was no mandatory evacuation order. And what are you hearing from people?
A lot of people stayed. A lot of people thought that the storm was going to dissipate once it got on land, and it's just staying together much better than what people anticipated. There are a lot of people that are nervous and uneasy about the situation. We just have to get through tonight, and we can get through tonight, then we can move on and work on tomorrow. So
what is your, final message to people heading into tonight? I don't know if people are going to get much sleep tonight, but what would
final message? Just take it minute by minute if you have to. We all have to get through it, and we're going to get through it, and tomorrow's a new day, and we'll get there together.
Well, thank you so much. And so the big points, there is a boil water advisory for some St. Tammany water utility users. So that is just out of an abundance of caution. trees are down, power lines are down. Stay inside. We are just hearing the wind howling. That rain is really coming down, and we know that we still have at least a couple more hours to deal with this. We are staying inside, and the parish leaders are asking everyone else to stay inside as well. For now in Covington, I'm Erica Ferranda. We'll send it back to you all in the studio.
Okay, thank you, Erica. As conditions worsen up there, it's certainly something to keep an eye on. We appreciate your report. And Karen Swenson has been helping us all the way from New York City, and she's going to join us now with another update now. Karen?
Hey, Katie. And just for those of you at home, the reason I'm here, I came here to drop my daughter off at college and then basically got stuck here because all the flights were canceled. So I'm here, but my heart is with you in Louisiana, and I've been just kind of trying to call to different parishes and get an update. And I just got off the phone with a person I've known for many years in St. Charles Parish. She actually lives in Paraday. She's a retired member of the St. Charles Sheriff's Office. And she was telling me just, you could hear the heartbreak in her voice. She knows she is living in a home that is essentially destroyed, top to bottom. The walls are literally buckling. The roof has collapsed. She's sitting amidst a heap of, you can see it there. And actually, I'm going to stop talking because she will narrate it. And she does live with an autistic child who she said is very scared.
There. Trying not to step on mine. It's just, it's really not cool. Catching some water, trying to clean my closet today, and now everything's on my bed. And it's destroyed. The insulation is soaking wet, as you can see. It's just, it's heartbreaking. I have 2 girls, 2 chihuahuas, and my husband. My little girl is autistic, and she's really scared. Let me show you the next room. Coming straight out of there. If you touch the curtains or anything, the bed is wet, just soaked. I'm using garbage cans too. Well, you can see the floor soaking wet. You can see it glistening. I'm getting a little.
Okay, and bear with us, we're just sending back and forth video. She does have some more video, which is even more heartbreaking. Let's roll it. It shows you some of the roof damage that she sustained. Okay, I'm not sure. Do you have the audio? Can you play the, okay. All right, what you are looking at.
I don't think all these shingles are yours though, man.
Okay, let me tell you what you're looking at. And this is why this is from another family. These are my relatives who are, they live in St. Rose. This is the Estelade home. They're in St. Rose, and they said they don't know what they're going to find tomorrow. You can see, can you see in the background, that is a street that looks like a river. And they, that is the inside of their home. They have sustained a lot of damage, but everything in you know, is, we're putting it in perspective. They have a generator, they're doing okay, but that just shows you a little bit of the damage in St. Rose. So if you're joining us now, a moment ago, we showed you video out of St. Charles. This is in St. Rose. Really at this very moment. I'm going to ask as I continue to update you, Larry, the director, there should be another video out of St. Charles Parish. The woman that Pat Baudouin, with whom we spoke earlier, who has the autistic child, it is remarkable. And it is another video. I'm gonna give you a moment to try to find that one, but that shows just such significant damage without the walls physically caving in, you can literally see the sheetrock buckling, and the ceiling has collapsed, and they're really in this midst of insulation. And it is absolutely heartbreaking. This is a woman who dedicated 2 decades, maybe more, of her life to the sheriff's office. And this is what I'm talking about. Let's listen to it.
It's just, it's really not cool. Catching some water, trying to clean my closet today, and now everything's on my bed. And it's destroyed. The insulation is soaking wet, as you can see. It's heartbreaking. I have 2 girls, 2 chihuahuas, and my husband, my little.
Okay, and so you can just see what they're living through this evening and how frightening this must be to the children. And it's just, tomorrow we don't know what we're going to find. I was talking to, making a check call on the Jefferson Parish situation, and the fire chief said, it's going to be wicked tomorrow. That is what that he said just a little while ago. On a positive note, however, we've been talking about the Metairie Road situation at the Metairie Road Towers, Metairie Towers. And we had the roof that had been blown off. You had 30 to 40 residents, all of whom, or at least most of whom, are elderly. These are individual condominiums. So it was really left, as I understand it, to each resident to decide whether or not he or she wanted to leave. And we understand that about 30 or 40 people were there. And for hours, it was too unsafe for the fire department to get crews out there. And ultimately, what they were able to do is bring a van, and they were able to transport groups of them over to St. Francis Church, where Father Joe, I understand, must be a hero, because he is going to house those residents tonight. That is the latest in the Metairie Road situation. In St. Tammany, I believe Erica may have said that Highway 22 in Madisonville is completely blocked. That is what I just heard, by a tree. And apparently, I am now understanding that part of the sheriff's office has lost power too. So that is obviously complicating matters. In Orleans Parish, I spoke with somebody who was in the New Orleans police headquarters. They had lost power, as had the entire city. We know that in Orleans Parish, the roof blew off the municipal and traffic court building. We spoke with the chief judge there, Sean Early, who said that he is assuming that the damage is going to be so widespread, because he said they had gone paperless. And first you think, okay, well, we lost all that paper in Katrina, but you replace it with computers that get soaking wet. So he is assuming that the traffic and municipal court will not be up and running for quite some time. So you have multiple law enforcement now agencies dealing with power outages, including the Orleans Parish, the New Orleans Police Department main headquarters. And I'm also hearing now St. Tammany, the sheriff's office has suffered a power outage as well. So I also spoke briefly with a gentleman, St. John, who was saying that their radios aren't working as well as they ordinarily do. And we had that during Katrina, where you had communication failures. There's spotty communications. Erica mentioned she had a difficult time reaching her family. I just showed video of St. Rose, and we can cue that up if you want. But that St. Rose video, our relatives who decided to stick it out, they have elderly relatives and they wanted to be there with them. I could not reach them by phone. It was going directly to voicemail. If this is happening to you and you want to reach somebody, try texting them for whatever reason. And I'm not the technological whiz, so you'd have to ask somebody else more familiar with that than I am. But
hey, Karen,
texting seems to work.
I have to cut you off. Unfortunately, I have to go to Doug. Apparently, Doug Mouton has an important update for us from Tangipahoa Parish in Hammond. That's where the worst of the storm is making it through, but I'm sure we'll check back in with you in just a little bit. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Of course. No.
Okay. So let's go to Doug now in Tangi and in Hammond. Doug, are the conditions worsening where you are?
Yeah, that's to say the least. And to echo what Karen said, getting cell calls out is extremely difficult right now. Any kind of internet connection is extremely difficult right now. We're at the Hampton Inn here in Hammond. We were one of the last buildings to still have power. We do not have power anymore. And as you might be able to tell by the wind around me, we are getting some serious wind. Now, I talked to Alexander Cranford about a half hour ago. She said the storm at that point was somewhere between an hour and 2 hours from Hammond. I'm talking about the eye wall. So we're expecting the eye wall to get near Hammond here in the next hour or so. And it's expected to hit Hammond. This is really unbelievable considering how far north we are. It's expected to hit Hammond maybe as a Category 2. It was a high 2 at the time. She said it might be decreasing. It might hit either as a decreasing Category 2 or a Category 1. But the fact that we're getting a storm that strong here in the city of Hammond just goes to show the kind of punch that Ida packed. Now, we are getting these breaks. You can see when I first started, we got some much more serious wind, and all of a sudden we're getting a slight break. We're getting that off and on. But we are definitely seeing Ida getting very close to the city of Hammond. I don't think anyone has power, and if anyone does, it's not many. Again, the internet signals, the ability to make cell phone calls. And you're right, Katie, texting uses a lot less bandwidth. I was trying to text my wife. They're in Covington, and they are. I could not get a phone call to them, but I was actually able to get text messages to them, and they're all fine. Now, Alexandra said the good part of this, if there is a good part, is that once the eye goes through, there is decreasing intensity and decreasing activity immediately after the storm goes through. And we expect the eye wall to pass a little bit west of where we are, but we do expect it to fairly quickly calm down. That we're seeing the worst of it right now and for the next hour, and then after that we do expect it to calm down significantly. So that's the scene here. We'll try to give it to you again as it gets closer, but that's the scene here in Hammond. Reporting live, Doug Mouton, Eyewitness News. Katie.
Doug, thanks so much. We have some breaking news right now. Ascension Parish Sheriff's Office tweeting out that around 8:30, deputies received reports of a person injured from a fallen tree at a residence of Highway 621. This is in Prairieville. And when deputies arrived on the scene, they did confirm that person did die from their injuries. The Ascension Parish Sheriff's Office says they believe this is the first death from Hurricane Ida, certainly the first death that we are hearing of from Hurricane Ida. And this is over in Prairieville.
And we are seeing from National Weather Service that they are getting a lot of reports of flooding in Laplace. That's something that we are keeping a very close eye on. We're trying to get some more information on that. But in the meantime, we want to take a short break. Hi, welcome back. As we just mentioned, we are hearing through the National Weather Service and others that there is flooding in Laplace and that it is a dangerous situation. We are also learning that the 911 call center in St. John Parish is currently receiving resident calls regarding emergency assistance, including evacuations. Parish officials are asking that everyone remain in your home. If you're in Laplace, they say first responders are going to deploy as soon as it is safe to do that. They're asking that you only call 911 if you need emergency evacuation assistance.
I know that we're getting a lot of emails and phone calls from people over in St. John Parish. We're working to confirm exactly what is going on there. We do know that it is related to flooding in that area. In regards to any emergency assistance that is available, again, we need to figure out the conditions. But from what we're hearing so far, Katie, it's just the water is rising rapidly there.
The water is, yeah. And, that's an area that has had flooding problems with other hurricanes that had similar tracks to this one. Gustav, I believe Isaac, they had some serious flooding in Laplace where it was a similar situation. In fact, the flood water actually went over I-10 in some cases and shut off the interstate. And so it's not out of the realm of possibility to think that this is a similar situation that we're seeing with that storm surge that goes, through Lake Pontchartrain and other places and pushes into Laplace. It's been a problem before. And so, again, it's not out of the realm of possibility that it's happening now, but they're clearly saying that if you're okay, if you don't have an emergency, like if you can hang tight for a little while, they're going to get to you just as soon as they can, and as soon as the weather conditions improve to a level that they can actually get out to you. But if there are things that we need to know, and if you guys are able to do it and you're safe, we want to know what's going on there. So if you can reach out to us and just let us know, we will, of course, report that so that everybody knows what's going on.
And you have some of you sending us pictures on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. We're still streaming live on Facebook as well. You can please send those out to us. Again, they mentioned that, of course, given what Katie just spoke about and what we know about that area is prone to flooding. So given that, you have to think about the emergency assistance that can be available. They have to be able to get to you safely. So obviously, this may be a situation where we do have to wait. And we understand that some people may be in an emergency situation. We're working to find out as much as we can as far as what's going on in St. John Parish. So as soon as we get something, or as soon as we get an opportunity, rather, to talk to the parish president, hopefully we can get her on the phone soon. We're expecting to talk to Parish President Jacqueline Hotard very soon to give us an update on the situation with the rising waters and the emergency evacuation assistance and what's happening with the 911 call center up there. As soon as that comes up, we will have it for you live right here on Eyewitness News.
Yeah, and looking at some of the tweets that we're seeing coming out of the Laplace area, or people who say that they have loved ones in the Laplace area, is a little scary when you look at it. A lot of people saying that they've got some water in their homes and that they're looking for someone to help them evacuate, but then the National Weather Service is saying, do not go outside, do not try to help people. It is way too dangerous right now. So as Sharice mentioned, as soon as we get a chance to talk to the parish president, we'll kind of figure out what's really going on.
Yeah, I think they're saying, if you think you're having a heart attack, or if you think you have like a medical emergency, or you are not in a safe place or position, definitely call 911 for that. If it is a life or death emergency, call 911 for sure. But if it's not, then St. John officials are saying they'll get to you as soon as they can. So of course, we're going to try and get some more information and bring that to you when we can. And now I'm not sure where we're going next.
All right.
Where are we going next? Chris Franklin. Chris, do you know anything about this flooding in the
Texas? No hazardous weather is expected at this time. Spotter activation is not expected at this time.
I mean, you can look at the radar that's on your screen right now and kind of see that the worst of it is moving out of Orleans Parish, it appears. However, we just got a text from Nola Reddy saying this situation with the severe weather can be expected on and off throughout the night. This threat is not over.
And Chris, actually, I just received another emergency alert from the National Weather Service saying another flash flood warning has just been issued. I don't know exactly for what area, if you guys can confirm that one.
Yeah, so it's still a situation that's unfolding. And so, we're just going to keep a very close eye on it to see where these rain bands are setting up, Chris?
Yeah, the flooding. I don't know if you can hear me now. The flooding that we have seen across the portions of St. Charles, really more St. John Parish, as we're getting into the Laplace area, could have to do with some of the rainfall that we had seen, about 10 to 12 inches estimated in this area. But what we're also seeing is the fact that this is an area that was inundated by storm surge. That water flows into Lake Pontchartrain, and we tend to see that the greatest rain or the greatest accumulation of that surge tends to kind of funnel itself into the southwestern part of the lake. And if you're familiar with this area, as you go along the New Orleans shoreline, the Jefferson shoreline, those are all levee protected. Those are all in a protected area. As soon as you get to the Jefferson St. Charles line, that protection stops, and you've got the spillway, and that water is able to make its way into Laplace. And we've seen storms in similar setups where that water is able to flow into the Laplace area, and you can get significant, what it looks like with the 14-foot, that is from the storm surge. It wasn't helped by the fact that we saw some of the heaviest rainfall in this area from Destrehan up toward Reserve, but it's more so that you're getting that storm surge flooding now. Now, these were the estimated graphics maps produced by the National Hurricane Center to forecast, and we'll be honest that sometimes these are a little bit tougher to more accurately predict. But as that water gets pushed into the Lake Borgne area, again, that all gets funneled, makes its way through Chef Pass and into Lake Pontchartrain, and then it gets kind of funneled really all across Mandeville. We do see the lakeshore flooding all the time, lower Tangipahoa Parish, and then into St. John, St. Charles, St. James from that push of water. It has to go somewhere. Orleans and Jefferson are protected, so it has to go somewhere, and it usually ends up funneling into the southwestern part of Lake Pontchartrain, into Lake Maurepas, and that's where we get the flooding. We're getting reports of flooding at the Frenier Landing, and that all is connected to that storm surge flooding. So it does look like the storm surge was a bit more significant than the earlier forecasts were. And storm surge flooding is a very difficult quantity to forecast with regards to the impacts. It's very difficult. It has to do with, you have to figure out and know what height the storm surge is going to be. And then you also have to take into account the elevation differences. And then that is kind of able to be computed, and we can get these kind of rough idea numbers. And these are very, very rough estimates. But the initial forecast for these areas in the river parishes, we're looking at, I kind of zoom in here a little bit tighter in just to give you an idea. The initial estimates we're calling for kind of up to Laplace. Again, as you get a little closer to the river, you do have a little bit more elevation of around 3 to 6 feet, 6 feet right along the lakefront. And then as you approach Laplace, that was going to start to drop off. Well, it obviously looks like we have seen much higher amounts. And again, with the reports of 14 feet, that's very much unofficial. We'll have to see what the actual heights were. Regardless of what the actual heights are, it does sound like there are a number of people that are now taking on water in their homes. And this was something that we saw a lot of in past hurricanes. I think it was Isaac, if I remember correctly, that we saw that same kind of path. It was a slower moving storm, and that surge was able to build up in Lake Pontchartrain and then send that surge into the southwestern part of the lake. And that, again, has absolutely nothing in between, because this is the spillway. So there is nothing in there to protect those areas from that surge coming into Lake Pontchartrain. Again, the areas that you see highlighted in white, these are highlighted in white because there are no forecast given for the areas that are within the hurricane risk reduction system. So the assumption is all of the walls hold, the levee systems hold, and so there is not going to be any kind of an inundation from storm surge. However, these areas that we find outside of the levee system usually do flood when we get that strong storm surge coming into Lake Pontchartrain. And the Lake Pontchartrain forecast, again, we'll be looking at the numbers. Sometimes it's difficult to actually get the precise numbers in real time. The forecast were for 5 to 8 feet. That 5 to 8 feet of increase above sea level has to go somewhere, and it all is able to flow into Laplace. And unfortunately, the river parishes will get that inundation. So it looks like this is not from the rainfall, although the radar estimates are certainly looking at probably some of our higher amounts around this point in the area. So not only did they see some of the strongest winds, at least across the entire metropolitan area, not only did they see some of the highest rainfall totals, but now they also saw some of the strongest winds. And take a look at this. This is kind of the radar estimate, and this is not helping the problem, but it looks like there is a kind of bullseye, and it may be kind of a combination of storm surge and a bullseye over Laplace of a radar estimate of 12 to 15 inches of rain. So that, coupled with the storm surge, is unfortunately just kind of the perfect ingredients for a significant rise in the water levels from inundation from rainfall and inundation from storm surge. So that now looks to be a very dangerous situation for the folks in Laplace. Now you're getting the water coming in from Lake Pontchartrain, and that's not really going to abate through the night and even into early tomorrow. And you're still getting in on some of the heavier rainfall. Jumping back over to radar, though the rain is starting to subside a bit, you are still looking at some of the heavier rain, or some of the heavier rain, what I just said, still falling over the Laplace area. We're finally getting in on some more breaks across the metro area, farther down to the south, but still some fairly intense rain falling over the Laplace. And this is that training. As the storm is moving north, that flow around the center of the storm really isn't changing. So we will likely see some of our greatest rainfall totals, unfortunately, it looks to be over the Laplace area in St. John Parish. So from, say, the river up toward the lake, we're likely going to see those rainfall totals continue to increase through the overnight period. Now, the good news is, again, the storm is moving northward, so this will start to subside, but the continuation of this rain band that is set up right over the Laplace doesn't look like it's going to end in probably the next couple of hours. As the storm is moving so slow, it just does not want to let up. So as the storm is still moving almost more due north than anything, this band that we have seen set up across from the Laplace area up into Lake Maurepas is just not going to recede anytime soon, guys.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. I do believe we have the St. John Parish President on the line, Parish President Jacqueline Hotard. Can you hear me? We might not have her quite yet. I think we're struggling to get her on Zoom, but we are about to get an update from her on what exactly is going in Laplace. As Chris just mentioned, there's lots of flooding reports there. They've had some of the highest rainfall totals, possibly. Chris, you said more than a foot of rain there.
Yes, the radar estimates are about a foot. We can even kind of verify. We have a weather station that is in reserve, so nearby. That was one of the highest totals that we found. Okay, now the observation station in reserve is reporting almost 9 inches of rainfall. Wow. Estimates of almost a foot, which is pretty comparable to what we're actually seeing. And it does look like there is kind of that bullseye, unfortunately, of probably one of the highest rainfall totals across the entire region has been set up right over Laplace. So not only did they see the highest rainfall amount, they're also getting that flooding from storm surge. Again, when you get that water into Lake Pontchartrain, it has to go somewhere. It kind of rides along the levees of Orleans and Jefferson Parish and then starts to make its way into St. Charles, St. John, and even sometimes making it all the way into St. James Parish. So that's likely what's causing the flooding. It's a combination of the storm surge in the lake, as well as probably the highest rainfall total that we're going to see across the entire region.
Wow. Okay. I'm not quite sure if we were able to get that Zoom back up. Okay, for now, we're going to transition. While we try to get that Zoom back up with the St. John Parish President, we are going to go now to Paul Murphy. He has been in St. Bernard for us all night. Paul, looks like it has stopped raining there, at least for now.
Well, I'll tell you what, the conditions really have slacked off considerably from even an hour ago. Almost no rain. The wind has slackened off as well, and we had an opportunity to just drive not too far from this building. We didn't want to venture too far out because it's everything is in the dark, but we did see a lot of debris in the road. We saw power lines down, we saw trees down, we saw tree limbs down, we saw businesses that were damaged. The gas station across the street from here had part of the overhang blown off. And then also down the road in Araby, a popular place called The Gathering, also had a piece of the roof also came off. So again, these are just early shots. We didn't venture that far out, but we know that this is just sort of, the tip of the iceberg, so to speak. We know that there are trees down in St. Bernard. We know that there's probably water that has created quite a bit of problems down on the eastern end of the parish outside the levee protection. We still see a lot of water on the road, and there are going to be a good number of buildings that have roof damage because of the high winds that we experienced just an hour or so ago. So anyway, these are just early shots within a couple miles of the building that we've been hunkered down in for the storm. And this is just the type of thing that you will likely see across the parish. But again, it is nightfall, obviously, and we probably won't know the full extent of the damage from Ida until sun up. And that's when we'll see some of the more of the major damage, so to speak. But just from what we saw on the road just now, this is not the time to be out on the road. This is not the time to go out sightseeing. There were, again, wires in the road, a lot of debris, still a lot of water on the road. So it's still time to stay home and wait till your public officials tell you it's safe to come out. There's still a lot of storm left here. And that's the latest here in St. Bernard. Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
Paul, are you hearing anything about storm surge in that area? Have they been able to assess whether or not it's come and gone? Have the winds switched at all? Or is it still an unknown?
Well, the last time I talked with Fred Everhart, who is the parish councilman down there, he said that the storm surge was at 12 feet and on the rise. We saw this dramatic video earlier in the day from the Delacroix of the water just rushing in, overtopping the back levees, and then just inundating Delacroix and those areas. And we know that the ring levees that are in the Delacroix, White Lake, and Wyclosky areas were all going to be overtopped, unfortunately, as Ida came ashore. And it appears that there is quite a bit of water down there. And this is usual. They're used to that, though. I mean, it's nothing unusual. And that's why they build houses up so high down there outside the levee protection. There's houses that are 20 feet off the ground just for this reason. And that's another reason why a lot of people down there decided to either come into the other side of the flood wall inside the levee protection or evacuate. We were down there just yesterday, and it was like a ghost town. So people know that that's nothing to mess with when you have that type of a storm surge coming in and possibly being in here for a while until the wind shifts and then can blow that water out. And we're not quite sure how long that water will be in here, but I guess it all depends on what Ida wants to do.
Yeah, that's the big question. The storm seems to have a mind of its own. We thought it would move through a lot more quickly than it did. It ended up sort of creeping along as it moved its way through. And so I think a lot of people are going to really be surprised to see what it did, when dawn breaks.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
If you consider, Katie, that the parish leaders here were telling me that they expected this storm to be gone by 6. That would have given them the opportunity to at least do some initial assessments and begin the process of cleaning up and digging out from this storm. That won't happen until tomorrow morning at sunup when it's safe to do so. So I think there are going to be a lot of images coming out of this area tomorrow that really show the true extent of the damage.
All right, Paul, thank you so much for your reporting throughout the day. I know that people are safer because you were out there. So,
all right, we want to. Oh, sorry. Oh, we want to go over to Paul Dudley, actually, and Alexandra Cranford. They're at LPB in Baton Rouge, standing by right now. actually asking you guys, what is it like over there? Because I'm seeing some reports of some weather that's really starting to pick up in your area.
Yeah, just stepped outside a few minutes ago here, and we're dealing with some rain, but mostly wind, and that wind has caused a number of power outages in the area. I was just looking at the Entergy map for Baton Rouge, and there's well over 100,000 outages just in this area. So as this storm kind of makes its way through, although nothing as bad as what the metro area of New Orleans and obviously the Terrebonne, Lafourche, those parishes dealt with, but still some issues here. I want to throw it over to Alexandra Cranford. She is here with me. Can we kind of take a look at what Baton Rouge is dealing with right now? It does appear, if I look at this radar correctly, we're seeing some of the heavier rain and wind still in the area, right, Alexandra?
Yeah, Paul, and it's really something that flashed back a few hours ago, and we were thinking that the center of the storm was going to be more over Baton Rouge, and then of course it ended up a little bit farther to the east, and it's just enough really to keep us from some of what's happening a little closer to kind of the Hammond area right now, where some of the thickest and really the worst rain is happening, and the highest winds on the northeastern side of what is sort of detectable as the eye, but notice the eye not so defined anymore. It's a weakening system, and so we're seeing that continue to kind of fall apart a bit. Not that beautiful, well, not beautiful, but that very symmetrical sort of look anymore. So we are seeing it, you can see, not really looking as well constructed or organized as earlier, of course. But in Baton Rouge right now, we do have some rain, and we've been seeing the winds. Winds right now at Baton Rouge are sustained at 28 miles per hour, and we are getting some gusts above 50 miles per hour, 52 miles per hour just in the past few minutes for Baton Rouge. Now, obviously, we're on the fringes of some of the heavier rain again, but really right now, as Doug was reporting a little while ago, live out close to the Hammond area, and that's really where some of the heaviest rain is. And again, it's kind of interesting to see some of this rain sort of setting up over this area. So that is unfortunate. We want to see this continue to move, but right now, this band is able to just kind of feed on some of that moisture and sustain itself at this point. So we're going to have to track that closely, because we could easily get some rain there, but some additional rain, some heavy rain there. But notice that this is still moving, and it's 10 o'clock. Usually at 10 o'clock, it's after 10. We're anxious to see the update. And it's kind of interesting that a few hours ago, we were, even 12 hours ago, it had not quite made landfall. We were very interested to see had the winds increased and things like that. And it's so strange to get to this part of the storm that all of us know in South Louisiana, where we're sort of transitioning from the what's going to happen, is it going to increase before landfall, now to the after landfall phase, where it's what's happening now, how long is the rain going to continue, how long are these winds, when are they going to subside. And thankfully now I'm actually hearing that around the New Orleans area, the winds are calming down. So at first it was just a big kind of wind event, lots of damage to trees and so forth. Now that is calming down, but there is still some rain, but we're seeing it weaken a lot. So for those of you in the New Orleans area itself, the metro area, that have been asking, when is it going to improve? Hopefully you're seeing that already happen, because we're seeing winds along the South Shore really start to calm down a good bit compared to earlier when it was really rocking for parts of New Orleans. Let's zoom in a little bit and just show you what's happening down here. Now, one good thing I have to say is that the flash flood warning for this area, which was so under the gun earlier today around noon, has now been expired. So you can see not a lot of rain around here anymore. Lots of damage to be surveyed, of course, tomorrow. But right now we're looking at that at least improving. Here is the South Shore. And again, we're seeing the rain lightening up a bit, especially some parts of the West Bank and other parts. For example, we saw Paul over in parts of St. Bernard, really kind of much calmer, drier conditions even embedded within some of these pockets of rain. But we're still seeing moderate rain here at Laplace, and we'll see how long this little portion of the storm can feed off of that moisture. This is really what we're sort of interested in right now. Here is the eye, not so well defined anymore. You can see it's kind of filling in here, and it is moving. You can see I'm tracking it here. It's moving still about 9 or 10 miles per hour, and it's continuing to go north, but actually Hammond is right here in the northeastern quadrant. And I just wanted to show you that really quickly. It's been interesting to see that as Ida has come on shore, right in the northeastern side is where, and especially close to the center, is really where we've seen most of the very extreme sort of catastrophic sort of winds. That's where the surge has been, of course, as well. And then the tornado threat in this case was actually a bit removed from the center. But we always look at this northeastern quadrant as a storm is making its way onshore in our part of the Gulf Coast. For really, this is the more active area. And then note that it's not quite as active off to the southwest. And so we are seeing that change a little bit as well. So just to show you again really quickly before I send it back into the studio, we're just going to go over the 10 p.m. coordinates. 105-mile-per-hour winds. That's a Category 2 storm still. 30 miles east of Baton Rouge is the center. Pressure coming up, still moving north-northwest at 9 miles per hour. But again, still a Category 2 storm even now. It's going to be weakening, and once we see it get to about 95 miles per hour, that would put it down to a Category 1 storm. But it's going to be a little while, maybe even the next couple of hours before this drops another 15 or so miles per hour for those maximum sustained winds. And by that point, it will be nearing the center, eventually overnight the Louisiana-Mississippi state line, and moving off into southwest Mississippi as a continually weakening storm. Devin.
All right, Alexandra, thank you so much. We now have St. John Parish President Jacqueline Hotard on Zoom. She is joining us now to give us an update. Of course, we have heard some reports of flooding in Laplace. If you wouldn't mind, I guess, just kind of updating us on what the situation is right now in your parish. What kind of things are you seeing overall?
Right now, what we're seeing, we still have some strong winds outside, not like what we saw about 2 hours ago where we had, 90-mile-an-hour winds. We still have some heavy rainfall outside. We are receiving reports of people who have flooding in their homes who need to be evacuated out of their homes. We're asking them to call 911. And as soon as the sheriff's office and fire department and first responders are able to get on the road, we will begin to rescue people and bring them to our shelter and to another safe place.
So are those, is the sheriff's office and the fire department, are they not on the road right now helping with those evacuations? Are they waiting?
They are waiting right now. It's just not safe to be out there in the elements. But we have everyone here at the Emergency Operations Center. We have Acadian ambulances here. Our fire department is here and our sheriff's office is here. And many other rescue teams that we've put together are here to get out and assist residents. However, at this particular moment, we can't do that just yet because the conditions outside are still so bad to put people on the road.
What kind of things? So we've been seeing a lot of really desperate pleas for help from the Laplace area. People posting their addresses on Twitter, begging for help. Places like people like the Cajun Navy and some other organizations like that saying that they're going to go out and help. What are you hearing from that area? We have heard a lot of flooding reports from there.
We're hearing the same things, flooding reports, and it's sporadic a little bit in the Laplace area, that in some areas that typically do flood, we haven't received the calls. And then, of course, in some of the areas that we know typically flood when we have events like this, we have received those calls.
So are there any particular areas? We've kind of heard off of Woodland Drive, Cambridge Drive, and Laplace.
Those are, right, the low-lying areas. Once we get closer to I-10, those areas typically take in water because they're closer to the lake. Our drainage system is a gravity system. So, as the water comes back from the lake, those low-lying areas that you're getting the reports near Woodland Drive, that's the rear of Cambridge, rear of River Forest, those are the areas that we're receiving the calls from right now.
Is the drainage system working as it should at this point?
As it should, yes. However, our drainage system is a gravity feed system. So we drain everything into Lake Pontchartrain, which right now is being inundated with storm surge. So it's working as it should. However, there's not the capacity in Lake Pontchartrain right now for all of the water that's coming in through storm surge and rain. Okay. However, in the next couple of hours, what we're being told is that the winds are going to shift in our favor and actually begin to pull this water out of St. John.
So we did hear a little bit earlier that there was some stuff going on with the 911 center in terms of, you don't want people to call unless this is a really big emergency. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit, please?
If individuals need any type of emergency assistance, if they need to be evacuated, we're asking them to call 911. We have additional 911 operators here, and we have individuals answering the phone calls so that we can determine at that time if someone is injured in the home. Obviously, if we have a life or death situation, we are going to respond to a resident that needs life-saving measures. And so our 911 office here is fully staffed, and we have additional people answering those calls. So I would rather people just call us if they do have an emergency, they need to be evacuated. Please call so that we can make sure that we get you to the safety that you need.
Okay, but that's not happening, right? Just to be clear, that's not happening right now, right? Because there's no one on the road.
Correct. Not happening at the moment. Correct.
Okay. Is there a message to people? I mean, we've been seeing on Twitter people stuck in their attics begging for, to be picked up. It sounds pretty bad there. Is there a message to those people who are currently stuck?
What I'd like to ask them to do is to remain calm. And what we do when we do receive a call into the 911 center is assess the situation. We did receive a call of someone in the attic, and there could be more than one, so I don't want to make the wrong call, but the one particular call that I'm aware of that they did receive, everyone was okay. No one was injured. They are in the attic, and I know that is a high anxiety situation, but the 911 operator is staying in constant communication with that individual to make sure that we get them to safety.
Okay. Are you hearing anything about a hotel flooded as well in that area?
I haven't received any reports of that. Not that it's not happening. We just haven't received any reports of any hotels flooding.
Sure. Okay. My last question for you. What are you expecting to see as sunrise comes? I guess really through the night and then as we do get some daylight.
Just to continue to assess the damage. We know that we have down power lines. We've got trees and roads that are making them impassable, that we're going to have a huge effort on our hands, as will the entire region, to assess the damage and then move into recovery mode. And we will continue to be here and make sure that we see this thing through.
All right. Thank you so much, St. John Parish President Jacqueline Hotard. I really appreciate
Thank you
coming on.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I believe now, are we
going to Marcelino Bonito right now? Yes. He's for us over in Slidell, looking at the conditions there. Marcelino, what are you seeing right now? Still wet out there? Wind still picking up or what?
Yeah, here, guys, conditions are just getting worse, a lot worse than a few hours ago, and we think they're going to continue to progress in the next few hours. I'm joined by the spokesman for the Slidell Police Department. Daniel, tell me what the latest is on the status of the city right now.
Unfortunately, I wish I had good news to deliver, but I don't. This is a lot worse than any of us anticipated. The worst supposedly is yet to come. We're getting reports of widespread down power lines, trees falling to houses. Our main building here, the roof is compromised. We have water pouring in the offices on the second floor right now. Presumably due to wind and the roof. We're not sure what's going on. Our guys can't get out to respond right now to any calls. It's very, very dangerous conditions out there right now. We had that. Wow,
that sound is crazy.
Yeah.
Why don't we step in for a second, just for safety? We're going to step on in, guys, because that does not sound too good. So bear with us a second.
Yep. Sorry.
So
it's like I was saying, we have reports of trees down the middle of the roadway. There's no lights on right now. We've had some people out, some city workers out trying to assess damage. They had to get pulled in. What happens now at this point in time is that if people go out on the roadways, they're not going to see these trees. They're blocking major thoroughfares. No lights. People will run right into them. It's just a really bad situation.
I was seeing an update that you guys posted on Facebook. You're actually getting 911 calls with people who are asking to be rescued because trees have fallen on their homes. Can you tell us about that?
That's right. We do have several calls right now where people, one in particular that I know of, a couple blocks away from here actually, where a tree fell on their house. They're trying to get out because water's coming in. we can't get to them. It's impossible to get to them right now, and none of us expected this. We didn't, honestly. And to hear that the worst is yet to come is extremely concerning to us, for sure.
Flooding has been an issue here in the past. I know it's dark now, so it's really hard to assess, but what do we know about the flooding situation here in Slidell?
You know, it would be hard for me to speculate right now on that because we just don't know. You know, I would like to believe that the surge that we got during Katrina is not going to happen because of the angle of the storm, but you know, all bets are off from what we originally thought. Obviously, we didn't think we'd be standing here right now talking about this. You know, the amount of rain we're getting is concerning. Hopefully our pumping stations can keep up with that. And, you know, we don't have any flooded homes, but, you know, it's just at this point in time, we don't know.
And next few hours, when do you guys expect to be able to actually be able to get out on the streets, respond to calls, and really assess what's happened with this storm?
As soon as it's safe to do so, when the gust, I'm not sure the exact mile an hour, but I think it's maybe 45, 50 miles an hour, that sustained winds, we can't go out, which we obviously have that right now, which gusts that are, to me, approaching over 100 miles an hour at some of these gusts have to be. So as soon as it's safe to do so, we have a team of guys strategically placed all over the city who are ready to respond, anxious to respond to all these calls and to assess the situation. We have a fire department as well, but it's just not safe right now to do so.
No plans with the damage at the police department to have to leave the building at any point because of that damage?
I don't think it's that bad. Literally, that happened right before I came over here to talk to you guys. Right now, it's just water that's pouring into the main building on the second floor, flooding some offices. You know, as soon as we leave here, I'm going to go back over there to assess that situation to see. But most of our guys are not here. They're actually not at our headquarters. They're at other places around the city. So that's a good thing.
One other good thing about our location here is power outages are happening in other places, but you said we're one of the only places here with power in the city, and we're running on generators. Is that right?
That's right. We have a nice generator here to keep us going, keep our two main buildings going here in our headquarters. But no, there's massive power outages across the whole city. I don't know if anybody has power right now.
Ready. I appreciate it, Daniel. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, you guys saw it there live. Our conditions were somewhat tolerable out there. We were able to be under the awning, but in the middle of that interview, it started howling, a noise I hadn't heard all night. So we came on in for safety first. But here in Slidell, they're expecting conditions to continue to worsen the next few hours, and we'll see what morning brings. Back to you guys.
I'm Zach Tawatari, and some big updates from all around the area. Sadly, the first death from Hurricane Ida has been reported. The Ascension Parish Sheriff's Office says a Prairieville man was killed around 8:30 tonight when a tree fell on his home. Lafourche Parish Public Schools will be closed until further notice. The district sent that update around 9 tonight. They say updates will be posted on their website and social media sites. The Louisiana DOTD sent out a reminder not to get on the road. It tells us parts of I-10 and I-12 are impassable. There's also debris, down trees, and power lines on many roads. The DOTD says it will have crews out clearing the roads when it is safe to do so, but that could take a while. And we continue to get photos of damage around the area. This is in the Garden District. The viewer who sent this in says it was taken near Magazine and Napoleon. You can see a tree completely split. And you can follow our coverage of Hurricane Ida on our website and free WWL-TV app.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, as you mentioned, we are really starting to just get our first glimpse of what the damage is from Hurricane Ida. I think that we're going to be seeing more things like we saw from Karen Swenson, hearing more stories like we're hearing out of LaPlace. I know it's an emergent situation there, but the areas like Homa, Thibodaux, everybody wants to know what's happening in their neighborhoods. And unfortunately, you know, we're still trying to get a handle on it. And it's kind of hard to tell right now because it's dark outside.
Well, you have the emergency crews who we all, for the most part, saw that this storm was moving so quickly and then it slows down. So they couldn't assess, as Paul Murphy said earlier, in St. Bernard Parish. They were hoping to assess this damage around 6 or 7 o'clock. Obviously, that's not the case, not only for that parish, but for all of us. This is still something that is ongoing and still moving on. So right now, we have to pretty much wait till daybreak to see exactly how much damage has been left behind for not only for Orleans Parish, but for all the surrounding parishes as well. So we're still waiting to confirm exactly the damage that's done, the flooding that's happened. Right now, we're hearing about St. John Parish. We're hearing about even flooding over in Lafitte. And so hopefully we're going to speak with Lafitte Mayor Tim Kerner in a couple of minutes to give us an update on his area. I've seen some tweets actually from that area. A lot of people turning to social media to get their cries out for emergencies, for any assistance they might be able to get. And I'm sure that there are some emergencies that first responders can respond to. But of course, we heard earlier from Jacqueline Hotard when she said, you know, these are situations where the roads are dangerous, some are impassable. So it's kind of a situation where they have to analyze what's safe for the first responders to get to and how serious this emergency is.
Well, and you also think too about how many things that we have heard and that we have reported on over the last few hours that we've heard the beginnings of it and haven't been able to tell you how it ended up. So like in Old Metairie, we saw the roof that was ripped off of the senior facility. We do not know how those people are doing at this point. We heard about some windows blown out and some issues at Auctioner. We really don't know too much about what's going on there. There's a lot. And also Grand Isle. We have not heard if people are okay there and if people have homes to go back to.
All right. Right now, what you're looking at live, this is Tan Trung. I believe he is in our mobile forecast center, and I believe we're going to Tan live. Tan, it looks like you just turned into the French Quarter.
We did. It took us quite some time to get back from Metairie, Charisse, and I can tell you that there is a good amount of flooding. It's hard to judge how deep the water is coming back from Metairie, but we traveled along Bonneville, going from, and we were trying to head to Metairie Road to check out that situation at that facility on Metairie Road where we heard that the people were trapped, but there was water kind of inhibiting and blocking our travel there and getting back. And as we showed you a little bit earlier, as we tried to make our way back into the city, getting off of Bonneville, getting back onto Interstate 10, heading eastbound back into the city, we started running into that water near that split near the City Park Avenue exit eastbound. And so we had to turn around and get back down onto Veterans. But as we traversed Veterans and as we're coming up here, this is Burgundy heading towards Esplanade. You can see that down tree. That was down earlier when we left, and that was hours ago. It seems like we've been doing this for quite some time now. But as we kind of made our way back, we tried several different ways. We tried Airline Highway back into Orleans, but we ran some water there as well.
Wow.
Then we had to turn around, and I know it sounds very roundabout and dragging, but you can see some of the trees, some of the limbs here as we're going through the French Quarter. But eventually we got onto Jefferson Highway to get back onto that backside from Jefferson Highway back into Claiborne Avenue, heading eastbound on 90. But on certain areas and certain sides of the street as well on Claiborne, there was water pooling. So we had to get on the opposite side going against traffic, but luckily there's nobody out right now. So we felt fairly safe doing that. But there is patches of flooding that we saw coming from Jefferson into Orleans. We couldn't necessarily stop and kind of investigate how deep the water was. We just don't think it's very safe at this point. But when we did started running into some water, and as it felt dicey, we just kind of turned around. And, you know, as we always hear during this time, turn around, don't drown. I mean, we definitely have to kind of stick to that mantra at this point. I think it's going to be a very sobering morning for many people for many reasons, but hopefully some of this water will subside. Again, it's hard to judge this because it's so dark in many areas of Jefferson Parish and certainly going into Orleans. That backside going on to Claiborne near the Carrollton Water Plant was definitely dark. We drove by Oxnard as well. There was definitely a good amount of pooling water in front of Oxnard on that one side of Jefferson Highway. We had to go around on the opposite side to get around it. And there also are several down transformers and down power lines coming from from Jefferson into Orleans on Jefferson Highway. So I think, again, this is what was predicted and many people were kind of anticipating. But as we're kind of going and traveling through the French Quarter, you can kind of see the lights of the mobile forecast center, but around here, there's very little lights whatsoever. Luckily here, there isn't a tremendous amount of debris that we're seeing, but also there's not much flooding. But again, we did see flooding. The concerning part for us was when we were trying to get back into Orleans coming from JP, and we ran into that kind of pooling water near the overpass, near the Metairie Park and City Park Avenue exit eastbound. That was very concerning for us, just because for the most part, the entire day didn't seem to be a rain event. It was more of a wind event. But in seeing that, we're just unsure of, the combination of the heavy rain and the pumps not operating because of a lack of power. Again, I don't have the expertise to kind of judge that, but we're kind of speculating at that point that perhaps maybe that was the issue that caused that amount of water to pool there. But that was an area that went under during Katrina. Again, two very different storms, two very different circumstances. But now we're turning onto Bourbon Street, as many people would understand where this is.
Are the lights coming on, John, as you drive, or is that the headlights?
No, we have we certainly have we don't have any lack of light on this mobile unit here. So we're just throwing on some lights for a better kind of vision and better view for you all here. But there are no lights in and around this area right now.
Isn't this, Ton, you've covered you've covered so many hurricanes. Isn't this the weird part? I always think that this is just you get such an eerie feeling, because while we do still have a very active storm situation in LaPlace and on the North Shore, in the city and in Jefferson Parish, it has really calmed down. And that's when you get to that eerily quiet part of this, when you can look around and say, wow. And really get a glimpse of what just happened.
Yeah, absolutely, Katie. I agree with you there, and certainly for Jeff and I, Jeff is right now kind of navigating in the unit right now. It was very telling in what we were kind of seeing as we were sheltering in place in between these two slabs of concrete in Metairie. But as we started moving back, and then as the storm kind of allowed us to kind of get back onto the road and kind of see a little bit more of what was happening, it was because I think for many people too, and I'm sure you all have kind of experienced it as well, you go through the entire storm just kind of really holding on and just kind of anticipating and kind of wondering and trying to get to that next point and turning a corner of when this can improve, and you're wondering what is going to be in the aftermath of the storm. And we're starting to see that. And for me, at least, it was a very sobering moment in seeing that water from I-10 as we're heading eastbound, because for me, I was there when the I-10, 610 split was underwater during Katrina. That was basically a boat launch. That was an area to launch rescues from Lakeview. So that was kind of a flashback for me. And certainly, again, I don't believe it's the same flooding situation, but just seeing that area underwater again gives me a moment to pause, to kind of understand that we, at this point, because it's so dark and we just don't have enough boots on the ground, and that's just also going for first responders. We just don't have a good amount of eyes on the scope of the damage of what's going on there. And I certainly don't think we focus on the amount of flooding that is happening there. I hope that some of the areas that we encountered are subsiding. And again, as we are rolling through the French Quarter right now, the positive sign, we don't see a good amount of debris nor water on the street. And this was a similar case to Katrina as well. And I know we keep on going back and forth between the two storms, but I don't think the fact that these two storms happened on the same dates is lost on anybody. But for a point of reference here, again, we're seeing a bit of a tree coming up, and I believe this is Burgundy that we're coming up on. Is that right, Jeff? Or, yeah, this is Burgundy right here.
Wow, in the middle of the French Quarter, you have a
Again,
Trudeau.
we don't see. Yeah, we don't. You know, the positive sign too. We don't see a lot of down power lines here or light poles. So that's a testament to, and kind of indicative of the power of the storm, at least here. It was very, very rocky, I can say, and very windy for us when we were out in Metairie, in that northern Jefferson Parish area as well, down near Kenner as well. The conditions at a certain point for us has got too rough that we had to kind of pull over and just shelter in place behind a sturdy structure. So we were able to kind of ride it out there. But I think it's going to be very, very eye-opening for many people when we were able to get some daylight on the situation. Certainly in Jefferson Parish, I think the wind damage and some of the flooding that's happening now is going to be sobering when we get to a point that we can get more boots on the ground and eyes on the situation.
Yeah, someone on Twitter, I don't know if this is true, if this number is accurate. I imagine that it is close, but with the power situation that we have now and with the transmission lines being out, all of them for Entergy, for all of Orleans and Jefferson parishes, someone said that it took 20 plus days for them to get the power back to Lake Charles. I'm guessing after Hurricane Laura. So the fact that it's dark everywhere that you're driving, it seems like that's going to be a problem for some time to come.
Yeah, certainly, Katie. I think that the magnitude and just certainly the scope and the breadth of the power outages here, it's, you know, and to be fair to the whole situation, and we all have been in this situation where we're just kind of discovering this together. It's just hard to tell at this point, just a few hours after the storm blowing through this area. And as you mentioned, the storm is certainly affecting other parts of the metro area, certainly north of us as well right now. They're feeling the full effects of it. It's just hard to tell, but certainly just from eyeballing it from Jeff and I's perspective, it was pitch black coming from basically the Kenner area through Metairie, coming up into Orleans. It's just pitch black, and it's hard to kind of fathom like how this is going to be up and running quickly in the next few days. Certainly, I have full confidence that there are resources and line trucks and linemen ready to deploy. But again, it's just hard to tell what that situation is going to look like until we actually get some sunlight and until we get more people on the ground to kind of assess what's happened. The good news, at least for us here in the South Shore in this part right now, is that it seems that the wind is dying down. We're still having some rain, but as we're coming around and trying to assess some of the areas of the French Quarter, and Jeff, maybe we can head up towards the river a little bit further. Maybe that's a side that we haven't checked yet. You know, that we just haven't seen at least in the French Quarter, we haven't seen a tremendous amount of debris or damaged structures here. But again, it's just from the areas that we can see at this point. But it is significant, I will say, coming from JP into Orleans. The wind was significantly, it seemed stronger, certainly on the JP side.
All right, Tom, thank you so much. We're going to check back in with you in a second, of course, when you get closer to the river to see if there's any damage in that area. We know that there was an awning that was in that area that had flown off, so hopefully we can check back in with you. Right now, we want to go over to Tangipahoa Parish, and that's where we find Brendan Keefe right now. Brendan, I don't know if you're still in Amite or are you in a different area?
Yeah, we're in Amite right now. And hey, look, I put the hood down at this point because the raincoat is simply, especially with the hood up, is just a scoop for all the rain. I mean, it is just hitting me full on right now. You know, look, we're a lot of us veterans of multiple hurricanes. I was here 16 years ago today, not here in this spot. I was in New Orleans, in Slidell, riding out the storm similarly to what we're doing tonight. Right now, we're getting a pretty heavy rain band, and then there's this blasts of wind that come through. Now, I'm fairly well protected right now. It's important to point out that look, when we do this, we always try to have something between us and flying objects, because things can get picked up and do get picked up by the wind. You know, when you see smashed windows, it's usually not the wind. It's things that are picked up by the wind and then smash into the windows. But right now here in Amy, we're getting, there's that gust we've been getting, you know, up to 105 miles per hour. This is obviously not that. I wouldn't be standing. I've been in winds about 75, 80 before standing up. You nearly get knocked down. That's because we have a building right here that's kind of protecting us, but I can see around the corner. The wind is just whipping around the corner there. And we have checked with the Doppler indicated winds, and it's showing winds of about 100 to 105 miles per hour, because right now we're getting, even though that eye wall is collapsing, we are on the northeast quadrant of what was 2 eye walls. This storm we're going to study. I'm not a meteorologist. I am a weather geek, though. And I think they're going to be studying this storm for some time, because not only was it a strengthening storm at landfall, essentially, unlike Katrina, which was a 5, then it hit as a 3, made landfall as a 3. A lot of times you have a weakening hurricane at landfall. This one not only essentially strengthening right up to landfall, but then continued to maintain that strength over the marshy marshy land that we're all familiar with. It really kind of acted over land like it was a hurricane over water. But not only that, it was going through a wall or an eye replacement cycle. And so you had this double eye wall, and you not only had it at landfall, you had it kind of strengthening around that double eye wall. I'm not going to get into the meteorology. I'm not going to try to take the meteorologist's job for them. They're doing amazing work. I love this town of New Orleans. I love Louisiana. I'm married into Louisiana, so to speak. But I know this is your home, and I know people watching right now and at friends and families' residences, for those people who are outside of the disaster zone, if you will, and trying to check in on their homes. I feel for what everybody is going through, certainly. But to see the way the meteorologists in this town, and that includes really all of them, the respect they have for the people here and the weather, and also not hyping, this forecast was one of the best forecasts you've ever seen for any kind of a tropical system, even though it came up and was a surprise from a tropical depression to essentially a landfalling Cat 4. What you had was almost dead on. This is where it's going to hit, and it did. I mean, we're off by 10 miles per hour. Instead of 140, it was 150. This was really amazing. Not to pat anyone on the back, because right now we still have this disaster we're dealing with live. And then, of course, in the morning, waking up to the damage, and we've got a lot more coverage to come. So let me describe the conditions for you right now. The reason I've been able to talk so freely for the last several minutes is because there's been a little break. That's typical. Everybody watching this knows that. You have those bands, they come through as a big blast, a big gust of wind, and a lot of rain, and then you get this sort of little break. We're expecting here for the next hour and a half, 2 hours, to be in the depths of the wind. Now, right now, I'm probably getting a little bit blurry because we're actually shooting through a window. Derek, top-notch photographer, is on the other side of the glass inside the government center. You may see some electric light around here. The power's out here. The power has been out for hours. This is generator power for the Emergency Operations Center for Tangipahoa Parish, and they're gracefully letting us stay here. But that's the situation here, where we expect it to actually get worse before it gets better. But now we at least have a storm that's weakening. Who would have thought we would have seen a Cat 2 storm hitting this far north, essentially, and winds in excess of 100 miles per hour that we've experienced. I'm Brendan Keefe for Eyewitness News here in Amy.
Brendan, thank you so much.
Such great perspective. It's so great to have him here, and all of our team of Tegna reporters and photographers and producers and all the people who are making this broadcast work. Our company has really pulled out all the stops, sending people here. We've got, additional assistance in the weather department. And of course, people doing our need to know updates. So it's been great.
They have helped so much. And I actually don't even know if people realize how much help that they are doing behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks Chris is doing everything by himself, and he does a lot, but we do have some help back here.
Well, we want to give you guys an update here. We just learned that President Biden has approved a disaster declaration for Louisiana. So this allows for that federal aid that is desperately going to be needed to be made available to the state with help, to the state rather, to help with state, tribal, and local recovery efforts in the areas affected by Hurricane Ida. Assistance can also include grants for temporary housing, for home repairs, low-cost loans to cover uninsured property losses, and any other programs to help individuals and even business owners recover from the effects of the hurricane. So that was approved just quickly. And I also just saw a message from Governor John Bel Edwards thanking the president for acting so swiftly on approving that declaration.
Now,
Desperately needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's going to be essential. If the early reports that we're getting are any indication of how extensive the damage is, it's a lot. And one of the places that there were questions about is Oxnard Hospital. Karen Swenson talked about that and about the fact that some people were reporting that the building was swaying. And then we started seeing some reports on Twitter as well of roofs being blown off of auxiliary buildings that are connected to Oxnard, but not necessarily the main hospital. So they gave an update earlier tonight. We want to take a listen to what they had to say.
So we just give you, we thought just given kind of what's been going on today, we also know there's a lot of information out there, some of it true, some of it not true. So we wanted to make sure we could give you the true information, what's happening. We've obviously been sustaining various damage at our facilities, throughout the day, just like, lots of places, roof damage, water leaks. We've have gone to backup generation power in the Bayou, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, North Shore, etc. I wouldn't say any massive issues, but certainly some issues to the point where we will have to and Mike, we can dig into this a little bit, but our St. Anne facility, sometime overnight when the winds die down, we'll probably start moving some patients out of our St. Anne's facility. We're also still assessing our Chabert facility in Homa. We may have to move some patients out of our Chabert facility. So we are, watching that carefully. Part of that's due to roof damage at St. Anne's and some roof damage and power issues at our Chabert facility. We have had, I'm sure you're hearing this a lot of places, water, with the city water and whatnot being issues. We've had to move to our well water, as we talked about earlier. We drilled wells at many of these facilities, so we have well water. So we've done that here at Oxnard Medical Center and Jefferson Highway. We have had a generator, one generator issue at Kenner, which we're working through. Our team is out there assessing and working through. So these are, things that happen as we're going through these types of storms. But I will say the sustained duration of this and the length of the wind or the duration of the wind has created more roof and other damage than, we've seen in some of our previous storms. Not to the significance of Lake Charles last year at all, but certainly to the extent that we'll have to move some patients, sometime, early tomorrow morning, late tonight or early tomorrow morning, probably maybe 3, 4, 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, Mike. And I've seen the things that, there's pieces of roof coming off at this facility. There's pieces of roof coming off at that facility. Yeah, there's pieces of roof coming off at lots of our facilities. I think there's roof damage because we've got these sustained, 80, 90, 100 mile an hour winds for, quite some period of time. So, but we're working through it. As I said, just rounded, been talking to all of our staff at each of our campuses, and they're working through it and staying up, keeping people safe, keeping patients safe, which is what we do. The Bayou obviously has been the most impacted. You've seen some of the I saw the same video you guys saw of Lady of the Sea and read the same story that you guys probably wrote on Thibodaux Regional. We've had, as I said, some damage at Chabert and St. Anne's, and we'll be moving some folks later on tonight or tomorrow morning.
Have there been any injuries at any of the facilities associated with Ida-related damage?
None that I'm aware of. Mike, do you know of any specific?
No, not that I'm aware of either.
Have you guys had any of the same generator problems as Thibodeau Regional, where you guys had to, move patients around to different floors?
Mike, I'll let you take that.
Yeah, so we obviously have backup generators at all of our campuses. Have actually backup fuel trucks should we be on generator power for a while. We have had some temporary generator failures, but each of them is being rectified or has been rectified, and so we're in good shape right now.
I'd say probably the biggest issue we have is kind of the roof damage that we have probably at St. Anne's, right, Mike, where we have about 15 patients. That's probably the biggest issue we face right now.
Yeah, we have had to move some patients at a few facilities due to water intrusion through windows, or also some water intrusion through the roof, as Warner mentioned, but nothing related to generators.
About how many patients are going to be moved from
so
St. Anne?
where's St. Anne's? It's in Raceland, Louisiana, so down in the Bayou area. Got to visit sometime. It's nice down there. And I think we have 15 at St. Anne's. Is that right, Mike?
Actually, about 21 at St. Anne's and about 45 at Shawbear.
Okay.
And we anticipate, again, relocating all those patients.
Are any of these patients that had to be moved or care has been interrupted? Are they critically ill? Are they on life-sustaining devices?
We, prior to the storm, moved some of the critical care patients out. There are a few critical care patients that will still need to be relocated. But we feel confident that through that process, we will be able to do it safely.
All right, that was what we just heard. There was a facilities update through auctioneer and just about what some of just a little bit about what they've been dealing with over the last few hours. I do believe we have the John Lafitte mayor by phone. Is that right? Okay. This is Mayor Tim Kerner. He is joining us by phone. And we're going to talk a little bit about what you're seeing down there. Mayor, what can you tell us just about what is going on right now and what have you seen in the last few hours? I'm not sure we have him on the phone. We might have lost him on the phone. This is, yeah. We're going to go to Chris now, and he's going to give us a little update. When all else fails, go to Chris Franklin.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
We're going to hopefully hear from the mayor in just a bit. We're going to call him back right now.
Okay, yeah, one of the things that we do want to talk to him about is that we are getting reports of a significant levee failure for the Jean Lafitte and Lafitte areas that the Weather Service has issued a flash flood emergency, saying that it is a particularly dangerous situation and they need to seek higher ground now. I don't know where you really find higher ground in that part of Jefferson Parish, but flash flooding in Jean Lafitte, Barataria, and Lafitte. So something that it looks like the surge that comes up Barataria Bay has perhaps inundated, because a lot of the rain in Jefferson Parish, especially lower Jefferson, has now come to an end. So again, there is light at the end of the tunnel. For some, it doesn't seem like it's coming fast enough, and this storm is still moving at a snail's pace. We're looking at the 11 o'clock advisory. So here's the latest on what is still a strong hurricane with winds of 100 miles an hour, but at least that number 2 has been dropping. Motion, this is what we were stubbornly seeing, is a north-northwesterly forward motion at only 9 miles an hour. Also notice that as now the heaviest of the rain and strongest winds, including a bit of a storm surge, there is a flash flood emergency for parts of Livingston and southern Tangier Parish, but that does include Hammond, Ponchatoula, due to that water, because the center of the storm, which is still a Category 2 at this point, is now sending that water that had been a little bit more toward the southwestern part of Lake Pontchartrain and inundating Laplace, now is moving up toward Tangier Hope Parish and flooding parts of that parish, as well as the heavy rainfall that they're being inundated now. Again, we have finally started to see drying conditions, not totally dry. You still have the rain across the much of the metro area, but it is starting to dry out. It also looks like, I'm going to kind of move my map here. It looks like we're starting to finally see some drying conditions over Laplace. Now, again, that's minor compared to the inundation from the storm surge that they are still dealing with, but at least they're getting a little bit of a help from most of the heavier rainfall moving out. But as you go up across Lake Maurepas and then into Tangi, you're getting that heavy rainfall. You're also getting the heavy rain bands moving across the North Shore. So it really does look like the main threat from the heavier rain is now starting to shift up to the North Shore, and things are settling down. Not settled yet, but they are settling down across the metro area, where we still have some rainfall moving through. And the rainfall accumulation map, again, a wide swath of 6 to 8 inches of rainfall. Now, that is a lot, but relatively speaking, this wasn't as much, for most of us, as much of a rain event. You do find the pocketed areas of the purple color is 10 to 12. We do find another bullseye, but a little bit more over Lake Maurepas of 12 to 15 inches, and that bullseye was right over Laplace. So not only did they have the storm surge, they saw an area of probably some of the most significant rainfall across the entire viewing area. Now, as we kind of time this out, when will everything start to end? Drying out across the metro area, still going to have some showers, likely kind of back building a bit, but the intensity will be weakening, and most of that more substantial rain shield will be shifting up to the North Shore. And notice we'll may still have a band of rain that may begin to move a little bit more to our east by daybreak tomorrow morning. Still have some showers here and there, but certainly what we saw all day today, it'll be a far less event, and actually more of a flooding threat as you get toward lower Alabama and into Florida. And then here comes kind of a little band maybe on the back side of the storm that might kind of sweep through later Monday evening, but Monday will be a better day. Then the good news is, kind of timing this out for Tuesday, it does look like we will be mostly dry, with other than a few bubbling up showers here and there. It does look like things will be settling, because we know by tomorrow, a lot of folks are going to get out there and start cleaning up and start assessing the damage. Just consider there's going to be a lot of debris on the roadways. We were watching just some of the buildings across the street here on Rampart, and those shingles start popping off. Those shingles then land on the road. You've got nails sticking up. And if you remember Katrina and just about every other post-storm cleanup, there are nails and screws and things that are getting your tire, and that becomes a little bit more of a driving hazard. So just something to keep in mind. I know a lot of folks who want to get out and start assessing the damage. You may, for some, want to give it another day or so to allow for crews to start cleaning that up as soon as they can. Because again, the winds will also be settling down. So the strongest winds right now across parts of the Florida parishes, not as much Baton Rouge. It's amazing. This looked at for the longest time as if it was going to track right over Baton Rouge. And then we started to see that bend toward the east. And then even more so as the storm began moving inland, and we saw that center just kind of moving due north. And that's going to be the trend through the overnight and early tomorrow. The wind field will be shrinking through the overnight period. Those maximum sustained winds right near the center are going to be closing in right near the center of the storm, and that will finally get out of here by early tomorrow morning. Some of the official rainfall totals: almost 9 inches recorded at Reserve, 3.15 at Kenner, over 3.5 inches downtown. We were closing in on almost 3 inches, 2.7. But look at Slidell. Again, Slidell, Reserve, it really depended upon where those heavy bands set up. We all saw a good soaking of rain, but it all depends on precisely where those bands set up. Remember, the initial forecast were calling for widespread 10 to 15 inches and localized amounts of 20. We didn't see anything close to that. So thankfully, this wasn't as much of a rain event as it was wind, which we're going to assess tomorrow, and the storm surge that was not only along the coast, but in the lake as well. Here's kind of the steering and the reason why the storm slowed down. What had been steering the storm for so long was that ridge of high pressure that was centered over the Carolinas. That was allowing the storm to continue that motion more toward the northwest. Well, that has weakened and kind of shifted away. What we're waiting for is an upper trough, which is deepening means pushing south across the plains. That will continue to sink south tomorrow. That will then start to pull the circulation associated with Ida and move it out of the area. Winds are still pretty breezy, and out of the south, again, are 44-mile-an-hour winds still sustained at 60 miles an hour. Now we've lost our sensor at Hammond. This happens all the time. This is the worst parts of a storm start moving. We start losing some of the surface data. Winds are gusting up to 60 miles an hour at Slidell, sustained at 30. So it is still very windy across much of the area. More so on the North Shore as we've started to see things kind of settling down from south to north, but at least the winds have been coming down. The storm surge potential doesn't look like, at least based on some of the initial numbers, that a lot of these verified. As I'd mentioned, we saw in kind of real time didn't really show that high of a range in our southern parishes, but we'll kind of reassess that as we get into the day tomorrow. The Weather Service office locally will begin looking at some of the gauges, and we'll have a much better idea of just how high that surge was. But it was certainly high enough that in the lake, it did send a probably massive amount of water into Laplace. And then also the water that was fed up into Barataria was enough to overtop it. Perhaps, again, this is very preliminary data for what's going on in Lower Jefferson Parish, but perhaps some kind of failure of the levees around Lafitte, Barataria, and Jean Lafitte. So that will be something that we'll have to take a look at through the overnight. It does look like that is a dangerous situation for those folks. River flooding, and in terms of all of the impacts that we have seen from this storm, this almost seems minor compared to the flooding and dangerous situation in Laplace, the dangerous situation in the Lafitte area, because for the most part, folks, and I've talked to these residents a lot of times during the spring flood season, we talk about it and it looks like a major situation. And then you talk to some of these folks and they say, oh yeah, I live by the river. It floods all the time. They're built up and they're kind of prepared for these rivers to flood literally every season. And it is a common occurrence during hurricane season. As that water flows into Lake Pontchartrain, it prevents what ends up being a big rain event on the North Shore. It prevents that water from draining back into Lake Pontchartrain. And so you do see several of those rivers literally back up. It has nowhere to go. And so it overflows its banks. And that's what we're looking at, a moderate flood in Franklinton along the Bogachita, Bogafly at Folsom, and then out toward Robert. We have, or excuse me, that's a major flood. I was looking at the moderate, Camp Covington and at Boston Street. And then you have a major flood at Covington, Robert, as well as some of the rivers into Pearl River County, Mississippi. So the flooding of the rivers is probably going to last for a few days. If nothing else, a couple of days before the winds will start to change direction, and we will hopefully then start to see more of a westerly flow, which will then push that water out of the lake. And that will allow those rivers to start draining. So when will things start to improve? It's kind of difficult to say an exact time because it's a very gradual process, but we are improving from south to north. Rain is moving to the north, and that will continue through the overnight period. Winds will be settling through the overnight period. And by midday tomorrow, it is going to be a far quieter day. We might have a little round of rain that moves through during the midday and afternoon hours, but things will be settling down. And by Tuesday, it does look to be a far nicer day.
So much. All right. And at this hour, there's still a lot going on. Of course, we're hearing about situations where there are rescues in Laplace, and we will have much more for you in just a moment.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida.
Welcome back, everyone. We are entering our 11th hour of coverage of Hurricane Ida, and it's not over yet.
No, definitely not over yet, because we're hearing more reports overnight of people that are stranded. We're hearing some levee failures over in Lafitte. Hopefully we'll get Lafitte Mayor Tim Kerner on the phone with us very, very soon, because we want to confirm that. We're hearing about a number of people in La Plaza who are experiencing extreme flooding. So while in our area this may have calmed down, this may have settled down, this is still not over for a lot of people within the region.
My sister is in Hammond. She said it's been scary loud there, and they're really seeing the worst of it now. It's still a hurricane, which is hard to believe that after this many hours and this long over land, it is still a Category 2 hurricane, from what I understand.
Well, and it has been almost 12 hours since it made landfall, which is kind of unbelievable.
Yeah.
So, was it 11:55 this morning? Yeah.
All right. And at this hour, as it is still going on and unfolding, there's still a lot you need to know.
I'm Zach Tawatari, and like you said, here's what you need to know right now. We're following that situation you were just talking about, a terrifying development in Lower Jefferson Parish. The National Weather Service says a levee failed in Lafitte and Jean Lafitte, causing a flash flood. They say 200 people are in, quote, imminent danger. We'll follow this closely and be bringing you updates. President Biden has approved the Louisiana Disaster Declaration, ordering federal aid to help in relief efforts in the areas affected by Hurricane Ida. Assistance can include, among other things, grants for temporary housing and home repairs, and low-cost loans to cover uninsured property losses. A boil water advisory is in effect in St. Tammany Parish. The parish says it's because of widespread power outages, adding that water testing will probably be delayed because of Ida. Boil your water for at least a minute before drinking it, cooking with it, or brushing your teeth. The photos and videos from our viewers continue to come in. This one shows the incredible power of Ida. Watch the roof of Auctioner Medical Center in Jefferson swaying. Debris is hitting the 10th floor window, and you see pieces of the roof fly off. A very, very scary situation, to say the least. You can follow our coverage of Hurricane Ida on our website and free WWL-TV app.
All right, Zach, thank you. As you mentioned, there is some stuff going on in Jean Lafitte right now. We are going to talk now with the mayor, Tim Kerner. He is joining us by phone right now. Mayor Kerner, thank you for joining us. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you tell us just in a quick nutshell, what is happening right now? What has been happening in the last few hours where you are?
Well, look, this storm was total devastation to our area. Lafitte, Crown Point, Lower Lafitte, even our friends in Grand Isle. I mean, it's total devastation. And now we have a situation where we have a bunch of people and surrounded by water. And thank God that the water stopped rising and it's going to start going down, but the wind's still pushing and we can't get to them. And now we're trying to rally up votes to try to get to those people. As heartbreaking as today was, we're all refocusing our efforts into getting those people, and that's our main objective.
What kind of efforts are being made right there? Are there boats out there, or are the conditions just too bad to get down to those people?
Yeah, there's not a captain that would agree to go in the water right now. Trust me, we tried, and we even tried to put our own boats in there. We haven't been successful so far, but they're actually still out there trying to do different strategies to get to ones at least close by. And we also are reach out to anyone. We have a bunch of phone lines all over, and everyone's telling us who's in trouble, if they're in trouble. So we have a database of already like 150 people and addresses, and we already have about 50 boats that are ready to come here. It's on a moment's notice as soon as the weather breaks. So we're going to try, as soon as the weather breaks, we're going to send an army to get those people.
So you said 150 people stranded right now?
More than 150, but so far that is in a list that is sent as addresses that are there.
Wow. We know that there were some issues with some levees down there. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened and what areas those were in? And if you were able to reach everybody who needs to know that there's a problem there?
Yeah, it was heartbreaking because the levee started overtopping. The levee didn't necessarily fail with its structural integrity. It was overtopped, and 30 minutes, 40 minutes later, the tide started going down. So Lower Lafitte, Barataria, Crown Point was devastated, and we thought we had a real shot at saving the schools, local school and government buildings, 100 homes in the tidal surge. And we fought like hell, but within 40 minutes left of that surge, we lost it. And it's a heartbreaking day, but we got a job to do. We got to bring those people to safety.
You all are very used to storm surge down there. Almost every time we get something in the Gulf, you get a little bit of storm surge at least. Can you, we don't have any pictures right now to see what it looks like, but can you just describe to us how high is the water? What are we dealing with down there?
Look, this is the worst storm event surge in the history of Lafitte. This is the worst one. I've never seen so much water in my life. I don't know. The wind was so bad all day. I think tomorrow is going to be more bad news when we go to pick up those people and see what the wind did to our town. But you can't look left, right, back, or front without seeing high water and Jean Lafitte, Crown Point, Lower Lafitte, and Barataria. But we're gonna get those people in the safety. And we're gonna come back stronger.
Any reports of injuries or anything that we should know about tonight?
No reports of injuries. Look, I'm very scared that when we start going to rescue these people, what we're gonna find. This was very extremely strong when we had sustained 90 to 110 mile an hour winds consistently, and then we had other reports that was 120, 130 miles an hour. So I mean, we got hit hard and we got hit long, and I know it created a dangerous situation for a lot of people. That water rose so fast. So I pray we don't find anything, but just the danger was there.
Well, our heart certainly breaks for you, and we are hoping for the best for you guys down there over the next few days. I know this is going to be really tough. So thank you so much, Mayor Kerner. Is there anything I missed that you wanted to mention, or any message that you have for people tonight?
Yeah, look, if you're out there, just be ready as soon as that storm breaks, even remotely a little bit. If we can get a water that's not gonna, if we can get a boat in there that's not gonna flip, listen for a horn. We're gonna give them horns, and when they do that, yell at them, and they're gonna come pick you up.
All right. Thank you so
we'll
much.
do that. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
All right. That was Mayor Tim Kerner from Jean Lafitte saying that this is the worst he has ever seen, and that there are more than 150 people stranded right now. Conditions are far too bad. He said not a captain in the world that would get in the water right now to go rescue them. So we will certainly be thinking of them over the next few days, and also following through on that story to see what happens down there.
Yeah, you could really hear the desperation in his voice, and just the heartache. And, they're only getting a small glimpse of it because it's still dark and it's still underwater. And so it's a desperate situation for sure.
Well, we're also following some breaking news out of Plaquemines Parish. Parish officials there are asking people to evacuate. Candace Charles joining us live now with the latest. This is brand new. And how are they doing so, Candace?
Well, they really are just trying to send out a message to folks right now, which is really difficult because it's so late. They're asking folks to just wake up and get out. They're asking folks in the Jesuit Bend area to get out as soon as they can. Of course, they can't send out search and rescues just right now at this time because it is quite dangerous. The Sheriff Department is answering the phone at this time, but they just can't come out to rescue those folks. So they're asking up to thousands of folks to get out of that area, as well as a couple of other areas have also had breached levees and just have had some sandbagging issues. Braithwaite also have some folks that I've just been dealing with a lot of water in the area. I've been seeing pictures and videos throughout the day of water being in their yards, coming up to their door. Some even said that they had water in their homes. So it's really just been quite a battle down here, of course, as it has been all throughout the state against Hurricane Ida. And a lot of folks are just waiting to see if they're going to be rescued or get some kind of help. We've been told that emergency crews will be going out at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to rescue folks. But again, they are asking folks in the Jesuit Bend area to get out now if you can. They will be sending a message as soon as they can. Of course, they're going out as well to try to put some sandbags in the area. It sounds like there may be some water heading over Highway 23 at this time as well. So it really kind of is a bad scene out here right now, you guys. That's why we've mostly been inside the whole entire time. it really is just not safe to be outside.
All right, Candace, that is a serious situation there. Jesuit Bend is an area that has been prone to flooding, but if they're saying people need to get up and get out, that means now. Hopefully, you know, they're able to go sort of, you said they're going door to door?
Not at this time, no. They're actually trying to send a 911 backwards message to folks right now to try to get them to get out, and hopefully they'll be able to get that message sometime soon. It's something that they're working on right now. As of now, we have not been told if any search and rescue crews will be going out, because as I mentioned, it's just too dangerous to do so. It's just really a difficult situation because it's so late in the night. There are a lot of people that are already sleeping.
And that's the theme that we're hearing from everybody. It's very dangerous. As we talked to in Laplace, we're talking about Lafitte in Plaquemines Parish as well. It seems like, I know that there are some people who do need that assistance. There's no doubt about that. But right now, given the time, it's very dark, power outages that are there, and the water rising, it's too dangerous for a lot of rescue crews to get out to people, which is why you issue those mandatory evacuations.
Right. I mean, Candace, are you getting any
Speaking
idea?
of power outages, I mean,
I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Yeah, speaking of the power outages, I mean, there are thousands of people that are without power right now, up to 7,500 people that are without power right now. So that could be more so units as well. It could be apartments, you know, so there are a lot of people without power. If you walk outside of this building right now, we're in the EOC, it's pretty dark outside. So it is pretty difficult to go out and look for folks at this point.
Have they gotten any idea the extent of the damage down there yet?
I think it's too early to tell. You know, they haven't been really able to go out and kind of check and see where the damage is really at this point. They have said that the water is already reaching over to Highway 23, as I mentioned, but it sounds like most of that neighborhood and Jesuit Bend is already getting quite a bit of water.
Okay, well, our heart and our thoughts will all be with them in the next several hours, and hopefully people are able to get out and they do get people out. So Candace, Charles, thanks so much for your reporting. We appreciate it. Another area where they're really just getting hit hard by this now, as we mentioned, it's still a Category 2 hurricane, and it's still hitting people on the North Shore, especially up in Tangipahoa Parish and Hammond.
Yeah, that's where we found Doug Mouton this evening.
Yeah, hey guys. Ida is hitting the eye wall. We are just on that northeast side of the eye wall of Ida. It is hitting Hammond, and it's hitting hard. This is by far the strongest winds that we've seen so far, which is why we have this unique setup here. I'm holding the door open of our hotel and just a tiny bit outside. Adam Ney, our photographer, completely inside, just shooting out. We wanted to give you a picture of what it's like in Hammond right now. Look, this is still a Category 2. All the way up in Hammond, you can hear the wind is howling right now behind me. It is too dangerous for us to step back into this, but it's going strong here in Hammond. Now, about 20 minutes ago, I talked to Parish President Robbie Miller, who said there's a ton of trees down in the parish and trees on homes, but he said for now they do not have any reports of people injured in the storm, and he wants to keep it that way. His one message to people is stay put, don't go anywhere, don't try to, even if things slack up for you in the next few hours, stay put and don't go outside until it's daylight in the morning before you check on anything. That's a way to stay safe. It's sound advice probably for everyone in our viewing area. We're going to have plenty of time to pick up the pieces from this. Don't get too anxious and hurt yourself post-storm. That would not be a way to go. And Robbie Miller says it'll be a few hours before this storm completely passes through his parish. So they're a long way from out of the woods here in Tangipahoa. It's howling in Hammond now. You heard Chris Franklin a few minutes ago say on the backside of the eye wall in Laplace, they have dried out. Now, we do expect to see that once this completely passes through Hammond. When it does dry out, we'll come back to you and show you that. Hopefully, it's not too far away. For now, reporting live in Hammond, in Tangipahoa Parish, Doug Mouton, Eyewitness News.
All right, thank you, Doug.
All right, right now you're taking a live look at the Entergy power outages map. And I mean, if you look at that map, you're just seeing a sea of red with only a couple of blurbs of green. And it's really interesting. We talked about this yesterday, when this was just nothing but green, everything was going well, and we said that this was going to look completely different today, and it most certainly does. I don't know if we can pull up, usually you can pull up by parish, just how many power outages are within the community.
So it looks like Orleans Parish, 177,000 customers without power.
Wow.
Jefferson, 200,000. Some of the other big numbers, we've got St. John with 19,000, Tangipahoa, 57,000 customers, Terrebonne, 27,000. And those are some of the East Baton Rouge Parish, 132,000 people without power, and Ascension, just under 40,000.
I think it's safe to say just about the entire metropolitan New Orleans area is without power tonight.
Well, I mean, statewide, you've got almost 850,000 customers. Again, that includes, you know, one customer can be a whole apartment building full of people. So you've got the better part of probably 1 million people in Louisiana without power right now.
So power outages are something that Entergy, which they talked about this, you know, as Hurricane Ida was approaching, that power outages were going to be a problem, if not for a few days, possibly in some locations for a few weeks. And given what's going on in our area right now with the power outages for the entire city and how it's impacting us, we could also go through that same situation of not seeing as much power probably for the next couple of days. And so you have to kind of prepare yourself for that, which is why a lot of people did decide to evacuate, considering also that this is, I mean, New Orleans, and right now, I don't know what the temperature is right now, but in the 70s and 80s is definitely not feeling the greatest outside.
No, I mean, you know, I think we heard elected officials saying that this was going to be a life-altering event. And for so many people, that is exactly what Hurricane Ida is. And so many of them don't even know it yet. But power is one of those reasons that it is a life-altering event. I mean, there is a chance that this power could be out for a significant period of time. I'm no expert on power restoration, but you know, we did hear from experts or officials from Entergy before the storm even hit. If a Category 4 storm came through, it could take an average of up to 21 days to get power restored. And that's what we've seen. That's what we are still seeing at this hour, even though it's down to a Category 2 storm. But, it was a strong major hurricane for almost the entire time it was working its way through the city of New Orleans and you know, the real, I guess, city parts of the metro area. And, you know, there's a good chance that this is going to be a situation we're dealing with for a long period of time.
Well, another area of the city really getting hit hard here is Kenner. And Kenner Mayor Benzon is joining us on the phone right now. Mayor, how are you?
I'm good.
All right, we're hearing that your city is seeing a lot of damage, and this is some of the most destruction that you've seen in Kenner in a while. Can you tell us what you're seeing out there, what you guys are experiencing?
It's epic wind damage. We have not we cannot go out to assess it yet. Around midnight, we think we're going to get a little bit of a break, so we will go out at that point. We're prepared to send crews out to clear the streets, remove the debris as soon as these winds subside. So we'll be able to look at it around midnight, but I can't get the crews out until these winds are really gone. So we will do that as quickly as possible. One of our biggest problems besides that is no water.
Yeah.
And I know I'm not the only person complaining about this, but we get water from Jefferson Parish. I mean, if the parish has a damaged system, which has obviously been damaged, we don't have water. So that's the problem we're facing right now with Kenner Fire Department, and we get ready to put a post out on social media because we have some reported fires. Maybe they're not really fires. We don't know. We do know that one has been, it's reported that it's at the Esplanade area. That it's an apartment complex, and we're trying to get out there to see how bad it actually is.
So, I mean, if you get out there and you can't put it out, I mean, what do you do in that situation?
Well, that's the issue, because we cannot put firemen in danger either. I mean, we can't, just like Entergy can't go on, up on a pole, we can't put a fireman on an aerial truck or a ladder when 35 feet up in the air and they get blown off. So, I mean, there's some things that we can't do to our firemen, and I will not do, but at the same time, we have some issues, and then we don't have water. Now, we are prepared to get the pump into, when the winds die down, get a pump into canals, get a pump into a pond that's near areas, and pump from that area and put water and put fires out. Tomorrow, though, with Kenner Fire Department, our ERT team, our police department, our wastewater crews, we'll have anywhere from 150 to 200 people on the street assessing damage and getting services restored that we can restore as quickly as possible. We're prepared for that. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about, concerned about no water.
Yeah, I've gotten some phone calls from that area of people saying that they have or asking if the water was out or my water pressure is extremely low. Do you know what's going on? And I said, I think that there is a situation where Hurricane Ida may have damaged something that may have impacted the water in that area.
Right. And look, I've stressed, and I will stress this to our constituents tomorrow, but to our council, we have some problems here in Canada. We don't have water. We have wind damage. But my heart goes out to Lafitte and Grand Isle. I just heard my, fellow mayor, Timmy Kerner on the TV. That's got to be, look, we're talking about epic wind damage. He's talking about epic loss. And we go out, our hearts go out to those guys down there.
Are there any situations in Kenner that may have caught you by surprise, situations outside of the water situation, which obviously could lead to an even more dangerous situation when you give that scenario for firefighters not being able to put out possible fires that could be started by down power lines, since you do have wind damage? Is there anything else that you're seeing or hearing from residents out there?
We're hearing, and we're hoping it's rumors, and it's just the consistent, Facebook rumors that we try to ignore, but we can't ignore right now, is the, flooding that's going on. We don't have reports from us that there's flooding. I don't believe that there is. I hope that there's not, but we check all these things out. We've heard, that a levee has breached. We have no reports from the parish, nor the East Jefferson Levee Board that has happened. I want to calm our sentences and say, until you hear it from us, it probably has not happened. So if you hear these things, people hear something, it moves quickly. I spoke to the owner of Chateau Country Club. It is not on fire. They smelled something, they called 911, and then the rumor just gets started there. So that's not on fire. So if you're hearing that there's flooding, we have not heard that. We have people that work for us that live in the Grand Lake subdivision. I'm hearing that it's underwater. His street is dry except for the water that has fallen from the sky, not water coupling, being held in the street. So hearing that the canal by Grand Lake is overflowing. I've talked to people there. It's not happening. So I'm hoping that these things are not happening. I'm not making light of it, but we are confirming or making sure that it's just a rumor, because if it's not, we're going to get somebody out there first thing when we can.
All right. Well, obviously you have to confirm everything. You said you'll have someone, you think you're going to try to assess something in about 20 minutes in midnight?
Yeah, I don't have is it 11:40?
Yeah, it's about 11:40.
Midnight, we can get some crews out. At midnight, we'll get some crews out, small crews. We'll put the restoration crews out when the wind dies.
Gotcha.
We're able to send some of the directors, DCAOs out, and the fire chief himself is going out with the midnight winds. But when it dies down more, we'll get better crews out to assess that. Anywhere from 150 to 200 people when you take in police, fire, and all the other crews.
Okay, so all of those people obviously doing what surrounding parishes are trying to do, assist where they can when the daylight happens, assess all of the damage in the morning, and hope that those things that we see running rampant on social media, which it just so happens to travel so fast, people see one thing and it turns into a totally different situation, and they share it on social media and then it spreads like wildfire. So hopefully those rumors are not true, and you can pick up the pieces, and the least of the issues that you do have is the water that is not turned on right now.
Right, exactly. And look, I'm not going to wait for daylight. My crews are ready when the wind dies down around 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, because we have lights that we have already purchased that will go out into the streets to give us daylight, man-made daylight. We don't have to wait for daylight. So I'm not waiting for daylight. I'm just waiting for this wind to die down.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you have people that'll be out there moving quickly.
Yes, we are prepared. We are definitely prepared to restore any services that we control. I cannot control water, and I cannot control electricity.
All right. Well, hopefully, hopefully you won't have to run into that much damage. This is Mayor Benzon talking to us of Kenner. I know that you have a water situation, and I know that you definitely want to get everyone in your crews prepared to get out there starting at midnight. Thank you so much for speaking with us, and hopefully we can check back in with you. We're going to be running all night long to figure out exactly the extent of the damage in Kenner.
Absolutely. I appreciate the time.
All right, Mayor, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You know, Kenner and so many of those areas on the west side of Jefferson Parish really took a beating from that side of the eye wall that we really didn't expect was going to go through that area. We thought that would be far away from, not really far away, but I guess closer toward Baton Rouge.
Yeah, we thought that it wouldn't have that much damage or the extent of that damage. And it's really interesting how every region, we have two different mayors of two different places, and you have some people who are complaining, of course, of wind damage. And just to hear again in Lafitte and in Laplace, you know, the water damage, the overtopping of the levees, the people who are having to be rescued or making calls to be rescued, that's still a situation that's going to replay in my mind throughout the night.
Well, there's such a difference in tone from even 12 hours ago when we were bracing for this storm and there was so much anxiety, and you could feel that in everyone's energy and in everyone's voice that it was a lot of unknowns. It was a lot of, you know, hoping that everyone was prepared. And now, at least with these last two mayors that we've spoken with, you can really feel the tension in their voice and how stressed they are, and also how much heartbreak there is out there tonight, and how much we know is going to come with daylight in the morning.
Right. It's just the beginning of trying to figure out how much damage this storm has done. And the situation is still ongoing. There are still rescues happening or people waiting to be rescued. I mean, of course, Devin spoke a little while ago with Jacqueline Hotard, the president of St. John Parish, where people have reported that they are still trapped in attics because their houses are surrounded by floodwater. Hotard said there's only one report that they've received that someone's in an attic, and she said that they have contacted them and that they are, you know, talking to them and that they are safe at the moment in the attic, and that they're planning to get to them as soon as conditions allow responders to get to them.
But it's such a disconnect from what we are seeing online. I'm scrolling through Twitter right now. There is now a Google Doc of addresses of people who are looking for help, people begging to send boats in, because right now the St. John Parish first responders are not on the road. They are not doing rescues. At least they were not whenever we spoke with them about 30 minutes ago. They said until it was safe to do so, they were staying put. So I'm eager to find out what we're gonna hear in the morning, but also really thinking of those people tonight.
Well, even hearing from Mayor Zahn, I mean, what we might find out just kind of overnight, because I think that they're anxiously waiting to get out there. And they said you heard it there, he's not waiting for daylight. He's just waiting for the winds to calm down. And the winds have calmed down. You were listening to it earlier in this area. It was really kind of beating this building up. And we've seen Tan Trung driving around in the Mobile Forecast Center. And you've seen things have pretty much calmed down in our area, but you're thinking about Kenner, 20, 25 minutes, and it's still picking up and it's still very strong. So this storm, though it has gone past us, it is still impacting a lot of people in our region.
Yeah, absolutely. And my sister just texted me. She lives in Hammond, and she said that the winds from Ida just blew her bolted front door open.
Oh no.
It's a double door, and it blew it right open. So that's how strong this storm still is, and that's the impact that people are feeling in a lot of parts of our area. So it's far from over.
All right. I think the time now is at 11:46. We have been covering this for you all morning and all night long. And this storm is, of course, bringing national attention. CBS News correspondent Michael George has been in the area tonight and brings us this report.
New Orleans is dark tonight. 100% of the city has lost power, which is making things even more difficult for the residents and the emergency responders as they're dealing with flooding, powerful winds, and damage throughout the region. Ida is wreaking havoc on large parts of the Gulf. The extremely dangerous hurricane made landfall in Louisiana Sunday as a Category 4. And kept on going.
As predicted by the National Weather Service, this is one of the strongest storms to make landfall here in modern times.
The monster storm is dumping torrential rains, causing flash flooding and generating winds strong enough to take the side off this building in Lockport, Louisiana. This is Ida as seen from space. Down here on Earth, it's knocked out power for hundreds of thousands, and the storm surge could be life-threatening. President Biden visited FEMA headquarters in Washington as the agency prepared to dispatch emergency services and supplies.
This is going to be a devastating hurricane, a life-threatening storm.
We're in New Orleans, French Quarter, where powerful winds and rain have been hitting this area nonstop since noon. The problem now, the rain is only getting more and more intense, and reports of flooding are increasing. This New Orleans resident lives in a home that actor Brad Pitt helped rebuild after Hurricane Katrina devastated the area exactly 16 years ago.
Supposedly bolted all the way from the ceiling down to the pier and beam, so it's got room to sway in the wind.
Louisiana resident Rick Evans evacuated to Houston before Ida came ashore.
Hoping that the ones that are left behind, I hope they're going to be okay and I'll be able to see them again.
Now he's praying for those riding out the storm. And we're reporting from a covered parking garage, which is giving us some protection against the elements. But even from here, we've seen the rain intensify hour after hour. It's definitely going to be a long night for the people in this region. Back to you.
It is going to be a long night and a long few days and possibly for some a long few weeks.
Right. Yes. All right. We're going to continue to cover Hurricane Ida after this.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida.
Welcome back, everybody. We are almost 12 hours into our part of our coverage today, and this emergency, this weather emergency, is still very much ongoing.
Yeah, it definitely is, and there is a lot that you still need to know.
I'm Zach Tawatari, and here is what you need to know. We're following 2 levee breaches right now. The National Weather Service says 200 people are stranded in Lafitte and in imminent danger. A levee failed in Lafitte and Jean Lafitte, the area is now seeing flash flooding. An emergency evacuation order in Plaquemines Parish. Authorities are telling everyone in Jesuit Bend to leave immediately. A levee was breached somewhere between the Oakfield floodgates and the Alliance refinery. Again, if you are in Jesuit Bend, you're being told to evacuate immediately. The Louisiana National Guard is activated and ready to help in Ida recovery. The Guard tweeting out that they have activated 4,000 guardsmen, staged 195 high water vehicles, 73 rescue boats, and 34 helicopters. FEMA teams are at the ready for after the storm. In a visit to FEMA headquarters in Washington, D.C., President Biden said his administration has prepared resources, including equipment and response teams that will be needed after Hurricane Ida passes. This was earlier today in Lafayette as those urban search. And now we're going to go to Chris out in the field here. We're going to toss to him right now. Chris?
The storm center has been executed. Wasn't, but I can go. Oh, sweet mother of all that is good and decent.
How does he do it?
Anybody got booze?
It's amazing.
Shh, Devin. All right, let's take a look. I'm on now. Hello? All right, am I good? Got recording radio, doing this. I was doing a little tap dance number. All right, let's take a look. You know, we have to have a little bit of levity. It's a very serious situation for many folks. And as we've been saying, this is going to be something that, again, one of those very much like Katrina. It'll be kind of a before and after. Everything before Ida and after Ida. Now, again, with that said, this is not a Katrina. Now, we have had, obviously, we will assess during the daylight hours of just how bad the storm was. But we are looking at some of the heaviest rainfall now across Livingston, St. Helena, and Tangier Hope Parish, as what is still, we're waiting for the midnight update to come in. What is at the moment still a Category 2 with some very strong winds, very heavy rainfall, now pushing across from Hammond up toward Amite and continuing up toward Kentwood. So really, all of Tangier Hope Parish right now getting in on some of the heaviest of the rainfall, whereas you've been relatively unscathed through the earlier part of the day. And the improving conditions kind of starting from the south and moving to the north, but right now the North Shore getting hammered by some of the heavier rain. Now the rainfall has been weakening by a considerable amount across the South Shore. Still some light to moderate rain even out as you head farther east, but it is improving, and we will continue to see improving conditions. And thankfully, as we have the flooding situation, not only in Laplace, but also down toward Jean Lafitte, we are starting to see the at least rainfall letting up, so we can begin to see some drying out, which again, the storm surge, it doesn't really impact that, but at least if we can get some drying of the conditions there from the rain, that does certainly help. So the Jean Lafitte to Lafitte Barrett area under a flood warning and a flood emergency, as well as the Laplace area from the storm surge and an inundation of the heavier rainfall. We've been looking at those kind of bullseyes of 10 to 12 and even some isolated 12 to 15. That had been primarily right over the Laplace area, but notice as the near center of the storm is pushing to the north, you're starting to find a little bit of pocket of that in parts of Livingston and southern Tangier Hope Parish, south of Hammond right now. Let's hope that that swath doesn't continue moving in the direction of Hammond, but it certainly looks like that may continue over the course of the next couple of hours or so. The storm is just moving so slowly. Now, the circulation associated will be dragging that heavy rain shield northward. May still have some bands feeding in across parts of the city and parts of southeast Louisiana during the early morning hours tomorrow, but that will be generally shifting off to the east as we get into the midday afternoon hours, and drying conditions will continue through the afternoon and evening. Might have one little band of rain that moves on through late on Monday, but looks like Tuesday is going to be a far nicer day. far as the wind field goes, that has been shrinking right now, kind of centered more over Livingston, St. Helena, Tangier Parish, and that is lifting to the north. So the overall wind field of the tropical storm force winds, which have certainly been sustained and gusting at times, is also lifting up to the north. So we do see improving conditions on the way. That can't be said for everyone right now, but it is certainly getting better. Look at some of the official rainfall totals: 9 inches at Reserve, over 3.5 inches downtown. 2.7 Slidell had already received about 8 inches of rainfall. Here's what water vapor looks like. This is an idea of the steering currents and kind of why we saw the storm slow down today, unfortunately. One thing it was doing, it was beginning more of a northerly turn. So it was going from a northwest to north. And usually the interaction with land, and if it tries to change direction, we'll usually see the storm kind of slow down a bit. What also helped was the fact that the upper steering from this upper high was now moving away. And what we're waiting on is an upper trough to start deepening south. That's what will pull this circulation northward and finally get it out of here as we continue through tomorrow and into Tuesday. Winds, though, have been sustained and very strong, sustained at 40 miles an hour at Kenner and gusting up to 55. As I mentioned, we lost our observing site in Hammond. Winds sustained at 32 miles an hour and still gusting up to 44. But these values have been coming down. So that is great news. The storm surge potential, I really need to pull this graphic out of the show because really the storm surge potential, so far from what I could see from some of the preliminary numbers, really didn't verify. We didn't really see that high of a surge. However, even with that said, we did see significant inundation of water inland as that water was piled up along the eastern facing shoreline, moving into Lake Pontchartrain. That's what sent the flood waters into the La Paz area. Then as the storm continued to move to the north, we started to see those flood waters getting pushed into southern Tangier Parish and then eventually into Livingston Parish. So the inundation is still there, and we have heard from the inundation of water down in Lower Jefferson and what it has done for points around Lafitte, Barrett and Jean Lafitte. Those are areas that will now need, as we've heard from Mayor Kerner, rescuing once they can get out there safely. A lot of folks need to be rescued in the Laplace area once again until they can get out there safely. We heard from Mayor Benzon and Kenner. Nobody's stranded, but they're trying to assess certain reports of damage that they've received, but they cannot go out there until conditions improve. And thankfully, they had said at probably around midnight, they would be able to start sending out crews in Kenner. And again, there is no stranded residents of Kenner. The flooding on the North Shore, almost in terms of everything that we've been dealing with, is a little bit more on the lower end, but still significant as that water has piled up in Lake Pontchartrain. The rivers on the North Shore have nowhere to drain, and we are still expecting a fairly significant amount of rainfall accumulation through the overnight and really not ending until closer to daybreak tomorrow morning. So they have another several hours to go of heavy rainfall, and that water just cannot drain. So we're expecting many locations along the river to reach either moderate or major flooding. So when will things start to improve? They already have for folks along the coastline and into the city. Winds are still strong, but they have been settling. Rain moving north through the overnight. It's on the North Shore now. We'll continue pushing into southwestern Mississippi. Winds have been settling and will continue to do so overnight, and it will be a much quieter day on Monday. So we are seeing that improvement begin. It is a slow process, and I wish this storm would move at a faster clip, and it just has not been doing that. So this is the midnight update, I believe, that has come in. So let's take a look at what the new information is, at least down to a Category 1. So that is at least a little bit of good news as we start Monday and now leave August 29th behind us, which for us, a day which will live in infamy. Winds are down to 85 miles an hour. The motion is now due north at 9 miles an hour, and we have continued to see that pressure increase. So the storm is weakening. We're not finding that wind field nearly as large as it was, still very strong. And again, for a time, we had a Category 2 hurricane moving into basically Hammond. It's absolutely incredible. And it's just amazing that this storm has been so slow to weaken, despite the fact that it made landfall over 12 hours ago. It is unbelievable that we are still dealing with a Category 1 hurricane. Thankfully, it has weakened some, but we are still dealing with a Category 1 hurricane even this far after the landfall earlier today. This again, conditions are starting to improve for many, at least in terms of the immediate impacts from the storms, wind and rain. The surge always takes much longer to recede, and of course, with the power outages, that may be something that has to that will be dealt with for a much longer period of time.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida.
Thank you for joining us for our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida. This storm is, of course, bringing national attention. I'm Sheba Turk, and thank you for joining us. We are replacing our overnight crew now.
That's right. Good morning, Sheba. I'm Leslie Spoon, and CBS News correspondent Omar Villafranca has been in the area tonight and brings us a report.
Ida is slamming southeast Louisiana, packing triple-digit high winds and torrential rain. The Category 4 hurricane made landfall midday near Port Fourchon. 40 people decided to ride out the storm in Grand Isle, defying a mandatory evacuation order. Officials have received multiple calls for rescues.
Obviously, first responders cannot get to you, so those folks are just going to have to hunker down.
This morning, hurricane hunters flew their plane into the eye of the storm and caught this stunning picture of Ida building up strength. On the streets of New Orleans, last-minute preps came down to the wire.
I'm just afraid that this could be another hurricane.
16 years to the day after Katrina's devastation, Mayor LaToya Cantrell says her city is ready.
Now is the time that we have been preparing for.
Ida is the first stress test of $14 billion in upgrades to the levee system.
Will it be tested? Yes. But it was built for this moment.
Here on the south shore of Lake Pontchartrain, we are seeing heavy winds and waves that are already splashing over the wall.
The threat from Ida's wind, rain, and storm surge is significant.
We're projected to potentially reach 15 to 20 inches of rain over the period of today and into tomorrow, at times exceeding a rainfall rate of 3 inches per hour.
And conditions are expected to worsen with nightfall.
We're going to ride it out. We'll see what happens.
Once the storm passes, there's another concern, the pandemic. The city is considering opening up the convention center for a shelter, but they're worried about spreading COVID. Omar Villafranca, CBS News, New Orleans.
Hurricane Ida is still dumping rain across southeast Louisiana.
We've recently been getting reports of evacuations in certain areas. Here's Jade Cunningham with some things you need to know at this hour.
12:04, and here is a look at what you need to know as Hurricane Ida is causing several emergencies. The National Weather Service says more than 200 people are stranded in Lafitte and John Lafitte. They are in imminent danger after a levee failed, and everyone is being asked to seek higher ground. The area is currently seeing flash flooding. An emergency evacuation order has been issued for parts of Plaquemines Parish. Authorities are telling everyone in Jesuit Bend to leave immediately. The levee was breached somewhere between the Oakfield floodgates and the Alliance refinery. If you are there, if you are in Jesuit Bend, you are being told to evacuate immediately. And now let's take a look at the boil water advisories currently in effect. The entire East Bank of Jefferson Parish needs to boil their water due to a loss of pressure. Meanwhile, in St. Charles Parish, a precautionary boil water advisory is in effect for the entire parish due to a number of leaks in the system. All St. Tammany Utilities customers need to boil their water in St. Tammany as well. And in Terrebonne, everyone east and south of the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway need to boil their water. Well, you can follow our coverage of Hurricane Ida on our website and our WWL-TV mobile app. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Jay. We're taking a look at radar now, and as we've been saying, the conditions would begin to improve for some. It's a very slow process, unfortunately, but we are beginning to see that improvement from the south to the north. Already, we have seen a fairly long stretch of dry weather down along the coastline that has now pushed into the city. Still some light to moderate rain, but certainly not the intensity of what we have seen for most of the day today. Now, unfortunately, that heavy rainfall is moving into portions of the North Shore. Thankfully, as the midnight update, I'm going to take any good news I can at this point. It is down to a Category 1. Winds are at 85 miles an hour. The motion still slow to the north at 9 miles an hour, but I will take any kind of a motion motion north as opposed to it just stalling out. Pressure continues to rise. So the storm is weakening, but the storm still packs quite a punch. Some of the heaviest rainfall now moving across most of Tangier Hope Parish. It does look like the heaviest of it is starting to clear the extreme southern portion of the parish, but the bulk of that rain covers most of the parish. And we've had reports from Doug Mouton in Hammond, and the winds were very strong at his location. The wind's not as strong as you get farther away from the storm, obviously, but certainly still gusting fairly brisk across St. Tammany, Washington Parish. And then as far as the Mississippi counties go, we have seen already numerous tornado warnings. Now, most of them are issued for a few minutes. They kind of move in and out very, very quickly as most of the storms kind of rotating around the storm, rotating around Ida, are moving at about 40, 50. At one point earlier this evening, it was moving at 70 miles per hour. By the time the warning is issued, that storm is already on top of you and moving past. So any of the tornado warnings, and we do have one that has been issued, are almost moving in so quick you can't get to them all in time. We're finally starting to see the heavier rainfall abate across the city. And again, the flooding issue in Laplace from the surge, as well as the flooding issue in Jean Lafitte and Lafitte, is going to be ongoing through the overnight period, but at least the rainfall there has started to subside. The water, though, unfortunately, at least based on an earlier phone call from Mayor Tim Kerner, is that it is not rising anymore, but it is certainly not retreating yet. Some of the rainfall totals, these are the estimates based on radar. Look at some of the greatest amounts that we saw. Remember, earlier forecasts were calling for about 10 to 15 inches over a more widespread area. That did not happen. Thankfully, blessedly, it was mainly a 6 to 8 with a few more areas of 8 to 10 inches. While significant, the rain really wasn't the big player in this storm. Certainly, we have some high amounts that are now around the Laplace area. This, coupled with the storm surge, is what led to the flooding issue. And we have seen some of these higher totals starting to approach parts of Tangier Hope Parish. But the rain was not the big issue. It was the wind and the storm surge, and that affected many locations, and not just along the coastline, but as we saw in Laplace. So the rainfall continues to move out. We'll still likely see some bands, and this high resolution model usually does kind of over exaggerate the intensity of the rain, but certainly some bands are still possible. Depends upon exactly where they set up during the early morning hours, but certainly by the midday and afternoon tomorrow, most of the heavy rain will be pushing off toward Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. And in fact, they have a flood concern along the Florida beaches. Another little band of showers kind of around the associated with kind of the wraparound moisture from Ida may be passing through tomorrow, but tomorrow, Tuesday, conditions will begin to improve. The maximum sustained winds, that wind field is now finally collapsing, and we really should see the winds settle far more after daybreak across certainly the metro area, but even on the North Shore throughout the early morning hours. Official rainfall totals, we were looking at some of the estimates, we can definitely verify that almost 9 inches at Reserve, over 3.5 inches downtown. Slidell, again, it really depends upon where those bands set up. Obviously, the Reserve number is because they were so close to the center of the storm, but this Slidell number of almost 8 inches was because they had that training of rain, which thankfully was not as widespread of an issue as it could have been. On water vapor, the upper steering, why did the storm slow down? The upper high started to weaken, and we are waiting for the upper trough. So the storm almost came to a crawl. By tomorrow, as that trough deepens farther south, that will pull that remnant moisture and remnant circulation of Ida and start moving it away and out of the area. Winds are still pretty strong, though, gusting at 55 miles an hour, sustained at 40 at Kenner right now. And considering that the storm is, though, not too far away, it's not a surprise that the winds are still pretty brisk there, but we are not, again, looking at the sustained winds that we saw all day today. Still very brisk at Slidell and Bogalusa, but all of these numbers have been coming down. The surge that we did see across most of the area was mainly into the lake that moved into the southwestern part of Lake Pontchartrain and then flooded the river parishes, as well as the surge that we saw in Barataria Bay that made its way up into Lower Jefferson and then flooded Lafitte, Jean Lafitte, Barataria. So those are kind of the concern areas with the surge, but also the surge leads to river flooding on the North Shore because the water cannot drain into the lake. The surge and the wind is kind of pushing that water back up those rivers. And with the intensity or the expected intense rainfall for the overnight period, that's how these forecasts are created. We look at the rainfall accumulation expected, and with that rainfall, that water cannot drain. So that is going to back up the rivers. And with the new forecast out, we have seen more locations reaching either moderate or major flood status. Doesn't look like any will be getting to near record stages, but certainly capable of flooding their banks. So we will see the weather continuing through the overnight period. We are now at midnight, starting the new day, and conditions will be improving all day today. Through the, again, from south to the north. Right now, the worst of it is on the North Shore. Rain will be moving through and coming to an end during the overnight hours. Winds will be also settling during the overnight, and we are looking at a much quieter midday afternoon. In the next 12 hours, conditions will be getting better. We'll be getting better by this evening and improving as we continue through this coming week.
All right, thank you very much, Chris. We appreciate that update. We want to get an update now from Entergy. As you can take a look at this outage map, the big story there, all of Orleans Parish does not have power right now. And of course, Entergy sent out an update explaining that all 8 transmission lines that deliver power to the New Orleans area are currently out of service. So when this occurred, it caused a load imbalance in the area that resulted in generation in the area coming offline. And this is a statement I'm reading from Entergy. They are currently working to assess the damage and figure out how to restore power. They have provided backup power, though, to the Sewerage and Water Board. But of course, Orleans Parish is not the only area dealing with outages right now. So let's take a look at some of those other numbers we're seeing in the area. In Orleans Parish, over 170,000 outages. Jefferson Parish, 200,000. Lots of outages across the area. Lafourche, more than 40,000.
Yeah, and as you see there at the very bottom, 846,000 Entergy customers without service, at least 846,000. Just look at all the red. I don't see any green, just a little bit of green. That's just absolutely unbelievable. But with the wind being one of the huge factors, as Chris was just mentioning, I mean, it's definitely not a surprise, but a lot of people without power. Entergy does have crews here ready to get out there. We're looking at the North Shore now. Calico, there's crews standing by everywhere, but the question is, when is it going to be safe for them to go out and assess and start working? And of course, it's 12:14, the middle of the night, so they're also going to need the daylight to work too.
Definitely is. And again, as Entergy said, all 8 transmission lines that deliver power out of service. So this is a bigger issue than them just going out on the street and turning the power back on. We'll try to speak with Entergy as soon as possible to get more details on that situation. But again, more than 800,000 customers, Entergy customers in the state without service.
And we just wonder, I mean, how long could the entire city of New Orleans be without power?
Definitely, especially with those transmission lines now.
All right, guys, buildings across the metro area, of course, saw damage from Hurricane Ida that did make landfall as a 4. We heard from Ochsner Health CEO and President Warner Thomas about damage to those facilities.
So we just give you, we thought just given kind of what's been going on today, we also know there's a lot of information out there, some of it true, some of it not true. So we wanted to make sure we could give you the true information, what's happening. We've obviously been sustaining various damage at our facilities, throughout the day. Just like, lots of places, roof damage, water leaks. We have, gone to backup generation power in, the Bayou, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, North Shore, et cetera. I wouldn't say any, massive issues, but certainly some issues to the point where we will have to, and Mike, we can, dig into this a little bit, but our St. Anne facility, sometime overnight when the winds die down, we'll probably start moving some patients out of our St. Anne's facility. We're also still assessing our Chabert facility in Homa. We may have to move some patients out of our Chabert facility. So we are, watching that carefully. Part of that's due to roof damage at St. Anne's and some roof damage and power issues at our Chabert facility. We have had, I'm sure you're hearing this a lot of places, water, with the city water and whatnot being issues. We've had to move to our well water, as we talked about earlier. We drilled wells at many of these facilities, so we have well water. So we've done that here at Oxford Medical Center and Jefferson Highway. We have had a generator, one generator issue at Kenner, which we're working through. Our team is out there assessing it, working through. So these are, things that happen as we're going through these types of storms. But I will say the sustained duration of this and the length of the wind the duration of the wind has created more roof and other damage than, we've seen in some of our previous storms.
Oh, and we want to take a look at video here. This is just showing the incredible power of Ida. The roof is being torn off of Brent House. This is the hotel attached to Oxnard's main campus. Usually it's where relatives of patients stay, and I can't imagine how frightening that is if you're staying in there.
Especially, just think of the ongoing pandemic. There's so many patients in hospitals. And that's a place where, you generally think, I'm going to be safe here. I'm at the hospital. And then looking out the window and seeing that, you're already terrified because you have COVID or because you're in the hospital for something. And then you're living through a hurricane, too. I just can't even imagine these people.
Yeah, that just goes to show you how strong those winds were.
Yeah. And due to this, there's a lot of boil water advisories. Jefferson Parish, entire East Bank because of loss of pressure. And then St. Charles Parish, there's a precautionary boil advisory for the entire parish due to the number of leaks in the system. And St. Tammany, all Tammany utility customers, they're under a boil water advisory. Terrebonne east and south of the Gulf Intercoastal Waterway.
And the mayor of Kenner, Ben Zahn, says that crews are going out any moment to assess damage. We actually spoke with him just a few minutes ago.
It's epic wind damage. We have not we cannot go out to assess it yet. Around midnight, we think we're going to get a little bit of a break, so we will go out at that point. We're prepared to send crews out to clear the streets, remove the debris as soon as these winds subside. So we'll be able to look at it around midnight, but I can't get the crews out until these winds are really gone. So we will do that as quickly as possible. One of our biggest problems besides that is no water.
Yeah.
And I know I'm not the only person complaining about this, but we get water from Jefferson Parish. I mean, if the parish has a damaged system, which has obviously been damaged, we don't have water. So that's a problem we're facing right now with Kenner Fire Department, and we get ready to put a post out on social media because we have some reported fires. Maybe they're not really fires. We don't know.
Yeah.
We do know that one has been, it's reported that it's at the Esplanade area. That it's an apartment complex, and we're trying to get out there to see how bad it actually is.
So, if you get out there and you can't put it out, what do you do in that situation?
Well, that's the issue because we cannot put firemen in danger either.
True.
We can't, just like Entergy can't go on, up on a pole, we can't put a fireman on an aerial truck or a ladder when 35 feet up in the air and they get blown off. So, there's some things that we can't do to our firemen and I will not do, but at the same time, we have some issues. And then we don't have water. Now, we are prepared to get the pump into, when the winds die down, get a pump into canals, get a pump into a pond that's near areas and pump from that area and put water and put fires out. Tomorrow, with Kenner Fire Department, our FERC team, our police department, our wastewater crews, we'll have anywhere from 150 to 200 people on the street assessing damage and getting services restored that we can restore as quickly as possible. We're prepared for that. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about, concerned about no water.
All right, guys, and you heard it there, speaking with Kenner Mayor Ben Zahn. That was our Sharice Gibson speaking with him earlier, saying epic wind damage in Kenner. He also spoke about some reported fires, but said that it was very clear they weren't able to confirm those yet. I actually have a friend living in Kenner who tells me that the siding was completely torn off of her home. They're getting water into the windows and the front door. Of course, this happened late last night when it was dark, Leslie. So it really is going to be interesting. We're in the midnight hours now to see what the city and all parts of the area look like when we start to get to daybreak.
Absolutely. And Plaquemines Parish government, they're asking people in Jesuit Bend to evacuate. Emergency crews trying to do 911 calls to let everyone know they need to evacuate as soon as possible from Oakfield floodgates to Alliance Water. It's breaching a levee in the area. Emergency crews are headed out to rescue people trapped in their homes. Plaquemines Parish government, they do have a tweet out right now that does say evacuate, seek higher ground immediately. If you live in the Braithwaite area between Parish Line and White Ditch on the East Bank, seek higher ground immediately. We've received reports of the levee overtopping at White Ditch. Let's go more to their Twitter here. And I know we have Candace Charles out there. We're trying to get her. We don't have any reporters at the moment because, of course, everybody is trying to assess the situation and figure out what's going on there, and everybody's trying to stay safe as well. So let me just try to
definitely. And again, this
here.
is for the Jesuit Bend area. They're urging everyone in that area to evacuate. So if you're there, they're telling you they need you to seek higher ground immediately. All right, let's get to the next story. The National Weather Service says a levee failed in Lafitte and Jean Lafitte, causing a flash flood. They say 200 people are in, quote, imminent danger.
200 people. Can you imagine, Sheba?
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. All right, do we have sound from President Biden on that declaration? Okay.
Okay, let's see here. And we did talk to Tim Kern earlier, and he said just complete devastation in Jean Lafitte. Complete devastation.
All right, well, let's get over to Peyton and see the latest with the storm right now, because this is the thing. It's not over yet, Peyton. All the impacts we're seeing, we're still getting wind, still getting these storm surge issues.
Yeah, exactly. And, things are really improving here on the South Shore. Now, it's not going to be perfect. These are going to be slow improvements as we go through today. But you can see there, as Ida lifts to the north now, it is still a Category 1 hurricane. So it is continuing that weakening trend, but it's still producing some wind gusts occasionally. And those could very well be over the 80-mile, 90-mile-per-hour wind range as this lifts up to the north. So the center is going to be around kind of in Livingston Parish. So that puts a lot of this eastern part of the system in southeast Louisiana for Tangipahoa Parish, still getting hammered with rainfall across the entire North Shore. Notice on the South Shore, while we still have the strong gusty winds, they're not nearly as strong as they were even a couple of hours ago. And we're not seeing nearly as much rainfall. So that rainfall problem is no longer really an issue down here on the South Shore. It's more so we're watching that flooding potential with regard to storm surge, river flooding from the rainfall that is being produced here on the east side of Ida. So as of midnight, it is an 85-mile-per-hour hurricane, gusting to 125. North movement is 9 miles an hour. So it has, of course, it did slow down yesterday. It's still moving. This thing has not stalled, but 9 miles an hour, it's just going to take its time making its way through the area. And it's basically going to travel right up I-55 here and head up towards Jackson by later on this afternoon. So we're still getting pummeled with rain and wind and surge in South Mississippi as well, and in the lake. So really from the lake going up to the North Shore, we are looking at quite a bit of rainfall still falling across the area. And that's just how it's going to be through the rest of the overnight hours. It's just after midnight here. So really through the rest of the overnight hours, we're going to be dealing with this rain and the wind coming out of the south here. So that is one of the issues here with the surge on the North Shore. Now, with the southerly wind, the water is going to stay elevated for all areas along our coast. The water is not going to go down all the way. Now, it's not as high as it was as the eye initially passed over parts of Lafourche and into up in the river parishes, but overall, the surge problem will start to diminish here south of the lake. And of course, over in La Plaza, where we were originally getting the water coming into the lake here and coming off the lake, coming into St. John Parish, that has now flipped over to where you have more of a southerly wind. So hopefully pulling out some of that water into the lake, but it's also now pushing it more on the North Shore. So our rivers are starting to rise on the North Shore. They will continue to rise through this morning, and our flooding threat is certainly significantly higher now in the rivers up on the North Shore. And so we're going to have a more detailed look on the rivers and that type of flooding in a couple minutes. But we're still seeing some pretty strong wind gusts as well. It is certainly not calm in New Orleans. We're still gusting to 55. Unfortunately, of course, we have lost all of our sites down here in the bayou parishes and down along the coast because of the significant winds. They have knocked out our anemometers. Those are the things that spin and give us our wind readings. So we don't really have a good idea, but the winds are still a little gusty down here. Could be gusting 30, 40 miles per hour down for Houma and Thibodeau. It is certainly not calm, but it is not nearly as bad as it was as the eye was moving on through, and we were seeing 100+ mile per hour winds. So in New Orleans, as I mentioned, 50s to 40s is what our gusts are. We're still gusting to 58 in reserve. Baton Rouge is gusting to nearly 40 with more of a northerly wind. And then, yes, you've got your southerly wind on the North Shore, still pushing up some of that water. Gusting to 44 in Slidell, and probably gusting to the 40s and 50s near Hammond and going up into Covington. I'll try to see if we have any more sites up here I can turn on, but we lost our Hammond site as well, so it's not really reporting any winds. But notice even Grand Isle down here, we've got the southerly winds. That's still pushing on waters. That means water's still going to be high down here all the way through Plaquemines Parish on the west bank. The east bank, as long as water is flowing this way, it's flowing away from the parish here, but then moving up into parts of St. Bernard. Also up into the Hopedale Shell Beach area, water is now flowing into Lake Bourne up to the Mississippi coast. So Mississippi coast, your water is going to stay high through the rest of this morning as well. You're not going to see a tremendous amount of relief from that strong southerly flow. So water is still going to be high through the rest of the night in most of our areas north of the lake, near the coast, and over in Mississippi. In New Orleans itself, the water is now being pushed away. The same thing for the river parishes. So hopefully after, the rough evening hours where we were seeing the water just pushed into St. John and the significant water rise there, we're now seeing it more so on the North Shore. And that will continue to be the case through today. So the track of Ida, I say through today, through the overnight period and into the morning hours. So the track of Ida, we still got a Category 1 hurricane. It will continue to slowly weaken as it makes its way slowly to the north, and then it starts to make that northerly to northeast jog by later on this afternoon. So by 7 a.m., it'll be just north of Macomb, or it'll be near Macomb by 7 a.m. So we still got 7 more hours before the center of this thing ever really gets north of the border of Louisiana and Mississippi. Ipswich Jackson as we go into this evening, and then it will eventually be on out of the area, and we'll start to see significantly less impacts across the area by later this afternoon into tonight. So we still got a ways to go. And I say this afternoon, we're talking maybe 24 hours from now before it is really up around well to our north. So, or at least 12 hours before it's well to our north. So let me show you, kind of walk you through on what we could see with this. I'm going to have to step off screen here while I get my computer up and running so I can control the timeline here for you. And you can see we still have the bands of rainfall. We still have the center up there kind of in the Livingston Parish area. Lots of heavy rainfall continuing through parts of St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington parishes. It's also going to stay gusty. At times, you could definitely feel wind gusts that are enough to, if you haven't lost power, which most people have at this point, are probably watching us on their phone or on a computer somewhere, you could definitely see some wind gusts over 60 to 70 miles per hour through the rest of the overnight and morning hours. Now, as we go through the rest of the morning, what we're going to be watching is that heaviest rain near the east side of the center lift up to the north, but also we're going to have to keep an eye on any of this kind of trailing moisture. Notice how it almost looks like there's a tail on this thing, and that's pretty common. Usually you get these tails, and we call it like a feeder. It's feeding up into this. It's moisture coming in on the south side, and you'll often get these bands of rain that can develop. And where those do develop, you can get additional very heavy rainfall that can lead to flash flooding. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as we go through the rest of the overnight hours and into tomorrow. Now, as we head into tomorrow morning, this is around sunrise, or this coming morning around sunrise, 6, 7 o'clock. So in the next 6 to 7 hours, the wind should really start to improve a lot across a lot of the area. We're still going to see some wind gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour through the rest of tonight. No doubt about it. We're still going to see gusty winds through tomorrow morning, 30 to 40 miles per hour, but it's going to be much less significant than what it was even an hour before right now. There you can see, still got the rainfall, still getting pummeled in Mississippi. So Mississippi still got a long ways to go with this. The center as of 7 a.m. is probably going to be up around Macomb somewhere. And then we continue to see this go out in motion here. This is getting closer to the lunchtime hour on Monday. So we're looking at about 12 hours from now. We should start to see significant improvements with regard to wind and widespread rain. But there is still going to be some rain around. This is not going to be a completely, clear Monday. It's going to be a humid Monday. No one has power. It's still going to be pretty warm in the 80s. It's going to feel hotter because of the humidity, but there is still going to be quite a breeze out of the south west. So you can imagine all of our North Shore is still going to be dealing with really elevated rivers, and our rivers are going to stay pretty high, not only today, but likely tomorrow. It's going to take some time for these rivers to drain into the lake, because it's going to take some time for the lake to drain back out into the sounds, and then the sounds to go on down and everything return to normal. That's going to take a couple days here because we have a southerly wind. That southerly wind is keeping the water high, and that means that's not going to be changing anytime soon. Fortunately, this isn't the case for everyone. We have such a detailed and the wind field really matters here on what you're seeing and your location. And what I'm trying to say is your geography matters. So if you're in the river parishes, for example, your winds are going to be pushing away from and into the lake. So that means the water that has come on in will start to hopefully push into the lake. Now, it's not going to be a fast process because the lake is still pretty high, but at least we're not seeing those winds push inland. Now they're going to start to push into the lake for the river parishes. Not going to be the case for the North Shore. South Shore, the winds are going to be pushing away from the South Shore. So we shouldn't see any significant water rise on the South Shore for this duration of the event. It's going to be mainly north of the lake. Mississippi coast, as I mentioned, you're just going to continue to get the southerly wind. And then by this afternoon or Monday afternoon going into Monday evening, I think we'll start to see dramatic improvements across the area. So the wind field, it is there. We're still getting potentially hurricane force winds, mainly on the North Shore. No more hurricane force winds on the South Shore. And then there you can see there's the wind from the yellow to the orange are going to be your tropical storm force winds lifting to the north. That'll continue to move into Mississippi. And then once we get into this afternoon, most people are below tropical storm force winds. So our rivers are continuing to rise. And I'm going to have to go in and look at the latest data here as they do rise. And this is thanks to not only the heavy rainfall, but it's also thanks to the lakes coming on up. So let me leave you with this really quick. Whether you're in the Tangipahoa, up around Amite, you've got the down by Covington, the Tchefuncte, the Tangipahoa, the Bogafilaya, the Boguachita. Really, the main ones that are going to be affected by the surge, the Bogafilaya, the Tchefuncte, and the Tangipahoa, they're getting backed up because of the surge. So we're expecting all these to crest somewhere in the major flood stage. Doesn't look like any are going to be records like what we saw back in our major floods in 2016. But overall, we will be looking at our rivers continuing to rise, and they are rising right now on the North Shore.
All right, thank you very much, Peyton. It was a rough Sunday, another August 29th that we'll never forget, with Hurricane Ida leading to an even rougher Monday morning for local people. Some people trapped, some people still assessing the damage, and it's overnight, Sheba.
Yeah, you have so many people who don't have power right now, more than 800,000 across the state. Many have seen flood damage at their homes. Let's get over to Jade Cunningham with some things you need to know.
What you need to know as heavy rain is still being dumped by Hurricane Ida. St. Charles Parish recently notified us their EOC phone lines are down due to the storm. In the event of an emergency, residents should call 911. If you need to report something to the EOC or Public Works, you can email it to help at stcharlesgov.net. Entergy is reporting they have more than 846,000 customers without power. This includes nearly 180,000 customers in Orleans Parish alone. Jefferson Parish has the most outages in the state, though, with just over 200,000. Remember to also keep your fridge and freezer closed, as this will help keep the cool air locked in and will help your food stay good for just a little bit longer. The Louisiana National Guard is activated and ready to help in Ida recovery. The Guard has activated 4,900 guardsmen, staged 195 high water vehicles, 73 rescue boats, and 34 helicopters. Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson announced he has authorized both civilian and National Guard resources from Arkansas to support the emergency recovery efforts here in Louisiana. And Kenner Mayor Ben Zahn told us about an hour ago emergency crews will begin assessing damage around this time. We will bring you an update when we learn more. You can follow our coverage of Hurricane Ida on our website and on our free WWL-TV mobile app.
All right, thank you so much, Jade. And we always tell you guys, when we're going through a storm like this, it's always helpful, if you can do so safely, to send us your videos and pictures. So we want to take a look at some that we've gotten from around the area this morning. This is a time lapse of the storm as it was in the Thibodaux area earlier yesterday. And just take a look there, the impacts of the wind and the rain, which is what most people in the area were dealing with for hours, and some still dealing with right now.
Yeah, and we're expecting widespread damage in Thibodeau. Again, waiting for the sun to come up for our crews to go out around the region and assess the damage. And look at that wind blowing, geez. Let's take a look. This is in St. Charles Parish. And a woman describes the problems with a home as her roof is destroyed and her home is soaked with rain and water.
Yeah, and again, you just see that wind moving through the area, which is what's led to a lot of these power outages that we've been talking about. Remember, there's more than 840,000 Entergy Louisiana customers without power. St. Charles Parish specifically, they have 20,000 without power right now.
Chris Franklin was just telling us it wasn't really the rain, it was the wind and the storm surge that caused so much damage. Just look at the wind there. And then, of course, yeah, the river parishes did get that storm surge coming off Lake Pontchartrain.
This next video shows the wind Sunday afternoon in the Luling area. We'll get to it in just a second.
And I think Luling and Laplace, just from our coverage heading into the storm, I didn't expect them to get such widespread damage. There's a lot of damage in Laplace, a lot of people trapped there, a lot of emergency situations going on there that will continue to follow throughout the morning.
Yeah, we had spoken with Jacqueline Hotard, the parish president in St. John, about that area before the storm. She was nervous, and yes, they do have some folks who need to be rescued there. All right, we are going to take a break, but we're going to continue our coverage of Hurricane Ida after that.
Stay with us.
All right, guys, and we are keeping track of all the impacts from Hurricane Ida and, of course, the storm's effects that are still taking place. We want to show you some security video that was capturing the storm surge in St. Bernard Parish, which, of course, we've been talking to our meteorologists saying that the wind and the storm surge, not so much the rain, have been the issues with Ida. And just take a look here. This is at the Delacroix Fire Station.
Wow, and the St. Bernard Parish government shared that footage on social media from a fire station number 12 in Delacroix. The video shows the multiple before and after clips within a 1-hour time span around noon. Several clips show dry land, and that becomes nearly unrecognizable under that storm surge. Hurricane Ida blasted ashore along the Louisiana coast as one of the most powerful storms to ever hit the United States. rushing water into New Orleans and one of the nation's most important industrial corridors. Yeah, as you could see, if we can keep playing this video, wow, you could see some of those. I guess they were maybe like boat docks and then just completely underwater.
Yeah, we are seeing so many impacts from this. And again, continue to send videos and pictures when it's safe to do so. Of course, another big story out of St. Bernard Parish, those 22 barges loose in the Mississippi River. They're worried about the impacts there to the water intake system and to oil refineries, but 22 boats. I mean, we're not going to get the clearest picture of this devastation, of course, until daybreak. And we're already hearing of so much devastation in so many areas.
And I know people are wondering what those barges that are just loose are going to run into. Hopefully they don't run into any levees, damage anything like that. I can't even fathom that. And St. Bernard, of course, I mean, the storm surge is always just such a major concern. I'm anxious to get over to Peyton, kind of see some of the storm surge numbers. I think they're just kind of still coming in. Chris Franklin was mentioning earlier, and just the wind, just completely unbelievable.
No, it does take some time here with our storm surge evaluation. If you remember Laura last year, a lot of people were thinking, oh, well, Laura didn't produce the storm surge we were expecting. And it takes time because the hardest hit areas or the most significant storm surge was. Think about Grand Isle. We're not going to have a really good reading probably until they go down there and they will actually look at the water level on structures. And that will give us definite answers on how high the storm surge actually was. So
that could take days.
That could take weeks and months because you got to think, how difficult is it going to be to get down there? Is there anything left of LA1 through getting to Grand Isle right now? We don't know. And that's the thing about these hardest hit areas is you generally don't have a whole lot of information coming out of them immediately after the storm because we don't have eyes down there or we can't get down there to see it. Or we can't hear from the people because the cell service is down. I don't have cell phone service right now. I know some people
and it's still dark outside.
Yeah, it's still dark. It's only midnight, by the way. I was waking up and I was thinking, oh, it's midnight. It's not 3 or 4 or 5 a.m. So,
right. A lot of people, if they can, are getting some rest right now. It's not the best time, for people to be outside kind of reporting what damage they did experience. So let's get the latest on where Ida is and what impacts we're still expecting to feel from it, Peyton.
Yeah, so one thing we're really still seeing here on the South Shore, and I got to go through zones here. There are about 5 different areas in our area that I like to talk about. North Shore, South Shore, Bayou parishes, river parishes, and then Mississippi. So we all felt different impacts there. So hang here with me. We're going to go through them all.
Great.
Let's start with the South Shore here in New Orleans really quick. We're still going to see gusty winds today. It is tonight and through tomorrow. So we still got winds gusting upwards of 40 miles per hour. We're gusting nearly 50 right now at the airport. It's still very breezy. All right. It's, we don't technically have tropical storm conditions anymore, but it is still very, very windy. On the North Shore, the winds are a bit stronger, especially near Hammond and up through Tangipahoa. But unfortunately, our sites have stopped reporting. So I'm going to have to go try to find some new sites that are reporting winds. So the South Shore, rain has really come to an end. North Shore, you're still getting the rain, you're still getting the wind. That's going to continue probably for the rest of the overnight hours into sunrise tomorrow. So we still got a ways to go here on the North Shore with regard to wind. That wind is now out of the south, so wind is now pushing up into the North Shore on the lake. And so that means rivers are currently rising, and they're going to continue to rise more than likely through the rest of the overnight hours. You're getting rain on top of those rivers. The rivers are coming up this way. They're also coming down on this side. So that only enhances it when you've got the river's trying to drain into a flooded lake. Now, along the coastal areas, you still got a strong southerly wind. The winds are not nearly as strong as they were. They are not dangerous anymore, really. We're probably gusting to 20, 30, 40 miles an hour in some spots, but we're not looking at our 100 to 120 mile per hour winds anymore. So that is over for the Bayou parishes and going down along our coast. But the water is going to stay high down here in Lower Lafitte. Jean Lafitte and Lafitte, you've got a strong southerly wind pushing up. Barataria Bay. Here on the west bank of Plaquemines, you've got water pushing up into the bank there. But on the east bank, the water's pushing away from you. So maybe you're seeing a little bit of relief down on the east bank. Up in Shell Beach, the water's now pushing out into Lake Bourne. And over in Mississippi, your water's going to stay high. You've got wind still pushing up. So surge and tides are going to remain pretty high near our coast and on the North Shore through the rest of your Monday, all the way through tonight and all the way through Monday as Ida lifts away. So Ida is here, and I'm going to give you the latest on Ida really right here in a second. It is up around the Livingston, at least the center of it's around Livingston Parish and going up into St. Helena Parish. And you can see the track of it is expected to be here right along I-55. But we are still seeing a lot of heavy rainfall all the way from the lake up through Tangi. We got a lot of heavy rainfall for Washington Parish. That's going to continue for the next probably 4 or 5 hours. And you've got a lot of rainfall in St. Tammany with some breaks in there. But overall, most of this is still on the North Shore. Now, notice on the South Shore, we're just not seeing much in the way of rainfall anymore. There's still some showers around. It is certainly breezy, but the heaviest of the rain is from the lake and to the north. Now, something else we'll be watching through the rest of tonight and tomorrow is as Ida lifts to the north, we may get this little tail of moisture here with it, kind of trying to swing up over parts of our area, and that can dump some heavy rainfall. That should be isolated wherever that sets up. I don't think it's going to be a widespread issue for everyone, but there is still a potential we see some heavy rain on the South Shore by your Monday or through your Monday. So do keep that in mind as you have to get out and about and do things. It's going to be breezy tomorrow, wind gusting 30, 40 miles an hour. And of course, we could see some rainfall as well. So that is definitely something to be mindful of if you've got to be out in this. And of course, as we get our bearings straight over the next couple of days and get things back and start recovery. So that's what we're looking at. Now, it is going to be hot. It is going to be humid over the coming days. There's no surprise there. It's August, and we're at the August 30th now. So it is going to be hot and humid, and we're going to have your normal August weather, what you expect after a hurricane. Unfortunately, this is not a late season storm where we're going to have a nice cold front coming on through anytime soon. So don't expect that. Now, we're talking about the winds here. They've really slacked off in the metro area as well, but we're still seeing some pretty strong wind gusts compared to what we saw last night or even a couple of hours ago. It's not like that, but we're still gusting to 48 at MSY. We're still gusting to 39 at the lakefront, and these are going to be southerly winds. So this is pushing water out into the lake, and that's why we're seeing that problem more so on the North Shore. So now our attention turns to the flooding and the flooding on the North Shore rivers. And we're going to hopefully, I'm going to get some of those numbers together for you. But right now, just to give you an idea on where these rivers are currently forecast to crest, we're forecasting the Tangipahoa to crest in a major flood stage as you get down in lower Tangipahoa Parish. That water is going to stay very high down in, especially down towards Highway 22 in lower Tangi, south of Ponchatoula, going towards the lake. The water is still very high down there. The water is going to remain high along the lakefront in Mandeville, Madisonville, all the way through Lacombe. And the entire North Shore lakefront is going to be high for the rest of today and even through tonight and through the rest of your Monday. The Bogafly is going to be cresting near a major flood stage near Folsom. The Covington near, or the Chafuncta is going to be cresting near major flood stage. We've got these are pretty close to the Camp Covington and Boston Street locations. Those will be in the upper range of moderate, so they'll be close to major flood stage. And then the Bush and the Boga Chitto, or the Boga Chitto near Bush, is going to be more of a minor. So the impacts on the Boga Chitto aren't as great because it runs into the Pearl River rather than the lake. So that's why our rivers like the Tangipahoa, the Bogafly, and the Chafuncta are going to see more significant impacts from flooding, and they are currently rising across the North Shore.
Yeah, so for people who are at home and they hear the word, take us through what cresting means. So it's going to crest above flood stage, flood, and then the river will go back down.
Right. It's going to take some time, though, because this isn't just flooding from the rainfall, which there has been some pretty high rain totals. And it's hard to say during a landfalling tropical system. Sometimes either the radar can underestimate or your gauges don't do great because the wind's blowing so hard that maybe the rain gauge can't actually capture the rain that's falling. So it's hard to say, but we did see some heavy rain, no doubt about it. More so the flooding problem right now on the North Shore is going to be the lake backing up. So we've got the strong southerly wind that's keeping the rivers pushed up in themselves, basically. So, and then you got the rain falling on top. That only adds to the river problems on the North Shore. So if you live in a flood-prone area on any of those rivers in Tangipahoa, St. Tammany Parish, you're likely going to see flooding. It's already started in quite a few spots, and it's going to continue to rise through the rest of today. And it may not be until Tuesday or Wednesday before we really start to see big improvements on those rivers.
A lot about what this storm would look like when it made landfall. Did it look like what we were anticipating?
You know, it's one of those things. It's kind of shocking what we dealt with, but it is. It was an intensifying. At one point, you know, we were saying this could really blow up into something big, and it did. The slow movement of it, I think, has surprised a lot of people. And I think a lot of our minds were thinking, okay, maybe this will be a 6-hour event, and it wasn't. It was, you know, some areas saw conditions pretty rough for like 12 hours. And that's just a system moving, you know, now 9 miles an hour. So it's not moving very fast, but it is still moving. It's not going to stall out. It's going to eventually get pulled up by a trough later on today, and that will pull it up to Jackson. But overall, the intensity, yes, this is tied as the strongest hurricane to ever make landfall in Louisiana. It's tied with Laura now. Laura made landfall last year in Lake Charles area as a 150-mile-per-hour hurricane. This made landfall in southeast Louisiana, of course, as a 150-mile-per-hour Category 4 hurricane. And then there was also another 150-mile-per-hour hurricane long time ago, and that was, so those are the 3 strongest storms we've ever seen in Louisiana. So certainly no one here, at least in recent memory, has gone through a significant storm like this with regard to 150-mile-per-hour wind. Of course, we've had worse surge and things like that, but yeah, for some areas, they definitely got hammered.
It did stay at 4 longer on land than we anticipated as well, right?
Yeah, this is one of those things that in Louisiana, we've got our marshes, right? And we call it the
first line of defense.
Well, but it's got a name. I'll have to think of the name here in a second. But essentially what happens here is as the hurricane moves over inland areas, there's still enough moisture in the ground, which is the marsh. So it's not really like land. So it really doesn't disrupt it at all. So the storm didn't really get disrupted until it got up into the middle of Lafourche and got up to the Laplace area.
Wow.
And that's where we finally started to see that eye weaken. And then it continued to weaken, and now it is a Category 1. So it stayed a hurricane. It made landfall at noon yesterday, and it's still a hurricane. We're 12 hours later, and it is still it's gone from a Cat 4, strong Cat 4, to now an 85-mile-per-hour Category 1. So it is still weakening, but it is still a hurricane.
Do you have a look at the actual track? I mean, it was pretty close to what you guys, you kept saying it might jog a little bit. Did it?
It did actually. So it slowed down, and it'll take some reanalysis to go back here and figure out why exactly it did what it did. But the track was a little bit further to the east, and we saw some of those winds and that core of those stronger winds get close to the New Orleans metro and out into the river parishes here. And that's one thing we talked about, and it was a scenario that could have happened, and that is certainly what happened. So it's traveled. It made landfall in Port Fourchon, and originally we had said it was going to go up for about Houma, Thibodaux, and up to Baton Rouge. And currently it's sitting about here. So it did stay to the west or east of Baton Rouge. And Baton Rouge honestly missed out on the most significant part of this storm, which is great for them. And anyone who decided to evacuate up there, hopefully you have power and you didn't lose any. It's still gusty up there, but they definitely didn't see the worst of it. And so it traveled more like from Port Fourchon. The eye went right over Raceland. The eye also went right over kind of the Laplace area, and then it moved straight north. So instead of being here, it was about here. So there was a pretty big distance there on where the eye ended up going. And that meant that axis of strongest winds did get closer to the New Orleans metro, and it did get into the North Shore more. Leslie.
Thank you. All right, guys, we do want to check in on St. Tammany Parish now. Thank you very much, Peyton. Michael Vincento is joining us on the line right now. Michael, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, kind of tell us the situation there and what you guys are watching.
Well, we're still experiencing the effects of Hurricane Ida right now. We had a kind of a brief lull, I guess, and not many strong winds or rain in the Covington area, but it really has picked up again within the last 30 minutes or an hour or so. But I'd say for the past 6 hours or so, we've been dealing with some heavy rain and heavy wind, and it's caused some pretty significant impacts here in St. Tammany Parish, and specifically here at the EOC in the Covington area where we're at. It's hard to tell because it was so late in the day when Ida got to us, where we could see the impacts. It became dark so fast, and nightfall happened. So we're really going to have to wait until the morning to see, how significant the devastation really is.
Definitely. Are you getting reports though of people telling you about damage or anything that they encountered during the storm?
Yes, we have gotten quite a few reports of trees on homes and, some roofs sustaining some damage, and ripping the roof off, specifically in one retirement community in the Mandeville area that I believe Erica Ferrando was telling you all about earlier in the evening. So we do have quite a few reports, but I don't believe that that is nearly as many as it will be tomorrow when we get out there and we get a chance to see, once the sun rises and the reality that we're facing.
So at this point, it seems like there's more wind damage than damage from the rain.
Yes. And I would say our primary concern going into yesterday, well, just a few hours ago, was the storm surge in our coastal communities and the wind, the high wind. You know, in St. Tammany Parish, we have an awful lot of trees, and specifically those tall pine trees that can snap so quickly. You know, and again, just our primary concern was the wind and knocking down trees and putting trees onto homes and in the road. And of course, our coastal communities that, you know, deal with flooding, unfortunately, frequently.
Yeah. Have you had any reports on that? Like, how is the Mandeville lakefront? Some of those places that we do know flood every time it rains.
Well, when it started to come over the seawall there, we saw some early reports, you know, that it was getting onto Lakeshore Drive right there, facing the lakefront. You know, so we knew there was water there, but unfortunately, as I mentioned before, it started to get dark outside, and you know, as Mayor Madden said yesterday, they wanted people to stay away from the Mandeville lakefront. So we really haven't seen many pictures yet. Obviously, we know that the water has backed up, and it is into the community there, like it often does. And I'm sure that it's only magnified with the strength of a storm like Ida. And you know, and I keep reiterating, and it's just we're gonna have to wait until tomorrow to get out there and to see. And our crews have been placed all throughout the parish strategically to get out there, especially with public works and our utilities departments, to go tackle some of these problems and try to make our parish safe again for our folks who evacuated to come home and for our folks who stayed to be able to live normal life again.
Yeah, one of the biggest inconveniences to people living normal life right now, Tammany Utilities customers are under a boil water advisory, one of several advisories we're watching across the area right now.
Yeah, and that is a precautionary advisory because of the power outages that we face. You know, it caused some of the water pressure to drop and then you lose some of that power. So we thought it was the best decision. President Cooper thought it was the best decision to, you know, order that precautionary advisory so folks can boil the water just to be safe. And I feel like that's something that a lot of parishes here in Louisiana are going to be dealing with now and into the next few days because, you know, with the inundation of the amount of tests and results that you have to wait to get back from the State Department of Health, you know, that could take several days. So we're just asking our neighbors to please be patient if they are a Tammany utility customer.
And as far as electricity, we did hear President Cooper's message before the storm hit yesterday's press conference, and he did say that you guys had people on standby to get out there and start fixing all the electrical problems as soon as the storm moves through and it's daylight and people can see. What kind of timetable do you have for that?
It could be several days. We have 3 providers for electricity for power here in St. Tammany Parish, being Clico, Entergy, and Washington St. Tammany Electric, and with Clico being one of the biggest, and I think they have something like 99% of their customers are without power tonight at this moment. So it's going to take some time. You know, I'm sure we have down power lines and down trees, and it's going to take some time for those crews not only to be able to get onto the road safely, but then to clear the road and address the actual issue of getting power lines back up and making sure things are safe again.
And what's your shelter situation? Did a lot of people come?
Not nearly as many as we thought initially. We have 2 shelters, one on each side of the parish, at Creekside and then at Lee Road Junior High in the western portion of the parish. And I think the last time I heard there was maybe a dozen or 2 people there. I don't know if the storm, once it worsened, if that increased the number of people that were there, but it was not nearly as many as we initially thought would use that.
Okay, and then the reports of trees on homes. Do you have emergency crews going out to help people right now?
At last check, I believe the emergency crews suspended their operations until you know they could. I do know that the Mandeville Fire Department went and assisted that retirement community in the Mandeville area, as again Erica spoke about just a few hours ago. But I believe they're trying to keep services at a minimum to make sure that the firefighters and police officers and all first responders are safe.
And you've been mentioning those power outages. I wanted to pull up some exact numbers while we had you. St. Tammany outages through Entergy. Right now we have about 3,600 without power. Clico has about 400 without power. I haven't checked in on Washington St. Tammany power right now. But for folks right now who are dealing with the boil water advisory and the power outages. What are you just telling people? Because I think a lot of people stayed as much as we gave them warnings, thinking that they would be just fine. And now you've got a lot of inconveniences to deal with that could last several days.
You know, and I know it's a tough ask of people because these are extremely difficult times. So please try to be patient with us. We can assure you that we are going to be working as fast as we can with all of our utility providers and anyone that we can work with, our essential personnel, to try to make sure that we get our parish back up and running, you know, efficiently and safely as soon as possible. We know our citizens are going to want to report damages or whatever they may need to us, and we want to be able to assist our citizens, and we're going to do so, but of course when it's safe for our employees, but also safe for our citizens.
And before we let you go, once again, you said you were in Covington. What is the condition like right there? Or what are the conditions like right now?
We had a bit of a lull, but it has intensified maybe in the past 30 minutes or so, and we could hear some strong wind gusts and some rain, and we are definitely not out of Ida just yet. I think it's something that we're going to be facing for the next several hours until the severe impacts are truly gone. So in the Covington area right now, and I believe in most of St. Tammany Parish, we're still feeling the strong wind and the rain.
All right.
Michael Vincent with St. Tammany Parish, thank you so much for joining us.
We have to take a quick break. We'll be right back, guys.
All right, guys, welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida. We are trying to keep track of everything that's still happening with this storm and, of course, the impacts that are still to come.
That's right. It is Monday morning. It is 1:04 now. It's still hard to assess all the damage because it's dark outside, but we do have St. Bernard Parish President Guy McInnes with us, so let's go straight to him. And Guy, what are the conditions like there now? Has it calmed down?
Leslie and Sheba, I guess good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of tough days ahead of us, but right now, you know, we still have trees and power lines down on the road. We just kind of were able to get out and get about the parish a little bit. We got a lot of cleanup tomorrow. We know we're going to have some residents who are going to try to get back in and assess their own situations at their homes. So we're getting prepared to do that in the morning to make it as safe as possible for our citizens. But you know, we took this one in the gut, man. I tell you, it was relentless from 7 a.m. till maybe an hour ago, and every now and then we're still getting some gusts. So this was something that I've never seen before.
Wow. And you went through Hurricane Katrina, and you've been through that. Just to hear you say that really lets us know just how severe this was. What was the main damage? Wind and storm surge where you were?
It was the relentless wind all day long, forever. It just wouldn't stop, and I've just never seen that before. We've had storm surge, and we've had some of that outside of our levee system. Here in St. Bernard Parish, we had probably 10 feet. We got to go assess that tomorrow. But inside our levee system and the winds that we sustained all day long was just something I've never seen before. The rain was manageable all day long, and the power going out, we expected that. We didn't expect all of the parishes in the region to be 100% without electricity and the transmission lines failing like they did. I'm hearing a few different stories, but we're talking to Entergy, and we're hoping tomorrow morning they could get out and assess it and give us some good news.
Sure. And one of the other stories we talked with you about last night, our other anchors who were here, those barges. What's the latest on those 22 barges that broke loose?
We never did get a final disposition of the barges in the river, whether or not they were grounded or secured. But they did come through St. Bernard Parish, basically, and they hit Port Ship Services dock there in Araby, one barge, and then 4 barges, from what I understand, damaged the dock at Valero Refinery. So, that was a dangerous situation on the river, but it never was a threat to break through the levee and cause flooding in St. Bernard. We had to fight those rumors and people on Facebook for a long time. We spent a lot of time today dealing with false information on social media than actually doing our job.
Oh, I hate that. Tell us again, they damaged what at the oil refinery? The dock, at the dock.
Oil refinery in Nero.
And so those barges are secure now?
I'm not sure. We never did hear from the Coast Guard whether or not they were able to secure them. But the winds are down, so maybe they went out and did that. But we did not hear the final disposition on that, Sheila.
Yeah, and look, I know you've been at this for 2 or 3 days. I can hear the exhaustion in your voice. You told us that you had a while to get out. We do appreciate you speaking with us to keep people updated. You had some time to get out over these past couple of hours. I know it's dark, but kind of walk us through what you saw.
It's eerie. We have nothing but sheriff's deputies. Sheriff Pullman and his deputies are out and about and patrolling and making sure our citizens' property is safe. But lines swinging over the roads, trees down. In the neighborhoods, there are so many trees across our neighborhood streets and on people's homes. So we don't have a whole lot of reports because we believe a lot of people have left. But we're going to get out there in the morning. We're going to, pull ourselves up by the bootstraps here, and citizens are going to come back, and we're going to get this job started tomorrow, and we're just going to get after it every day till we get it finished.
Have you had to rescue anybody? Have you had any of those calls?
We had one call in Araby where there was a tornado, we believe, and it tore a part of a roof off of a home. Our sheriff's deputies and firefighters went out there, and they were okay, and they actually refused to be brought to a shelter. So that was really the only instance that I heard of today.
And
people were go ahead.
No, continue on.
No, I was just going to say, people stayed inside. They stayed off of the streets, and for the most part, it seems like they stayed safe. But deaths occur post-storm.
Mm-hmm.
And, tomorrow is going to be a very important day that we keep our citizens safe. And we've been preparing all night up until just about 15 minutes ago, making sure that we have a plan tomorrow to keep our citizens safe.
You mentioned shelters there. That's what I was going to ask you about. Do you still have folks who are in shelters?
No, we don't. We're going to have some assessments tomorrow on people that we know are home and need assistance. So we will assess that in the morning and determine whether or not we need a shelter. But we will be looking at that early in the morning.
All right. Again, we hear that you're exhausted. We're sorry for everything that the parish has been through, and we are wishing you the best of luck as you move forward here and finish assessing this damage. If you hear anything from the Coast Guard about those barges or have any other developing situations, please give us a call back. We'll get you on air to get residents updated.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. God bless you too.
All right, let's get back over to Peyton. And Peyton, I'd like to ask you about that possible tornado that Guy McGinnis brought up in Araby. What do we know about that?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday there was some spin up tornadoes over there in St. Bernard. That's very much a possibility. And there was a confirmed tornado over in Mississippi. So there were a few tornadoes here and there. So that is definitely a possibility. There's no doubt about it. And that was likely a tornado, especially on that eastern side. Now, Ida this morning, it is 1 a.m. This is the 1 a.m. update here, 75-mile-per-hour winds. So it is still a Category 1 hurricane, but barely a hurricane. So we'll continue that weakening trend. Pressure is up to 972 now, and our winds are gusting to still on the maximum end of things, about 125 miles an hour, but that's going to be a pretty small area. I don't think we're really seeing that in any major widespread areas. Macomb is going to start to get some pretty strong winds pretty soon. So if you're watching us in northern Tangi, if you're up in Amite, that's where you're going to start to see the most significant impacts from this storm right now with regard to wind as it lifts to the north. So you can see the track there takes it up by Macomb. This will be in the next, 12 hours. It's still got a long ways to go. It's only moving at 9 miles per hour. It hasn't slowed down anymore over the past couple of hours. I think it's leveled off on its speed, and then it will start to speed back up later today or later into your Monday and then make its way up towards Jackson. So we got a ways to go. Notice this big tail of moisture. That's almost like a tail feeding into this thing. It's wrapping up into it. This is where your flooding threat's going to be highest through your Monday. This is also a flooding threat, but this is going to be moving to the north. This is what we'll be watching. And right now, this could set up somewhere out in southeast Louisiana. So St. Bernard Parish, Plaquemines Parish, we're going to have to keep an eye on this band of rain to see if we're going to see any additional heavy rain today that could lead to flooding. Now, the flooding from rainfall has been not as widespread or an issue as we initially thought, or as we thought in the forecast. That's great news, but some areas did pick up quite a bit of rainfall. It's really been a surge problem. It's been a wind problem. And whenever you get a Category 4 hurricane, nearly a Category 5 almost, wind and surge are going to be your main problems. And that wind and surge issues could spread far from the center whenever you get a Cat 4 or Cat 5. And we're certainly saw that, and we're still seeing these pretty big impacts on the North Shore. So that's what we're looking at with that. And a closer look at it, yes, the North Shore all the way from the lake up through northern Washington, Tangipahoa, up into Mississippi, continue to get that heavy, heavy rainfall. If you're in Baton Rouge, look at that. There's barely a thing going on. It's windy, but you missed out on the brunt of this storm because it traveled just to your east rather than coming right over the city of Baton Rouge. It stayed in Livingston Parish, and now it's moving up into St. Helena Parish. And it's going to travel right along I-55 as it goes up towards Jackson. So yes, still some light showers in New Orleans. There's still some light showers in the Bayou parishes, but it is nothing like what we were seeing even a couple of hours ago. So the improvements have started on the South Shore, and the winds have weakened, but they're still pretty gusty, and it is still gusty out there. I mean, Shell Beach is sustained at 45. We still have tropical storm conditions out at Shell Beach and most of eastern St. Bernard, where we are seeing our most significant impacts. What we were just talking about are still seeing tropical storm conditions. So it's difficult to get out in that, and it's late, it's dark, we don't have power, can't go out in these things. So what we're learning right now is still limited. And remember, your hardest hit areas are usually some of the last areas you really learn about after a significant hurricane, because trying to get in there and get the information back out or get information out from people who are there it's very difficult. You don't have, they're basically cut off, like down here in Grand Isle. It's good, maybe days before we really understand what it looks like down here. Same thing down in parts of Plaquemines, maybe same thing down in parts of down here into Eastern St. Bernard. Same thing for the Bayou parishes. I had a lot of people message me yesterday saying, please talk about the Bayou parishes. And the information coming down from down here is really from your viewers sending messages saying it's doing this at my house, it's doing that. And then people lost power, maybe cell phones have died. So it is limited. It's not like what we would normally see on a normal day with information flowing around the area. In New Orleans, you know, we're certainly still seeing some strong winds, but they are out of the south and over in the river parishes. I know St. John got hammered yesterday. We were pretty concerned about Laplace and up into southern Tangi because we were going to have that persistent, strong east wind throughout most of the entirety of that hurricane lifting to the north. I mean, until it got past this area, we had water piling in here, and we know how that goes. We saw it during Hurricane Isaac in 2012, water piling into the west side of the lake, and you see significant surge rise. That's what we saw with Ida last night. We're going to start to see improvements, and we've already started to see improvements in the river parishes as the winds are more towards the lake now rather than out of the lake. But it's going to take some time for this stuff to drain on out. The lake is still pretty high. Over on the North Shore, your impacts are going to stay there through the rest of Monday. The North Shore, Mississippi coast, and our coastal areas are going to be the last ones to really see relief from these relentless strong winds. And it's probably not going to get come back to normal until maybe Wednesday. Today, going through Monday, is going to be very breezy. You're going to still see flooding and coastal flooding, and you're going to see flooding on the North Shore. That'll last into Tuesday more than likely, and then we really don't start to see those big improvements, I think, until Wednesday. So it's going to take some time as Ida lifts away. Ida will lift away. It's moving slow right now. It'll speed up a little bit later on this afternoon and evening, and then it's up towards Jackson by this evening, and then moving up out of the area. Goodbye, good riddance. And we'll return back to a little bit more typical weather down here for August, which means it's unfortunately going to be pretty hot. So what we're going to be watching for any of these showers and storms to continue to develop down here on this kind of feeder band. And this model is really overdoing it at this point. I don't think we have this heavy of rainfall, and we don't. I'm looking at radar. I was just looking at radar. We do certainly have all the heavy rain on the North Shore. That's going to lift up to the north. And our winds are going to stay breezy today. I mean, we're still gusting 40, 50, 60 miles an hour at times on the North Shore through the remainder of tonight. South of the lake, even through the Monday morning, afternoon hours, we could still see some wind gusts pretty stout, maybe 40, 50 miles an hour. Notice it still shows a 60-plus mile-per-hour wind gust possible for some areas. So the weather for your Monday is not going to be great. It's not going to be nearly as bad as what we're seeing right now or what we saw yesterday or last night. But it's not going to be perfect. There's still going to be a pretty stout breeze out of the southeast, and that means all of our coastal areas and our Mississippi coast and the North Shore are going to continue to see pretty high waters. That wind field, here's where it's at right now, and here's where we're kind of looking at with our current winds with Ida. It's a Category 1, 75-mile-per-hour hurricane. It is producing some hurricane wind gusts somewhere near I-55 and heading up into northern Tangi, St. Helena, in the Livingston Parish. Then the red area is where you're seeing those most significant winds. We're still seeing some pretty gusty winds, though, all the way from New Orleans to the north. Now, Houma, Thibodaux, down through the coastal areas, it's still breezy, but it's nothing that is hurricane force. It's nothing that's going to cause, it certainly doesn't help, but it is not hurricane force. I do want to mention, you know, we do have some structural damage. I was being sent pictures from down in Houma and Thibodaux, and there are literally houses that look like they went through a weak tornado. And roofs, you know, some roofs were halfway ripped off on some of these homes. We had plenty of shingles torn off these homes. I mean, it was a classic look of a major hurricane coming on through that just shredded some of these properties. And so a lot of these things are loose now. You've got loose, you know, shingles. You've maybe got nails. You got things just that typically wouldn't be out there that would be secure in a 40, 50, 60 mile an hour wind maybe that are no longer secure. And whenever we have these gusty winds leading up or following this tropical system, they are more prone to being loose. So be very careful if you're going to be out in there. Make sure you're not near anything that can fly off and hit you via projectile. So keep that in mind through the remainder of tonight. Still just be hunkered down if you can. And of course, as we go into tomorrow, we'll get some daylight. And I'm afraid, you know, it's going to be shocking, some of the things we see tomorrow. I really do. This is one of the strongest hurricanes wind-wise to impact our area in history of going back over the past 100 years or so. I mean, Betsy made landfall. It was a 140-mile-per-hour hurricane. This is going to be similar to that for some areas. But for other areas, it was probably more devastating than that. Of course, you can't compare it with Katrina with regards to surge because Katrina was a completely different ordeal. But this was definitely one of the strongest hurricanes we've ever seen in southeast Louisiana, and we are feeling the effects, and we're going to still feel the effects. So North Shore, you got a ways to go. You still got the rest of tonight with the winds. You still got the rest of tonight with the rain. The surge. The rivers are rising here. I was just looking at our latest river levels, and these are our live river levels. And I'm stepping off here. I can't show them to you, but I'm going to tell you what they're doing. So the Tangipahoa River at Robert, it is currently getting up to minor flood stage as of, this was as of 12:30. So about an hour ago, it was at 13.7 feet. So it's probably upwards over 14 feet now. The Tangipahoa near Robert is expected to crest up around 22 feet as we go into Monday night into Tuesday morning, and it's probably going to stay pretty high all the way until Friday. It may stay above flood stage in the moderate and major flood stage all the way through the rest of the week. So improvements on the Tangipahoa near Robert are going to be slow because you got to imagine the lake is so backed up right now, and you get really backed up in here. Tangipahoa south of Highway 22 saw a significant surge rise yesterday afternoon, and it's staying high all the way through tonight and staying high all Monday. It's probably going to stay high through Tuesday. So that river's not going to have until Wednesday before maybe it starts to drain. So the river will continue to rise and stay high through the rest of the week. Keep that in mind. Let's talk about the river. We're going to go through each one of these rivers. This is the Chafuncta near Folsom. So we're talking this river icon here. It is expected to get up to around 22 feet. The record flood stage is 25 feet, and it's going to get there probably by tonight as well. So most of our peaks and crests are going to be later tonight, and then they will either linger or start to drop as we go into the middle and end of the week. And then it may not be till Thursday or Friday before the Chafuncta near Folsom is dropping below flood stage. The Chafuncta as of 12 a.m. was still well below flood stage. It's a little bit further north, so the surge probably hasn't got up that far or affected that much, but it is expected to rise up to around 22 feet. That is major flood stage. The Chafuncta near Covington, it is in minor flood stage now. It's up to 20.1 feet. That is minor flood stage. It is forecasted to get up to 28 feet, which is right at major flood stage. That is below the record of 32. So we're not going to look at a record here, it doesn't look like. But this is going to be river flooding, and it's going to be at its highest as we go into probably Tuesday morning through Tuesday. So we still got about 24 hours or so before we really see the Chafuncta near Covington get at its highest point, and it's going to once again stay pretty high all the way through Thursday. And then two more rivers here, the Bogafalai River at Boston Street in Covington. You're looking at it's rising pretty quickly. It's up to 10.2 feet. It's getting into moderate flood stage right now. It's expected to get up to 15 feet, so it could rise another 5 more feet or so, and it's going to crest tomorrow night as well. So Monday night. So later Monday night and Tuesday morning, and it may not be Thursday until it is back to normal flood stage. And then the Bogafalai near Camp Covington, it is currently at 43 feet. It's expected to get to 56 feet. The record is 61. So it's going to get into moderate flood stage. It'll probably stay a little bit lower because it's a bit further to the north. So a lot of our attention is, yes, we're going to be out surveying the damage today if people can get on out and it's safely, and kind of getting our first picture of what this thing looks like as the sun comes up later today. But we still are going to have significant impacts perhaps for the North Shore near our rivers and where we typically see our flooding. So this is far from over for our rivers up here on the North Shore, as the lake is going to stay elevated probably all the way through Wednesday here. And I do want to show you this. We haven't shown a 7-day forecast in a while, and I want to give you an idea on what we're expecting this week here. I just put this 7-day forecast together. And we're probably going to see these strong wind gusts out of the south thanks to Ida leaving, and we're still got the southerly flow from it. They're going to stick around through probably late Tuesday. And today is certainly, and the rest of tonight and Monday is going to be very, very breezy. We could very well see wind gusts over 40 to 50 miles per hour along the coast. It could be a little bit stronger. But there you see it. We're also going to be watching for a chance of rain today. We'll have some heavy downpours at times. Not everyone's going to see rain, but there will be a few feeder bands. And where those set up, if they do set up, they will produce flooding perhaps. So we'll be watching that. Tomorrow, still a chance for storms, still breezy, and then it's going to get hot and humid. And this is what you expect after an August hurricane. This is unfortunately not going to be like Zeta last year where it was beautiful afterwards. We were in the 50s. None of that. Plenty of heat, plenty of humidity. The only kind of silver lining here, and we're looking for those at this point, is by Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we might get a push of some northerly wind. Maybe it makes it a little less humid overnight. It's still going to be hot. We're still going to be in the 90s, but maybe not as oppressive by Thursday or by Friday and Saturday, and we might not see much rainfall. So I know we got a long road ahead of us. A lot of us do, and a lot of you do, of cleanup here. And perhaps the weather's not so bad by Friday and Saturday. We might have slightly lower humidity with lows in the mid 70s, low 70s. Not going to be a cold front, but overall things are improving by the end of the week.
That's great. I'm glad to see the 7-day back. It means that we're getting a little bit closer to normalcy. Yes. And here's the other thing. We've been talking to parish officials this morning. Of course, it's the middle of the night, so only a few. St. Bernard Parish, St. Tammany Parish, they both are waiting for the sun to rise to go outside. Are conditions in most areas going to be fine for people to go assess damage this morning?
It depends on where you're at. So we've got about 6 more hours before the sun starts to come up. And in 6 more hours, the winds will let up a little bit. It's still going to be breezy out there, but these emergency officials should be able to get out there into it and see exactly what they're doing. The only problem is the water is still going to be pretty elevated in some of these spots. So we are looking at just kind of eyeballing some of our values. The surge is dropping in a lot of areas. It's not as significant as it was when the storm was initially blowing through, but it's going to be a slower drop in some of these spots because of the strong southerly wind. So we could still see wind gusts 30, 40 miles per hour throughout Monday. And near the coastal areas could see a little bit higher wind gusts, Sheba. So it's not going to be a great Monday. It's going to be breezy. It's certainly going to be better than what we're seeing now and last night. But it is still going to be breezy. There's still going to be a lot of water that is elevated, and the North Shore is still going to be really dealing with that river flooding problem and the lake remaining high, right there along Madisonville and Mandeville and the lakefront going all the way through Lacombe.
And so we're really still going to be concerned about the storm surge until the wind's completely gone?
Right, exactly. And sometimes this can take a couple days, especially the way this thing made landfall. Now, if Ida would have made landfall to our west, we would already have a northerly wind, and that would be pushing that water out already. That northerly wind, we're never really going to get a northerly wind, it doesn't look like. And so it's just going to take some days. It's going to probably take until Wednesday before we return back to a more normal pattern for southeast Louisiana. It'll be a little breezy, but Ida will be far enough away to where we really don't feel the effects of the system. I believe we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida. And many of you are probably watching us online, as Hurricane Ida, of course, has caused massive power outages across the area.
And for more information on that, let's get straight over to Jade Cunningham.
Well, good morning. It is 1:30 now, so here's a look at what you need to know as Hurricane Ida makes its way further north and away from our region finally. A levee has failed in Lafitte, and hundreds of people are now in imminent danger. The levee has also failed in Plaquemines Parish. There has also been a levee failure near Highway 23 in Alliance. Water is breaching an area from the Oakfield floodgates to Alliance. Entergy is reporting they have more than 846,000 customers without power. All 8 of Entergy's transmission lines that deliver power into the New Orleans area are currently out of service. When this occurred, it caused a load imbalance in the area, and right now nearly 180,000 customers in Orleans Parish are in the dark. Jefferson Parish has the most outages in the state with just over 200,000. Meanwhile, Cleco is reporting more than 90,000 people without power on the North Shore. If you have lost power and are turning to a generator, keep in mind that these generators can cause carbon monoxide poisoning, which can be deadly. Never use a generator inside your home, garage, or carport. It should always be placed outside in a well-ventilated area. The generator should also be at least 20 feet away from your house. And it's a good idea to double check the exhaust is also pointed away from any vents that lead into your house. Jefferson Parish, the entire East Bank is looking at a boil water advisory because of a loss of pressure. As in St. Charles, a precautionary boil water advisory has been put in place for the entire parish due to a number of leaks in the system. In St. Tammany, all Tammany Utilities customers as well, and Terrebonne east and south of the Gulf Intercoastal Highway are also experiencing some issues. St. Charles Parish has notified us this morning that their EOC phone lines are down due to the storm. In the event of an emergency, residents should call 911. Of course, we'll have more on that coming up later in the newscast, guys.
Yeah, Jade, you mentioned there the St. Charles Parish EOC not able to take those phone calls right now. That does seem to be a widespread issue in this aftermath. So we are actually having trouble getting in touch with some officials to get you guys updates. But let's talk about something that we have gotten this morning. We spoke with St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis not too long ago. He said this was actually something he has never seen before, which is a lot coming from a man we talk to every time there is a storm.
And he was specifically talking about the wind. He said it was relentless from 7 a.m. until midnight. And yeah, just to hear him, somebody that we've talked to thousands of times, so many hurricanes, to have him say that, and you mentioned just how emotional and how exhausted he sounded.
Yeah, you could hear it in his voice.
It just really puts this one into perspective. And, he said they tried to get out and survey the damage as much as possible, couldn't get around a lot, but he said it was just like a really eerie feeling. And of course, power lines down everywhere, trees in the road. And he said, you always expect the power to go out, but he wasn't expecting what he said was 100%.
Sure. And then another big issue we were watching unfolding there since yesterday were those 22 barges that were loose in St. Bernard Parish. He said that 4 actually damaged a dock at the Valero refinery. He did say that on social media, some people were saying that those barges were putting the levees in danger. He was trying to clear up that was not the case. That was a rumor that was started on social media. I asked him, though, if those 22 barges were secure. He said that he actually couldn't confirm that yet. So we are going to try to get in touch with the Coast Guard as soon as we can to confirm what the situation is there. And they did get one emergency call last night, the one in Araby he mentioned about a torn roof, which he said he thought could have been from a possible tornado. Peyton says we can't confirm that yet. The only confirmed tornado he's seen is in Mississippi. But they called the folks out there. They were just fine. They actually refused any help.
And it did sound like he mentioned a lot of people did heed that warning and evacuate, because he said really they didn't have people at shelters, but they do know of people in certain areas that are still in their homes that may need assistance that they're going to go check on tomorrow. But going back to the whole barge situation, he just seemed so frustrated. And they said half the day they spent battling that false information instead of focusing their resources on things that were really important that needed their attention. So that was disappointing to hear.
It's part of the reason, though, you see us on 24 hours when we are in storm coverage like this, to give you guys facts and information, right? So that you're not reading things on social media that aren't real. So thanks to those who are joining us online and following on social media. The other parish official we've gotten in touch with since we started this coverage at midnight was St. Tammany Parish. We spoke with Michael Vincenot with the Emergency Operations Center there. He also had some really harsh reaction to what he saw. He just said once again that it was relentless, and he just seemed overwhelmed by the amount of wind that they experienced last night.
That's right. And he said it's still going on. He said at this moment, and he's in Covington, I think at the EOC there.
Right.
And he said it was a lull, but yeah, he said the wind's still going on. And as Peyton mentioned, I mean, they're still in for it for another, how many hours, Peyton? Rest of tonight.
Yeah.
So it's still a very ongoing fluid situation there.
Definitely.
He did mention the water advisory, St. Tammany Utilities, as Jay just mentioned. He was talking about all the electrical outages, which we expect, especially with that heavy wind. And then, of course, they're watching the rivers there, the storm surge and the rivers cresting and all that stuff. That's such a huge concern on the North Shore. Wind and storm surge, not necessarily the rain. Well, I guess the rain, you know, contributes to the rivers cresting and everything.
Sure.
And then he did talk about the retirement community in Mandeville that our Erica Ferrando talked about earlier today. It seems like that situation's under control. We're going to try to find out more about that.
Definitely. All right. Well, our Duke Carter is out live right now in the French Quarter, so let's get over to him. Duke, where are you exactly?
Hey, good morning. We're literally right around the corner here near the intersection of Photographer Whitney. Can you put our camera up? What street is this? This is Ursuline here right around the block from the station. As you can see, it's pretty black, dark. You can't see anything except for the lantern down here. You can pretty much not see anything, but we kind of wanted to give a glimpse of how strong Mother Nature was last night. This Category 4 Ida was at that time. And as you can see, this tree pretty much just snapped. It's pretty much already on the road here on the intersection of Ursuline and Burgundy. Finally got my location together here in the French Quarter. And as you can see, this tree already in the road. Kind of want to show you all this way, see what we're talking about over here, just how strong those winds were last night. You can see that one-way sign already ripped, well, not really ripped, just bent back this way. And as you can see from the base of this tree here, already snapped, and we already got some creatures out and about early this morning. But again, we just drove around trying to find a place to set up that's safe, but it is literally black. Like, I tried to get something out of my car this morning, tried to change clothes, looked somewhat presentable this morning, and you cannot see anything. Of course, power out everywhere, like we heard from Energies, because of the catastrophic damage, but as of right now, it is a ghost town. It is just chocolate, nothing, black hole. You can't really see anything, but we're just trying to assess the damage just to see how strong Mother Nature was last night. Again, what you're seeing behind me is just a little bit of what happened. Again, the trees just pretty much snapped already here at Ursuline and Burgundy. There's some signs already pushed back because of those strong winds. So again, we're just assessing and monitoring the situation. So if we see anything more, we'll definitely come back to you live, back to you all in studio.
All right, Duke, thank you very much. And I know, as you said, it's very dark. We don't have a ton of options to see what happened last night. How was it just getting around, though? I know you're not very far from the station.
I think when I got out this morning just to try to get some bags out the car, I didn't realize that we didn't really have any significant power. So we had to manually get into the parking garage across the street just to get some changing clothes, just to get some, some personals out the back of the trunk of my car, and then be able to get set up for the day. But literally, we would normally do a live shot out here, and it would be lit. There would be some sort of light, something to work with, and you really just can't see anything. Just to, again, try to give you a glimpse. This is the back part of our lot, ladies and gentlemen. Like, this is how we would get into the building earlier in the morning. And as you can see, you can't see anything. Maybe you can probably see the skyline in the distance, but you cannot see anything. That would be on the way going towards Metaxas if you make that left corner, which you can't even see at this time. So that is how dark it is. You may be able to see a lantern or a gas lantern or two. This is Ursuline this way. Again, pitch black. Cannot see anything. Maybe except a flashing light in a distance going toward the French Market down yonder that way. So again, it is pitch black. Nothing out here that you really can see. Really surprised, but not really shocked, I should say, because of the fact we've been through this before with Katrina. We know how significant damages were at that time. So again, the fact that it's pitch black right now, we're just trying to make sure that we're safe, just assessing the situation to be as safe as possible.
And Duke, all those homes to your left there, what are the conditions like? Is it really hot and muggy? And then is there any wind?
It's definitely humid. We had to take some clothes off to make sure we could survive in humidity right now. But as far as like the structure of the homes, photographer Whitney, if you can point your camera that way. For the most part, it seemed like they withstood, at least on this corner here. Now, we don't know as far as like anything down the street, again, Burgundy on this side or Ursuline on the other side. Can't really tell, but it seems as if though so far so good. But again, it is dark, so I don't want to say, yeah, it looks good, and then it's really not.
Right.
But as of right now, what we're seeing here.
I was just wondering how hot it
Go ahead,
was.
Sheba.
Because all those people are
Leslie.
inside, inside without power. So I was just wondering if it was cool outside at all, where they could maybe crack some windows, or if it was just hot and humid. But if you're having to take off clothes, Duke, we know it's definitely muggy out there.
It's a little muggy out here. We're trying to make do as best as possible. There is a breeze, though, so that maybe is like the silver lining with that there is a breeze, but it's not like significant breezes, maybe every once in a while. But yeah, it's definitely muggy, a little humid, but we're making the best of it.
And unfortunately, in situations like this, you have to worry about looting. The NOPD says that they do have, I think, all their officers on shifts out there kind of patrolling when they can, when it's safe, which obviously right now it's probably safe to be out there too. So you hadn't seen any of those patrols though, huh?
I have not seen any of the patrols yet, but we did see a lot of flashing lights. Now, I can't say if that was NOPD or not. Maybe that was some sort of security detail, but I did see that when I walked out earlier this morning, maybe about an hour or so, just people just cruising along with those blue lights. Again, I couldn't tell if that was NOPD because, again, it's dark. But yeah, we did see a cruiser come out one time. But again, with everything being out everywhere, it's kind of hard to tell exactly if that was NOPD or if that was just some sort of security detail.
All right, it's dark and we know there's a lot of damage, so we're going to let you go, Duke, but stay safe out there as you're trying to assess what's happening. All right, guys, and we see Duke standing in the absolute dark. We were just sitting in the studio saying, I've never seen it that dark in the French Quarter, but very telling of part of the big story we're following this morning. Nearly 850,000 Entergy customers in Louisiana without power, more outages with Cleco and other companies. And of course, that leads to the story in Orleans Parish, where all 8 transmission lines that deliver power to New Orleans are out of service. That's something I've never even heard of in a storm. And we really haven't gotten enough details from Entergy to know how long it will take them to assess how they can get power back online or a timeline for that. Leslie?
I know, because that's not just the typical power lines that you see down.
Right.
I mean, that's the main source. So that's crazy to just even imagine New Orleans as a city. I mean, just think of everything that runs out of our city. How long could it be down?
Sure.
So that's something we're going to keep a close eye on in the coming days, of course. But yeah, it's just crazy because we're in the station and we have a generator so we can keep bringing you guys the news and the facts and let you know what's going on. A lot of people watching from their homes, trying to figure out when it's safe to get out and assess the damage. A lot of people watching from Houston and Baton Rouge, wherever you've evacuated the beach, to try to see if we're going to show how your area fared. So, we forget until we see Duke out there in absolute pitch black.
Sure, and it is impacting the information we get to you guys. We want to be completely transparent. We're trying to speak to some officials this morning. There seems to be an issue with cell service on my own cell phone right now. I don't have service. I know Peyton said the same thing for his, but we both have AT&T, so we haven't figured out if this is connected to a specific provider. St. Charles Emergency Operations Center sent out an email saying that they were not able to take calls as well. If you have an emergency issue in St. Charles Parish, you need to call 911 and not the EOC. They will probably not get your phone call. So we are having difficulty getting in touch with some of these parish officials this morning.
All right, and moving on, we have Brendan Keefe. He's reporting from some of the conditions in Amite.
This is it, just after midnight here in Amite, when the remnants of essentially the diminishing eye wall of Hurricane Ida came through here in this part of the parish. Right now, there's even just a lull, an extraordinary amount of wind and rain. And even though essentially at Cat 2 force, we're talking about just around the corner from this building, more than 100-mile-per-hour winds. We've really seen these sustained winds. And we'll tell you the damage. Not only was the power knocked out hours ago, but also the cell service. We have multiple carriers, 3 different phones, no cell service, can't even text. It lasted for a little while after the power outage. That's because there are generators at the cell tower sites. Once those generators run out of gas, that's it. The cell tower shuts down. In fact, we're feeding this right now, not over our normal cell tower connected system, but actually over Wi-Fi from the Emergency Operations Center. Obviously, we're very wet. What's going to happen now is we're going to dry out, get a little bit of rest, and then we're going to start out first thing tomorrow morning, and we're going to take a look at the damage There's one of those gusts right there. That's that 100-mile-per-hour. Once you get up above that tree level, we're having 100-mile-per-hour winds. The reason I'm standing here is we're protected from the direction of that wind right now so that it isn't blowing right at me where I'm standing. But what's going to happen is at daybreak, we're going to be able to see the extent of the damage, because there's really 3 phases to every storm. The first phase, of course, the damaging winds, the rising water, all of this rain. And then, of course, there's the discovery of that damage. And then there's the recovery, which is going to take some time. That's the story from Amy. I'm Brendan Key for Eyewitness News.
Brendan, thank you very much.
All right, guys, and we want to take you to some video. This is from a viewer. You can see a tree split and on the ground, as well as water spraying from the base there. And just an example of something we're going to see all over the area.
And that was an enormous tree. Did you see how many
damage?
Like houses it spanned? Thank goodness it fell on the road and not on those homes.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we've heard of so many reports of trees on homes already.
Yeah. And then this is that video from Delacroix. Oh my gosh. They always expect the storm surge there, but as you can see, it looks like it's at least a couple feet there. Good thing they moved the boats in time. Wow.
All right, and then we've got some initial impacts in the Raceland area, including the high winds.
Tree fall down there.
Yeah, and building damage. And again, we're showing you this from these specific areas, but as the sun rises, we expect to get so many more images like this today. You can always send those into us here at WWL.
And then a building in Lockport. Wow, look at that as some of the siding just gets ripped off like it's nothing. And those are the hurricane force winds that everybody are painting them, warned us about and told us about. And oh my goodness, look at that. Oh gosh, that's just an unbelievable sight to see.
It really is. And that wind, the story that we're hearing about from so many parishes, they don't really seem to be bothered by the amount of rainfall they got, Leslie. Really, in any of the areas we've spoken to, everybody's talking about that wind. It was St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis who called it relentless, but we're seeing it in so many areas. Let's take a look at another eyewitness video of a roof that was blown off the Lady of the Sea General Hospital. That happened in Galliano. And I don't know if we have that video, but again, the roof was blown off of the Lady of the Sea General Hospital in Galliano. Not the only hospital seeing issues this morning. We spoke with Oxnard. The roof was torn off at Brent House. That's the hotel, which is right next to Oxnard's main campus. So typically people stay there if they have someone who's in the hospital for a long amount of time. And here's that video now in Galliano. This is Lady of the Sea General Hospital. And before this storm was coming, we knew that this was happening in the middle of the pandemic. Our hospitals were filled. And so it's so terrible to see the damage there.
And then, I mean, just think of all the flying debris. Where did it land? I mean, some of it probably got carried miles away.
Sure.
And again, as we look at these, how strong this wind is, Peyton told us Hurricane Ida, tied as the strongest hurricane to ever make landfall in Louisiana, tied with Laura. It did make landfall 150 miles per hour is that Cat 4.
Sure. And while we're talking about hospitals, I do want to mention again, all patients at Oxnard St. Anne Hospital in Raceland and Chabert Medical Center in Houma plan to be evacuated to other facilities due to damage there.
Wow.
All right, let's get back out to our Duke Carter, see where he is now and what he's seeing. Duke?
Hey, good morning, ladies. Yeah, we are here now on the Governor Nichols in Stillbrook, Gundy, probably not even a block away where we just left, and we were just kind of shocked by what we saw because we're trying to get to Esplanade. But before we show the big picture, this is a staple here in the city of New Orleans, Cosmos, a popular spot. You can see just how strong Mother Nature was last night. Just pretty much ripped that bad boy off. But if we make our way right and you keep on going, you can see trees, debris, leaves everywhere. But this is the major tree that kind of pretty much blocked our path going towards Burgundy, heading toward Esplanade. As of right now, you can pretty much see that there is just trees, debris, everything just toppled over cars going towards Burgundy right now. So we're, again, trying to make our way toward Esplanade, but we got stopped in our tracks because of this here. Not going to go any further because I don't know what's over there right now. But again, you can just pretty much see just how strong Mother Nature was. Now, the good news is that it seems like the structures around this tree snap are in place. I just feel bad for the person who owns this car over here because the tree is definitely on top of this car this way. But again, this is what we're trying to get through. Again, on Burgundy, Governor Nichols, again, trying to make our way toward Esplanade. Again, this is just one part of Burgundy, just seeing how strong Mother Nature was last night. You can pretty much see, again, the tree on top of this car. Now, we also saw some other debris going toward Governor Nichols. Not anything significant, just pretty much some pottery, some clay pots destroyed. But this is probably the big scene right here. This tree that snapped at its base here on Burgundy on top of this blue car. Again, pitch black, really can't see a lot at this time, but it's just amazing just how strong Mother Nature was with those winds last night. You can pretty much see where the snap happened right here, just pretty much split this in half. And so this is again near Governor Nichols and Burgundy, heading our way to Esplanade, again, trying to figure out and assess the damage.
I wasn't even aware there were trees there.
I know, right? I was shocked and surprised too. I'm thinking we're going to be able to get to Esplanade simply and then, just describe the scene over there and see what's popping off over there. But we couldn't even get there. So we had to find, well, at least now we have to find an alternate route to see what's going on. But this is going toward Esplanade, and you can see just tree, debris, leaves, sticks.
And I know that the French Quarter doesn't normally flood. That's the highest ground in the city. But are you seeing any sort of water? I know with all the electrical grids down, we were worried about the Sewage and Water Board being able to pump out that water. But it doesn't seem like there's any water in the ground around you.
Well, that's the good news. Yeah, I have. Well, we've only driven 2 blocks, but the good news is that we have not seen any water on Governor Nichols, Burgundy, and Ursuline. So that is good news there. Now, if there's water anywhere else, we'll let you know. But as of right now, the good news is that at least here in the French Quarter, we have not seen any water. This is pretty much the big scene, is the fact that you still have this major tree that snapped pretty much on top of this person's car. But as far as water, as of right now, we're good.
Yeah, and I think what you are experiencing is very indicative of what people will be facing when the sun rises. We know people are going to be in a rush to get out and try to survey the damage. You have to be so careful, though. As you said, you only made it about 2 blocks because of the trees down, the difficulty moving around. You've already run into damage. And then you have to be careful with things like power lines.
Right.
So you have to be very careful. You don't want to rush out tonight or tomorrow morning without being careful as people try to assess the damage. I know you've done a lot of storm coverage, Duke, and this is one of the big issues, navigating through the damage.
Navigating through the damage and not realizing whether or not those power lines are hot or not. And again, that's why a lot of those emergency officials say don't go anywhere until everything is safe, because you don't know what you could be touching. You don't know whether or not if your power is still on and that cord is still hot, and that could be end up into a tragic situation. So that is why a lot of folks are or at least a lot of emergency officials are urging folks to wait at this time. We know a lot of people want to figure out what is going on, how long the power will take before it gets restored. Trust me, once we find out those answers, we'll relay that information to you. But as of right now, especially as the day progresses, take your time if you can. Don't come out if you can. We understand a lot of folks want to get out and see what's happening. But as of right now, we don't know, because this is what we've just seen, just literally just going 2 blocks, not even realizing that a tree snapped. What if we were just trying to get to our destination and didn't realize that could have been a tragic situation? And so again, just heed that warning, ladies.
Yeah, and I do want to bring Peyton into the conversation here. So Peyton, as we're looking at the damage here in the French Quarter, how high did the winds get here? Of course, we were here all night hearing them howling.
I don't have an exact measurement in the quarter, but we did see wind gusts approaching 90 over parts of the metro. We were expecting it over 100. So it's going to be different for every location, but very well, especially on the western side of the metro, close to 100 miles per hour. And then it would have been even higher as you went further west into the river parishes and into the bayou parishes. So that's where you start to get into the more structural damage. But we did see, we've had reports of some structural damage across the New Orleans metro as well out west.
And so, Duke, kind of take people through what we saw through the night in the French Quarter here. Of course, we saw a lot of wind, which I think was the major story.
Yeah, we definitely saw a lot of wind, and that is the major story. I'm going to ask our photographer, Whitney, to pan her camera to the right, and you can pretty much see, again, the tree snapped in half on top of this blue vehicle here on Burgundy and Governor Nichols Street. You can sort of see the leaves and trees and branches on the ground. Again, just how strong those winds were from Mother Nature last night. I'm also going to ask our photographer, Whitney, to pan our camera also to Cosmos once we make our way a little bit closer to the intersection of Governor Nichols and Burgundy, just to kind of give a glimpse of how strong Mother Nature was last night. You can pretty much see over here. Now, normally the sign Cosmos would normally hang from this. And as you can see, it's pretty much just hanging by this cord, unfortunately, because of the fact that those winds were strong. And so this is what we've seen. Now, we also spoke to you all like literally less than 10 minutes ago. Photographer Whitney, if you can pan your camera to your left this time, we were literally a block away. Now, you can't even see where we were when we told you there was a tree snap. That's how that's how dark it is right now. You really have to take your time and assess the situation and make sure you're taking your take time to get to where you have to go. If you have to leave, we strongly suggest that you don't. But if you have to leave, take your time to make sure you get to your destination safely, because not even a block away, you can't even see it because it's so dark. There's a tree that snapped this way. I'm going to ask our photographer Whitney to pan the camera again this way to her left. There we go. This is Governor Nichols going toward the French Market. I want to show you a picture, or at least what's on the ground here. And she pointed this out to me as well, photographer Whitney, that there's some pottery on the ground. It's this red little, I guess, some pieces.
Probably from a pot that somebody, somebody probably had a potted plant up on their balcony that maybe fell off. Duke,
exactly.
Some of these trees, that's a problem
Go
in
ahead,
downtown
Leslie.
with the catch basins. Like that tree, if it doesn't get properly removed and all those leaves we just saw on the ground removed, they're going to clog the catch basins.
And that could be a situation that could cause flooding. We've covered those stories as well. We're going to walk a little bit, try to walk and talk. We're not going to go too far because we don't know the situation down here.
Duke, as you walk, you just talked
Nichols.
with Sheba about, you know, the wind we heard howling all night long at the station. And now that you're walking out there and it is pitch black, I mean, how just is it just dead silent, and how eerie is that?
Well, it's definitely something out of a horror film, because normally in the French Quarter, you would hear people out and about, whether it's 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. You know, we work the morning shift. Normally there's someone out and about, being loud or what have you. There's the city of New Orleans. And so the fact that you don't hear anything, the fact that it is really dark, the fact that you see the storm damage, the trees, the debris, the limb, the branches on the ground, it's very different, especially when everything looks different at night. Again, this is more pottery from someone's balcony. Another tree, part of a tree, I should say, that snapped because of those winds from last night. Again, this is walking down a block from where we were, from Governor Nichols and Burgundy, making our way to the next street over. And so this is the situation here. So again, if this is only the French Quarter, we can only imagine what the rest of the city looks like when we have better lighting and to see what is happening everywhere else. But again, this is a lot. This is a lot, Leslie.
And we heard Asha's report. Gosh, my days are running together. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but she was talking about just how the wind's stronger in between the buildings.
Yeah, Peyton mentioned that as well. In between buildings, high-rise buildings, you get stronger gusts of winds there.
Wow.
Yes.
Honestly, I didn't realize there were
tell.
so many trees in the French Quarter, guys.
Didn't realize. I'm sorry. I just saw a gentleman. I was trying to be aware of my surroundings at this time. I apologize. But there's definitely a lot of trees here in the French Quarter. Was not expecting to see this scene early this morning with the tree branches, the limbs on the ground as far from those branches. Just to see this debris, I was not expecting to see this much. So we're just assessing the situation here. We were surprised to see not one, but 2 trees down in a matter of like 2 blocks, and then to see a tree down on top of a car. I mean, it's very telling. It's very telling to see how strong Hurricane Ida at that time was last night.
All right. Yeah, we are going to let you go, Duke, because again, very telling. Duke was trying to show us what's going on in the area. He's only made it 2 blocks. You guys can see all the downed trees, even some that have caused damage to some cars there. So Duke, we're going to give you a chance to get to somewhere else and check back in with us. Thank you so much for your reporting, and remember to stay safe.
Thanks.
All right, guys, we're going to continue our Hurricane Ida coverage in just a moment.
Stay with us.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida.
Thank you for joining us. It is now 2 a.m. and Hurricane Ida has weakened to a Category 1 hurricane as it heads north, but more rain will be impacting southeast Louisiana this morning.
That's right. So let's get straight over to Jade Cunningham with some things you need to know. Well, good morning. It's 2:01 now, and here's a look at what you need to know as the storm begins to move forward and leave Louisiana. Several boil water advisories are in effect across southeast Louisiana. If you're on the east bank of Jefferson Parish, you must boil your water. A precautionary boil water advisory is also in effect in St. Charles Parish due to a number of leaks in the system. All Tammany Utilities customers in St. Tammany Parish need to boil their water as well. Everyone who lives east and south of the Gulf Intercoastal Waterway, Terrebonne Parish, are under a boil water advisory. The Louisiana DOTD sent out a reminder to stay off the roads this morning. It tells us parts of I-10 and I-12 are impassable. There's also debris down trees and power lines on many roads. The DOTD says it will have crews out clearing the roads when it is safe to do so, but as you can probably imagine, that could take a while. We will be with you through all of this. You can follow our coverage on our website and on our free WWL-TV mobile app. Guys. All right, Jade, thank you very much. We are checking in on things all across the area. We were just speaking to our Duke Carter in the French Quarter and looking at the darkness there. This is a look out in New Orleans East.
Yeah, just pitch black there.
Yeah.
That's the story in New Orleans right now.
It's because all 8 transmission lines that deliver power to New Orleans are out of service. So across Louisiana for Entergy customers, we're seeing more than 850,000 outages. And Leslie, of course, that doesn't include CLECO, St. Tammany, and Washington Power, which, you know, provide power to other people in our state.
And we just saw the standing water on the side of that roadway as well. So yeah, I mean, we got to wait several hours for the sun to come up and kind of assess the damage. But you also mentioned cell service, like you have AT&T, so does Peyton, so do I. Absolutely no service right now.
Right. And some people are confused because we are still getting some text messages. I believe when you're connected to Wi-Fi, some of those still go through from iPhone user to iPhone user. But yeah, we don't have cell service right now. That is impacting us reaching out to some officials this morning, but we're doing our best to get you that information. So let's get over to Peyton.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And you're talking about everything spotty right now. That's what we expect after a significant storm like this. And I don't want the people in the bayou parishes, the river parishes, the North Shore, anyone to think we've forgotten about them. It's just, it takes a minute. We got to get people there, and the cell phone service being down, it just takes a minute. So we're going to be, you know, through the rest of the night. It's 2 a.m. right now. Stay home for the time being. It's too dangerous to still be outside. While conditions have certainly improved south of the lake and towards the bayou parishes and river parishes, you just don't know what debris is hanging on out there. You don't know what power lines are down. You don't want to make contact with the power line that maybe is still hot, and it gets you in, with some problems. So just stay put for now. And I know a lot of people who are watching us probably aren't even watching us on TV. You're probably watching us if you're on your phone, Roku, Fire Stick, YouTube, you name it. We're streaming everywhere. You're probably not even in Southeast Louisiana. Maybe you evacuated. But here's what we're looking at with Ida right now. It's a Category 1 storm still. This is a 1 a.m. It is barely a Category 1 storm, so it is going to be a tropical storm at some point later this morning. Still some pretty strong wind gusts there, and it's moving north at 9 miles an hour. So it's not stalling, but it is moving somewhat slowly, and that's why it has taken its time. I mean, it's been over 12 hours, and it is still in Louisiana. It made landfall near Port Fourchon, or right over Port Fourchon, around noon yesterday at 11:55 a.m., and within 14 hours, it is still moving through our area. So that's why our event has been so prolonged. It's not moving all that fast. It was riding around that high pressure. It kind of slowed down a little bit, and it's taken its time moving on through. We do still have the heaviest rain on the North Shore, and I do think we're getting some pretty intense winds. I got to step off screen here. I can't even connect to my computer so I can control it at the wall. But we are looking at some pretty strong winds, I think, moving through parts of northern Tangi, going over to St. Helena. I'm going to zoom in here, and we're going to look at this a little bit closer. And this is where we're seeing the most intense part of the hurricane still. So if you are in Amite, if you are in Kentwood, you've got some really strong winds blowing on through. This is going to be I-55. You're going up towards Macomb. We've got some really strong winds. This is essentially not technically an eye wall anymore, but this is where the eye wall was as it began to dissipate. And this, we'll call it an eye wall at this point. So that's what's impacting this area in northern Tangi and going up into southwest Mississippi. So we're talking into Pike County, moving up towards Walthall County, Wilkinson County, Lincoln County, and along I-55. I was seeing some reports that even I-55 up around Macomb could be blocked thanks to debris. So we are still seeing that the reason that you still need to be home, it's too dangerous to be out on the roads, it's too dangerous to be out walking. There's just too many things that could cause you problems, and we don't want you dealing with that. Now, as you look further down into St. Tammany Parish, that's still where we're seeing some pretty heavy rainfall, but we are getting some breaks in the heaviest of the rain in parts of St. Tammany. So let me zoom in here, and we've got radars on across the region. Our New Orleans radar is actually down. They are dealing with communication problems in New Orleans, and I believe our National Weather Service out of Jacksonville is currently helping the National Weather Service in New Orleans thanks to those communication problems. So fortunately, we do have other radars, like we're going to use the radar out of Brandon, Mississippi, which is up around Jackson. And you could see there some pretty heavy rain continuing, but we're getting a break from the heaviest of the rain in parts of St. Tammany. Still a pretty good band up from Slidell to Picayune and right along I-59. We still got heavy rain and strong winds over in Mississippi. And the heaviest of rain is going to start to wind down in Hammond, but it's still pretty breezy up there. We did have a wind gust reported of about 59 miles per hour in Hammond just an hour ago as this essentially this eye wall moved on through. So the worst of it in Amite up through Kentwood, from Independence, Tangipahoa included. Osaka is included in this, where the winds are going to get pretty strong up towards Magnolia, and then eventually to Macomb within the next probably couple of hours. Things are really going to go downhill up there with regard to some significant wind gusts, possibly over 80 to 90 miles per hour. Now, south of the lake, and as I mentioned, we don't want anyone to think we've forgotten about. There's just so much to talk about and cover. The river parishes, we know that Laplace, I mean, just absolutely devastating what they went through last night with talking about the storm surge coming in off the lake. That was because of the strong winds. And as the eye moved right near Laplace, got pretty bad. Things are really improving there. It's still windy. And I was looking at some of the tidal gauges out here, but this should continue to drop, at least your tides out here. They're going to remain elevated, but with a wind now coming this direction into the lake, it's not pushing water in anymore. I was looking at one of our tide levels out on the Lake Pontchartrain here on the South Shore. So we're talking about New Canal, which is west in there. And you would think the levels are dropping, but they're actually going up. Our levels are sitting at about 5 feet. So there's still some pretty significant flooding on the lakefront in New Orleans. And you can only imagine it's going to be much higher there on the North Shore. We are in high tide right now. So a lot of our area is in high tide, which means that's only going to add to the surge a little bit. And our low tide will not be until later on this afternoon. But our tides are still coming on up here on the South Shore in New Orleans. Looking at the Mississippi River, it is finally dropping after it rose pretty to around 11, 12 feet yesterday. And then, as I mentioned, on the North Shore, we still have plenty of lakefront flooding or lakeshore flooding, whether you're in Madisonville, Mandeville, or going over towards Lacombe. And then that's pushing up into the river. So that's the other story here we're going to be following today. There are the rivers, and how much of an impact do we see? How much of an impact do we see from rivers flooding up on the North Shore. We are forecasting a lot of these rivers to get into the major flood stage or near major flood stage over the next 24 to 48 hours. So notice it is still gusty. It's not nearly as bad. New Orleans is seeing 25-mile-per-hour sustained winds to 21, gusting between 30 and 40. North Shore has seen some higher gusts, but things are slowly improving. The rest of the area, I mean, really today and tomorrow are going to be gusty with southerly winds. The tides are going to remain high, and it's probably not going to be about until Wednesday that we start to see improvements overall. And then by the end of the week, the weather is looking drier, but it's still going to be pretty hot out there, guys.
All right. Thank you very much, Peyton. And we should recap that this is now a Category 1 storm. Yeah. We're looking at 75 miles per hour winds.
Up in northern Tangi, yeah. And Amy, Kentwood, in the thick of it right now. So if you're watching us up there, it's probably sounding a bit scary. Sure. Make sure you're not near windows. Make sure you're in a part of your house. I mean, trees fall up there. There's big, tall trees. And you want to be somewhere in your house where you're not under one of those big, tall trees just in case it does come down. I've already seen pictures of trees on houses on the North Shore.
And yesterday you were teaching us about that wind advisory. I can't remember the specific name for
the
it.
Extreme wind warning.
Extreme wind
We're
warning.
not going to have that. The winds have to be probably about 115 or greater to get that, and we don't have that. So you still need to take it seriously, but it's not to that threshold of what we saw in the Bayou parishes and parts of the La Place and up through the river. That's actually where you get structural damage. I mean, roofs can be peeled off, and you can actually see homes with significant damage in that type of wind.
All right. Thank you very much, Peyton. All right, we are following many issues this morning, guys. Power outages, boil water advisories. So we want to make you aware of some boil water advisories in the area right now. The entire East Bank of Jefferson Parish, they lost pressure there. So the entire East Bank of Jefferson Parish is under a boil water advisory.
In St. Charles, there's a precautionary boil advisory for the entire parish due to a number of leaks in the system.
And then St. Tammany, all Tammany utility customers are advised to boil their water right now. We did speak with Michael Vincino with St. Tammany Parish, and he told us that one is precautionary. They just want to make sure that everything is safe, which we're hearing from a lot of the parishes. But he did remind us it could take days for the State Department of Health to clear that water and make sure that it's safe for people to drink. So you're going to need to boil your water if you are in St. Tammany.
Also in Terrebonne Parish, east and south of the Gulf Intercoastal Waterway, you're under a boil water advisory as well.
And we talk about boil water advisories a lot. We talk about them with storms because there's disruptions to the pressure or the power that trigger these. NOLA Ready always has a great guide on their website of what to do during a boil water advisory. So let's kind of go over some of that. You're not supposed to, of course, consume the tap water. You should use bottled or boiled water to drink, cook, brush your teeth, and mix baby formula. One of my friends who lives in Kenner, though, is saying that only do they not have water to boil. She's saying there is no water to boil. They have zero water pressure, right, coming out of the faucet. This is why they tell you to get bottled water ahead of storms. They tell you to wash fruits and vegetables with bottled or boiled water. Don't use that, of course, to make ice because you would still then be consuming it. And to be safe, you don't want to give it to your pets either, Leslie.
And that's another reason why they say to go ahead and fill up the bathtub and stuff too, so you can use that to, flush the toilets.
Yeah, another big question people always have is, can you bathe in the water? If you're a healthy adult, I always like to make clear, you actually can bathe or shower with tap water during a boil water advisory. Of course, don't swallow it. You know how some people shower with their mouths open. Yeah. That's a whole nother issue. You want to give babies and young children a sponge bath or use boiled water to bathe. Now, if you have an open wound or a weakened immune system, that is who is not supposed to bathe in water during a boil water advisory. But a regular healthy adult, you cannot drink it. You shouldn't be using it to wash your fruits and vegetables, but you absolutely can take a bath in it. Officials say that is just fine.
All right, and New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell, she's warning people not to leave their homes as the entire city has lost that power due to the compromised power plant. The mayor and NOPD Chief Sean Ferguson spoke late last night.
We need you all to remain sheltering in place throughout the evening. It's vitally important. Conditions are still severe throughout the city of New Orleans, but also we've now lost power. The plant that provides power to Entergy New Orleans was compromised. This plant is not located in Orleans Parish. However, we rely on this plant to ensure that we have power throughout the city. Right now, it's compromised, which means it's very dangerous. In addition to the storm, also without electricity, but this is citywide. So this is the time to continue to remain in your safe places. not a time to venture out throughout our city at all. It's unsafe.
I will echo the same. Without power, that creates opportunities for some, and we will not tolerate that. We will implement our anti-looting deployment to ensure the safety of our citizens, ensure the safety of our citizens' property. And as the mayor also stated, because it is dark, because it is without power, we need to be vigilant, because you are traveling in an area in which you will put yourself in danger, which ultimately will put our public safety members in danger. So please shelter in place, and we will get through this together.
Chief, I'm going to echo just that. We will get through this together. Remain calm, and please sign up for NOLA Ready alerts by texting NOLA Ready to 77295. We will continue to keep you informed as we learn more and as we do more to protect you and your families. Now listen, continue to listen, and thank you so much for all that you've done throughout this very trying time for all of us. But again, as the chief indicated, we're going to get through this better than we've ever done before. Thank you.
All right. And Mayor LaToya Cantrell did bring up that issue to the power being provided to the Sewage and Water Board. They were provided backup generation from Entergy, because remember, Entergy lost all 8 transmission lines that deliver power to New Orleans, which is just absolutely unbelievable. It's why all of Orleans Parish, except for those with generators, do not have power.
And speaking of which, Duke Carter is still out live in the French Quarter for us. Let's go check back in with him. Hey, Duke, where are you now?
Hey, good morning, ladies. Yeah, we are here on Esplanade near the restaurant in Little Dizzy's, maybe a block away from Little Dizzy's. But remember, we were talking to you all earlier about down power lines, and because of the fact that's the reason why people should stay home. Well, this is exactly one here. We were talking, photographer and I were just chit-chatting. We're like, oh, wait, this is one that we can show you exactly. The reason why people need to stay at home is because of the fact that we don't know how many down power lines there are. And because of the fact that she has a good eye in this darkness, she saw this. I also want to bring your attention to another thing that caught our attention as well. Of course, people getting the warning, but another tree, shocker, right here on Esplanade that snapped in half because of the fact that Mother Nature, again, those winds were very strong last night. You can see pretty much where it snapped here. It looks like it's near the base. So luckily, at this situation, though, it doesn't seem like it hit anything here except for maybe just a neutral ground. There's a lot of debris here in the road blocking our way going to Ward. I believe that's Claiborne up there near Manchu. I'm trying to give at least a relative location of what is nearby. For me, is food. But here we're talking about, like, again, a tree that snapped here on a neutral ground here on Esplanade near Lil Dizzy's restaurant. Again, you can just pretty much see where it snapped here near Esplanade North Village. Now I can see the street name. Again, this is just a situation that we're seeing here all around the French Quarter here on Esplanade. You can pretty much see that there's just tree limbs, branches just everywhere because of the fact that we're dealing with strong winds. I want to have our photographer pan the camera, actually do a 180 with the camera. We were driving, I should say, up Esplanade from Burgundy. We couldn't get on Esplanade. We had to take another route. But there were some trees that were also leaning because of those strong winds. I don't know if we can see it because, again, it's so dark at this time and we don't have a lot of power. But there were trees that were literally are still leaning because of those strong winds from Ida last night. So again, this is a way going toward the river here on Esplanade. Just again, you see a lot of branches, a lot of tree limbs here on the ground. That is pretty much the case here, especially when you have a lot of trees in the area. You're going to pretty much see that. So again, we're just assessing the situation. But again, this is one reason why city leaders and officials say, please don't leave your home, because of the fact that you have down trees and especially down lines that could be hot. And of course, that could lead to a tragic situation if you try to move it. Ladies?
Dude, be very careful out there. It's interesting. A lot of people parked on the neutral ground to get their cars up higher, and that's where those trees are. So I fear all across the city there's going to be trees on cars.
And hopefully it won't be too much of a significant damage. But yeah, that is pretty much the case. Let's actually come walk with me. This is one car that decided to park on the ground. And luckily, this tree, I mean, it's touching it, but it's not snapped, at least give me some light. There we go. It's not snapped in half. It's just the fact that these branches are just touching it. So it's not a lot of damage here. Maybe a couple of scratches because of from the branches, because of Mother Nature was being a little bit strong last night. You can pretty much see a couple of scratches here. But for the most part, at least it's not like how the other car that we showed you all on Burgundy, the blue vehicle with the tree on top of it.
Yeah, and we just want to stress, you really haven't gone far from the station. We all stayed here for the storm, and you've experienced so much damage, so much trouble getting around. It just gives you a sense of widespread how much we're going to see when the sun comes up.
And that is the concerning part. Like this, like you just said, Shiva, just to echo exactly what you said, like we really don't know how significant the damage is. This is just specifically just here, just 2-3 blocks from the station, making our way toward Esplanade. And this is what we're seeing. So imagine those other areas that may have gotten those roofs turned off, blown off, those other areas that may experience some other sort of significant damage. So we're just only showing you all a small glimpse of what the entire city is experiencing. And so I think we're supposed to head to another spot off of Rampart. I believe that's another location that also experienced damage. So again, this is just a glimpse of just what we're experiencing so far since we just got out here maybe about, 25 minutes ago?
All right, Duke, well then we're going to let you move on to the next destination. We appreciate you kind of showing us what you can. And again, be safe as you're moving around out there.
All right, now we want to go back out to St. Bernard Parish, where Paul Murphy has an update. And this was actually from last night and that barge situation.
A situation here in St. Bernard Parish that parish leaders are watching very closely. We understand that there are 22 barges that have broken loose and are now in the Mississippi River near mile marker 86. Earlier in the day, we were talking about 2 ferry boats that got loose. Now we're talking about 22 barges that got loose. And just a little while ago, we spoke with the parish emergency operation manager, John Ram, about this situation. John, what can you tell us about the 22 barges in the Mississippi?
Yeah, well, this afternoon, President McGinnis asked me about 22 barges that broke loose, so I'm going to contact them. So I called the Coast Guard, the operations desk, and it was confirmed that 22 barges broke loose in the river this afternoon, approximately a half hour or so ago, at mile marker 87, which is downriver from PBF and right near Valero Refineries. They're currently still in the river. They cannot go out to try and secure them with this weather. Don't know what's in them or where they came from or just what the circumstances were that led to them breaking loose.
Now, what are your concerns about these barges in the river?
Well, the major concern is maybe hitting a levee somewhere. That would be the biggest issue right now. Don't have any idea what's in the barges. But like I said, the biggest concern is whether or not they're going to strike a levee. But at this point, I don't think it's going to happen with the way the river's not moving that fast. I think we just got to get them secured as soon as possible.
And your municipal water intake system is also along that side of the river.
It's on the east bank, but it's further up. This is further down by the refineries.
What is the plan now to?
Well, I don't know who's going to do that. The Coast Guard used to get a hold of somebody to go out there and try and get them together. But as far as we're concerned, we want to keep eyes on and make sure we know what's going on. The whole we're trying to speed it up as soon as possible.
What do you make of this? We have those 22 barges, and then we also have the 2 ferry boats that got loose as well around 1:30 this afternoon.
Right. Well, with this constant wind, it's been gusting up probably 90 miles an hour or so. With the moored, if it wasn't moored properly, it'd break away fairly easy. I don't know how the barges broke loose. They should have been lashed all together properly. But with this wind and the rain coming down, anything's possible.
I'll tell you, it is going to be a while before they can go wrangle those barges. I can tell you, just we are experiencing the heaviest rain and the highest winds that we have so far of the storm. It's even hard to stand up here, and I'm being protected by the parish government building here. I want you to take a look at one thing. If I could get you to zoom in down here, there's this tree that I'm watching at the end of this walkway that is bending over. Looks like the wind is about ready to catch it. We've seen pieces of trees out here that are ripped off the trees. We've seen leaves as well. And you can only imagine what areas in eastern St. Bernard are going through right now with not only the wind and rain, but also the storm surge. We saw some dramatic video a little while ago from down in the Delacroix area that are already experiencing 12-foot storm surge. And I'll tell you, listening to Karen's report is just very frightening. And unfortunately, this storm was supposed to be out of here by now, according to the St. Bernard Parish leaders. And it's going to be probably morning before we really can tell the true damage from Ida. That's the story here in St. Bernard. Paul Murphy, Eyewitness News.
And again, that was our Paul Murphy showing us the situation with 22 barges that got loose. That was last night, though. We did actually speak with St. Bernard Parish President Guy McGinnis earlier this morning to get an update on that situation. He confirmed that those 22 barges were loose. He said that 4 of them did damage a dock at the Valero refinery there, but he did want to address the issue, saying that they did not impact any levees as far as he knew. I asked him if those 22 barges were secure at this point, and he actually said he still wasn't sure, but you heard there, because of the conditions last night, it was very difficult for them to go out and secure those. So we're trying to get an update from the Coast Guard as soon as we can.
And we heard Paul mention Karen's report on the Metairie Tower condominiums. Actually, that's where we find Meg Ferris this morning. She's going to have an update for us. So let's go live out to Meg in Metairie. Hey, Meg.
Good morning, Leslie. So Metairie Towers is a 7-story condominium building. It's in the 400 block of Metairie Road. So we're just 4 blocks from the 17th Street Canal to give you perspective. And going that way a few blocks over is the railroad tracks that go over Metairie Road. So let me show you what's going on here. Of course, everything's pitch dark here, but it looks like if you go all the way up, tilt up, Rickney's to the top floor, it looks like part of the roof or part of the building, it's hard to tell, just blew off. And all over the ground is all sorts of debris. And I went up to the doors just to see if I could see anyone. There looked like there was water in the lobby. I don't see anyone being evacuated. Maybe they already did, or maybe people are just in their condominiums right now, waiting till daylight. This place is for anyone of any age, but I would say most of the residents are elderly. Some are not. There are a few families that live here, but so I don't know if they're going to be closing the whole condominium, and all of these residents are going to have to find homes. There's 3 wings of this, so it's 7 floors, but 3 huge wings. So a lot of residents live here. So we're trying to find someone to give us a little more information to find out what's going to happen, or is it just going to affect the people who are right in that one tower? Either way you look at it, it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people who are going to be affected. So that's what's going on here on Metairie Road right now. And we'll bring you more as soon as we find out more. Reporting live from Old Metairie, Meg Ferris, Eyewitness News.
Yeah, and another big issue we're following this morning, Meg, I don't know if you're experiencing this, but none of us in the studio have cell service this morning. I'm actually seeing an update right now from Orleans Parish Communications District saying that if someone has an emergency, they actually need to go to their nearest fire station or find an officer because 911 is experiencing technical difficulties.
Yeah, oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah, sorry, Meg. That's okay. We were just saying.
Yes. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. Yes. Yeah, no, I heard what you're saying. I know that because I tried to call some people this morning and it's saying that there's no cell service. I have cell service for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah, I would imagine the towers, were damaged. So here's what I've learned, and I don't know if you can do this. Are you able to text? Because a lot of times you can text because the data that streams through is a lot smaller than when you make a phone call. So people should, of course, try to start texting people first to see if they can get through. But yeah, that's very important with people who have emergencies. And of course, the other thing when you're talking about getting someone if you have an emergency is the emergency rooms. I mean, now's not the time to go out of your house and hang out on a high ladder to try to get debris or something. Because if you fall and break something, there's just no room or hospitals right now that can take you with all the serious COVID going on and other injuries. So yes, emergency situation, that is going to be a problem for a while.
Definitely. And can I ask your cell phone service provider, because all of us without power this morning or cell service have AT&T?
Yes, I have Verizon.
Okay, so we'll have to figure out, we haven't figured out if it's connected to a specific provider or just cell service in general. Definitely a major issue this morning, but you made a great point. You can still text from iPhone to iPhone, I believe, if you have Wi-Fi. So we are doing that right now. All right, thank you so much, Meg. We'll check back in with you in just a bit.
Okay.
All right, let's get back over to Peyton now, guys. And the latest on Ida, which thankfully is finally weakening. Where are the winds at now, Peyton?
Parts of the North Shore are still getting some pretty significant winds. Just looking at our latest reports coming in from some of our sites here, we had oh gosh, I just lost it. It was a 60-something mile per hour wind gust, 68 mile per hour wind gust as of 2 a.m. In parts of Mandeville. That's going to be close to the lakefront. So we're still seeing tropical storm conditions on the North Shore. It's getting pretty rough up there in parts of northern Tangi, all the way from Hammond going up to the north. Up into Washington Parish, you're getting some strong winds. And that's as the kind of core of Ida is lifting up to the north, about to move into Mississippi. So the worst of it is winding down south of the lake, at least with regards to wind and the rain. The surge is still pretty high in some locations, but the North Shore is still getting quite a bit, of winds this morning. So let me go back here. I want to show you what we've got going on radar with Ida. And you can see there's the center of it. And really the worst part's moving up from around Amite and up towards Kentwood. Kentwood's probably getting some pretty strong winds right now. As of 1 a.m., it was a 75 mile per hour hurricane. I imagine it's back down to a tropical depression. We'll wait and see what the Hurricane Center ends up issuing with the next advisory. They didn't put out a 2 a.m. We'll see if we get a 3 a.m. From them. But there you can see they're going to be moving into Macomb within the next couple of hours. Conditions going to be going down to the hill there, and it's going to be dealing with quite strong winds up in the southwest Mississippi. Still lots of rainfall on the Mississippi coast as well, from Hancock County all the way to Harrison County up into Pearl River County. Need to watch for some street flooding. And I will say the rain could be heavy at times and could definitely lead to some ponding on roads and some of that street flooding. So be careful there. It's, of course, adding to our rivers, but also the surge is still coming on in. The center is here, so the winds are out of the south wrapping up into it. So we have southerly flow over the entire area. So we're still seeing onshore flow on the Mississippi coast, on the Louisiana coast, and on the North Shore. And I will say, you would think the tides would be dropping right now for parts of the South Shore thanks to the northerly wind, or the southerly wind pushing everything to the north. But I was just looking at one of our tide gauges in New Orleans at Weston there, and it's actually at its highest point so far because we're going into high tide. So we're seeing about 5 feet right now in the New Orleans Lake here on the South Shore. It's going to be higher on the North Shore. So our rivers are currently rising, and they're all expected to get to near major flood stage or into major flood stage by later tonight, going into early Tuesday morning. So rivers are going to continue to rise through the rest of tonight, through tomorrow, or through your Monday and into Tuesday. Now, if you're watching us in the Bayou parishes, Thibodaux, Houma, up along the river, we have not forgotten about you. It is just that whenever you get a hurricane this significant, information is very slow to come in. It's dark outside. Some areas don't have cell service, these types of things. So we've got to be patient. We are trying to get all that information down there. All of our weather sites have gone down because of the significant winds. So it just takes a little bit of time, but we are working to get, of course, more information from down there, from some of our hardest hit areas.
Peyton, we do want to get back to you in just a second, but we're actually just learning of a fire that the NOFD is watching. This is breaking news. This fire is at St. Claude and Andre. All we know right now is that it is a 2-alarm fire. It does appear to be some kind of business and not a residential structure. But again, we pulled these pictures from the NOFD's Twitter, so we don't have a ton of information right now. And this is right on the border of the lower 9th Ward Holy Cross neighborhood.
That's right. And if you look closely at some of the buildings, like to the left top above that ATM sign, it looks like this is the St. Claude Fresh Market. And it looks like you see those doors just kind of roll up. I think there might be multiple businesses inside here. But as you mentioned, this is going on right now. The NOFD just tweeted it, one of the chiefs. And so that's 2-alarm fire, St. Claude and Andre Street.
Sure. And again, we haven't actually spoken with the NOFD. It does appear from the picture that they have that fire under control, but we will try to get you more information on that as soon as we can. Again, just some images there at St. Claude and Andre.
And of course, electricity out all over town. So you see kind of like the orange tint and it makes you think of fire, but I think that's just like the sirens and the lights from the fire trucks illuminating the building.
Sure. And we've been talking about the issue with getting emergency help this morning because we're experiencing cell service issues, and we're hearing that from a lot of other people. And again, the Orleans Parish Communications District sent out a tweet not too long ago saying that if you were in need of emergency services, that you should actually go to your nearest fire station or look for an officer. Because they said that they are experiencing technical difficulties when it comes to 911.
And that's hard with all the trees down, and it might not be that easy to get to a fire station or flag down a cop.
Sure. All right. Very difficult situations we're monitoring this morning. But again, we'll keep an eye on this 2-alarm fire at St. Claude and Andre.
All right, Hurricane Ida is making its way out of southeast Louisiana, but the fallout is, of course, going to be felt here for quite a while.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten a full assessment of the damage. Of course, we're waiting until the sun rises later this morning for more people to send in reports. Let's get over to our Jade Cunningham with some things you need to know.
Well, it's 2:34. We are monitoring everything in regards to Hurricane Ida. So here is the latest on what you need to know. We were notified just a few minutes ago the Emergency Communications Center for the city of New Orleans is experiencing technical difficulties. They tweeted out this message. It reads in part, quote, "If you find yourself in an emergency, please go to your nearest fire station or approach your nearest officer." Updates will come once the issue has been fixed. Meanwhile, the St. Charles Parish Sheriff's Office is also reporting both of their 911 emergency and non-emergency lines are currently down. They are in the process of trying to get them restored as soon as possible. We, of course, will let you know when those services are back up and running. The Plaquemines Parish government says any evacuees from the Alliance levee failure can go to the Belle Chase Auditorium if they need shelter. That's located on State Highway 23. We were first notified of the levee failure late last night. Ida has already been blamed for at least one death in Louisiana. Deputies with the Ascension Parish Sheriff's Office responded to a report someone was hurt by a fallen tree at a home in Prairieville. They later said that that person died. And you can follow our coverage of Hurricane Ida on our website and, of course, with our free WWL-TV mobile app.
All right, thank you very much, Dave. We want to get back out to our Duke Carter, who's trying to make his way around the city today to show us some of the damage. Right now, he's at Rampart and Toulouse. Let's get back over to him.
Hey, good morning, Sheba. Yeah, as you just mentioned, we are here at Rampart and Toulouse. And again, we're trying to make our way down Rampart going to Ward. Going to Ward Canal, and here's what we saw. We saw this again on this building. Some of the siding has come off from the winds from last night. And you can just see just how much of the siding has come off from this building here at Rampart and Toulouse. And so you can just see that the siding has fallen on some of the grounds over here. And that's just one area where the siding has fallen. But there's other parts of the area where the siding has fallen as well. We were just trying to drive around, and some of the sidings actually fallen in some of the streets over here as well. We want to have a photographer pan left across Rampart. See if you can see the garbage can that's in the middle of the road here on Rampart. Yeah, you can just pretty much see again just how strong the winds were last night. We did see the good news, and Leslie, that was a question you asked about. I think our previous hits. If we saw any police officers or firefighters roaming around the area, we have seen that happen specifically here on Rampart. So that is the good news here. But again, what you're looking at right now, this is some of the siding here that came off the building here at Rampart and Toulouse. You can just see how much has come off, where you're pretty much just seeing the structural foundation behind underneath some of the bricks here. You can even see some of the bricks and the debris still here on Rampart. And so this is just how strong Mother Nature was. This is very different compared to the tree limbs that we were talking about earlier, compared to the down power lines. But we have seen this happen just time and time again, especially when we experience a significant type of storm. And so here we go again, another tree that snapped in half right here by the police station. Again, Rampart and Toulouse snapped again at the base. We're going to do a little walk and talk, try to cross the street. But again, the good news is that we have seen the police units on scene circling the block, just making sure everything is okay as best as possible, since we are still in the dark. We're going to try to cross the street safely. But you can see, again, just how strong Mother Nature was with this snap here over here. Again, just how massive this tree is and how it fell on top of, pretty much this fence over here. And so you can see it snapped over here at the base into this fence here. And so we're just monitoring the conditions, seeing what is happening. But again, this is just a glimpse of what the city could be experiencing at this hour. Again, it's early, it's dark, so we really can't really give a full assessment of what we're seeing, but you can just see some of the sidings, some of the padding has come off. That's from the building from across the street that we're just telling you about. So those winds were definitely kicking last night. Ladies?
They definitely were. We're looking at so much damage across the area. And Duke, thank you for being out there and trying to give us a look. Look at all the debris. All right, we appreciate it. We'll check back in with you in just a few, Duke. Well, floodwaters have overwhelmed low-lying parts of Laplace, where families trapped in their homes are still calling for help.
Abby Larico has been following this story this morning and joins us with more. Hey, Abby.
Hey, so 911 lines are lighting up with calls for help, many from Laplace, where heavy flooding is overwhelming these homes, sending people to the attic, the roof, anywhere they can stay dry. The problem is St. John Parish officials say it's still too dangerous to send out their rescue crews. So people are turning to social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. People are sharing addresses of those needing rescue. I talked to Darianne Hudson, who's in Houston right now. She's been all over Twitter tonight trying to get help for her grandparents.
I'm doing well. Concerned about my grandparents.
So what's going on with your grandparents?
So pretty much, we were just at home relaxing, and we got a call from my aunt saying that their house was being flooded and that they're being rushed to the attic right now, or a few hours ago. So I got on social media and I posted their address, saying that they needed help, that it was 2 elderly adults and a puppy. So I'm trying to reach out and see if anyone could give us some help. So very grateful for social media these days. So I posted my tweet and people are replying, sending me numbers for the Cajun Navy, the parish that's out there, and pretty much.
So she says essentially getting some of these phone numbers really helped her know what to do from afar. So she's been sending messages to all sorts of people. And she says right now she's feeling okay. Her grandparents' phones ran out of power eventually, so she hasn't talked to them in a couple of hours. But first, she was able to let them know that they're on a couple of lists with the Cajun Navy. So she's hopeful that they're going to get out sometime tomorrow. She says also they are praying people. So she's hopeful that her grandma's spirits can stay high while they're staying in high ground right there.
Wow, that's such a scary situation. I can't imagine how helpless she feels, but so many people going through that situation right now can't get in touch with relatives, especially in that area.
So many, I was mentioning Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, they're all kind of, you don't typically think about posting addresses on these platforms, right? Well, that's pretty much all you're seeing if you look up Laplace right now is the addresses of these people. Sometimes it's somebody who has a little power on their cell phone. Maybe it's from a couple of hours ago saying, I'm trapped here, I have kids, I have pets. Other times it's somebody who's gotten a hold of a loved one and they're reaching out on their behalf. Other times though, you're seeing people just see somebody else's post and share that. So they're hoping to get some attention to these different addresses and hoping they can wind up on these lists as well. Cajun Navy phone numbers, by the way, are also being passed around quite a bit.
Wow. I can't even imagine being trapped in your house. Some people whose houses aren't multiple stories, climbing up into the attic. My attic is so hot when I go up there to get anything down. There's only one way out. So it must be absolutely terrifying. And we're looking, it's 2:41 in the morning. It's so dangerous right now because it's dark. So there's still so many more hours of these people just being completely terrifying. We're hoping the water's not still rising, just waiting for dawn to break and hopefully people getting out there soon to rescue them.
And hopefully with dawn means that not just the Cajun Navy and the people with boats who are going out there, but also some of these emergency officials who say they really do want to get out there and start helping people and start bringing people to safety. Safety, by the way, it depends on where you're going and who picks you up. I was talking to Darianne and she said she believes her grandparents would go to a local high school once somebody finds them and picks them up and brings them there, but they're also counting on them being able to get a hold of someone's phone who that has power and service once they get there to let one of their family members know. So even family all over the country right now is really invested in that, and then multiply that by so many other families right now.
This is one of those situations, guys, where social media is great.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to bring up. You found this young lady through social media. You mentioned how people are posting that they need to be rescued on social media or looking for others on social media. This storm, of course, hit on the 16th anniversary of Katrina, which is just, you know, completely eerie for so many people that same date. I was 16 back then. I remember looking for relatives you left, you couldn't get in touch with, who you thought might need to be rescued. Social media wasn't really a thing then. Cell phones weren't working. We looked for relatives, my grandmother, for weeks. This was so many people, and I think this is why the situation is so triggering, this storm, for so many people. But social media has helped and advanced things, even like search and rescue missions in so many ways.
Right, and especially in these moments where people are trying to stay connected, my goodness, how much do we have to do that over this past year, right? Learning how to connect with people. And I think these are, I don't want to say silver linings because I don't think we're at that point yet, but just seeing how many people are getting on social media and using their platforms to reach out to people on behalf of people that they don't even know, but they are seeing what they're saying about having kids, elderly relatives, pets even, needing some of this assistance. And that gets amplified, and you never know who knows somebody who could wind up being the person who shows up at your door with a boat.
Sure. You brought up the Cajun Navy, just a beautiful mission that they are out there to help folks. We always say in the worst of times, right, we see the best of our spirits. And as you said, folks out there who are just sharing this on social media because they want to help. Well, Abby, we were talking earlier, you're from St. Louis, you work in St. Louis. Was this your first time experiencing a hurricane?
First real hurricane. And I mean, as it's been said so many times before, you know, you experience one hurricane, you can't say you've experienced plenty of other hurricanes. I was in North Carolina for a storm a couple of years ago. That was a tropical storm by the time it hit. And even then, just experiencing being out there, you realize winds alone, and then that gave me something to gauge what we're talking about when we say 110 miles an hour. If I was being blown around by the ones in the 70s, being here and even just hanging around in New Orleans proper in the French Quarter here, it is really something to behold.
It is. Well, we appreciate you being here to help, guys. We have some of our reporters from other Tegna stations around the country helping us. Abby Lurico, one of them, again, she's from St. Louis. Thank you so much for being here and for this great story. We're wishing the best for this young lady and her family.
And hey, just a motivator, if you see somebody's post like this, go ahead and share it. You don't know, you could be helping them too.
Very true. Thank you so much, Abby.
And let's get back over to Peyton and talk just a little bit about why those river parishes, you know, we knew all about the storm surge. We anticipated some problems, but did St. John get hit and Laplace, did it get hit harder than we expected?
It was a perfect recipe. I'm trying to get the data here. We have all these tidal gauges that go on back in these areas because we are used to the backwater flooding, and a lot of these were added after Isaac or just before Isaac. And that is one of the last times we saw this significant amount of flooding was 2012, and Isaac was about the same time. Remember, it was about this time. The tides are still pretty high over here. I'm afraid we're still dealing with some pretty serious situations over here in St. John Parish. I was just looking at a tidal gauge that is going to be over in Bayou Manchac, so that's going to be a little bit further to the west there, but it is still very high. And the winds are still gusting. We just had a 74-mile-per-hour wind gust in Gulfport. This is far from over for areas. Things are certainly not as extreme as they were, but they are not to the point where it is extremely safe. I'm afraid we still have some significant flooding still ongoing out here in Laplace, and hopefully we can get some updates. I don't know how we're going to get them. It's the coverage is so spotty right now. It's so dangerous across the area, but I'm hoping we can get some updates on exactly what's going on over there in St. John Parish, as I'm afraid the water is still pretty high in some of those areas. We are in high tide right now. And Leslie, you were asking what's happening here. Two things are happening, I think. Some of these areas out in St. John, St. James, out here in the river parish, just picked up over a foot of rainfall yesterday. Now you couple that, we've got some rivers, that's all got to flow where? It's going to flow into either Lake Maurepas or Lake Pontchartrain. But the problem is Lake Pontchartrain was trying to flow up the rivers. So you've got two opposing forces here. The water's trying to drain into the lake. The water's trying to come out of the lake, up the rivers. That comes together. You're going to get significant water rise, and that's exactly what we had ongoing here. And that's why we've seen those videos of people having to get in their roofs and their attics or on their roofs trying to escape this water. Absolutely terrifying, but that's why the surge was more significant over here on the west side of the lake rather than down here in New Orleans. It's because the center of the storm was about here. The center of the hurricane moved right over Laplace, basically. And as that center was right here, you had your winds just roaring into the rivers here and the river parishes. And of course, it was dumping heavy rainfall. So the heavy rainfall is wanting to take the route to the lakes to drain on out. And you couple that together and you're going to get a significant amount of surge rise, also the backwater flooding essentially. So you're getting a combination of both. And that's why the flooding is such a problem in these areas and why we saw such a significant rise in those waters over there in this the lower parts. I do want to mention something. There is a tornado warning for parts of Harrison County. This is going to be over towards Biloxi and going over towards Jackson County, which is technically out of the Channel 4 viewing area. I do want to mention it, though, because a lot of people are watching us over here in Biloxi, and maybe you're staying over in Biloxi and you live in New Orleans and you're watching us. So if you are staying over on the Mississippi coast watching us right now, there is a tornado warning. And I got to step off our cell things down over here so I can't control it from the wall. But that tornado warning is going to be including parts of Biloxi and over into Ocean Springs and Jackson County. So if you are staying over there and keeping an eye on what's going on over here in New Orleans, or if you're a local and staying over there, I want to give you a brief update on that tornado warning really fast. And let's see here. And you can see we're still getting these, just a tremendous amount of these outer bands. Now, our radar is down in Slidell, so I'm going to have to switch to our radar over in Mobile, which is going to be right here. So this is going to be one of those quick moving tornadoes, but you can see there, that's the flashing polygon. That's where you're going to be under, and that does include Gulfport, and it includes Biloxi, and it's going to be including Gulfport east of Highway 49. So as I mentioned, I know this is outside the Channel 4 viewing area technically, but there are still people right now who are watching us over here on the Mississippi coast. And I know there's people who evacuated and they're on the Mississippi coast as well. So if you were watching us, a new tornado warning has been issued for parts of Gulfport, Biloxi. Tornado could be produced with this cell. It's going to be near Biloxi at this point. And you need to be in your tornado safe spot. Let me get some information on this warning on when it expires and just exactly how long it's going to go for. The area that is going to be the rotation we're watching with this tornado warning is going to be coming on shore. And we did have a confirmed tornado in Gulfport yesterday.
That's what I was just going to ask you. I know we've heard of some officials talking about possible tornadoes. The only confirmed one so far, the one in Mississippi?
That I'm aware of.
Okay.
Now, let me say this. There's been so much information, it's possible I've missed something.
That's fair.
And of course, we were asleep a couple hours ago. But the only one I've heard of confirmed is the one in Gulfport. That was yesterday. It was quick-lived. There was a video of it, actually. And it just shows you that this can happen really fast. So these quick spin-up tornadoes will remain possible. We do have a tornado watch for parts of the area that are going to go until 6 a.m. And let me see if I can populate that watch for you. And it does include Orleans Parish. It includes most of the area except for the Bayou parishes and river parishes. So there is a chance that we still see some spin-up tornadoes through the rest of the overnight period into tomorrow morning. The greatest chance of that happening is going to be over on the Mississippi coast, but it certainly seems possible. I was just texting a buddy who lives over there in Gulfport. He's a meteorologist over there covering this as well, and he said they are flooding. He said they've got storm surge still. The strong onshore flow, the Mississippi coast floods so very easily. So in Bay St. Louis, which is in the Channel 4 viewing area, you're still seeing your surge. They're also seeing flooding from rainfall. They picked up a lot of rain, and you can see they're in the thick of it. So they're going to continue to get that heavy rain through the remainder of tonight and even through parts of Monday. So that flooding risk is very much high on the Mississippi coast right now. Now, I want to mention, Sheba, do you see these polygons that are flashing in those kind of red colors towards Hammond and LaPlace? Those are what we call flash flood emergencies. And you hear us talk about flash flood warnings, right? A flash flood emergency is a step above a flash flood warning because it is that dire. They issued these originally because of the flooding from the surge and the rain coming in. So those are still in effect. And I really hope we can get an update on LaPlace because I haven't heard an update.
Well, I did want to mention, we did put in a call to Jacqueline Hotard, the parish president in St. John, but because of the cell service down, we're not able to reach her.
Right, and that's the problem right now is people are just wanting all this information and we're wanting to give it to you, but in the initial aftermath, and really we're not even in the aftermath, we're still dealing with Hurricane Ida. And the information can really be slow to come out because cell service is spotty. It's also 2 a.m. It's dark. People can't see. It's not safe to be out in this kind of stuff. So the information is very difficult. Fortunately, nowadays we have social media, so we get a lot of information in from viewers via social media. We're seeing videos. We're seeing pictures of just some scary situations ongoing over here in the St. John Parish area. and I'm afraid it's still continuing. Hammond, that flash flood emergency continues. We've still got very high water, especially south of Highway 22. That's where surge usually gets pretty high up here in Tangipahoa Parish. Of course, I haven't heard any updates, but I'm sure the water is still very high. The water is still high on the North Shore. The water is still high everywhere. The winds are still gusting. The wind's still hitting these doors next to our studio. I can hear them rattling. And as I mentioned, we're still seeing wind gusts to 74, miles per hour in Gulfport, Biloxi right now. And Hurricane Ida is now lifting up north of Amite. That is likely where we're seeing our most significant impacts right now is going to be up towards Amite, Kentwood, and Macomb. We could definitely be dealing with some, 70, 80 mile per hour, 90 mile per hour wind gust as that center of the storm moves up there. But yes, everywhere else is still seeing some pretty strong winds right now.
And so we continue to watch this tornado warning again for the Gulfport, Biloxi area. Have you heard of any credible reports of what could have been possible tornadoes yesterday?
Other than the videos, the radars, they kind of struggle during tropical systems to really spot these and move at like 70 miles an hour sometimes. So you drive, they're going faster than you drive on the interstate sometimes. Wow. So these are moving fast. They're usually fairly weak and quick-lived, but they can be a bit stronger. We've had significant tornadoes during hurricanes before. LaPlace got hit by that significant I-3 tornado back in Hurricane Andrew in the 90s.
Right.
So,
wow.
And we did hear Guy McInnes in St. Bernard Parish say he thought a tornado did that damage to that one roof in Arabi. And as you mentioned, you just can't confirm that right now, but that's what he believed.
I mean, it's certainly possible, absolutely. And there was tornado warnings kind of lined up all through here yesterday evening and going into the afternoon and going into the evening. So it is possible. And tornadoes, as I mentioned, will remain possible really from New Orleans into the east. As you go west to New Orleans, it's more so going to be dealing with the aftermath and the continuing problems from surge up towards St. John. So that's a big problem. Now, I want to say a lot of models have been showing that we're probably going to see some showers and storms redevelop kind of on a feeder band later this afternoon. So we could see some heavy rainfall across parts of our area. And, where that sets up, if it sets up close to Metro, we may have a higher flooding threat. That's no guarantee, but it is just one of those reminders that a lot of people are probably going to want to be getting out later today. Keep in mind, the winds are still going to be very strong at times. If you get under a shower, they could very easily gust 50, 60 miles an hour. When it's not raining, they'll be gusting probably 30 to 40 miles per hour. So the winds are going to stay strong. The tides are going to stay pretty high all the way through Monday, all the way through Tuesday. And it may not be until about Wednesday, guys, that we're looking at conditions returning back to kind of more normal around here.
I have a question, and it might be dumb, so I apologize. But, you said the river parishes and down on the coast don't need to worry about the tornadoes right now. Is that because it's so wet? What generates a tornado?
It has to do with the circulation. The winds are out of the southeast over here. They're over the northeast over here, so you don't have the right rotation to get tornadoes on that side of the storm. But on this side of the storm, imagine there's a line drawn here. The winds on this side of the line are still out of the south. The winds on that side of the line are out of the north. So it's just a simple fact of how the winds are rotating, and it's more likely over here on the east side of the system.
And then what about for, Leslie mentioned St. Bernard Parish President Guy McInnes saying that he thought this could have been a possible tornado. The winds were so strong, though. Is it possible they're only saying that because the damage looks like what a tornado would leave behind?
It's possible. When we issued that extreme wind warning yesterday, which they weren't included,
similar.
It's similar. The damage can look like a tornado. It's hard to say because a lot of times during a significant hurricane like this, the debris is so flung out everywhere that it's hard to go and survey it and say it was a tornado. Anyway, you look at it, it's significant winds, whether it was a tornado or a hurricane or the hurricane force winds, it can cause significant damage. And so that's why, whether you're dealing with tornado or hurricane, they're both, their own threats.
And we are still watching this. Tornado warning is still in effect, right?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the latest. They just updated the warning.
Okay.
Pretty capable. This is radar indicated, but this is going to be moving over Hurley. This is over. Oh, that's a new tornado warning. Okay, so this one's further off in Jackson County, closer to Mobile. Okay. Yeah, that tornado warning still continues for Biloxi. I think Gulfport's going to be okay from this one. It's mainly going to be Biloxi and up towards D'Iberville, if you're familiar with the area, once you get above the Back Bay into D'Iberville and heading through Harrison County. So if you're staying at any of the casinos here, the Beau Rivage, these areas are under that tornado warning and is lifting now to the north of that. So you need to be away from windows and things like that if you're staying at any of the casinos over here in Biloxi near the beach, or if you're staying maybe at the Scarlet Pearl in D'Iberville, you need to be in your tornado safe spot, interior part of the room, away from windows, in the hallway, that type of thing.
And we keep talking about the end of this. I know we keep asking you about the timeline. When are we going to get into the zone when we won't be seeing things like tornado warnings and watches pop up?
The tornado threat will end later, probably late morning. I think it's going to end later on today. The rain threat's going to linger through today. We're probably even going to see some storms tomorrow. The gusty winds are going to be there all day today. And like I said, we're still gusting to 70 miles per hour at some locations over here on the Mississippi coast. We've had some reports even down towards the mouth of the river. We're still gusting over 60 miles an hour. So we still have some pretty significant winds. And as I mentioned, Sheba, there's a lot of debris right now. And a lot of stuff was knocked loose. And that stuff can become flying objects in 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. So that's why we're still just saying people need to be sheltering in place if they can. Now, if you are flooding, of course, if you're in St. John Parish and you're trying to get above floodwaters and save your life, you've got to do that. The winds aren't terribly significant over here right now, but they are still pretty gusty, 30, 40, 45 miles an hour.
It's such a dangerous situation.
It is.
And our Meg Ferris, of course, was at the Metairie Towers in Old Metairie this morning. She was showing us the damage there. And that's why I was saying some of this kind of looks like what you'd expect from a tornado. We have roofs ripped off of buildings, almost complete sides of buildings torn off. But the wind was really just that strong in spots.
It is. You know, a lot of times during hurricanes, I'm not saying this to knock anyone, but a lot of times people think they get hit by a tornado in hurricanes. You don't. You get hit by the intense winds of the hurricane.
Yeah.
And it was interesting. I can't show this because our radar is down and it won't let me go back. But as Ida made landfall, it had mesovortices rotating around the eye, which is a sign of a very mature, intense hurricane. And think of them as, it almost looks like a little flower. Instead of a perfectly round eye, it looks like a flower. There's little divots. And these are mesovortices, quick spinning areas that are rotating around the eye. And that's where you have your most significant winds. And as one of those mesovortices comes through your neighborhood, it can produce tornadic-like conditions. So that's a lot of times what happens in that eye wall is you're not getting hit by a tornado, you're getting hit by one of those mesovortices that is rotating around that eye, and that's what can produce the 150 plus mile per hour wind gusts that seem like a tornado because it's almost instantaneous. It happens very quickly.
Right.
So it's one of those things where you may not have been hit by a tornado, but the damage is certainly like a tornado.
And is it the whatever you just said, mesovortices? Is that sporadic like a tornado? You know, you see a tornado hit here and then it jumps across town. I mean, or is a hurricane going to be more, you're going to see the same kind of damage on the whole streets?
Yeah, it's more predictable because we can see it on the satellites and radar, and we were watching it. And you can actually, if you're watching radar, you can say, oh, I bet that mesovortice area is about to hit this part of the area. So you can see them, but that's just a sign. That's what we were looking at yesterday, and that was a sign that we had a very mature major hurricane here. And that's also why people have been sending in pictures. They've been showing us that we have seen major structural damage, and we know this, but major structural damage down in the Bayou parishes, home of Thibodeau. I've seen pictures of roofs peeled off. I've seen it looks like tornadoes have hit some of these houses, and people have sent videos, and the winds, oh my gosh, were they howling. Saw a video out of Grand Isle. I've never seen anything like it. And just the roar, the winds are almost whistling. They're going so fast. And, you know, we did have some reports of perhaps 150 plus mile per hour winds clocked in Port Fourchon on one of the vessels. Someone stayed on one of their boats. And of course, they have some pretty good anemometers that can detect those winds that strong. And they did clock about 100, and I think it was 154, 153 mile per hour wind gust. It's hard to fathom a force like that. I mean, a lot of people have never experienced wind like that.
Yeah, I think that was part of the hard thing. We were telling people how hard and high these winds were going to be. People didn't have any reference point for how strong that was going to be. And now that they're waking up and seeing some of this damage, they're really getting a picture of entire trees knocked down.
Yeah, and like we said, Sheba, this is the strongest hurricane to make landfall in Louisiana since last year. Laura was at 150 mile per hour category 4. Ida was a 150 mile per hour category 4. And then before that, that record had stood for decades and decades and decades. It's unbelievable to think two of the strongest hurricanes that have hit Louisiana made landfall basically a year apart. Laura made landfall, a couple days ago? The year anniversary was just a couple days ago. I remember doing the story on Channel 4 here. And so it is rare to get a hurricane this strong. We've had a 150 mile per hour hurricane make landfall here back in the 1800s. But since then, it's been Betsy was 140. The Great Hurricane of 1915 was 145. This hurricane 150, they'll go back and do reanalysis, and they may find stronger winds. We'll wait and see. They may upgrade it, they may downgrade it in the end. But right now, this was an extremely significant event for most people. Most people don't have power. I'd be surprised if you do have power right now across Southeast Louisiana and South Mississippi. I'm sure we're seeing a lot of power outages there as well, as those winds are still roaring right there on the coast. Storm surge is still significant on the Mississippi coast. We still have our watches and warnings for the area, and storm surge is continuing to be a problem for a lot of areas right now.
You guys just mentioned the anniversary of Katrina. Yesterday was the 16th anniversary, and Sheba described it as eerie. But Sheba, Peyton's from Texas. I'm from Shreveport. I was in college in Georgia when Katrina hit, but you were here and you lived through it. Are you having any kind of PTSD?
I left for Katrina. There's a lot of things that obviously trigger emotions when it comes to Katrina. I was 16 years old, so I was in high school then. I was a junior at Dominican. My family evacuated the day before the storm. I could relate to all the people who were going to stay. I remember my dad did not want to leave. Like so many New Orleanians, we had been through so many evacuations that ended up really being a waste of time and money, right? And then you leave, nothing happens, and you come back. And so fortunately, our family really encouraged us to leave, but literally the night before the storm, Katrina hit. Hours later, and devastated the home we would have been in. We would have been in the attic of this home in Gentilly, where water literally completely filled the first floor. The upstairs was just one room. We actually left my dog home that I'd had for many, many years, and thinking that nothing was going to happen. I remember filling up the bathtub because I was like, I want my dog to have water. Of course, the dog died. We lost everything in the home. So yeah, it brings up so many memories, painful memories for people, Katrina. But I'm always so grateful that my family left. I know so many people who went through so much worse, who actually walked through those floodwaters. So I'm grateful for the experience I had. But yeah, you hate this date. Right. And so now we have another storm that we're going to have to remember on top of this one. It's a very difficult day for so many people, not to mention those who lost their lives.
Yeah. And, we were talking to, was a Guy McGinnis, and he was talking about this is the worst storm he's ever been through.
Yeah, that's unbelievable to hear.
That's St. Bernard Parish, which everywhere took a hammering for Katrina,
right,
but especially St. Bernard, where the eye literally passed over eastern parts of the parish. Now, that tells you something about the significance of this storm. And there are a lot of areas that saw impacts from Ida and seeing impacts from Ida that were far worse for this storm than Katrina. You're talking about towards Houma and Thibodaux. The wind here was a much, much bigger threat for areas. Whereas on the Mississippi coast, of course, it's a different story. Yes, they're seeing significant impacts, but this is not a Katrina for them. And it just is a reminder that every single storm is different. Katrina was a 3 at landfall. This was a strong 4 at landfall.
And that's what Guy was specifically talking about, the wind, that he has just never seen anything like that before. And he kept saying relentless from 7 a.m. until midnight.
Well, think about how slow this thing moved across our area. It made landfall at 11 a.m. yesterday, or about noon yesterday. And then 3 a.m., it's still in Louisiana. It's just now crossing the state line going into Mississippi. So this thing took 15 hours to go from the coast to the North Shore going into Mississippi. And in that entire time, it was just slowly scraping and causing all of its problems.
And that's slower than you anticipated pre-storm.
Rephrase that, or I'm sorry.
Is that slower than you guys anticipated it was going to be?
No, it's actually, I'm going to be honest, this is one of the best forecasts I think I've ever seen for a major hurricane in my life.
That's fantastic that we're getting there.
It is. The Hurricane Center, and you hate to applaud this because it's just a terrible situation, but the Hurricane Center, 3 days before it was even developing anything, we were all saying, oh my gosh, this is going to be a major problem for someone more than likely. And the forecast followed closely. We said it was going to slow down a little bit as it made landfall. We knew it was going to be somewhere in South Louisiana for at least 12 hours, and maybe it was a little bit longer than that. But anyway, you look at it, it's just, for some people, it was worst case scenario. And for a lot of people, it was worst case scenario. I know in New Orleans, there's it could have been a lot worse here. It really could have been. But for our friends out towards the bayou parishes, river parishes, this was absolutely devastating. It is still devastating. They're still doing ongoing problems. And there's a long road to recovery for some of these, communities and parishes.
Sure. And we're going to be getting updates on this storm, of course, for today and several days. We just got some news in about the West Bank. So I want to give you guys some updates there. We're hearing that General de Gaulle is flooded as soon as you get off the off-ramp there. Okay. So we're seeing some water in the Algiers area. General Meyer is accessible via Whitney to Newton. And then Terry Parkway is partially blocked by floodwaters. So Peyton, we are getting some reports of some flooding in the Algiers area, which we haven't gotten a ton of flooding reports. So that's interesting.
And it hasn't been raining for a while.
Right.
I don't know when those reports came in.
Yeah, we're not sure.
You can see, once again, we have our flash flood emergencies. The red areas are the places that are dealing with the surge problems. St. John, St. Charles is under that flash flood emergency. That flash flood emergency, I believe, is for Lower Jefferson towards Lafitte, because and y'all have to clarify the information on what happened with the levees down in Lafitte. But that's a flash flood emergency. And then we had that flash flood emergency for oh gosh, what is it, Braithwaite? That was yesterday.
Yeah, Plaquemines.
Yeah, and Plaquemines. So those were our flash flood emergencies. But the West Bank area, I'm not sure if there was a pump issue. I don't know. I can't say. But we haven't seen much rainfall recently. I don't know if it's just lingered through the overnight or through the morning. So maybe we'll try to find out exactly maybe what's causing that. But as we mentioned, information is a bit spotty.
And as we continue to mention, you don't need to be out driving around the roads right now anyways, unless it's a dire emergency.
We're still in that hunker down phase of this. I mean, some areas are still seeing 70+ mile per hour wind gusts near our coastal areas. We're still seeing pretty strong wind gusts in New Orleans. We've been talking about there's a lot of trees down. We've seen structural damage even in the metro. You're going to have things out on the roads that are going to pop your tires, no doubt about it. Power lines. If, I know power's out everywhere, but God forbid there be a line or something active. There's always at least a casualty from a power line somewhere. So just stay home unless you have to, unless you're flooding and you've got to get to higher ground, just stay put for the time being.
All right, and again, we're continuing to watch this tornado warning for the Gulfport, Biloxi area. While we do that, of course, we're still taking a look at what's happening around the area. One of the most popular posts I saw on social media, you guys probably saw this yesterday, was a collapsed building on South Rampart Street. So here is a look at that tweet saying an
historic building
collapsed. It is a historic building. So we have some history there. Where this is 427 South Rampart Street. It's the Karnofsky Music Store, which has a connection to Louis Armstrong, the immigrant Jewish family that adopted Armstrong actually lived there. And so Armstrong worked there at some point. Louis Armstrong worked in this store. I found this old NOLA.com article that actually kind of explains how historic this entire block is. So I'm going to read that to you guys. It says the 400 block of South Rampart Street is all that remains of the city's most important jazz landmark. So this is why it's so important. We've lost a part of it. The Eagle Saloon at 401 South Rampart is where Buddy Bolden and his horn innovated the sound that became jazz. At 413 South Rampart is the Iroquois Theater, where the young Louis Armstrong won a talent show. Farther down the block at 427 South Rampart is this Karnofsky Music Store. But take a look at this. And I've seen a lot of posts. People have actually tagged me in this post and said, is this real? This is real. Unfortunately, this historic building has collapsed. And what I was quoting there was a NOLA.com article from 2011 by Rebecca Mowbray. But yeah, that's crazy.
I actually did an area code, an access code story on this, on just this entire street. So I'm going to try to find it, see if maybe we could play that. But yeah, I mean, this is Buddy Bolden.
Wow.
Frequented this whole street, and it's such an important historic part of our town. And yeah, just the fact that it just completely collapsed like that, it's just horrific and so sad.
Yeah, that is what's also really sad about losing parts of New Orleans. We are such a historic city. We saw things like that in Katrina that disappeared, right? And they just never come back. There is no way to replace some things. The city has so many important and historical features. So yes, if you see this picture on social media, it is real. We have not gotten a chance to get over there. You saw we were sending our Duke Cotter around the city this morning, but he's having some trouble navigating the area, down trees, down power lines, lots of damage. So we're trying to keep our crews safe as well as get you guys information. But I did want to let you know this picture is real. It's in the 400 block of South Rampart. Yeah. All right. And how's that tornado warning? We're still watching that, Peyton?
Yeah, it's left to the north. They're probably going to let it expire, I imagine.
Okay.
So it's now moved kind of north of the I-10 area, I believe, and the rotation is not as strong. So definitely warrants, be ready to go in a tornado safe spot anytime through the day, especially from New Orleans to the east. Right now, we're really not seeing anything going on in New Orleans other than a few showers, but the North Shore is still getting hammered with heavy rain and wind from Amite to Kentwood up towards Macomb. You need to be in the most interior part of your room as these strong winds do blow on in. We could be looking at wind gusts upwards of maybe 80 to 90 miles an hour as the center part of that storm gets close to up there. So if you still have power up in Washington, or if you still have power up in northern Tangi, you're probably going to lose it, I imagine, if you haven't already. Same thing for Mississippi. Lots of heavy rainfall, flash flooding, and storm surge flooding ongoing. We've still got storm surge flooding in our lake. We're really keeping an eye on Laplace. And, of course, we're going to have these gusty winds all through the rest of the overnight period and through your Monday. And it looks like it's going to be pretty breezy on Tuesday as well.
All right. Thank you so much, Peyton. We continue, of course, to follow the impacts of Hurricane Ida and the impacts it's still making across the area.
Yeah, of course, we're going to get a much better idea of how big the impact of the storm had on our entire region when the sun comes up and when we can start getting people on the phone lines. But first, here's Jade with more on what you need to know this morning at 3:13.
Well, good morning. As we've been reporting for hours, the Entergy and CLECO outages are massive. Nearly 850,000 customers are in the dark this morning. Now, they should plan to be without power for at least a few days or weeks. And here's what else you need to know. In the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, the New Orleans Fire Department had to put out a 2-alarm fire at the St. Claude Fresh Market. These are pictures from the New Orleans Fire Department's Facebook page. We are still waiting for information on what exactly caused this blaze. With so many power outages ongoing, it is not safe to be on the roads at this time. The St. Bernard Parish Sheriff's Office is encouraging people to use caution. Trees, power lines, other debris all over the place. The Sheriff's Office posted on Facebook last night saying, quote, "We will have a better idea of damages in the morning." And several boil water advisories are in effect across southeast Louisiana. If you're on the east bank of Jefferson Parish, you must boil your water. So just keep that in mind. A precautionary boil water advisory is in effect in St. Charles Parish due to a number of leaks in the system. All Tammany Utilities customers in St. Tammany Parish need to boil their water as well. Everyone who lives east and south of the Gulf Intercoastal Waterway in Terrebonne Parish are under a boil water advisory. And you can follow our coverage of Hurricane Ida on our website or, of course, using our mobile app.
All right. Thank you very much, Jade. Well, floodwaters have overwhelmed low-lying parts of Laplace. And we told you earlier this morning, some families were trapped in their homes and still waiting for help.
Abby Larico has been following the story and has more.
I'm doing well. Learned about my grandparents.
So what's going on with your grandparents?
So pretty much, we were just at home relaxing, and we got a call from my aunt saying that their house was being flooded and that they're being rushed to the attic right now, or a few hours ago. So I got on social media and I posted their address saying that they needed help, that it was 2 elderly adults and a puppy. So I'm trying to reach out and see if anyone could give us some help. So very grateful for social media these days. So I posted my tweet and people are replying, sending me numbers for the Cajun Navy, the parish that's out there, and pretty much saying that if I contacted them, saying that they could put my grandparents on the wait list for them to be able to get some help. So and now at this point, we're just waiting to see what's going on. It's been about 2 hours. We got in contact with them right before their phones died, so we're just hoping for the best.
When you talked to your grandparents, how'd they sound? What'd they have to say about what was going on there in Laplace?
They were a little concerned, but they're hopeful. I have a praying grandmother, so if anything, she's going to rely on God to get her through everything. I would say for everyone to just keep posting on social media, keep trying to spread the word. Somebody's going to reach out and help them eventually, but at this point, all we can do is just pray for the best and keep spreading everyone's information out there.
Tell me about your grandparents' house. Have they lived there a long time?
It's our family home, so they've been there for quite a while, and this isn't the first storm that they've been through, and it's probably not going to be the last, but hopefully after this, they learn to listen, and we can try to get them out to Texas after this.
Did they not want to evacuate?
Well, my grandparents wanted to evacuate, but by the time it was too late, it was so much traffic going on, so they just decided to ride out the storm. So
have they ever had to go to the attic like this?
For the last storm, I think they had to go to the attic, but they woke up, and it wasn't as bad as this storm. The last storm, they woke up, the water was up to their waist, and my grandparents aren't that tall, so the water was up to their waist, so they just had to ride it out and get some help.
Are your grandparents otherwise healthy?
They have underlying health issues, but I'm pretty sure they thought to take their medicine and stuff with them, but hopefully we're just waiting to hear back from them.
Once they're picked up, if their phones are dead, how are you all going to keep in contact with them?
Our family has been on this app that's been going around. It's kind of like a walkie-talkie app, so we've been trying to contact everyone through there because the Wi-Fi is out and cell towers are down, I think. So we've been contacting them through the walkie-talkies, but hopefully once they get rescued, they'll give us a call through somebody else's phone.
Do you know where they're planning on going?
The rescue centers that they're sending them to is a local high school around their house. I think it's called Luxor High School.
Seeing that 911, the emergency crews were saying it's too dangerous to go out there. When you heard that it was going to have to be a while, possibly, before they could get some help, what was your family thinking in that moment?
At that point, my family was ready to drive down there and go get them themselves.
But instead you had social media.
Yes, we had social media. We found people through social media to go help them. I've been contacting people from my school, and they've been saying that there's boats going around in the neighborhood, and also the Cajun Navy is going out there to help a few people, help as much as they can.
When I know you said when you talked to them they sounded a little nervous, but they were just going to be doing some prayers. Do you know what their plan is? Like where they are? Are they on a roof? Are they in an attic still?
The last time we talked to them, they were still in the attic, but we heard that there was boats going around in the neighborhood. So hopefully we'll get a call from them soon or something. And the last time we talked to them was at 10:30, so hopefully we'll hear something back soon.
You really are just waiting.
Yeah, at this point, it's just a waiting game.
And do you say they have a dog too?
Yes, a little puppy.
So was the puppy able to get in the attic with them?
Yes, the puppy was able to get out with them. The puppy's a support dog, so hopefully he's up there trying to keep them calm and their nerves down.
Oh, yeah. Did they say anything about their neighbors, if there were other people they knew in this situation too?
I don't think they heard anything from their neighbors. I think they haven't been outside, so once they seen the water coming in the house, that was just their sign to, hey, let's go up in the attic, get away from this water.
Oh, goodness. Well, I know that there are a lot of people sending a lot of prayers in the direction of your grandparents here. For the people who are, the ones who are in the boats, the Cajun Navy, the volunteers, the people who are just using their own equipment to go out there and try to provide some help.
I'm very grateful for those people that are out there helping them. If my family was out there right now, we'd be doing the same thing, trying to help as many people as we can. But I'm praying for everyone's safety who's still out there.
All right, guys, and again, that was Abby Lorico from our sister station in St. Louis, who's here helping with our coverage. You've probably seen some faces over the past couple of days you don't recognize. They're here helping with coverage from our other Tegna stations around the country. And what a heartbreaking story there. This young girl waiting to hear if her grandparents have gotten the help they needed. That's the case for so many people in St. John Parish this morning. Because of the cell service issues we've been experiencing, we have not been able to get an update from folks in St. John for several hours now.
And Laplace has all this flooding, so many people, they say the water's rising and they need help. And so that is an ongoing fluid situation. Hopefully we'll get more updates on that. We did try to get in touch with Jacqueline Hotard, St. John's Parish President, but the cell situation, we can't get in touch with anybody to see what's going on there right now.
Yeah, and Abby was telling us earlier, she found this story just by going on social media and looking at the hashtag St. John, saying that people were actually posting addresses of places where they know people need to be rescued from. She said that the Cajun Navy is working, of course, to help people there, but we haven't been able to get an update rescue efforts. And she also brought up that element of social media. That's how she found her, but it is interesting to see people using social media literally to try to save their lives.
I love this granddaughter was just sitting at home feeling devastated, feeling helpless. And yeah, she was like, I'm going to do something about it. So she got online and reaching out for help. And we hope this is one of those success stories where somebody sees that and does go and help and save her grandparents.
And as soon as we hear from officials in St. John Parish, we will get you guys an update on the situation there.
And we did speak with Mayor Tim Kerner, the mayor of Jean Lafitte. He says as soon as conditions improve, he's going to send an army to get the people that are stuck. So let's hear more on the situation in Jean Lafitte.
There is some stuff going on in Jean Lafitte right now. We are going to talk now with the mayor, Tim Kerner. He is joining us by phone right now. Mayor Kerner, thank you for joining us. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you tell us just in a quick nutshell, what is happening right now? What has been happening in the last few hours where you are?
Well, look, this storm was total devastation to our area. Lafitte, Crown Point, Lower Lafitte, even our friends in Grand Isle. I mean, it's total devastation. And now we have a situation where we have a bunch of people and surrounded by water. Thank God that the water stopped rising and it's going to start going down, but the wind's still pushing and we can't get to them. And now we're trying to rally up boats to try to get to those people. And as heartbreaking as today was, we're all refocusing our efforts into getting those people, and that's our main objective.
What kind of efforts are being made right there? Are there boats out there, or are the conditions just too bad to get down to those people?
Yeah, there's not a captain that would agree to go in the water right now. Trust me, we tried, and we even tried to put our own boats in there. We haven't been successful so far, but they're actually still out there trying to do different strategies to get to ones at least close by. And we also are reach out to anyone. We have a bunch of phone lines all over, and everyone's telling us who's in trouble, if they're in trouble. So we have a database of already like 150 people and addresses, and we already have about 50 boats that are ready to come here. It's on a moment's notice as soon as the weather breaks. So we're going to try, as soon as the weather breaks, we're going to send an army to get those people.
So you said 150 people stranded right now?
More than 150, but so far that is in a list that is sent as addresses that are there.
Wow. We know that there were some issues with some levees down there. Can you tell us a little bit about what happened and what areas those were in, and if you were able to reach everybody who needs to know that there's a problem there?
Yeah, it was heartbreaking because the levee started overtopping. The levee didn't necessarily fail with its structural integrity. It was overtopped, and 40 minutes later, the tide started going down. So Lower Lafitte, Barataria, Crown Point was devastated, and we thought we had a real shot at saving the local school and government buildings, 100 homes in the tidal surge. And we fought like hell, but within 40 minutes left of that surge, we lost it. And it's a heartbreaking day, but we got a job to do. We got to bring those people into safety.
You all are very used to storm surge down there. Almost every time we get something in the Gulf, you get a little bit of storm surge at least. Can you, we don't have any pictures right now to see what it looks like, but can you just describe to us how high is the water? What are we dealing with down there?
Look, this is the worst storm event surge in the history of Lafitte. This is the worst one. I've never seen so much water in my life. I don't know. The wind was so bad all day. I think tomorrow is going to be more bad news when we go to pick up those people and see what the wind did to our town. But you can't look left, right, back, or front without seeing high water in Jean Lafitte, Crown Point, Lower Lafitte, and Barataria. But we're gonna get those people in the safety. We're gonna come back stronger.
Any reports of injuries or anything that we should know about tonight?
No reports of injuries. Look, I'm very scared that when we start going to rescue these people, what we're gonna find this This was very extremely strong wind. We had sustained 90 to 110 mile an hour winds consistently, and then we had other parts that was 120, 130 miles an hour. So, I mean, we got hit hard and we got hit long, and I know it created a dangerous situation for a lot of people. That water rose so fast. So I pray we don't find anything, but just the danger was there.
Well, our heart certainly breaks for you, and we are hoping for the best for you guys down there over the next few days. I know this is going to be really tough. So thank you so much, Mayor Kerner. Is there anything I missed that you wanted to mention, or any message that you have for people tonight?
Yeah, look, if you're out there, just be ready as soon as that storm breaks, even remotely a little bit. If we can get a water that's not gonna, I mean, if we can get a boat in there that's not gonna flip, listen for a horn. We're gonna give them horns, and when they do that, yell at them, and they're gonna come pick you up.
All right. Thank you so much.
We'll be there. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
And I did want to mention that's Tim Kerner Jr. He is the mayor, Jean Lafitte, of course. His dad, Tim Kerner, was a 7-term mayor there. He only left because he won that seat in the Louisiana House of Representatives for District 84. And the reason he did that was to fight for Jean Lafitte and Jefferson Parish to get better protection. And they were hoping to avoid things like this. And so this is just so significant. You heard some of the things he said right there. Worst storm surge in the history of Jean Lafitte. That puts things into perspective. When we can, we're going to bring in an army. Tomorrow may bring bad news. And he just said devastating so many times. So our thoughts and prayers are with them. And we're going to continue, of course, to cover that. He mentioned a school is just completely gone. And you could just hear the emotions in his voice. And this is the family business for him. As I mentioned, his dad moved on to try to do better, to try to get more funds to an area where they desperately need it because storm surge is such an issue there. So we'll check back in with them as soon as we can. Of course, we've been mentioning all morning cell service and getting in touch with some of these officials has been a problem. We have to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more on Hurricane Ida.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida.
All right, thank you for joining us. It is now 3:29. Hurricane Ida is moving into Mississippi, but that doesn't mean the threat is over here in southeast Louisiana.
Yeah, we are expecting more rain today. Plus, there are down power lines and trees that can be very dangerous if you are outside. And of course, we have so many people in our state without power. Right now, we have about 850,000 Entergy customers in Louisiana who don't have power. And this is because 8 of the transmission lines that provide power to people in Orleans Parish, all of those are out. So let's get over to Peyton with the latest on Ida. This is finally a Category 1 storm. Those winds have gone down, but now we're watching the impacts mainly to the North Shore and Mississippi. Correct, Peyton?
Yeah, exactly right. You know, this is far from over for most of our area. Now, the worst of it is moving out, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a nice day as we go into your Monday. Now, here's what we're looking at. Ida is sitting just towards the north of Kentwood. The center of it is going to be crossing in from St. Helena Parish, moving into southwest Mississippi. And the center of it right now is going to be about right there. So the core of the winds, I just saw a video out of Macomb, and the winds are kicking it up here. So it is going to be pretty dangerous from Amite all the way up to Macomb. The heaviest and the strongest winds are going to continue to move up into Mississippi. That's not to say, though, we're not still seeing some significant wind gusts every now and then in Louisiana and coastal Mississippi. We did have a report over 70 miles per hour with a wind gust just about an hour ago. Also had a wind gust reported at about 64 down along the river, towards the mouth of the river, towards Venice. That was about 30 minutes ago. So we are still seeing an occasional wind gust that is over that criteria of what we would call severe, over 60 miles an hour. Now, here in New Orleans, we've been managing wind gusts anywhere between 30 to 40. On the North Shore, it's starting to improve, but we're still seeing some strong wind gusts, especially northern Tangi and into Washington Parish, seeing wind gusts perhaps 50 to 70 miles per hour. And then over in the river parishes, the worst of the winds over with, in Houma and Thibodeau, but you are still dealing with the after effects from surge and any rivers trying to run off. So the winds are going to stay pretty breezy. And what that means, the surge is not going to be going down very quickly. We're still expecting surge to remain anywhere between 7 to 11 feet down here in these areas. The Mississippi coast, 7 to 11 feet in some areas as well. So the surge is still quite high, and it is simply still not safe in a lot of these areas. Now, over on the lake, the big problem yesterday were the winds going into Laplace. We had two different things going on here with that caused the big problems in Laplace, and we're likely still seeing some of those big problems with the flooding. You had very heavy rainfall coming into the rivers, trying to drain into the lakes. All that rain has to go somewhere. It's trying to go into Lake Maurepas, Lake Pontchartrain. But those winds were taking Lake Pontchartrain and Lake Maurepas and pushing them in the opposite direction. So those two were clashing with each other. The water is rising, and that's why we have significant flooding problems and people with having to get on in their attics and things over there in St. John because of the storm surge coupled with the heavy rainfall as that eye moved on through. Now, down in Lafitte, you just heard there, he said this is the worst storm they've ever experienced. And they did have significant storm surge coming in. They were on that eastern side. Winds certainly over 100 miles per hour down there. And you're not going to see 100 mile per hour winds anymore down in the lower parts of Lafitte and Jefferson. But you are going to still see some pretty strong winds in that surge. It's going to stay pretty elevated through your Monday, even through Tuesday. It's going to slowly start to drop, but it's not going to be a fast process. Houma and Thibodaux just completely took a big brunt of this storm with regard to the eye wall. Houma, Thibodaux, Raceland, I mean, anywhere down LA1 here through Lafourche Parish, a lot of damage, a lot of structural damage. It's going to take a minute. You got to remember, a lot of the infrastructure is down, a lot of cell service is down. I don't have cell phone service. Sheba doesn't. So a lot of times the communication is a bit spotty right now. It's the middle of the night. It's still not safe to go out. So we're trying to work to get more information, but it's hard right now, because some of these areas, it's just too difficult to get to. Grand Isle, we may not know for days exactly what exactly is going on down there. It takes a minute to get to these most devastated areas. You can think about Plaquemines Parish. We're still spotty with the exact details down in lower Plaquemines. We're a little bit more certain on what's going on here in the Belle Chase area and upper Plaquemines, but as you get further down, they still got a lot of high water, and the evacuation orders have still been given. So things are going to take some time to get back to normal, and it's probably not going to happen more so until late Tuesday going into Wednesday. So through your Monday, still gusty. We're going to have winds anywhere between 40 to 50. We're going to have to watch for some rain. There are some signs that maybe some models do produce kind of some lines of heavy rainfall on the feeder bands of this thing. As Ida lifts to the north, it's still got this big tail of moisture into the Gulf. So could still see some rain today. Lots of rain on the Mississippi coast. The Mississippi coast is currently flooding from surge and rain. I was just texting my friend. He's a meteorologist over at WLOX. He was telling me that they had a wind gust over 70 miles per hour. They're getting a lot of surge coming on in. You know how easily it floods on the Mississippi coast. Someone just messaged me and said, we're in Bay St. Louis. And Bay St. Louis, we are covering you here. And you can see you're going to continue to get rainfall this morning, and you're getting that strong southerly wind. So surge could be upwards of 4 to maybe up to 7 to 11 feet on the extreme side. So these are southerly winds. So most of this is on pushing up to the north, and it's going to stay that way all day today. It's going to stay that way all day tomorrow. It's not going to be until about Wednesday we'll start to see this slowly drain on out. But we're never really going to have a strong north wind to push all this surge out. It's just going to have to do it slowly and naturally over the coming days, and that's going to take. It's just going to take time. Now, the North Shore, you're of course worrying about the surge this morning, and this high tide is happening right now. So our surge is quite high in the lake. I was checking our side on the South Shore in New Orleans, and we've got northerly wind, or southerly wind, so it should be pushing the water out, but our surge is at its highest point right now. It's been through the entire storm in New Orleans. It's about 5 feet at the lakefront, so you can imagine it's only higher on the North Shore. All of our rivers are rising on the North Shore. They are all expected to get up to at least major flood stage. We don't have any of them getting to the catastrophic flooding we saw back with our rains back in 2016. None of that, but they are going to get into the major flood stage. So you are going to see significant river flooding along most of our rivers here on the North Shore that flow into the lake, the Tchefuncte, the Tangipahoa, the Bogafalaya. The Bogachita, remember, flows into the Pearl River, so it's not going to flood as bad, but it's still going to see a rise in water. It's mainly these rivers in Tangipahoa and St. Tammany that run into Lake Pontchartrain, where you're going to see a lot of water rise. And they're going to stay high through the rest of the week. They're not going to be low anytime soon. They'll probably be high through at least late Wednesday into Thursday before they finally get back down below flood stage. So that'll be a big concern we're tracking over the next couple of days, along with everything else. There's just so much going on. I mean, from the coast to the border here, so much of an impact has happened here, and there's still so much ongoing. So There's just a lot of information. Everyone's wondering, what's it doing here? What's it doing there? We're trying to find out this information. A lot of our weather sites were taken out down here by the 100+ mile/hour winds, so we don't have a lot of readings to see what the winds are doing. But given what it's doing in New Orleans and surrounding areas that didn't lose, we are still seeing some strong wind gusts, 30, 40 miles per hour. And near the coast, we could still see wind gusts over 50 to 60 miles per hour. So it is still not safe in a lot of these areas to get out. We've still got storm surge that's somewhat elevated, and it's going to stay that way through the rest of this morning, through the afternoon, and into this evening. Now, the rain will start to become less of an issue by later this evening into tomorrow, but the winds, the surge, it's going to take some time for this to go on down.
All right, Peyton, thank you very much. And we've been talking about the power outages. We want to show you a look at a camera we would usually show you that would be a great view of the city. This is looking from Gretna towards the city, but we just wanted to show you the darkness. The only lights you see there are folks who have generator lights. Right now in Orleans Parish, the only folks who have power are those with generators, and it's because all 8 transmission lines that deliver power to New Orleans are out of service.
And actually, this camera is in infrared mode because there's not enough light for a regular picture. So you probably would see just absolute blackness if it weren't for some of these generators.
This is on our
Gretna.
transmitter tower. It's in Terrytown. Yeah.
And what's interesting is obviously as we said, it is also the middle of the night. We haven't gotten in touch with many officials, but we're also having those issues with cell service. To hear more from Entergy about what they're going to do about these transmission lines that have knocked out power to all of Orleans Parish and other areas, they caused a load imbalance, as Entergy said in a statement, that resulted in generation in the area going offline. This also impacted the Sewage and Water Board. They provided backup generation to the Sewage and Water Board, though. So it will be interesting to see when they provide a timeline for when power can be restored.
Sheba, I mean, I feel like this is worst case scenario.
Yeah, definitely. We have no timeline on when it could happen. All right, guys, and take a look at this camera. We're actually just watching that big burst of light. It appears to be, could possibly be a fire in the direction of the Chalmette area. That is not confirmed. We're seeing this live on the camera just as we were trying to show you guys the light.
Yeah.
All right.
We're
Peyton
not,
says
yeah.
he's thinking it's a plant. We're not sure what that is. See, as we kind of zoom into it, it's looking much smaller. Yeah, okay,
Yes,
it's the
that's-
stacks.
Okay.
All right.
So it is
what it
not a
looks like.
fire, guys. That's typical
It's
operation
just the fire,
here.
yeah, coming from the plant there.
But yeah, it is so interesting to see that picture there.
It is so much darkness.
All right, time's now 3:39. Let's get back over to Jade with more things we need to know at this hour.
Well, good morning. We are focusing on Hurricane Ida, and a flash flood warning is currently in effect for, we can move that prompter, guys. Thank you, for St. Charles and St. Bernard parishes until 7:15 a.m. So here's a look at what else you need to know this morning. Storm surge is still a threat at this time on the North Shore. The National Weather Service posted this on Twitter at midnight. It reads in part, quote, if you are around Madisonville, Mandeville, Ponchatoula, or Killian, please stay alert as water quickly rises. Meanwhile, in Tangipahoa Parish, a flash flood warning has been extended until 7:45 this morning. Entergy is now reporting that they have more than 852,000 customers without power. The only people in Orleans Parish with power, again, are those using a generator. Jefferson Parish has the most outages in the state, though, with more than 200,000 so far. If you've lost power, remember to keep your freezer or refrigerator closed. This will help keep the cool air locked in for roughly 48 hours or so. And the Louisiana DOTD sent out a reminder to stay off the roads this morning. It tells us parts of I-10 and I-12 are impassable. There's also debris, downed trees, and power lines on many roads, as you can imagine. The DOTD says it will have crews out clearing the roads when it is safe to do so, but again, that could take some time. You can follow our coverage on our website and mobile app.
All right, thank you very much, Jade. We'll continue to get updates from you. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. Right now, though, we want to get back over to Peyton, and let's start with just the latest there on Ida.
Yeah, we are continuing to track Ida. It is a hurricane as of 1 a.m. The National Hurricane Center will be updating this probably for 4 a.m., I imagine, and I imagine it'll be a tropical storm at that point. We'll wait and see. Either way, the center of it's going to be in St. Helena Parish, crossing into Mississippi. There's I-55 and up towards Macomb. So it's worst winds are moving up towards Macomb. As Jay just talked about, our big concern oh, we do have video from Macomb. Oh, perfect. Is this live? Oh, it's a tweet. Okay, yeah, this is a video I saw on the internet. Yeah, so you can see there winds really kicking as you get that the sheets of rain, and this was before that most intense part was getting there. So it probably looks a little bit worse in Macomb at this point. This is the exact same thing we were experiencing up in Amite. Parts of Kentwood certainly saw this. I know parts of Hammond were seeing this earlier this morning. And thank y'all for that, by the way. But you can see there those sheets of wind continuing as Ida has been a hurricane. It made landfall at 11:55 a.m. yesterday, and it's just now crossing into Mississippi. So over 12 hours from the coast to the border here, it was slowly making its way through Louisiana. And notice when it made landfall in Port Fourchon, which is right here. And that means it basically moved north. It never really made that loop out to the west here. It did not go over Baton Rouge. They did see some gusty winds, but they didn't get the brunt of it. And it moved basically right up to the north through Laplace. The eye went right over Raceland. The eye went over Laplace. The eye went just near Hammond, and we started to lose the eye here. And then it went over Livingston Parish, St. Helena, and now it's here getting up into Macomb. So that's where the center of this thing is, and it's still producing some pretty strong wind gusts. All the rainfall now on the north and east side of it. We got a lot of heavy rain on the Mississippi coast, still seeing flooding. We got flash flood warnings all over the map. Pretty much everyone at this point on the North Shore needs to be hunkering down still. Hopefully prepared for this. Expect the flooding, not only from rain, but the rivers are rising. And the rivers are rising for two reasons. Yeah, some rain, but the big part is that surge is coming on up. We got strong southerly winds going up into the center there. Remember, the winds wrap around the center counterclockwise. So they're doing this. So they're coming down from the north to Baton Rouge, but then they're wrapping around here through Laplace, and then they're coming up back here on the north side of the North Shore, and they're coming up in and backing up our rivers. So the rivers are rising. They are expected to continue to rise, and a lot of these are going to peak tomorrow night, or excuse me, Monday night, Tuesday morning. So in the next 24 hours, these rivers should be peaking, and then they're slowly going to fall off. The reason they're going to slowly fall off is we're never going to really have a big push of northerly wind to push everything out. It's just going to be a slow process as we go into around the late Tuesday, Wednesday timeframe. So it doesn't look like we'll be dealing with any significant quick improvements anywhere through today. It's breezy. We've still got a lot of high water out in St. John Parish. Hopefully we're working to get information, but remember, things are spotty right now. There's a lot ongoing across the entire area. Power's out for most people. Cell phone service isn't working for everyone. We don't have service for a few of our phones. I know we're all AT&T, but I've heard that some Verizon phones are working. So who knows at this point, but just be aware that we're trying to get information. It's just difficult. Winds are still gusting 30 at the lakefront, 38 at Kenner. And no, the winds are not calm in all these places. We lost all of our sites, meaning either the power went down or the anemometer was destroyed. They have a threshold. When you start getting up in that 100 plus, 120, 130, 140, you start losing your data because the information, our tools just can't handle that type of wind. But it is still windy in some spots. Look at Shell Beach, still gusting to 51. I will say the tides are now going down in Shell Beach, but they're still pretty high. The tides are still running high in Bay St. Louis and all of Mississippi coast as you still have a push of water out of the south. And then the same thing for the West Bank of Plaquemines. The water's still going to be high. Water's still going to be high in lower Lafitte. Of course, we have that flash flood emergency in Lafitte where they were told a couple of hours ago to get to higher ground if you were down there. Same thing down here in Terrebonne Bay. You still got water being pushed in. So Cocodrie, Chauvin, outside any levees, the water is still going to be very high, and it's still going to be being pushed in through the rest of this morning and through the rest of today. So there's the track of it. This was as of 1 a.m., but it's moving to the north. It's up around Macomb within the next 3 to 4 hours, and then up around Jackson later on this afternoon, later on this evening. So what we're going to be watching today, and this model is not doing the best job. It's a little too far west with the rain right now. That's more over Mississippi, but it is possible we see a few of these feeder bands feeding up into Ida, produce some heavy rain over our area later on today. That's something we'll definitely have to keep an eye on, as any of these will be the training effect, where it means it moves over the same area. And anywhere that happens could see some flash flooding. You couple that with winds are going to still be pretty gusty. Notice on average 30 to 45 miles per hour through the day, but near the coast could be 40 to maybe 50 miles per hour. And if you do get a shower, it could be a little bit higher than 50 miles per hour. So today is still going to be pretty breezy. The surge is not going to go down very quickly today. There's your wind field. Most intense part is moving up into Macomb near Amite, Kentwood, and up along I-55. You don't need to be on the road up there. You don't really need to be on the road anywhere. There's just too much damage. There's too many things down. There's trees down. There's power lines down. There's probably nails in the road. There's debris. You're going to lose your tires. Just stay home for the time being. We're kind of still in that hunker down phase at this point across most of our area. Flooding What if a road is washed out? You don't know. What if there's a flooding you run into and you don't know how deep the water is? It's the middle of the night. There's just too many things that could go wrong. So don't get out on the road unless you absolutely have to. And if you're fleeing from water, that's the only way you should be doing anything outside, is if you're trying to get to higher ground this morning and you're fleeing from any rising water. As I mentioned, our rivers are all going to major flood stage. The Tangipahoa, the Tchefuncte, the Bogafalaya, all are going to be rising through the rest of the next 24 hours, and then they're going to stay pretty high. We don't have any of them getting up to the 2016 flood event, but they are going to get a lot of them into that major flood status over the next 24 hours and then stay pretty high through the remainder of the week. Rivers up for the Boguchita. Remember, the Boguchita is not tied down towards the lake there, so it's not really seeing surge pushed in quickly, but it's tied to the Pearl River. There's some rain. It's going to be running a bit above normal as well. You know, we didn't show a 7-day forecast yesterday, and because we were dealing with much more important things, obviously, but I want to give you an idea of what we're looking ahead to as we go through this week, as we start the cleanup process and, you know, get out there and survey things. Today, not going to be the best day. There'll be some storms around, but not everyone's going to see rain today. It'll be breezy. We'll be in the 80s. It'll be very humid. It's really muggy outside. 91 tomorrow, a few storms around, still muggy. 92 Wednesday. Look at our rain chances. Our rain chances will start to go down as we go into the end of the week. I don't think we're going to see much rain Friday or Saturday. We might even get a little push of drier air, just a little. So maybe it's a little less humid. Those 90s will be bearable. Maybe it won't feel like 110 as we do our cleanups. Usually August hurricanes, September hurricanes, it's always miserable afterwards. It's not a nice October storm where it's beautiful after the storm passes through. So that's what you're going to get, the low 90s through the rest of the week. Of course, no power. It is going to be hot. It's going to be humid. So just think about these things as we go through the next 7 days, and then we'll take each week, you know, a week at a time as we go into September.
To look at the impacts of Hurricane Ida across the area. And I was saying earlier this morning, I woke up this morning to several times being tagged in this post on social media about a collapsed building on South Rampart Street. So we sent Duke Carter over there to check it out. Turns out it is the real deal, and it was a historic building. So Duke, kind of show us the damage here.
Hey, good morning, Sheila. Yeah, we're here on South Rampart, where pretty much the 400 block of South Rampart is affiliated with jazz, whether it be a musician or whether it be a birth of an instrument. And so what you're seeing right now, this is for the 427 South Rampart, and the historical significance behind this building that is no longer there, as this is the Karnofsky music store. This music store we know is affiliated with Louis Armstrong. This is a music store where this family worked at. And so this music store is no longer there. And unfortunately, because of the wrath of Mother Nature last night, this is what you're currently seeing right now. You can just pretty much see debris, bricks, rocks, wood, just pretty much just torn apart. This is no longer in existence. And unfortunately, this was a historical landmark here in the city of New Orleans, this entire block. And unfortunately, there is more damage as well. So we're going to do a little bit of walk and talk. Photographer, please be very careful, because there are a lot of bricks and debris on the ground. But I want to bring you all to another situation. Sheba, you interviewed the artist B. Mike. He does a lot of murals here in the city of New Orleans, right?
Yes,
and so there's a mural there. Hi, Leslie. There's a lot of murals that B. Mike, the artist, has done, and we're going to keep walking this way. I kind of want to get you all a glimpse of what we're talking about here. There's a big mural that was full of a lot of musicians, a lot of jazz musicians here, and because of the wrath of Mother Nature, that is no longer there. You can pretty much see, watch yourself. You can see. Yeah, this is no longer there anymore. Sheba, you interviewed B. Mike many a times, and this was beautiful. Beautiful mural, and it's no longer here.
I think it was
no
4
longer
musicians
here. You see the debris.
And Buddy Bolden is one of the main ones from that street there.
The innovator of jazz there. Yeah, you brought up B. Mike. I mean, a very popular artist in this city who's now gotten international recognition for his work. His latest gig, he did Will Smith's book cover. He drew Will Smith for his upcoming memoir, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, that's terrible to see that destroyed. Again, destroying something historic, but then also the art and culture that's so important to this city is what you lose when we have storms like these that cause damage in New Orleans.
And actually, I'm looking at a picture just on my computer of that mural. It was 6 musicians, 4 were standing, 2 were sitting, and to the right of it, it said "One Time in New Orleans." I cannot believe that's gone. And then the building to just completely collapse like that.
Yeah. We've seen a lot
It's
of
so
damage.
sad, ladies. Yeah.
But
it's a lot of damage indeed, a lot of damage indeed. And so, as you just mentioned, yeah, like you just said, to the right of it, you can see One Time in New Orleans. That is pretty much the only thing that is remaining with this mural. But as far as the music store, the Karnofsky Music Store, that historical landmark, photographer, going to have you pan that way. I know we got another crew that's trying to set up. But this music store, this is pretty much gone. You can see just how significant the damage is in here. Like, you could just see just the remains. And unfortunately, this is a reminder for a lot of folks who've experienced Hurricane Katrina, those who may have lived in the 9th Ward. It's a flashback, sort of kind of like you get that reminder of what those homes look like back here. And this is just a reminder, again, just how strong Mother Nature can be, how powerful Mother Nature can be, and just what she can leave behind. Just look at the debris, just completely gone, demolished, torn to the ground. And so now something of historical value, unfortunately, they're no longer there. If you have a picture of it, hopefully more pictures of it on social media. But ladies, we're going to toss it back on the studio.
Sure. And of course, we want you to stay safe, Duke. But if you can stay out there and just kind of walk down the block, I'm going to tell people some more of the historical significance to that block. And of course, we'll have to give crews and engineers time to assess the damage here and figure out, was this a specific one that was that strong to make this building fall? Was it, we know it was a historic building. Was it old and had some structural issues? We're not really sure there, but this is Duke Carter. He's live right now in the 400 block of South Rampart Street. And the entire block there is very historical and tied to many jazz landmarks. So the Eagle Saloon is also in that block. It's where Buddy Bolden and his horn innovated the sound that became jazz. This is some information I'm getting from an old NOLA.com article. 413 South Rampart is the Iroquois Theater, where the young Louis Armstrong won a talent show. And then Karnofsky Music Store, that's the completely collapsed building we're looking at. 427 South Rampart Street, where the family that adopted Armstrong lived and where he worked at some point.
Yeah, I think he used to, he was kind of an errand boy, but they said just fun. I talked to a historian about this for a story I did in the past, and he said, you know, he would Louis Armstrong would sit down at dinner with the kids and sing to them, and it was just such a great, this family treated him like a son.
Wow. And Duke, I don't know how far you guys can walk and still stay safe. Can you go a little bit past that building on the other side to show us, does the damage only seem to be to that one building?
As far as the significant damage to this one building, which shows you about the one with artist B,
right.
Mike, the damage with that building. But I want to show you all, come on, we're going to do a walk and talk. So, of course, this is the Karnofsky Music Store. We saw the front of where, watch yourself, there's a lot of debris over here, of the front of the former music store. We're going to take a walk back around the back end of it, just again, give a glimpse of what it was and how significant this damage is. You can pretty much see the wall was there, and now it's just hanging by a thread or whatever it is, just holding it up, trying to support it right now. You can just see there's some metal remnants of whatever was inside this building still here. So this is now the back, or the side portion of this building, but this is completely demolished. You can just see like the walls just torn down. Don't know if there was like not enough support for these walls, or the nature was just way too strong. But the difference is that I do see that there are more support columns. We're gonna go back to the artist. There we go. More support columns for this building over here. The what used to be the Iroquois Theater, where Louis Armstrong won in a talent show. And so you can sort of see there's more support columns with that compared to the other building that was destroyed. So that could be the case. I don't want to say that is the case, but just looking at the damage, it's pretty telling.
I did find another old article, this one on the New Orleans Jazz National Historical Park. The Karnofsky store began in 1913 in the shop with the residents above of the Jewish family that provided a second home to the young Louis Armstrong. He worked for them on their coal and junk wagons, tooting a small tin horn, and ate meals with the family. And then later, Morris Karnofsky, the son of the family and Armstrong's boyhood friend, opened the first jazz record store in town, Morris Music, located at various addresses on South Rampart Street. So such a historic street.
And Peyton, I'd like to ask you, were the winds strong enough to knock a building down? Or are we going to learn that this was an old building and it probably had some structural issues?
It is from 1913, according to this article.
Wasn't it hollow? It didn't have anything inside, right? Like,
I think so. That's probably the case.
It didn't even have I just think the wall was something, I don't know. I really don't know, but I thought it was a pretty It's not what is known as, I would say, a sturdy structure. So.
Oh, okay.
But regardless, I mean, this thing has stood a long time. I mean, it's 2021, and you said it's been there, what, since early 1900s. So it's been through some storms before. And winds certainly were gusting upwards of, we were, saying 100 miles per hour in some parts of the metro yesterday and over that. So that can easily do some structural damage. And that's, I think, what we're seeing here, obviously.
All right. Thanks for weighing in there. Peyton, Duke, thank you for walking us through this block. This is some of the worst damage we've seen so far. And we're talking about in the city of New Orleans, for an entire building to collapse there. Thank you so much for checking that out for us. Again, we've talked about the role of social media in this. I think I saw this post all over social media, so we just wanted to make sure it was real and get some of the history behind it. We'll check back in with Duke in just a few.
From WWL-TV, this is continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida.
We do continue our coverage of Hurricane Ida this morning, and at this point, we are still waiting for the sun to rise to see the full impacts of this storm.
And of course, that's going to be our first chance to see how much damage Hurricane Ida caused in southeast Louisiana. For now, we know Ida's strong winds and storm surge has caused major flooding in many areas and has ripped the roofs off some buildings and homes. Let's go to Jade Cunningham now with some things you need to know at this hour.
Well, good morning. It's 4 a.m. now, and there are reports of widespread street flooding in Algiers and Lakeview. We have not received any reports of water getting into homes, though. We are going to give you a live look at the conditions coming up later this morning. Now, here are a couple of other things that you should know as well. If you live in New Orleans, you will not be able to get into contact with 911. The Emergency Communications Center for the City of New Orleans posted this on Twitter. It reads, 911 is experiencing technical difficulties. If you find yourself in an emergency, please go to the nearest fire station or approach your nearest officer. We will update you once this issue has been resolved. The Louisiana National Guard will be helping with Ida recovery today. The Guard has activated 4,900 guardsmen, staged 195 high water vehicles, 73 rescue boats, and 34 helicopters. Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson has authorized both civilian and National Guard resources from Arkansas to help support the emergency recovery efforts here in Louisiana. And you can follow our coverage of Hurricane Ida on our website and by using our mobile app. It is free and in your app store.
All right, thank you very much, Jade. We want to get back out to our Meg Ferris.
And Meg is in Metairie. Can you tell us exactly where you are, Meg? Are you still at the towers?
Yes, Sheba and Leslie. I'm in the 400 block of Metairie Road.